10,000 rescuers were assembled for a particularly difficult and dangerous challenge, designed to test their strength, endurance, and ability to work together. At that time, the hero did not yet realize the full gravity of the situation, did not sense the hidden threat, and had no idea just how dangerous the events might turn out to be. Besides him, the only ordinary person among the chosen ones, there were another 9,999 powerful cultivators, each possessing their own strength and experience. They all had to face the monsters already looming out of the darkness, radiating menacing power and forcing each of them to prepare for an exhausting battle. There were 365 days left until the ascension of the higher powers, and this countdown relentlessly reminded them of the approaching event that could radically change the fate of the world. A rather grim and harsh reality suddenly engulfed the young man, forcing him to take a different look at his own strength, capabilities, and the dangers that lay ahead. On the 30th day, he was able to destroy the stars with a single blow, demonstrating a power that seemed incredible even to experienced warriors and forcing everyone to realize his potential. Screams and commotion could be heard from the hospital ward, echoing through the long corridors and filling the air with anxiety, tension, and a sense of imminent danger. The young man persistently urged the armed men to leave his sister's room, trying to shield her from unnecessary fear and danger while keeping his own anxiety in check. Boss Shu ordered his subordinates to lower their guns and behave like normal people, trying to restore order in the room and ease the tension among those present. After his parents' death, Chumo worried about his sister, but she didn't have time to enjoy life because she suddenly fell seriously ill, leaving him in despair and helplessness. The company helped him pay his bills, and in return, the young man promised that he would definitely repay them, maintaining a sense of responsibility and gratitude for their support. But the boss constantly reminded him that the idea to appoint him as head of the finance department had come from him, emphasizing his own role in the young man's career growth. It turns out that the protagonist initially agreed to the terms to save his sister, and then, having achieved his goal, simply quit, leaving his past responsibilities behind and feeling a certain sense of freedom. The boss openly threatened him, intending to harm the girl, trying to manipulate his fear and force him to submit to his own desires and orders. However, Chumo tried to shout, warning everyone that he would not allow anything bad to happen to his sister, demonstrating his determination and readiness to protect her at any cost. Loudly and decisively, the boss declared that someone had to take responsibility for the failure of the amusement park project and even commit suicide, emphasizing the severity of his demands. However, he had the opportunity to return to the company and restore its reputation, and only then would his sister's medical bills be paid for several years in advance, ensuring she could receive treatment without worry. The manager ordered him to consider the offer and come back with a final decision the next day, giving him time to reflect on the importance and consequences of his choice. The sun heralded the start of the workday, bathing the city in warm light and prompting people to wake up and prepare for their daily routines. The hero strode confidently through the office, every movement radiating determination and self-assurance, demonstrating readiness for any challenges and encounters. Unable to believe her eyes, the assistant was shocked. Her face reflected a mixture of surprise and confusion about what had just happened before her. Jia Xiaomen immediately decided to tell her boss everything, without hesitation and feeling an urgent need to share important information that could influence future events. However, it wasn't the best time to be around him, as his mood and behavior seemed unpredictable and could pose a danger to those around him. The girl openly admitted that she had liked him for a long time and hoped for reciprocity, expecting him to respond with the same feelings and understand her sincerity. Chumo apologized and explained that he wasn't in the mood to think about such things, trying to keep his emotions in check and avoid misunderstandings in his conversation with the girl. So she asked him to close his eyes so she could give him a farewell gift, full of sincerity and tenderness, leaving an unforgettable feeling of warmth and care in his heart. The young lady quietly said that she felt as though, once he left the company, all the blame for the amusement park project's failure would fall on her, and her voice reflected fear and anxiety over the inevitable consequences. So, reaching out and pushing her boss, she saved herself in this way, resolutely defending her own safety and demonstrating unexpected courage at a critical moment. The guy was shocked by this stunt, not expecting such a bold act from her, which changed the course of events and forced him to reconsider his own attitude toward the situation. Without hesitation, he grabbed her with his arm, trying to support her and save her from danger, demonstrating an instant reaction and concern. He thought that if she didn't want to die, she would have simply pulled him back onto the roof, and this made him interpret her actions as a desperate attempt to save herself. Losing her balance, the young lady fell after him, and both were overcome by a sense of sudden danger and shared risk, forcing them to react instantly. But a door appeared ahead, suddenly pulling the young man inside, creating an unexpected danger and forcing him to instantly look for a way out. She thought this was their only chance to get inside, so she decisively rushed after him, not hesitating to disregard her own safety for the sake of their goal. But just before she could enter, the door suddenly closed, leaving them outside and forcing them to look for another way or means to get inside. So a commotion broke out, and passers-by saw a woman's body fall from the roof of the building, causing shock, panic, and astonishment among everyone present. Ambulance and police sirens blared through the city, shattering the morning silence and signaling the urgent danger and emergency that had just occurred. Meanwhile, Chumo examined himself and realized he was unharmed after falling from the top floor, which gave him a mixed feeling of relief and amazement at his own luck. The street and the surroundings remained the same, but the only thing that troubled him was the absence of people, which created an eerie silence and a sense of loneliness amidst the familiar surroundings. The system announced that the trial was about to begin, marking the start of a dangerous and crucial phase that would test the strength, skills, and endurance of all participants. The young man was unsettled by a voice that seemed to come from nowhere, echoing through the emptiness and creating a sense of mysterious danger that forced him to sharpen all his senses. The stranger ahead shouted for him to get out of the way. Her voice was filled with urgency and tension, forcing him to react instantly to the danger. She was quite nimble and agile, moving quickly and confidently, demonstrating remarkable skill and control over the situation. The blade of her dagger was incredibly sharp, glinting in the light and looking capable of cutting through any material, underscoring her deadly skill. A white beast appeared before her, majestic and menacing. Its presence filled the air with tension and a sense of impending danger. After that, everything around them descended into chaos, blending screams, movements, and danger into a tangled and perilous series of events that threatened everyone present. The players stood silently and watched her, wondering if humans were capable of such incredible power, which both captivated and frightened him. For her part, the girl understood that only a select few could enter this secret world, fully aware of the exceptional nature of her presence and the dangerous uniqueness of the situation. So how an ordinary person without spiritual power had appeared before her remained a mystery, arousing surprise and suspicion regarding the true nature of his origins and abilities. When the young man asked how to get out of such a strange place, he was told that it was impossible, as he would have to wait until the mission was complete. Otherwise, any attempts would be in vain. Yutong suggested staying with her, but her companion reminded her that this place was no charity gathering, emphasizing the strict rules and the dangerous nature of the situation. Even for them, cultivators, such trials were dangerous, but if she wanted to take him with her, she would have to leave the team and risk her own safety. The young lady was shocked, as she hadn't expected her leader to intend to leave the poor boy as prey for the monsters, filling her with anger and a sense of injustice. Tong turned to him, but the newcomer cut her off, showing impatience and a desire to take control of the situation. Chumo asked her to look out for herself and assured her that, despite everything, he would make it out of there alive, demonstrating confidence in his own abilities and determination. His main motivation was his sister, who was waiting for him in a hospital bed, and the thought of her gave him the strength to keep fighting and overcome any danger. The team leader was quite malicious and wanted to see the look on the newcomer's face when he lost all hope, relishing the control and psychological pressure he exerted over his subordinates. In that instant, they simply vanished from the scene, leaving a void and bewilderment among those present, who didn't even have time to figure out where they'd gone. Holding the sword she had left behind, the boy didn't know how to use it, feeling both the weight of responsibility and his own insecurity in battle. The system announced that upon entering the secret world, players could receive generous rewards, encouraging them to participate in the trials and motivating them to demonstrate their full potential. Chumo pondered the strange light screen and the sounds emanating from it, trying to understand their origin and meaning in this mysterious and unfamiliar environment. Nevertheless, he decided to press it, hoping to receive a reward, and despite his doubts, he was willing to take the risk for the sake of a possible win. Suddenly, the player gained the power of a 1,000-year-old monster, feeling an incredible force that flooded his body and opened up new possibilities for combat and survival. Feeling the power surge through him, Chumo couldn't believe what was happening around him and marveled as fatigue gradually left his body, leaving a sensation of incredible energy. In the real world, an unexpected invasion of creatures from another dimension was officially announced, causing panic and widespread discussion in society. Cultivators who had been granted the status of rescuers had to fight enormous monsters, and all their battles were broadcast live around the world, drawing millions of viewers. If the trial had failed, forces from another dimension would have descended upon Earth, and all of humanity could have been completely destroyed, leaving the planet. Everyone around was baffled and couldn't figure out where those strange, incomprehensible sounds were coming from. Sounds that disrupted the usual silence and created a sense of unease. People's phones automatically downloaded a special live streaming app from the secret world, allowing everyone to watch the events unfolding beyond the boundaries of ordinary reality. People were curious to watch the events unfold, and they were confident that they were in no danger, since the rescuers were supposed to be the first to die while carrying out the dangerous mission. So, upon opening the app, it automatically greeted all users, informing them that they had successfully joined the live stream of events from the secret world. The secret world existed between the real world and another world, and cultivators had built it as a defensive barrier on Earth to resist the invasion of monsters and protect humanity. If the rescuers were to triumph in this world, Earth would restore its spiritual energy and enter a new era of cultivation, regaining the strength and harmony it had long lost. Virtual host Li Liu-Zhang was invited as a speaker for the live broadcast of the secret world to comment on events and interact with viewers from around the world. Standing on either side of her were Elder Ji and Ms. Shuang, who had the opportunity to share important information and advice before the start of this massive and dangerous event. The man said that the various sects of cultivators were fully prepared for the invasion, and although the monsters were extremely powerful, their generation could not miss the chance to join the battle. The young lady replied that such a speech was truly encouraging and instilled confidence in the viewers and participants of the broadcast ahead of the extremely dangerous battle. The program also featured an award system, and every day during the live broadcast, special coins were generated that could be used to support a favorite savior. Later, the host would also recommend a specific player whom viewers should look forward to seeing on air, highlighting their skills and potential in future battles. Viewers were invited to click on the broadcast room to summon the first rescuer and watch their actions during the live broadcast in dangerous battle. It turned out that the hosts contradicted themselves, because as soon as a monster appeared in front of a player, it was immediately killed, casting doubt on any previous promises and predictions made during the broadcast. Viewers themselves left various comments of a negative or offensive nature, expressing their dissatisfaction, skepticism, or sarcasm regarding the events of the live broadcast. So the host suggested that viewers go to another room where events might unfold differently and offer a chance to see the rescuers in safer or more successful situations. There was also a rescuer there begging for help, as he was afraid of dying and didn't want to perish during a dangerous battle with monsters. Once again, they decided to switch channels, as if trying to find something more comforting and hopeful amid the brutal and dangerous events of the broadcast. Ms. Shuang apologized to all subscribers for failing to meet expectations and for the broadcast events not living up to viewers' hopes. However, the man felt that something was wrong, since the first trial wasn't supposed to be this difficult and wasn't supposed to put the rescuers in such extreme danger. The system reported that the enemies had increased the intensity of their assault, and the difficulty of the mission had risen sharply. For the first time in the history of the Secret World trials, the danger had reached its maximum limit. The elder explained that the longer the monster remained alive, the stronger it became. And at that moment, the combat strength of the strongest cultivator was equivalent to thousands of years of the monster's life. The host said that all viewers should listen carefully to Elder G's explanation, as his words contained important information about the battle's strategy and dangers. For the future of Earth, the rescuers were desperately fighting dangerous monsters, so the viewers had to support them by donating coins of fate to strengthen their power. Jumo paid no attention to the chaos raging around him and calmly enjoyed his ramen, as if no dangers or monsters threatened him. Viewers immediately concluded that the player was there just for a picnic and began joking about his indifference to the dangerous events unfolding around him. The contrast was striking, as fierce battles raged and rescuers perished in other rooms, while he was having a regular lunch or dinner in complete safety. The elder immediately realized that he was facing an ordinary mortal and could not fathom how the secret world could have chosen him to play the role of a rescuer among true cultivators. The man's words surprised the audience even more, sparking a wave of discussion and doubt regarding the true nature and decisions of the secret world. People were convinced that if the player had encountered an enemy, he would have died long ago, and his calm demeanor seemed utterly unbelievable and incomprehensible. Suddenly, the number of viewers skyrocketed, and everyone began to heatedly debate how long the young man would be able to stay alive in the dangerous secret world. In the corner of the room, it became clear that an enemy had appeared, and his presence immediately heightened the tension among the onlookers and rescuers. The hero noticed the monster, but at that moment he was merely studying it intently with his eyes, taking no action and maintaining a calm demeanor. The young woman was terribly frightened and, pleading with the elder, begged him to spare the simple man and free her from this difficult and dangerous ordeal. But the man calmly explained that the secret world had been created by ancient cultivators long ago, and even they could no longer fully control it. Worse still, it was too late, and the young man had no chance of surviving more than 3 seconds against a century-old monster. Jumi carefully analyzed that the monster ahead had 6 eyes, and its enormous size far exceeded that of any he had seen before. Having gained such immense power, the player was still agitated and nervously trying to come to terms with the fact that his capabilities now far exceeded his previous ones. The enemy's speed was quite slow, and he could easily dodge all the attacks flying his way without any trouble. At the same time, the monster couldn't understand why it hadn't managed to destroy the rescuer on the first try, leaving it confused and irritated. The monster deliberately provoked him, trying to force the young man to attack aggressively, but he remained calm, knowing exactly what to do in this situation. So, at that very moment, he decided to test his hunch, carefully preparing for an action that could completely change the course of events. Yuding had left him a sword he could use to deliver a powerful blow to the enemy and turn the tide of battle in his favor. So, the player swung and hit the target squarely, dealing significant damage to the enemy and demonstrating his accuracy and skill. The monster had absolutely not expected such decisive and unexpected actions from him, which caused it to lose its concentration for a moment. But it immediately became clear that the attack had not caused the enemy any damage, leaving the player surprised and a little confused. Just as Chu Mo had predicted, the enemy had deliberately provoked him into attacking so that he would take damage from his own strike, using a cunning plan. Fortunately, he had attacked with a sword, so the damage from the parried attack was minor, and he managed to avoid serious injury. Comments from the audience began pouring in again, as this time they were dissatisfied with the false information spread by the elder, which had caused outrage. They immediately realized that the young man's attack was pathetic, since even his sword broke in half while trying to strike the enemy. Meanwhile, the TV host was surprised that he managed to dodge all of the monster's blows, demonstrating incredible agility and reflexes during the fight. The young lady was also convinced that even an ordinary guy could have managed to take down the monsters, watching his precise and bold actions. Elder G admitted that he had underestimated him and suggested that the young man was most likely a martial arts master, even in the ordinary world. It was extremely difficult for everyone to watch, as they understood that a mortal had no chance against such a powerful enemy. Even as Chumo deftly dodged countless attacks, the realization that a single blow could be his end kept him in a constant state of tension. The player himself understood that he had been cornered, and that any carelessness could cost him his life in this critical situation. He had no chance to even dodge, and every move could turn into a deadly danger for him. He could only take a risk, feigning an attack on the enemy while simultaneously pushing it away from him, hoping his plan would succeed. While the monster was frightened and flustered, Chumo decided to take advantage of this opportunity to carefully escape the dead end and find a more advantageous position. Raising his hand, he summoned a bright light that illuminated everything around him and instantly drew the attention of everyone present. The opponent should have retreated, but stubbornly refused to take a step back, remaining in place and displaying unyielding resilience. The terrifying monster standing before him suddenly vanished, leaving behind only silence and a sense of astonishment. The spectators couldn't believe that an ordinary young man had managed to completely defeat such a powerful opponent, remaining in a state of shock and amazement. Everyone immediately began throwing coins at him in support, wanting to thank him for his courage and incredible bravery in battle. In the end, the spectators contributed more than 5,000 coins, a testament to their deep gratitude and admiration for his feat. The young man didn't quite understand what was going on and couldn't figure out what this new feature was that had suddenly appeared before him. It was precisely this that helped him significantly improve his combat strength, yet he didn't feel any changes at all and remained confident in his usual strength. By that time, his training had reached 10,050 points, which attested to the immense level of development of his skills and strength. In the real world, surprised voices could be heard in the office, as employees couldn't believe what had just happened right before their eyes. An employee informed Boss Shu that former employee Chumo had unexpectedly appeared on live TV, causing surprise and tension among the entire team. He also explained that this was a unique broadcast from a secret world where the young man had unexpectedly been chosen as a rescuer, which shocked and intrigued everyone present. The man explained that he knew this information because Xia Xiaoman had told them everything, and they decided that if she died, they could pin the blame for the entire project on her. They also decided to pay all the bills of the young man's sister and make amends with him to restore trust and support the family during this difficult time. However, from the young man's perspective, he might not have been willing to make amends and was hesitant due to the resentment and doubts that had built up inside him over previous events. The manager explained that everything was done for the sake of the social elite, since having a cultivator mother always gave a significant advantage in society and opened up numerous opportunities. He could have asked someone at any moment to calm Chumo down so that he wouldn't pose a threat, and the situation would remain under control without risk to anyone. The TV host reported that some time had passed since the secret world was revealed, and the rescuers continued to triumph, demonstrating their skills and courage to the viewers. Realizing that Elder G was drawing high ratings when he commented on Chumo's broadcast, she shared this with everyone to emphasize the importance of his participation and his impact on the audience. But the man replied that he was in no mood for such jokes and did not wish to engage in frivolous conversations that could undermine the seriousness of the situation. Since the appearance of the century-old monsters, things had only gotten worse, and the difficulty of the trials kept increasing, forcing the rescuers to seek new strategies and strength to survive. The host had her own perspective and explained that the rescuers were fighting for their own lives, and everyone had to believe in them, hoping for their courage and bravery in dangerous situations. They decided to check on Chumo once more to assess his condition and make sure he hadn't suffered any serious injuries after the dangerous events of the broadcast. Seeing that he was asleep, they were shocked by his calmness, and some couldn't help but laugh, not expecting such a reaction after all the dangers. Viewers were also unhappy that they had spent coins on him, yet he was simply resting without demonstrating any actions or achievements on the live broadcast. In the end, they decided to switch to other streams to watch more interesting rescuers and get more exciting moments and action on the air. Juma wasn't a cultivator, so nothing spectacular could be expected of him, and his actions remained predictable to everyone watching the broadcast. The elder agreed with Liu Lijian's opinion, since the young man was an ordinary mortal, and one could not expect extraordinary abilities or feats from him in difficult trials. However, the player's situation was dismal, so they decided to switch to Bai Mengjin's stream, hoping to see more action and interesting events. The viewers supported him and sincerely wished him luck in the battle, cheering him on with their comments and donating coins to boost his chances of victory. A terrifying monster stood before the rescuer, looming over the battlefield and instilling fear and tension in everyone present in the face of the unknown danger. However, with his attacks, the player quickly dealt with the monster, demonstrating agility and strategic thinking that impressed all viewers watching the live stream. Not everything was as it seemed, and suddenly the screen turned black with smoke, creating an atmosphere of chaos and an unexpected, dangerous turn of events in the broadcast. Followers were worried about their favorite, anxious for his safety and hoping he would emerge from the danger safe and sound. The elder, however, saw that standing before him was a 300-year-old monster whose grandeur and power exceeded all expectations, forcing him to assess the situation with the utmost caution. He also explained that only once had disciples of the four major sects managed to defeat such an enemy, and Bai was a trainee with no experience dealing with such monsters. Therefore, facing such an opponent was tantamount to suicide, since its strength and experience were so immense that any carelessness could cost the rescuer his life. The young man himself was disheartened by the monster's power, realizing that his own abilities were far inferior to his opponent's might, and that there was almost no chance of an easy victory. Since he wanted to finally face a worthy enemy and demonstrate his strength, the young man sought to prove his abilities and test the limits of his capabilities in battle. The spectators again wrote that the elder had drawn the wrong conclusion and should not have been listened to, for in their opinion, he had exaggerated the danger. Everyone watched Bai Mengjun's room intently, holding their breath and trying not to miss a single detail of what might happen to him at the decisive moment. Suddenly, the commentators saw someone emerge from the rubble and strained to make out the figure through the dust and smoke, to understand who exactly had appeared before their eyes. Chumo appeared behind him so suddenly and quietly that no one had time to realize it right away, and his unexpected presence completely changed the tense atmosphere around them. The onlookers were surprised because just a moment ago, they hadn't wanted to look at him, but now the young man had come of his own accord and found himself at the center of events, completely changing their minds. Analyzing the situation, he wondered whether the player fighting a serious opponent needed help, weighing the possible consequences of his intervention and the risk to himself. But the opponent replied that he should stay put and not move, since he could handle the opponent on his own and didn't need outside help, even in such a dangerous situation. The swordsman raised his sword sharply and aimed it directly at his opponent, tensing every muscle and preparing for a decisive strike. The strike, executed in the style of kendo, a modern fencing art, was delivered with incredible force, illuminating the surrounding space with a bright flash of energy and movement. The monsters instantly fell under the onslaught of the opponent's power. They were swiftly and mercilessly eliminated, leaving no chance of survival. Spectators were deeply shocked that with a single powerful strike, he was able to sever the head of a 300-year-old monster, demonstrating incredible strength and skill. Mengjun gained numerous supporters after this battle, as his incredible courage and skill impressed everyone who witnessed his exploits. Suddenly, the enemy's head grew back, shocking everyone around and forcing the observers to realize that the battle was far from over. This was precisely the type of monster that possessed an incredible ability to regenerate, restoring damaged body parts almost instantly and complicating any attempt to defeat it. Moreover, its spiritual power was constantly growing, filling its body with incredible energy and making it even more dangerous to any enemy. Therefore, defeating such an opponent proved extremely difficult, as its strength, speed, and regenerative ability rendered any attack nearly futile. The player resolutely decided to use his kendo technique once again, focusing all his strength and precision into a single powerful strike to overcome the incredibly powerful opponent. Chaos and complete uncertainty reigned all around, and the monster's fate remained unknown, forcing all observers to watch the unfolding events with bated breath. What the hero saw before him completely satisfied him, for he compared this reality to what had previously been shown on television, feeling a sense of wonder at his own experience. Then the secret ancient art of the golden sword was employed, radiating extraordinary energy and immense power capable of turning the tide of battle in his favor. The young man continued to eat, watching the carnage as if it were a movie in a theater, making no attempt to hide his curiosity and mild fascination with the spectacle around him. The spectators, in turn, were bewildered and couldn't understand why Bai, having landed such a huge number of blows, still hadn't managed to destroy the enemy, feeling the helplessness of the situation. They also continued to mock Chumo in his strange appearance, unaware that his calmness and confidence concealed incredible strength and skill. The host turned to the elder and asked if this was truly the monster that could not be defeated, anticipating his wise and unexpected answer. In response, the man explained that monsters with rapid regeneration were indeed the hardest to defeat, since even the strongest blows barely affected their vitality. As a rule, several cultivators of the same level had to attack the monster simultaneously from all sides to have even a chance of completely destroying it. In the elder's opinion, Bai Mengjun was exceptionally talented. However, unfortunately, he would not have been able to survive this battle due to the enemy's incredible strength and regenerative ability. The young man had almost completely exhausted all his spiritual and physical strength, feeling an incredible fatigue that threatened his ability to continue fighting. So he decided that if there was no path ahead, he would carve one out with his own sword and change his fate, seizing any opportunity that might present itself. Bai sought to earn the title of savior and capture the attention of audiences in other livestream rooms by demonstrating his skills and courage to the viewers. Remembering how difficult it had been for him to master the art of the sword, the player did not want to give up so quickly, resolutely maintaining his concentration and will to win. Therefore, he decided that everything alive at that moment must return to its beginning, striving to restore balance and gain the upper hand in a battle that was growing increasingly fierce. Meanwhile, Chumo continued to watch, marveling at the vivid special effects ahead and admiring the incredible battle scenes unfolding before his eyes. But in that moment, he couldn't understand why such a strange silence had suddenly fallen around him, making every sound and movement even more tense and palpable. So he decided to move closer to check if the rescuer was okay, carefully assessing the situation around him and preparing for any unforeseen events. Worried about him, the player asked about his condition, hoping to get a quick answer and make sure the rescuer hadn't suffered any serious injuries. Breathing a sigh of relief, Bai explained that everything was over and the monster had been finally eliminated, thereby reassuring the player and the onlookers around him. Suddenly, the monster sprang back to its feet, shocking everyone present and forcing them to brace for a renewed battle against an even more dangerous foe. The swordsman couldn't understand why his opponent was still alive despite all his blows, which made him feel confused and wary. So he shouted for everyone there to run away immediately, fleeing from the dangerous opponent who was rising again to attack. Raising his hand, Chumo unleashed a powerful wave of energy toward the monster, directing all the power of his skill toward neutralizing the threat. Then turning to the player, the young man apologized for not hearing his words earlier, showing his attention and respect for his companion. The rescuer calmly said that he had long wanted to sincerely apologize to him for his harsh, thoughtless behavior earlier, because he realized that he had hurt him with his words and deeply regretted it. In the fifth secret world, disciples from small and almost unknown sects had gathered, and he was truly lucky to have accidentally met a young man there whom he had long wanted to talk to. At that time, it was impossible to say with certainty that the monster had truly perished, since representatives of this species possessed extremely strong regenerative abilities and could recover even from severe injuries. To fight such creatures, one would need at least 4 cultivators of the same power level, and even then, victory was by no means guaranteed. The problem was that Bai had already completely exhausted all his strength during the prolonged battle, so the winner had to be decided in the very next attack. Otherwise, they themselves would become the prey. Without wasting time on long deliberations or doubts, the hero immediately agreed with him, realizing that the situation demanded a quick decision and that hesitation could cost them dearly. So the new companion calmly suggested they join forces for a joint attack, explaining that together they would have a much better chance of defeating the dangerous enemy. They had to launch the attack at the exact moment the monster began to regenerate, in order to inflict maximum damage and significantly increase their chances of victory in this dangerous battle. They also had only 5 seconds to quickly prepare, gather their strength, and precisely coordinate their actions before launching the decisive attack. Chumo didn't understand exactly what he was supposed to do in such a short amount of time, and because of this, he felt extremely nervous and awkward in front of the others. When the allotted seconds had passed, everyone remained in their places, tensely awaiting the signal to begin the attack, maintaining full readiness and concentration. And so they continued to stand motionless for a full minute, tensely awaiting what was supposed to happen. Everyone could feel the tension and anxiety in the air. The hero suddenly realized that the monster's expected regeneration wasn't happening, and this made him feel both surprise and anxiety at the same time. Bai suddenly began coughing up blood, but calmly assured everyone that everything would be fine, explaining that he simply needed to rest a bit to regain his strength. The rescuer also couldn't understand how his companion had managed to eliminate the monster with a single blow, and began to wonder if his true strength exceeded ordinary limits. His condition could only be explained as a side effect of the last attack, which had drained his body and spirit, leaving visible signs of loss of strength and exhaustion. At that moment, his spiritual strength was leaving his body, leaving him defenseless and exhausted, and every breath came with great effort and pain. Bai Mengjin had no desire to leave this world, feeling a deep attachment to life and a strong will to survive, despite the critical state of his body and spirit. Suddenly, an explosion erupted around him, shattering the air with a roar and raising a cloud of dust, causing everyone nearby to feel fear and shock at the same time. The young man was violently thrown aside and crashed to the ground with a thud, feeling the impact throughout his body and the pain from the unexpected force of the explosion. Not even ashes remained around him. Everything was destroyed and devastated, and the site of the explosion had turned into a completely empty and lifeless wasteland. The hero realized that he hadn't even noticed when the monster had attacked, and what exactly had happened ahead remained a complete mystery, filling him with a sense of anxiety and uncertainty. The viewers didn't know what was happening either, but now no one dared to write negative comments about Chumo because everyone was stunned by his power and the unexpected turn of events. They all watched him intently, not taking their eyes off him, and trying to figure out what exactly he planned to do next in this dangerous and unpredictable situation. And then they began to comment actively, and some even wrote sincere compliments to the rescuer, admiring his courage, skill, and decisiveness at the critical moment. Ms. Shuang herself concluded that the outcome of the battle had been completely unexpected, and immediately asked the elder for his opinion, wanting to understand his assessment of the consequences of the clash. He replied that he regretted Mengjin's death, and that Chu Mo, along with his combat techniques, reminded him of a long-lost sect of cultivators. The body refinement sect, which could mimic the abilities of monsters, had vanished because even its strongest cultivator could only achieve true combat power at the level of a 1,000-year-old monster. During battle, they relied exclusively on raw physical strength, completely refraining from using spiritual chi energy in order to conserve their energy reserves for critical moments. In the office, everyone was intently discussing the man's words that had been broadcast, exchanging thoughts, expressions of surprise, and speculations regarding their meaning and implications. Boss Yu immediately realized just how powerful Chumo was, and that he could very well be a follower of such a sect, capable of reaching incredible heights of combat prowess and possessing rare abilities. A body cultivation sect could attain such incredible power that its followers became capable of standing up to millennia-old monsters and emulating their extraordinary abilities. But in a world where spiritual energy was almost gone, even the strongest cultivator could only possess strength equivalent to 1,000 years, so he couldn't afford to hire a savior. The subordinate tried to reassure the boss, explaining in a calm voice that whenever a problem arose, it always found a way to be resolved. Realizing that they hadn't yet reached a dead end because Lee Hanlon, the third son of the Lee family, had taken charge of the amusement park project, and that he certainly wouldn't stand idly by after that. Be that as it may, they had to bide their time so that the employee could carefully assess the situation and find the right solution without rushing. The boss ordered his assistant to go to the hospital and kidnap Chumo's sister, as she was absolutely essential to the realization of their plans and intentions. He was also to inform all employees that they had the day off so that no one would show up at work and interfere with the execution of their plans. The assistant suggested hiring more security guards, since the company's existing security was too weak and couldn't provide adequate protection. Boss Shu reminded everyone that he would make all decisions on his own, and that he had gradually, step by step, risen from a street thug to the status he held in his current life. Therefore, he vowed to fight for his life until the very end, never backing down in the face of any difficulties or obstacles in his path. Before heading to hell, the man wanted to see the landscape from above one last time, to memorize every detail and enjoy his final view of the world. Battles raged every second in a secret world where no outsider could peer in, and every moment was filled with danger and unpredictable events. Yudong was in danger, surrounded by unknown threats and circumstances that could put her life at serious risk at any moment. A terrifying monster had taken over the area, spreading fear and chaos all around, and anyone who dared to approach risked falling under its destructive influence. It was drawing ever closer to them, palpably heightening the tension and making hearts race with fear in the foreboding of imminent danger. The girl realized that everyone she had fought side by side with was already dead, and the horrific reality of utter loss and loneliness came into view before her eyes. It was then that she realized she had never wanted to be a rescuer at all, and that all her aspirations and dreams had nothing to do with heroic deeds in danger. The young woman was in despair at having to constantly flee and wait for this exhausting and relentless ordeal to finally end. Suddenly, she heard someone calling her loudly, and her heart instantly skipped a beat from surprise and anxiety. It was the same mortal who had entered the system at the beginning of the trial, and his appearance instantly evoked in her a mixed feeling of fear and surprise. Tun was greatly surprised that he had managed to survive in a world full of demonic monsters, where almost no one could endure even a few minutes of danger and deadly traps. The young man explained that he had simply been lucky, and also sincerely thanked her for the sword she had given him, as it had saved his life more than once in battle. Upon hearing the question about his companions, the young lady grew sad and replied that they had all perished, for they had followed their dream, striving to become heroes and save the world. But no matter how hard they worked, they were no match for the disciples of the great sects, and to the monsters of this world, they remained nothing more than an easy snack with no chance of survival. The hero agreed with her, but recalled that a cultivator had recently fallen right before his eyes, and this reminded him just how dangerous and unpredictable this world was. He also invited the young lady to join him, thereby forming a team that could face dangers together and overcome all the world's trials as one. Tong wanted to find a place where they could hide, and when the strongest players defeated the final boss, they would survive and be able to return to the real world. Viewers begged her not to be so foolish, since the strongest savior was right in front of her, and his help could save her from imminent danger at any moment. They also discussed how the hero never realized that Bai had blown himself up, and only the young lady knew the truth about his desperate act. The trial continued, and there was no end in sight, as each new level brought even more dangers and unpredictable obstacles for the participants. The team decided to stick together to support one another in dangerous situations and jointly face all the trials that lay ahead. Suddenly, the hero heard strange noises nearby, and his heart instantly tightened with a sense of danger and the possibility of an attack. The young lady didn't understand what had happened, and her mind was filled with confusion and fear from the unexpected events around her. However, moments later, the monster appeared right before her face, forcing her to feel a chill of fear and realize the danger hanging over her in an instant. The rescuers immediately decided not to look back for a second and to run without stopping straight toward the large, majestic building that towered before them in the empty space. Tun said that she had encountered such a terrifying and dangerous monster before, and back then she had miraculously managed to escape alive and unharmed. Picking him up in her arms, thereby shocking the young man to the core, she offered no explanation and silently continued moving forward without stopping. Saying only that Chumo must trust her unquestioningly, she strode forward with a determined step, not looking back and paying no heed to any obstacles. Inside the large building, the monster had indeed fallen behind them, leaving behind only a faint trail of fear and the emptiness that enveloped every step the rescuers took. The hero sincerely apologized for not having believed his companion earlier and for doubting her words, feeling deep remorse in his heart. Such monsters had quite sharp eyesight but very poor hearing, so they decided to go up to the top floor and rest there for a few minutes, regaining their strength. Chumo mentioned that he had seen the building's floor plan before, so the stairs should be to their left, and he confidently pointed the way, hoping he wasn't mistaken. However, the girl disagreed with his plan and instead suggested taking the elevator, considering it a safer and faster route for everyone present. Such an unexpected remark shocked the player, causing him to freeze for a moment and look at the girl in confusion, not knowing what to say. However, she explained that the magical world was an exact copy of their real world, including every detail, even the power grid, which operated according to the same laws. The guy actually meant something else, so he explained that he thought it was safer to take the stairs to avoid unpredictable dangers and not take unnecessary risks. The team started arguing for no good reason out of the blue, and neither of them wanted to back down, making the tension between them grow stronger and stronger. After explaining that the rescuer was tired of constantly running away and was exhausted, the young man simply concluded that she was weak and incapable of facing danger. Enraged, she snapped that there was nothing wrong with taking the elevator, and her words sounded resolute and unquestionable. The monster didn't seem smart enough to understand or know how to use such modern technology, so its actions appeared chaotic and primitive. So, a moment later, the elevator doors appeared before them, flickering with a dim light and promising a quick ride to the next floor of the building. But when the doors opened, many eliminated players appeared from within. Their lifeless bodies lay there, creating a gruesome and terrifying scene before the team's eyes. The boy asked his companion if she recognized the wounds on their bodies and whether they could belong to the enemy who had been pursuing them earlier, trying to understand the nature of the threat. Tun saw that everything looked completely different, and most likely this territory belonged to another powerful being who had complete control over this space. In fact, it all turned out to be a trap, and they had been deliberately lured into that building to be placed in a dangerous and deadly situation from which it was difficult to escape. They had little time left to hide, and if the two monsters surrounded them, there would be no way out. They needed to find a large area with a hidden spot where they could wait out the danger. The team decided to head to a large office located on the upper floors, hoping that there they would find a safe place for temporary shelter and be able to rest. The creature was following their trail, carefully sniffing out the rescuers and pinpointing their location with every step. Its vision truly scanned the entire surrounding area, instantly detecting any movements or details that might reveal the rescuer's location. The group was hiding in a blind spot behind a large office desk, and as long as they weren't spotted, everything seemed calm and safe, giving them a chance to rest and plan their next moves. Meanwhile, the spectators believed in the player's incredible power and noticed that he remained calm, like a boa constrictor, invulnerable and confident even in the face of danger. The creature continued to observe everything around it, closely tracking every movement, every sound, and even the slightest changes in the atmosphere, as if its mind were penetrating the very heart of events. His eyes were everywhere one could look, as if they penetrated through walls, shadows, and any obstacles, revealing even the hidden secrets of the surrounding world. The young man asked his companion to be extremely careful, to move quietly and not to let anyone see her, hiding in the shadows and remaining invisible to prying eyes. He also assured her that he could help her without any fear, since he had once single-handedly defeated a monster and knew exactly how to handle such a threat. Tun didn't believe him and explained that protecting ordinary people had always been the duty of cultivators, and no words could convince her to stray from that principle. Suddenly, the player heard more extraneous sounds that were gradually getting closer, forcing him to listen for every step and prepare for a possible encounter with danger. The young lady realized that her companion had exceptionally keen hearing and could easily serve as a capable bodyguard for the group, picking up on the slightest sounds and reacting to any threat. Chumo said that this was absolutely no time for jokes and that any carelessness could lead to dangerous consequences in this critical situation. The monsters were closing in on the group, gliding silently and unnoticed through the darkness, ready at any moment to attack and force every member to tense up to the limit. Then the young man realized that there was indeed deep meaning in the girl's words about there perhaps no longer being time for jokes, and that every second could be decisive for their safety. The creature roamed the office, carefully examining every room, studying the arrangement of the furniture, the shadows, and possible hiding places, as if planning its next moves. The pressure in the air made it clear that the enemy was definitely 300 years old, and his strength and experience far exceeded any expectations of ordinary mortals. The rescuer had no idea how to deal with such opponents, feeling fear and uncertainty in the face of their incredible strength and unpredictable actions. At first glance, they had a rather comical build, but inside lay incredible strength, ready to burst forth at any moment. Both wandered through the office, trying to spot at least someone, listening for the slightest sounds and trying to remain unnoticed amid the dark corridors and rooms. The audience felt as if they were watching a horror movie, and every movement, every sound caused them tension and a cold fear that ran down their spines. Meanwhile, the young man didn't move at all, continuing to sit in his hiding spot, closely watching his surroundings and carefully analyzing every sound coming from afar. The next moment, the creature found him, suddenly appearing in his field of vision and forcing the young man to react instantly, sensing danger literally right beside him. But his relative raised his hand and placed it on him, as if trying to protect or calm him, creating an instant barrier between the young man and the danger. The monsters began to converse among themselves in their own language, emitting incomprehensible sounds and rhythms that simultaneously frightened and mesmerized everyone who heard them, creating a sense of danger. The noise was deafening, and it seemed as though they were arguing among themselves, loudly exchanging shouts and rhythmic roars that filled the air with tension and fear. Later, the monsters decided to pretend they hadn't been found, since they had already heard that the savior had once destroyed one of them with a single powerful blow. So the opposite happened, and the monsters instantly fled the scene, sensing danger and fearing a repeat of their previous failure, leaving behind silence and emptiness. The team was both elated and, on the other hand, surprised that the opponents had unexpectedly abandoned them without inflicting any harm, leaving everyone in a state of tense relief. The spectators were not pleased that the battle had not taken place, feeling disappointed by the unexpected lack of action and the anticipated dramatic confrontation. They realized that this was the first time they had seen monsters flee from the cultivators, and this evoked mixed feelings of admiration and incredible amazement at the power and authority of the defenders. A system notification indicated that the boss of the first mission was about to appear on the map, warning all players of the approaching dangerous enemy and the need to prepare for battle. The message didn't bother the girl, because the difficulty of the trials already terrified her, and the appearance of a 500-year-old monster seemed completely absurd and unreal to her. In any case, she suggested finding a place where they could wait it out until the other players finished their tasks, to avoid danger and conserve their strength for the trials ahead. The group stepped out onto Xuanyun Street, surveying the surrounding buildings and the crowd moving chaotically, sensing the tense atmosphere of the city and the adventures to come. Ahead of them, not far away, a beam of light illuminated the area, casting long shadows and highlighting every detail of the surroundings. They realized they had caught a glimpse of their main adversary, whose imposing figure and menacing aura immediately instilled a sense of fear and wariness in them. The team also couldn't believe that monsters could be of such a high level, and concluded that the secret world might have been sending false messages, misleading them. Suddenly, a stranger crossing the road called out to them, drawing attention with his unexpected appearance and mysterious tone of voice, which made everyone wary. He was from the Tai Xuan sect and offered for them to join forces with them to increase their chances of defeating the boss, promising help and support in the upcoming battle. Yuding immediately refused, stating that they were too weak for such a task, and no amount of help could make up for their lack of experience and strength. In other secret realms, there were disciples of the four great sects, and some of them possessed enough ability to even eliminate a 500-year-old monster, demonstrating incredible strength and skill. The stranger understood that to survive, they had to unite, as there was only one way out, and any attempt to act separately could lead to fatal consequences. And their sect possessed a magical artifact capable of destroying the creature, and activating it didn't take much time, making it extremely valuable in a critical situation. The more people there were, the greater the chance of success for each individual, as joint efforts and coordinated actions significantly increased the likelihood of victory. The young master saw that the apprentice had already returned and had finished the task much faster than necessary, demonstrating impressive speed, skill, and the ability to act effectively under pressure. By that time, the player had managed to gather 164 people out of the 2,005 who had previously entered the secret world, forming a fairly powerful group. No one had expected the difficulty of the trial to increase so rapidly, and the number of cultivators who had perished far exceeded all expectations, forcing the survivors to strain themselves even further. While the players were supposed to hold the creature back for a moment, the young master had to activate the Thunder Amphora in time, using its power to destroy the enemy. The item was one of the most valuable in the Taishuan sect, and it could only be used once, making every attempt to use it extremely critical and high stakes. The man had given him the amphora solely because of his weakness, realizing that without support, he would be unable to cope with the extraordinary threat and succeed in completing the task. At that time, the father wanted his son to use the artifact as a way to buy time and allow more cultivators to be gathered, increasing the chances of success in the battle against a powerful enemy. The master understood that such a plan would inevitably lead to a great many deaths, and every decision he made required immense caution and a willingness to bear the terrible consequences. But the father thought only of making his son stronger, for after defeating the final boss, he would receive a large number of fate coins from the spectators and could significantly raise his level. Arguing with him, the young man refused to get his hands dirty for the sake of any rewards, feeling that morality and his own principles were more important than material benefits or fame. The elder asked if he had forgotten their dream of making their own sect equal to the four major ones, reminding him of the grand goal that demanded dedication. The man had worked hard enough to turn the organization into one of the strongest, but by that time they had already reached their limit and could not move forward without great sacrifices and risks. In the eyes of the world, there were only two types of cultivators: those who belonged to the four major sects and all the others who were considered trash. This harsh reality determined their place in the world. According to his father, they had always been second class, and it was only with the emergence of the secret world that they were given a chance, one they had to seize fully to catch up with and surpass the others. The son had to make the players of the fifth secret world feel true fear and despair, and only then become their hero by destroying the monster and earning their respect and admiration. After listening to his father, the young man agreed, as he had no other choice, realizing that refusal could lead to even worse consequences for him and the team. And then, standing before the sect, he apologized to them on his father's behalf, acknowledging his decision while simultaneously taking responsibility for his own actions. In doing so, he explained that their sacrifice was simply necessary, for without it, the success of the dangerous mission and the team's survival would have been impossible. Soon, the loud boss of the first trial appeared before all the participants, instilling both fear and excitement in them as they prepared for battle. The players debated whether the Thunder Amphora could truly destroy the creature, but at the same time, they trusted Tian Chen because of his good reputation and past exploits. Besides, they had a choice: either trust him completely or risk dying in a secret world where no mistake was forgiven. Some of them sought only to survive, carefully weighing every step, while others thought of the reward they might receive for their risky participation in the trial. Shumo told the girl not to try to dissuade him, as he didn't want to run away alone and was ready to stand with the team. He also explained that after receiving the coins of fate, he had significantly improved his combat skills, so while the others were ready to fight, he couldn't just stand on the sidelines. Tong was genuinely shocked that the boy had managed to increase his combat power so much with the coins, as she hadn't even suspected such a possibility before. After the player entered the secret dimension, he was lucky enough to receive coins of fate as a reward, which increased his strength. But after that, none of his stats grew any further. The young lady understood that this was perfectly normal, because if combat power could be increased indefinitely, then sooner or later someone would become an invincible god. It was also strange to her that she didn't sense any spiritual power from him at all, even though she knew he had already absorbed the coins and should have been radiating at least a faint energy. Chumo declared that he was tired of holding back and hiding his abilities, so now he was ready to show everyone his true power. Surprised, the young lady suddenly realized that this was a line from a manhwa, and she hadn't expected him to like such things at all. For his part, the hero genuinely didn't expect that even cultivators, who usually devote their entire lives to training and meditation, might also read comics. Most practitioners actively interacted with modern society, and among them were even quite a few who had gradually become greedy for money, influence, and power. Meanwhile, in Boss Shu's office, everything was going exactly according to plan, and each of his subordinates carried out their tasks without asking unnecessary questions, supporting the carefully prepared strategy. The workers sincerely thanked him for his kindness and generosity, feeling genuine gratitude and respect for his actions. They were also fully prepared to carry out any of his orders, trusting his judgment and viewing him as an indisputable leader. In his opinion, Chumo should not be underestimated, so the director sent all his subordinates detailed information about his abilities and past achievements. They assured him that the young man did not possess advanced martial arts skills and had virtually no experience fighting against true cultivators, so he posed no significant threat. Moreover, the Earth's spiritual energy had already been depleted, and the combat power gained from the coins of fate had completely dissipated into the surrounding environment. Therefore, they assured the leader that they could eliminate Chumo at any moment, regardless of when he returned, and would leave him no chance. Suddenly, they noticed that the difficulty of the trial had increased again, and the boy, along with the other players, was preparing for the fierce battle ahead. The staff concluded that the hero might have died before he even had a chance to return to them, and this caused them to feel anxious and worried. The boss assured them that in any case, they would all definitely receive their well-deserved reward, regardless of the trial's outcome or the difficulties along the way. Suddenly, behind them, beyond the door, something appeared. The mercenaries couldn't fathom what terrifying spiritual energy was pursuing them, and this filled them with panic and a sense of helplessness. Boss Shu hadn't expected his guest to arrive so quickly, and this caused him instant surprise and concern. So he told the mercenaries not to worry, for standing before them was a master specially invited to resolve the issue with Chumo, capable of handling any threat. He was the senior advisor to the Lee family, and as far as anyone knew, the bounty hunters referred to him exactly that way because of his skill and reputation. Time flew by quickly, leaving a sense of urgency, signaling to everyone around that the boss was approaching, appearing unexpectedly, forcing people to speed up their actions and prepare for the encounter. All the cultivators quickly took their positions around the perimeter of the final boss's territory, preparing for the inevitable battle, assessing the situation, and coordinating their actions for maximum effect. The master kept a close eye on the artifact, ready to use it at the most precise moment to avoid any unnecessary delays, mistakes, or risks that might interfere with his plans. Yan watched in surprise, not understanding why they weren't attacking the monster all at once, analyzing their strategy and trying to predict the team's next move. The girl clearly understood that if they split into 50 groups and attacked one after another, the monster's attention could be diverted just long enough to safely use the amphora. However, Chumo quickly realized that the group the creature focused on first would be in the greatest danger, and every move they made would require the utmost caution and preparation. Still, they had no choice, for that was the sect's plan, to sacrifice a few to save the many. But the young lady remained confident. She was determined not to die until she saw the ending, recalling the words from their favorite manhwa, which inspired her to fight and never give up, even in the most dangerous situations. The girl also promised that when they returned from the secret world, she would definitely introduce her companion to the comic's author, fulfilling a long-standing promise. Tsuchama had never participated in any events, and at the same time had earned a reputation as the most enigmatic author whose mystery and absence from the public eye only reinforced his legend. However, he was also a cultivator, but chose to associate only with fellow practitioners, which allowed him to focus on honing his own skills and remaining the best. The young man had another reason to survive besides his desire to return to his sister, for a deep longing had awakened within him to prove his strength and overcome all obstacles. Together, they understood that they had to endure all hardships, overcoming dangers and trials, supporting one another, and strengthening their resolve in the most difficult moments. Chumo agreed with his companion 100%, unquestioningly accepting her logic and understanding that their cooperation was the key to success in all dangerous situations. He also assured himself that he must leave the secret dimension alive, resolutely setting his mind on survival and overcoming all mortal dangers. The monster was about to appear before them in a matter of seconds, and the tension in the air was almost palpable, making their hearts beat faster. The first thing to emerge from the portal was its enormous paw, which instantly created a sense of danger, forcing everyone present to watch the monster's every move intently and brace for an attack. To enter the secret world, he deliberately asked the Lord of the Gods to lower his combat strength to that of a 500-year-old monster, consciously sacrificing his power. The creature craved the blood and flesh of the local cultivators too intensely. Its eyes burned with insatiable greed, and every movement posed a deadly threat to everyone. So the time had come for the hunt, when every movement and glance became decisive, and the air was filled with tension, a sense of impending danger, and the need to act quickly and cautiously. The players had already thoroughly prepared for the clash with the enemy, checking their armor, weapons, and strategies, tensely awaiting the moment of attack. They had a clear plan of action, first to attack the enemy with all their might, and only then to retreat, making the most of every opportunity to inflict damage. However, things did not go as they had planned, as they had underestimated the opponent's strength, and every step they took became a dangerous ordeal that threatened to derail their entire carefully thought-out plan. Its speed turned out to be extremely high, rendering any attempts by the players to react in time almost futile, forcing them to constantly teeter on the edge of panic and concentration. The creature wanted the wounded to scream as loudly as possible, using their screams to lure other rescuers into a trap and intensify the chaos among those trying to intervene. Grabbing them by the head, it tried to inflict as much pain as possible, intensifying the victim's fear and despair, while simultaneously demonstrating its power and maintaining complete control of the situation. For their part, the warriors could not understand how such an underdeveloped creature could speak a human language, evoking in them a mixture of astonishment, anxiety, and a deep sense of danger. But the monster liked the brave players the most, especially when he crushed them like ants, taking pleasure in their fear and his own sense of invincibility. So the beast was already eagerly awaiting its next victim, intently watching the players' movements and preparing to strike instantly, exploiting every weakness. Suddenly, someone appeared on its right, instantly catching its attention and forcing the beast to shift its gaze and prepare for a new potential attack. The creature sensed the scent of spiritual energy. Even though everyone was hiding in different places, its keen sense of smell and perception of power allowed it to detect anyone trying to remain unnoticed. However, the girl ahead was completely alone, and the creature couldn't figure out what was going on. Her solitude piqued its curiosity and prompted it to take a closer look at the situation. Tun replied decisively that she alone was more than enough to handle someone like him, demonstrating confidence in her own abilities and a willingness to face danger without outside help. Such a retort amused the creature even more, lifting its spirits and giving it a sense of superiority, for it took pleasure in the self-assurance of its victims. The rescuer instantly directed her attack at the enemy, concentrating all her strength and precision into every movement to inflict maximum damage and force him to retreat. At first, it was unclear how much damage she had inflicted on the opponent, as the effect of the attack remained hidden, and everyone around watched its reaction intently, waiting for any sign of weakness. It soon became clear that the creature hadn't even felt the blow, and she found it laughable how weak they were, highlighting the vast gulf between her power and their abilities. Suddenly, the young man appeared behind them, unexpectedly upsetting the balance of the situation and forcing everyone to react instantly to the new sudden threat. His fist was already poised to strike, filled with strength and determination, ready to deliver a powerful, devastating blow to the enemy at any moment. The cultivator's power surged across the ground, heading directly toward the monster, leaving a trail of destructive energy in its wake and underscoring his might and resolve. The monster, in turn, pricked up its ears, as it hadn't expected such a turn of events. Its reaction was instantaneous, and its body was ready for unexpected movements and counterattacks. The whole reason was that Chumo had forced him to instinctively dodge, using cunning and precise calculation to put the monster at a disadvantage. He suddenly became curious, because among the cultivators, someone had appeared who was truly strong, and finally the opportunity had arisen to stage a real battle. The host couldn't figure out if the final boss of the Fifth World was a mutant, so she immediately asked for a detailed explanation, trying to get a clear answer for the viewers. Ms. Shuang explained that the stronger the monster, the more human-like its appearance became, and under normal circumstances, Only creatures over 800 years old were capable of such a level of development. The reports from the secret world could not lie, as the Elder well knew, and it turned out that the difficulty of the Fifth World's final trial was significantly higher than in all other dimensions. They also asked the man to explain how the creature had so swiftly dodged Chumo's attack, seeking to understand its incredible speed and the predictability of its movements in battle. But he decided to save his full commentary for later and suggested returning to the broadcast so as not to distract viewers from the main events and to continue showing the thrilling battle. There was a girl who was scared to death, and she absolutely did not like the show they put on, leaving her with a sense of fear and unpleasant shock from the situation. According to the plan, she was supposed to distract the opponent with the first attack while her partner prepared to strike him, taking advantage of the moment of complete surprise and maximum effectiveness. Suddenly, she realized that the final boss hadn't caught up to them and thought he'd gotten scared and run away, feeling both relief and surprise at the unexpected turn of events. However, the monster had only one target, her partner, but it hadn't sensed his spiritual power, leaving him unnoticed for now and giving him a slight advantage in the fight. But then he realized he could lure him out using the girl, killing her to force her partner into the open and into his trap. Yuting saw that she couldn't move and waited helplessly for death, feeling the chill of fear that pierced her entire body and the tension of the impending danger. The high-ranking monster had already come too close to her by that point, threatening an immediate attack and forcing Yu Tong to feel the inescapable danger and acute fear. However, a young man appeared, instantly blocking the attack, standing as a shield between Yu Tong and the monster, and risking his own life to save her from imminent danger. The opponent had been waiting for him, delighted that his plan had worked, confidently preparing for the attack and taking pleasure in the anticipated turn of events. Some of the spectators were thrilled to finally witness a real battle, while others were anxious because the opponent was too strong and every blow could be fatal for the combatants. Each of them drew their own conclusions, watching the live stream closely, analyzing the participants' actions, and assessing the chances of victory in this dangerous battle. The sounds of the fierce battle did not cease for a moment, and it seemed as though somewhere very close by, someone was desperately fighting the final boss, trying to hold their ground in the decisive confrontation. The warriors understood well that right now was their long-awaited chance to join the battle, support their allies, and change the course of events in this decisive confrontation. They were so eager to receive the promised reward for victory that they were already imagining how they would divide it among themselves after the battle, each hoping for a generous share. His comrade agreed to help only because he hoped to receive his share of the prize after the victory, counting on this risky venture to ultimately pay off. Also present at that location was a strong and still unknown young man who confidently held back the dangerous creature, so the others had no reason to fear and felt a certain confidence in the situation. Every second, Chumo deftly dodged the enemy's fierce attacks, moving almost instinctively, slipping between blows and constantly looking for the right moment to launch a precise counterattack. His gaze closely tracked every movement of his opponent, trying to anticipate the next attack and not miss a single detail in the intense flow of the battle. The monster didn't understand where exactly the boy was looking, since his gaze was directed somewhere past the creature, as if he were intently watching something else, hidden in the darkness. So it swung sharply and delivered a powerful blow, from which the boy couldn't stay on his feet and flew backwards several meters, crashing heavily into the ground. He didn't know how the cultivator was still standing after such devastating blows, which would have long since broken any warrior and forced him to the ground. And then he realized that an incredibly powerful force was hidden within the cultivator's body, but he wasn't using it to its full extent, holding it back and revealing only a fraction of his true might. The spectators were also unsure about the young man, as they considered him not strong enough and unfit for such a dangerous battle, doubting his ability to withstand the ordeal. But some of them called for coins to be thrown to support the savior and provide him with the necessary aid, hoping that this would strengthen his powers and help him overcome the danger. The monster seemed to take pleasure in the weakness of its enemies, watching them with cruel curiosity and reveling in their fear and uncertainty during the battle. It was quite certain that the player would not be able to endure this trial for much longer, expecting his strength to be exhausted before he could land even a single serious blow in return. He begged to be allowed to put an end to his opponent's suffering, hoping that this would quickly end his torment and free him from the pain he could no longer bear. A luminous lasso suddenly wrapped around his limbs, gripping them tightly and leaving him no chance to break free, forcing him to struggle against an invisible but relentless force. The young lady suddenly appeared on the battlefield, resolutely aiding her comrade, supporting him in the struggle, and providing the necessary assistance at the decisive moment of the confrontation. Holding the creature back, she desperately tried to buy them a few precious minutes, using all her strength and agility to slow down the dangerous opponent. The monster was terrified at that moment, for it could not even move, sensing that its strength was suddenly limited and control of the situation was completely slipping from its grasp. Shumo had already prepared his strike, tensing every muscle and focusing his energy, ready to strike with maximum force to deliver a decisive blow to his opponent. His fist struck the target squarely, shattering the enemy's face with such force that he flew backward, feeling the devastating blow that made even the strongest witnesses hold their breath. It was clear that the area was engulfed in flames and chaos, as fire tore through the air, and debris and smoke created an incredibly dangerous and chaotic atmosphere all around. In the end, Tun injured her arm and felt excruciating pain pulsing through her entire limb, forcing her to endure the discomfort with great effort and limiting her movements. But that was all she could do to save her companion from certain death, giving her all and bravely facing the danger, despite her own pain and exhaustion. At that moment, he was able to seize the opportunity and knock the monster off its feet, though he didn't inflict serious damage on it. Worse still, his body was feeling severely exhausted. Suddenly, other cultivators arrived on the battlefield, ready to immediately attack the boss, decisively engaging in combat and demonstrating their strength and agility at the decisive moment of the confrontation. Seeing that his body lay on the ground, drained of strength, the players immediately decided to act, preparing to intervene in the battle and offer assistance so as not to let the enemy take advantage of his weakness. Their minds were filled only with thoughts of the reward they could receive after victory, and this constantly guided their actions, forcing them to take risks for the sake of potential gain. However, Chumo ordered them not to approach because the creature remained extremely dangerous at that moment, and any careless action could lead to serious consequences or even death. The player didn't want to believe him, thinking the young man simply didn't want to give up his reward, suspecting him of selfishness and a desire to keep the spoils for himself. Suddenly, his colleague, who was standing behind him, slashed his sword sharply across his body, delivering a powerful blow that made him flinch and feel a sharp pain from the unexpected attack. The rescuer could not comprehend how his companion could have acted so treacherously, for he had never expected betrayal from someone he trusted and relied on in a critical moment. But the other explained that he was certain the reward would never be shared between them, so he decided to act on his own, hoping to secure all the benefits for himself without the risk of sharing with others. The boss opened his eyes, preparing for the next round of the fight. His gaze grew even more fierce and focused, radiating danger and a readiness to deliver a devastating blow. His body shot forward abruptly, closing in on the man at tremendous speed, leaving a trail of danger in its wake and creating a sense of impending disaster. The rescuer, frozen in shock and intense fear, stood completely still, unable to move or react, as overwhelming danger had suddenly taken hold of his mind and body. The young master and his assistant watched intently from the roof of the house, analyzing the situation below and considering their next moves to intervene in the battle at the most opportune moment. They were surprised that the final boss turned out to be a humanoid monster, as they hadn't expected to encounter such an unusual and dangerous creature among their enemies. For his part, Yan was confident that the Thunder Emperor would be a powerful enough weapon to kill the 700-year-old opponent, counting on its destructive power for the decisive blow. However, what troubled the man was not that at all, but the young man who was fighting the creature at that moment, for he was worried about his safety and concerned whether the youth could withstand this dangerous battle. No one believed that such geniuses could exist outside the 4 major sectors, although his own level did not allow him to be compared to them, and he remained significantly weaker. In fact, due to the monster's immense combat power, ordinary cultivators would not have been able to withstand the battle, as their strength was clearly insufficient to counter such a destructive force. If they had attacked alongside him, the enemy could certainly have been destroyed, but the Amphora remained inactive, and without its destructive power, even their combined efforts might prove insufficient. In the young master's opinion, the loss of such a talent would be a great tragedy, not only for cultivators, but for the entire world, as his potential could significantly influence the course of events. It didn't matter how difficult his plan was, but the man convinced himself that he had to save the young man, resolutely preparing to overcome all difficulties and risks for the sake of his rescue. On the battlefield, the adversary suddenly lunged at the young lady, directing all his strength into the attack, threatening her life and forcing those around her to react quickly. Chumo shouted for him not to try to drag the young lady into the fight, firmly warning of the danger and trying to shield her from direct contact with the enemy. The creature explained that it had always been unable to tolerate the use of techniques in battle, believing that the strongest decides everything solely through brute force, proving its superiority. But for a human, it was willing to make an exception, showing rare flexibility in its principles and a willingness to change its usual approach for the sake of a specific situation. A huge shadow cage suddenly rose before the young man, enveloping the space around him and creating the sensation of a trap from which it seemed impossible to escape. The situation completely threw the young man off balance, causing him to lose control of the events and temporarily find himself in a state of confusion and shock. The technique had been bestowed upon the monster from birth, and he could use it without expending his own strength, making its effect constant and incredibly powerful in any situation. With his strength, it would have taken the young man about 20 seconds to break free from the cage, but the enemy was planning to mercilessly kill the girl in that time, leaving him no chance to save her. The boss wanted Chumo to save the girl, so he ordered him to unleash all the power he had, because otherwise, all that would remain before him would be a dead body. The cultivator struggled with all his might to break free from his captivity, exerting every possible effort and using every ounce of his strength to free himself from the strong restraints holding him. Every second, the monster mocked him, sinisterly manipulating his companion's life, creating intense psychological pressure and forcing him to feel helplessness and fear. Still, the boy managed to cope and escape the trap, exerting incredible effort and demonstrating composure, agility, and determination at the most critical moment. His thirst for survival and what he managed to do shocked the beast immensely, causing it to lose control for a moment and casting doubt on its confidence in its own superiority. Chumo thanked the cage because it was thanks to it that he was able to understand how to properly use his strength, feel its potential, and apply it at the decisive moment of the battle. It turned out that the new cultivator truly surprised him with its power, efficiency, and ability to work quickly even on difficult terrain, something he hadn't expected. As a reward for such a powerful experience, he decided to return her to his partner, realizing that this decision would bring her joy and strengthen their relationship for the future. Chumo tried to revive the girl, doing everything in his power and using his knowledge and skills to bring her mind back after a long period of unconsciousness. The creature assured him that the rescuer was alive, merely unconscious, and all his fears and doubts gradually began to dissipate at her words. The young man vowed not to leave the battlefield until he had destroyed his opponent, standing firm in his resolve and ready to fight to the last drop of his strength without retreating a single step. The enraged boss was ready to employ more powerful techniques, preparing to use all his might and skills to dominate his opponent and force him to retreat. A shadow current engulfed the surrounding area, spreading rapidly and devouring everything in its path, creating an atmosphere of fear and uncertainty among everyone present. With a sweep of his arm, the young man blocked the strike, sensing his opponent's power and reacting instantly to every movement to prevent him from breaking through his defense. In a confident voice, he asked if the opponent had anything stronger than what he had shown, trying to gauge the opponent's true power and prepare for the blow. It became clear that the monster had underestimated the cultivator, failing to take into account his true strength and skills, which made him a dangerous opponent. Appearing beside him, Chumo struck his ribs with such force and precision that the opponent felt intense pain and temporarily lost the ability to resist. The monster did not expect such a turn of events, suddenly finding itself in a difficult situation as all its plans and advantages instantly began to crumble under the unexpected onslaught. In turn, the rescuer, striking the enemy with a series of precise blows, remained calm and confident, not letting his emotions dictate his actions and maintaining complete control over the situation. The enemy used a trick involving swapping places with his shadow, instantly changing his position and attempting to confuse the rescuer in order to gain the upper hand in the fight and deliver a surprise strike. From that moment on, it became clear that he feared the young man, for every one of his movements and reactions betrayed inner anxiety and caution in the face of his opponent's strength and resolve. Chumo managed to transform his body into a different state, demonstrating his incredible strength and high level of skill, capable of influencing his opponent even in the most difficult circumstances. To enter the secret realm, The monster reduced its power, and death lifted the limits on it, ordering everyone to pray so they could hold out for at least a few seconds in the dangerous space. The sect leaders continued to watch the proceedings, carefully analyzing every movement of the participants and assessing their abilities and reactions to determine who was truly worthy of surviving and gaining the upper hand. Yen worried whether the young master could see what was happening, anxious that he wouldn't miss a single detail and would be able to correctly assess the situation and make a timely decision. The hero did indeed have the upper hand against the monster, as his skill, speed, and strategic thinking gave him a significant advantage in combat, allowing him to control the course of events and avoid dangerous attacks. The Thunder Amphora was also activated, signaling that it was time to conclude the trials of the secret world, and all participants had to muster their last efforts to endure the final stage of the dangerous trial. The group decided to act quickly to help the young man, coordinating their actions and using all available resources to provide support at the most critical moment of his struggle. However, everything that unfolded before them left them in shock, as they had not anticipated such unexpected events and were stunned by the scale and consequences of what was happening around them. The creature had become much stronger. Its power equaled or even surpassed that of an 800-year-old monster, demonstrating incredible might and the ability to outmatch the mightiest opponents in battle. The young master stood silently, saying nothing, but the emotions on his face spoke volumes, reflecting the deep turmoil, determination, and inner tension he was feeling at that moment. In that moment, he realized he had made a mistake, fully aware of the consequences of his actions and feeling the weight of a decision that could seriously impact the course of events. And as it turned out, the Thunder Amphora had not been activated, which caused unexpected surprise and forced the participants to reconsider their plans and prepare for new, unforeseen circumstances. The spectators immediately realized that the man had been afraid, and it became clear that now they could rely only on Chumo, since his determination and strength offered the only hope in this dangerous situation. Together, they watched Luo Tianchen, closely following his every move and action, trying to understand his intentions and assess the strength and strategic skill he was displaying in this situation. Afterward, they realized that with such manipulations, he should not be allowed to join any group, as his cunning and unpredictable behavior could lead to dangerous consequences for any team or group. The city was bathed in a dark purple light, filling the streets and squares with a mystical atmosphere that served as a reminder of the hidden danger and extreme tension that reigned all around. Everything indicated that the creature had returned to its original form, regaining its true power and an appearance that demonstrated its extraordinary strength and potential for future actions. Chumo realized that the creature had mental issues, as it belittled the human race while simultaneously taking on an appearance that revealed its inner repetition and psychological instability. In the hero's opinion, the enemy was more likable in the form of a dog, since his appearance in that form seemed less threatening and even evoked a certain sense of affection. The boss insisted that he was completely different from them, as he considered humanity a lowly race, displaying arrogance and condescension that made his behavior cold and ruthless. And they, the monsters, were at the top of the food chain, possessing extraordinary strength and the ability to dominate all lower beings. The final bosses from the first through the fourth secret worlds had been defeated, and the hosts were pleasantly surprised by such good news, as the participants' success had exceeded all their expectations. Then they decided to point their cameras at the fifth dimension, which worried everyone the most, hoping to capture all the events and understand what exactly made it so dangerous. It was there that the strongest adversary and cultivator with unknown powers resided, whose might and mystery inspired both fear and awe in everyone watching. Liu Zhang even thought that the final boss of the second stage was standing before them, as his appearance, strength, and behavior reminded her of a level of extraordinary power. The elder also chimed in, saying that only monsters who had lived for over 1,000 years were capable of taking such a form, which underscored their incredible power. Ms. Shuang finally concluded that the players faced a death sentence, realizing the gravity of the situation and the danger threatening their lives in this difficult trial. The creature's combat power was 10,000, a level that only the best cultivator on Earth could reach, demonstrating incredible strength and extraordinary skill in battle. Thus, the monster the young man was fighting possessed the level of the world's greatest savior, making it an extremely dangerous opponent and a formidable challenge. And while they commented, the battle continued, intensifying with every move the participants made, demonstrating all their strength, strategy, and relentless tension. Thanks to his strike, Chumo managed to push his opponent away, demonstrating strength, precision, and control over the fight, which gave him a small but important advantage. His demeanor became more confident as he began to use his strength correctly, allowing him to control the flow of the battle and act with maximum effectiveness against his opponent. The monster wouldn't let him win, constantly countering every move and strike, forcing the hero to seek new strategies and demonstrate all his composure and mastery in battle. He noted that he had used only 30% of his strength so that the observer system could not detect him, maintaining his stealth and strategic advantage over his opponents and everyone watching the battle. In response, the player said he remained calm because he, too, had used only 20% of his strength, demonstrating control, restraint, and confidence. The opponent refused to back down and began arguing with him, displaying stubbornness and pride, trying to prove his superiority and refusing to acknowledge his opponent's strength even in the most difficult situation. Their forces clashed, creating a powerful energy wave and tension all around, as every strike and movement of the opponents demonstrated their might. The spectators considered the cultivators from the first world to be strong until they saw Chumo, whose skills, strength, and unpredictable actions instantly exceeded their expectations. They supported the young man and promised to give him all their coins, demonstrating their trust, admiration for his abilities, and willingness to reward him for his incredible courage. One observer commented that it would be better to give the coins to someone else, which was immediately met with a wave of criticism and outrage among the other spectators and participants. The mercenaries wanted them not to give him the coins, hoping that the creatures would then be able to kill the young man, which would work in their favor, giving them the upper hand and control in this dangerous situation. As it turned out, the third brother left them, saying he had to go home to feed the cat, leaving everyone surprised and a little annoyed by his unexpected absence at a crucial moment. Convinced that once the hero returned from the secret world, his power would vanish, they reassured themselves, trying to believe that the disappearance of his might would diminish his influence. In their opinion, as soon as that happened, he would cease to be a problem, and they could breathe a sigh of relief, confident that the threat would vanish along with his power and influence. Such thoughts troubled them the most, constantly returning to their minds and causing them to worry about the future and the consequences of events they could not fully control. However, they then asked Boss Shu for permission to go home, explaining that there were some matters there that required their urgent attention and could not be postponed. Suddenly, the system announced that the boss's combat strength had exceeded the trial limit, causing shock and alarm among all participants, as this signaled an unpredictable danger. It turned out that the creature was found quite quickly, which caused surprise and concern among everyone present, as its presence could significantly alter the course of events and the level of danger for the participants. The guy asked him not to worry, since they had a full minute to finish the battle, emphasizing the importance of focus and proper use of time to achieve victory. In that case, they could fight to the end, using all their available strength and strategies, without retreating and giving their utmost effort to secure a final victory over the opponent. The countdown began, creating a tense atmosphere and forcing all participants to focus on every second, realizing that the outcome of the battle and their safety depended on it. It was quiet in Boss Chu's office. A tense silence reigned, filled with concentration and anticipation of important decisions, and every sound seemed extraordinarily loud and significant. The man understood that the mercenaries had vanished at the last second, realizing that they had seized the moment and unexpectedly slipped out of control, leaving him alone to deal with the consequences of the situation. However, one master remained, ready to help, demonstrating courage, determination, and a willingness to risk himself to support those in danger. Chumo's fight exceeded all his expectations, and for safety's sake, he wanted to contact the master to request more guards and ensure maximum control over the situation. The mercenary couldn't understand. Did Shu really want to disgrace Mr. Lee in front of his family by causing a scandal over the failed amusement park project? If they were to engage him in battle, they believed that neither the hero's strength nor his combat prowess would help him, as the opponent seemed extraordinarily powerful. Meanwhile, there were 20 seconds left until the end of the battle, creating critical tension and forcing all participants to act as quickly and focused as possible. Everything around was tense. The air was filled with excitement and anxiety, and every movement and sound seemed extremely important and potentially dangerous for everyone present. When the panel showed a 5-second countdown, nothing was clear, as the situation was unfolding extremely quickly, and every observer was trying to keep up with all the events. Only in the last 3 seconds could one see a surge of power emanating from the cultivator toward the enemy, which manifested instantly and revealed its true might. It was then that the system announced that the final boss had been defeated by the rescuer, Chumo, confirming his incredible skill, strength, and ability to solve the most difficult tasks. The player stood motionless, staring at the defeated monster, assessing its condition in the aftermath of the battle, while also pondering his next steps and the impact of his victory on the situation around him. The spectators were shocked and reacted in various ways. Some rejoiced and applauded, marveling at the hero's strength, while others criticized and doubted, expressing dissatisfaction and skepticism regarding the events. However, it became clear that Chumo was indeed first in the rankings by number of coins, demonstrating not only his strength and skill, but also his ability to achieve the best results among all participants. There were differing opinions on why the young man had become so strong. Some attributed it to his natural talent and training, while others believed it was the result of hidden abilities. The private panel reported that he could also use the coins for trading or to purchase equipment in the Secret World store, which opened up additional opportunities. The young man didn't understand where the other 1.5 million coins had gone and wondered if they had been taken as a commission or something similar, trying to find a logical explanation for their sudden disappearance. The young woman ran up to him, shocked that her friend had managed to kill a monster with a wolf's head, as such a feat exceeded all her expectations. She also explained that she felt fine because, when the mission ended, the world automatically healed all the rescuers' injuries, restoring their strength and health. In the young man's opinion, the challenge could sometimes be useful, as it gave him the opportunity to train, test his abilities, and gain valuable experience in difficult and dangerous situations. But he had no injuries or wounds, which attested to his high skill, self-control, and ability to avoid danger even in the most difficult and dangerous situations. Tun thought that with such power, he could conquer the world, realizing the immense potential of his abilities and just how dangerous and influential he could become. The boy wouldn't listen to a word because he considered himself an ordinary mortal, unaware of his own potential and the power he had already demonstrated in trials and battles. Suddenly, the sky above them began to lose its color and fade, creating a sense of chaos and unknown danger that hung over everyone present and forced them to prepare for unexpected events. This meant one thing: the secret world was crumbling and the surrounding reality was beginning to shift, threatening all participants in the trials with danger and unpredictable consequences. Upon returning to the real world, the first thing Toon wanted to do was take a bath and get a good night's sleep, regaining her strength after the grueling trials and tense events in the secret world. Less than half a day had passed since the trials began, but to them it felt like a whole month had gone by, as the intensity of the events, the tension, and the constant battles created the sensation of a prolonged struggle. Her companion asked him not to pretend that nothing had happened, hoping that he would acknowledge the events, his emotions, and the significance of what had transpired during the trial. The panel showed that additional rewards had been granted for completing the mission, and the trainee was in a state of readiness, prepared for further actions and new tasks. The cultivators finally returned to the real world, creating a sense of a strange intertwining of virtual and real space. Everyone immediately rushed up to Chumo, eagerly asking him for photos and videos for TikTok, creating an atmosphere of genuine chaos and enthusiasm around him. The young man was not at all thrilled by the enormous amount of attention he was receiving from the people around him, feeling discomfort and an unpleasant flutter inside. The girl even imagined that, in time, the owners of famous brands would surely start looking for him to offer him the chance to become their official ambassador and the face of their campaigns. This intrigued him greatly, as such a prospect meant he would no longer have to worry about finding money for his sister's treatment, and he could finally focus on what mattered without unnecessary worries. Tun wanted to help and had the opportunity to contact doctors and some cultivators who were well-versed in medicine and could provide expert support in difficult situations. The young man really liked this plan, and he sincerely promised that he would be ready to repay all the funds later, once he could resolve his financial issues without any complications. To start with, the team decided to call a taxi to find a place where they could grab a bite to eat and rest a bit before moving on to their next tasks and continuing with their plans for the day. But a car pulled up to them, which seemed strange because the young woman hadn't even confirmed the order, and this caused everyone to feel uneasy and surprised at the same time. Chumo immediately felt on edge, realizing that the situation could turn into trouble, and began to closely watch every movement around him, preparing for unexpected events. The driver who got out of the car said that Boss Shu had invited the young man to come to the office to explain the past misunderstandings in detail and clarify all issues in person. In response, the protagonist assured him that he would come the next day, as he had some important matters that required his attention and could not be postponed. The employee was supposed to convey some unpleasant information on behalf of the manager, which caused him to feel internal tension and a sense of responsibility for the consequences of the message. Not wanting to wait so long, the young man asked to be told everything directly without holding anything back so that he could immediately understand the essence of the situation and make the right decisions. So the man said that his sister was staying with them, and if he didn't come, something unpredictable might happen to her, which caused the young man great anxiety. Chumo hadn't even expected them to stoop to such a low level of behavior, demonstrating cynicism and a complete lack of moral principles in their actions. He was extremely angry and could barely control himself, trying not to lose his temper and give in to his intense emotions in that tense situation. The employee feared for his life and hastily explained that he was merely following his boss's orders, trying to protect himself from potential danger and serious consequences. Chumo agreed to have them taken to the office, realizing that this would give him the opportunity to sort out the situation personally and obtain the necessary information directly from management. The director was already waiting for them in his office, ready to discuss all the issues and misunderstandings in person in order to resolve the situation as quickly and effectively as possible. The woman also agreed not to mention that the driver had brought her along with the others, keeping the matter confidential and avoiding unnecessary questions or misunderstandings in the future. The employee wanted to keep his job because, at his age, finding a new position would be extremely difficult, and he understood that stability in his current role was critically important to his life. The man asked the girl not to go with him, but she refused, as she didn't want to stand on the sidelines and wanted to be there, supporting him and observing the events. In her opinion, the combat prowess he had gained after being tested in the real world turned out to be practically useless, as it brought no real benefit in everyday matters and problems. That is why, on the way, she messaged several cultivator acquaintances who were waiting nearby, just in case something happened, so they could quickly provide help and support. Meanwhile, the director was acting strangely due to intense anxiety, displaying nervousness in his movements and words, which betrayed his unease ahead of the important meeting. The mercenary tried to calm him down, doing his utmost to influence the director's emotional state and achieve the desired result in this complex, intense situation. For a simple man like him, there was no need to intervene in the battle, as circumstances dictated that his presence could remain passive and the outcome depended on others. The cultivators, in the mercenaries' opinion, were extremely powerful, yet even they had weaknesses, for the effectiveness of their spiritual energy depended on their own psychological state. That is precisely why they kidnapped his sister and hid her, to distract the hero, weaken his concentration, and diminish his strength, using her as leverage over his actions and decisions. The company's employees were to behave as usual, just like on any other workday, so as not to attract unnecessary attention and to give the impression of normal routine office activities. The director refused to allow many casualties, as this could lead to the closure of his company and serious legal and financial consequences for him personally. The mercenary rejected his idea but still asked the director to act confidently so as not to give Chumo excessive confidence in himself and not to let him take advantage of their doubts. Promising to do so, Shu assured him that he would do his utmost to control his state of mind, making every effort not to give in to his emotions and to act sensibly in any situation. The hero was already heading to the office, not expecting any help, to make sure on his own that his sister was in good condition and had not been in any danger during the situation. He also instructed his friend to stay downstairs so that, in the event of any unforeseen circumstances, she could support him from outside by providing assistance and monitoring the situation. Of course, she was worried about him, but she promised to come right away as soon as her friends arrived at the office to be there and provide support if needed. The door opened quietly, signaling the arrival of a guest, and the room immediately felt tense as everyone present braced themselves for an important conversation. Upon entering the office, Chumo carefully surveyed his surroundings, taking in every detail of the space and trying to gauge the atmosphere and the intentions of those inside. The director greeted him and immediately inquired about his journey into the secret world, showing interest in the details of the trip and hoping to obtain the most accurate information possible. However, the young man didn't want to waste time on idle chatter and immediately asked where his sister was, seeking to obtain specific and important information without unnecessary distractions. The man suggested that they put all misunderstandings behind them and assured him that he was willing to pay substantial compensation to resolve the situation peacefully and avoid conflict. Stepping closer, the young man agreed to speak only after his sister was released, insisting that her safety be addressed first before any discussions. The manager strongly disagreed, as he wanted evidence that would reassure him and convince him of the reliability of the situation before taking any steps or making any decisions. Otherwise, he promised to contact Joe's assistant from the consortium to have him persuade him, using his influence and authority to secure the necessary decision and guarantees. The young man became angry, and a powerful aura enveloped him, clearly signaling to everyone around him his furious state and readiness to act decisively and without compromise. The advisor couldn't understand what was happening to the young man, observing his strange behavior and unexpected display of emotions that went beyond a normal reaction. He couldn't move, for the sixth sense he always felt when danger approached was warning him of a mortal threat, and he knew he would die if he engaged him in battle. Chumo asked if Joe had been an accomplice in the kidnapping of his sister, seeking to uncover the truth and determine who exactly he could trust in this dangerous situation. To this, Joe replied that the boss had misunderstood him and that he had come only because he had learned of the underhanded actions against him and was ready to restore justice and protect the victims. Hearing the advisor's words, Boss Chu was shocked and realized he was alone, without support or allies, and now he would have to solve all the problems that had arisen on his own. The man firmly promised that he would bring his sister back in just a few minutes, while sincerely apologizing for such a vile and disgusting scoundrel. Thanks to his secret treasure, he could sense the approach of danger much more accurately, and his intuition proved to be infallible, for the young man turned out to be extraordinarily strong. The advisor was incredibly eager to unravel all the cultivator's secrets, so all he could do was stall for time and avoid any dangerous conflicts. The director had no idea what nonsense Joe was spouting or why he had suddenly become afraid of this complete nobody, which struck him as extremely strange. He suddenly realized that the consortium was trying to deceive him and wasn't at all afraid that he was capable of leading them all to true freedom. Joe noticed that the man had begun to pass himself off as some kind of great being and calmly explained that in reality he was just an ordinary thug. So he took a different approach and politely asked the advisor to remind him what exactly was located beneath the amusement park. At this topic, he instantly flew into a rage and sharply pressed the blade of a knife to his throat, demonstrating dangerous determination. Chumo firmly ordered the director to continue saying everything he had to say without stopping or evading the subject. So he explained in detail that there was a shelter base there, secretly built by the consortium, and noted that there were several such bases because other entrepreneurs knew about the impending monster attack. After listening to all this nonsense, the hero came to the clear conclusion that he didn't care at all, and it didn't cause him any concern. Joe discovered that the manager had gathered a huge amount of information, but his real goal was to kidnap Chumo's sister and frame Chumo himself. Unbuttoning his jacket, the man said there was no room for negotiation and declared he was ready to take them with him at any cost. In his hands was a chi suppression device that allowed him to significantly weaken both hunters and cultivators at the same time. Boss Shu knew full well that he had never been underestimated, and they certainly could not have foreseen such a turn of events. But the advisor understood that even if his combat power were slightly weakened, an ordinary person would be completely powerless against him. The leader's plan was entirely different. He had planted explosives in the building and in the amusement park, and all that remained was to press the button to set everything in motion. Without wasting a moment, Joe plunged the knife's blade straight into the man's heart, explaining that this was the only way he could stop him to prevent the deaths of innocent people. Thus, he was completely unable to activate the explosive system, and all of the leader's plans were instantly in danger of being thwarted. However, the man turned out to be more cunning than they could have imagined, and with his last breath, he whispered that the remote control for the explosives was hidden right inside his heart. It was already too late to flee the building, and danger threatened everyone who remained inside, with no chance of escape. Flames instantly engulfed everything around them, raging wildly as they consumed the building and everything nearby, creating hellish chaos and suffocating smoke. After that, the office exploded with terrifying force, sending a huge cloud of ash into the sky that blocked out the sun and enveloped everything around in thick fog. When he came to, the advisor realized he hadn't suffered a single injury, but he hadn't managed to escape either, as he remembered the chaos and flames still raging all around. It turned out that Chumo had saved him, but exactly how this had happened remained a great mystery to everyone around. Then Joe decided this was his chance, since the player, in his opinion, was at his weakest, and if he attacked now, he could uncover all his secrets. The young man pondered deeply about the terrifying explosive, which possessed such incredible power that it could instantly and completely destroy the entire building around him. The advisor turned out to be so physically and mentally weak that he couldn't handle the pressure and suddenly lost consciousness right before everyone's eyes. While the enemy watched his every move closely, the hero kept wondering whether Yu Tong was doing well and if nothing had happened to him. Taking the unknown and mysterious object into his hand, Zhou wanted to uncover its secrets on his own, and first tried mentally to overcome his deep fear and anxiety. Every day for 10 long years, he felt again and again the same emotions, pain, and anguish that had overwhelmed him in that tragic moment long ago. He dreamed of becoming the most outstanding and ruthless bounty hunter, rather than remaining an ordinary advisor whom no one cared about and who made no decisions. In his hands was the deadly venom of a winged viper, capable of instantly and mercilessly destroying the nervous system of even the strongest living organisms. Thousands of cultivators had died for this incredibly valuable high-level treasure, which could only be found in the deep and dangerous ruins of the ancient continent. But at that moment, this extraordinarily powerful treasure betrayed its master, failing to live up to expectations and bringing him unforeseeable problems and dangers. Joe couldn't understand why things had turned out this way, since the cultivator's spiritual power was supposed to be under control and incapable of breaking free. Moreover, the attack suddenly rebounded back toward him, and it turned out that he found himself in a situation where he could accidentally kill himself with his own power. Joe Mo, feeling a sudden, searing pain in his shoulder, was baffled and couldn't understand what exactly had happened or where this pain had come from. So he decided he absolutely had to go for a massage to thoroughly loosen up all his joints and relieve the tension that had built up in his body. The advisor had no desire to die, but his strength was steadily ebbing away with every passing second, leaving him increasingly weak and defenseless against the danger. Seeing the man in such a pitiful state, the player immediately asked what had happened and why he was coughing up so much blood, worried for his life and safety. However, Chumo was hearing about the existence of such a mysterious object for the first time and tried as carefully as possible to figure out what it was and what danger or benefit it might pose. In fact, the young man examined the object closely, knowing that it was typically used to treat extremely serious and life-threatening injuries. The advisor had firmly decided that he would determine the moment of his own death and wanted to end his life by injecting the deadly poison directly into his heart without waiting for help from others. Therefore, doing nothing, he continued to cough weakly until he finally lost consciousness completely and fell into the darkness of unconsciousness. As it turned out later, Joe had completely left the real world, plunging into an unknown space or state where the boundaries between life and death had become blurred and incomprehensible. Meanwhile, elsewhere, Tong was anxiously worried about her friend, realizing that he was in the building that had suddenly exploded and feared for his life. Her friend, in their opinion, if the enemy had used explosives, it clearly indicated that he was an ordinary person, not a true cultivator with extraordinary abilities. The woman asked everyone to remain silent because their words and actions only heightened the tension and fear, rather than helping or calming the situation. Another team member pointed forward and calmly explained that he had spotted the boy somewhere ahead, trying to indicate his exact location to everyone present. But the problem was that the player was holding someone else in his arms, and no one could figure out who it was or what had happened to him up to that point. He cold-bloodedly dropped the body right in the middle of the road without even looking back, then calmly stepped aside and confidently approached a small group of people standing nearby. He sincerely thanked his comrades, Yutong, for taking time out of their busy schedules, responding to his request and agreeing to help him handle the difficult situation. Immediately after his words, they began showering him with numerous compliments, enthusiastically thanking him for his courage, determination, and for being the one who saved the world from great danger. But the Chumo's main mission was to give the advisor a rare healing elixir, hoping that in return he would tell the truth and reveal where his missing sister was right now. But in the eyes of the girl's friends, everything looked completely different, as if the hero had deliberately come to force the information out of him and then brutally beat him. They had to perform all actions as carefully and quickly as possible, because even the slightest mistake could lead to his death, which would cause enormous and irreparable problems. It turned out that in order for the young man to finally find his sister, he would have to resort to much more serious and risky actions that would require the utmost determination and courage. The girl's friend was overcome with fear as he had been unable to help him and was constantly worried that the rescuer might become angry with him and strike him a fatal blow. So the team decided to suggest that everyone join forces, work together, and set out on a difficult and dangerous search for his sister, trying to overcome all obstacles. The heavy metal office doors slowly swung open before them, creaking ominously, and let the cold light of the hallway spill into the room. The hunters had finally found his sister, and along with her, Boss Shu's subordinates, whom they kept under strict control, preventing them from taking any unwanted actions. Also, most of Donghai City was fully mobilized for the search for Chumo's sister, and the unbreakable power and organization of this group struck fear into even the boldest residents. Even the 4 major cultivator sects and the influential bounty hunter organization attached great importance to this matter, realizing that its success could shift the balance of power throughout the region. The rescuers exerted a significant influence on the public through their actions and authority, and all of this was of immense importance to financial groups that were closely monitoring events and planning their next moves. Apart from the cultivators in the secret world, as well as the unexpected invasion, people had no idea what to expect next, and this uncertainty filled them with anxiety and fear for the future. Standing next to his friend, the young man sincerely thanked them for their help and decided to express his gratitude by offering a small, pleasant gift or treat. But the girl calmly explained that they most likely believed he could easily kill them because of the immense power he possessed, and that was precisely what made them feel fear and caution around him. Chumo didn't understand at all what she was talking about or why everyone around him thought that way, since he had never intentionally tried to scare or threaten people. However, Tun refused to offer any explanation and simply pleaded with him to go to his sister so as not to get involved in unpleasant conversations and not to escalate the situation. Something was clearly wrong with her, and the rescuers instantly sensed the monster's powerful aura, which sent a chill of fear through their bodies and warned them of the approaching danger. Just like the creatures they had encountered in the secret world, her aura proved to be unstable and chaotic, constantly shifting in intensity and nature, which instilled a sense of anxiety and danger in the rescuers. His sister had fallen into a coma several months ago, and it seemed to be an unusual illness, most likely linked to the fact that the monster's invasion of their world had already begun. The house where they were staying stood high up in the mountains, surrounded by dense forests, where the wind rustled quietly among the trees and created a sense of complete isolation. Tun had invited them to her place so they could feel at home, enjoying the comfort of her spacious room, the warm atmosphere, and the tranquility of the surroundings. There was a possibility that the consortium had made a pact with another world, and monsters had long since made their way to Earth, spreading chaos and danger among humans. The young man thought that higher-ups might also be involved in this, since the reward was supposed to be 2 million, but he had received only 400,000, feeling betrayed and wronged. However, the young lady assured him that this could not be the case, and that the fact he hadn't received the full amount might simply be an accidental error or a technical misunderstanding. It was quite frightening for her to think about the whole situation, as terrifying images kept flashing before her eyes, and her heart raced from a sense of danger and uncertainty. The hero decided to find another place where they could spend the night, carefully surveying the surrounding buildings and looking for a safe and quiet shelter for the night. Tun explained that her sister was in excellent physical condition, and if this had happened to an ordinary person, the monster's aura would have killed her long ago. But to return to her normal state, she needed to recover using chi techniques. As rent, my friend handed over his coins, hoping that this would be enough to secure temporary housing and avoid unnecessary conflicts with the landlord. 2,000 or 3,000, in her opinion, would be enough to cover all expenses, ensure a peaceful stay, and avoid any financial complications in the future. However, 60,000 coins of fate from Chumo were credited to the account, which far exceeded her expectations and caused both surprise and a certain amount of wariness. He could no longer use them to improve his combat prowess, though he could exchange them for artifacts. He just didn't know if he could effectively use them in battle. He also didn't need to convert them into real money, which he had previously had to spend on his sister, because he knew that Toon could provide the necessary help and support at any moment. And if she became stronger in the future, she could guard them, ensuring safety and reliable protection against any dangers that might arise in their path. The sect's cultivator could only reach the strength of a 1,000-year-old monster, but higher-ranked creatures could appear, and the player was under severe stress, though he carefully hid it from everyone around him. He couldn't rely on the system all the time, because after the trial ended, a pet was supposed to appear, and next time it could even be just a regular piece of meat. On the other side of town, in a restaurant, a rowdy patron was yelling at the staff, causing chaos, intimidating other customers, and disrupting the general order of the establishment. Young Mr. Lee couldn't wait for his food, constantly glancing at the kitchen and feeling growing impatience due to the long wait in his hunger. Everyone around realized that this was the spoiled son of the Lee consortium, who was used to getting everything immediately, acting arrogantly, and disregarding the other people in the restaurant. As it turned out, it was because of him that Chumo's amusement park project was destroyed. Moreover, the underground hideouts were exposed to the public, causing a major scandal and chaos. News began circulating online that the financial groups were only concerned about themselves and their own survival. But these posts were quickly removed to prevent them from causing conflict and disrupting stability. The visitors fell silent as soon as Lee Soo entered the room, feeling both fear and respect at the same time, for his presence immediately changed the atmosphere and silenced everyone. The young man asked what his brother had been doing there, since they hadn't seen each other in a long time, and he wanted to know about all the changes in his life and what he'd been up to lately. But his brother remained silent, then ordered his guards to take him into custody, offering no explanation and leaving the young man in a state of bewilderment and fear of the unknown. Hanlon asked to wait a moment. His only concern was that the steak had not yet been tasted, and he nervously glanced at the plate, hoping for a quick resolution to the situation. In the dark, blows rained down on various parts of the man's body, forcing him to constantly flinch and try to defend himself, feeling pain and chaos all around him. His brother explained that all of this was meant to be a lesson for his misconduct, so that he would understand his mistakes and never repeat such reckless actions in the future. His mistake was that by provoking Chumo, he should have killed him rather than leaving him alive, which caused the situation to spiral out of control and lead to serious consequences. Instead of attending to his own important matters, the man was pointlessly wasting his precious time on his utterly worthless and wasteful brother. He also mentioned that it was entirely his father's initiative to teach him a lesson, so there was no need to feel guilty, because neither work nor worry would change the situation. So he decided to leave him lying there so that he could calmly reflect on his actions and understand the consequences of his behavior. Hearing heavy footsteps, he instantly thought his brother had finally returned home after a long absence, and his heart fluttered slightly with excitement. But in reality, it turned out to be Shaju, who quietly approached the room, and Hanlon felt a mixture of surprise and relief at this unexpected encounter. He had been there ever since he was dragged into the alley and brutally beaten, and every step he took echoed with pain and memories of that moment. In Lee's opinion, he was the one who should have been at the center of attention in the secret world and gained power and influence. Yet he resolutely turned down that chance, remaining in the shadows. He did not become a savior because he devoted all his time to investigating a conspiracy by powerful financial groups and could not trust anyone, not even those close to him. Hanlon knew that his comrade was extraordinarily strong and capable, but he himself could do nothing, and his surveillance only brought a multitude of new and unpredictable problems. As for himself, he obtained vital information at the cost of his allies' lives, regardless of the suffering and losses that remained after each operation. The names of everyone who had died or been injured alongside him constantly swirled in his mind, leaving a bitter mark on his memory and a heavy sense of guilt. Old Chow, who was nearly 70, chose a dangerous mission at the Baesong base instead of playing with his grandson at home, acting as a decoy to cover them, even though it was his grandson's birthday that day. Zhang Anyu was only 16 when he set out for the Chen consortium on a mission, but he never returned home, leaving his family in fear and anxiety. Some of them were disciples of small sects or beginners or trainees, but most remained ordinary people without any special abilities or powers, which made them vulnerable. If he'd had enough people, he wouldn't have hired a bounty hunter like that assassin cultivator, but even he died in less than a month without managing to complete a single mission. In the end, he simply hadn't expected Chumo to be so strong, since he had his own plans to hide in the park. But everything went completely off course and failed completely. That's exactly why the man decided to find Jiazhou, because he believed that perhaps he himself should be the next victim and die in this dangerous situation that threatened everyone around him. Hanlon said he had no regrets about the deed or his actions, and that if the situation demanded it, he was ready to give his own life for the cause he believed was right. Joe, however, agreed to cooperate with him, but only under close supervision, constantly monitoring his every move to avoid unpredictable consequences and danger. Then they were ready to move on to their first task, since the commander of the monster vanguard was due to arrive the next day, and whether they could avert disaster depended on their success. According to the information received, a certain consortium possessed a trans-dimensional stone that allowed communication with other worlds and the transport of a small number of monsters to Earth. That commander most likely possessed a power equivalent to that of a 2,000-year-old monster, making him an extremely dangerous and nearly invincible opponent for anyone. They were the first to learn of the creature's destination, and if their plans had not been thwarted in time, the entire world would have faced a serious threat of destruction and chaos. The place where they were to gather for preparation and coordination was the city of Donghai, chosen for its strategic location and relative safety for the meeting. It was Li Shu's older brother who was supposed to meet them, and he likely planned to use the monster's power to destroy Chu Mo, while they were to watch him and set up a surprise trap. Silence reigned in the girl's house as everyone had already fallen into a deep sleep, and only the faint rustle of the night wind disturbed the peaceful atmosphere of the rooms. Exhausted after a hard day, the rescuers were resting in their rooms, feeling fatigue in every muscle and enjoying the rare silence before new trials. The system reported that the young man's pet was due to arrive in 8 hours that same day, and this created a sense of anticipation and tension among everyone nearby. The ruler chose heir as commander of his army, and this choice caused discontent among some courtiers and senior officers who had expected a different decision. In their opinion, her team was only fit to be a foreign protege, and they believed she had received this position solely through flattery and cunning. The assistant appointed by her father arrived on the ground and did all the work himself, yet all the glory and praise went unfairly to heir. They began to argue heatedly, and the dispute escalated to the point where it even came to a fistfight that no one could stop. The crystal standing in the very center of the room suddenly glowed with a bright light, scattering its radiance to every corner and enveloping the room in a mystical aura. The creature explained that the stone needed to be activated, and only then would she be able to travel to Earth, using its magical power for the journey. It turned to An Gi and explained that the race of monsters to which it belonged was born weak, and every member had to train daily to gradually grow stronger. Otherwise, stronger monsters would constantly bully them, exploiting their weakness and defenselessness for their own amusement and to humiliate them. Heir said she was very worried about her assistant while she had to stay on the ground, as she feared that other stronger monsters might constantly bully him. He noted that she had done everything possible to give the weak monsters a chance to become stronger, and emphasized that this was by no means her direct responsibility. The time had come for her to leave, and only by fulfilling the ruler's task could they prove the worth of their weak races and show what they were capable of. High-level beings did not like Heir, and if she were to encounter an ambush, they would have to constantly watch over her to intervene in case of danger and control the situation. The ruler chose her specifically as the leader because he believed that even a young lady could successfully carry out such a complex mission, demonstrating determination and hidden abilities. Finally, she asked Anjay to take care of himself and be careful until she returned, expressing her concern and affection for him. The creature was anxious for the lady to return safe and sound, constantly worrying about her safety during the dangerous mission. The stone suddenly closed, emitting a bright light, thereby announcing the start of the mission and signaling that the time to act had come. The girl hadn't expected to retain the power of a 300-year-old monster, and a surge of strength washed over her body, forcing her to realize the incredible magnitude of her new capabilities. The system reported that the savior's pet had arrived at the location, but at the same time warned that it could pose a danger to its master due to its strength and unpredictable behavior. Having just woken up, Chumo didn't understand why everything was happening so early in the morning, and didn't even know where to wait for the delivery, feeling confused and slightly anxious. Suddenly, a portal opened before him, radiating bright light and creating a sense of wondrous and dangerous magic that beckoned him inside. Air leapt out of the rift, but by then her body had already shrunk in size, making her movements swift and her presence almost imperceptible amidst her surroundings. After examining her closely, the young man concluded that he was not facing a pet at all, but a little girl whose appearance and behavior completely baffled him. The lady was in the cultivator's house, though she had previously thought it was an ordinary human home, and now she was surrounded by unfamiliar things and mysterious objects. Having lost all her power, Air didn't know how to behave, feeling lost and afraid of the unknown dangers around her. But she decided there was only one way out: to take the cultivator hostage and thus ensure her own safety, using any opportunity to her advantage. So Air directed her attack toward the player, using all her honed skills and speed to deliver a spectacular and dangerous blow. Her gaze was filled with confidence and determination, but her body remained small and fragile, not matching the strength evident in her eyes. Grabbing her by her dress, Chumo said that the girl could get hurt and that she really didn't need to act so recklessly, putting herself in danger. Tong peeked inside because she heard the noise, and fear gripped her that they might be attacked, causing her to cautiously scan the room. And then she saw an unfamiliar child in her companion's arms, and this immediately filled her with surprise and anxiety, for such a situation was completely unexpected. The lights came on throughout the house, filling the dark corridors with a bright glow, and forcing the shadows to retreat instantly into the corners of the rooms. Air explained that she didn't understand how she had ended up there. Her voice trembled with surprise and a slight fear of the unknown. She also accused the young man of doing strange things to her, and her words sounded indignant and bewildered, forcing everyone present to listen intently. The system displayed the pet's profile, indicating its species, exact length, and dietary requirements, which allowed them to immediately assess its potential and needs. Chumo immediately told Yutong that the child before them was a monster. His voice sounded decisive and unquestionable, leaving no room for doubt. But the girl understood that all she could do was pretend to be a simpleton and endure the humiliation, hiding her intelligence and true feelings from those around her. So, widening her eyes, the little child asked who those monsters were. Her voice sounded innocent and full of genuine curiosity. In an instant, the order was ready to be carried out, and the pet tensed, ready to react instantly to any signal from its master. And standing before the command was a frightened little girl with ears, her eyes wide open, her body trembling with fear and surprise. Toon saw how soft and fluffy the monster was, and her hand reached out involuntarily because she wanted to pet him, unable to hide her delight. Her body was overflowing with positive emotions, and she even felt the urge to keep the monster for herself, feeling the warmth and joy of its presence nearby. But the young man pointed out that she was in human form, and the monster was over 1,000 years old, so the danger remained, forcing everyone to watch the situation warily. The ferret's expression showed that he was unhappy with what they were saying. His eyes narrowed, and his posture became tense and ready to defend himself. Air began to cry and explained that she had been chosen to join the squad and become a sacrifice, and that she had no desire to take part in the battle, begging to be let go. After listening to her, Chumo concluded that the girl was useful, and after providing her with assistance, he would consider what to do with her next, taking into account her safety and potential. Bringing her to his sister, the boy asked for help, as she had been unconscious for several months, and the situation required immediate medical attention. The girl explained that humans and monsters had different physical compositions, and she wasn't well versed in medicine, so she couldn't accurately assess the victim's condition. Frowning, enraged, Air said that the creatures wouldn't have killed the girl that way, and that it was something else. Her voice sounded resolute and full of rejection. Suddenly, she noted that before the secret world appeared, they had been contacted by a human consortium that was secretly studying ways to fuse human and monster cells. There was only one way to find those responsible, but the trial proved to be extremely dangerous, threatening the life of anyone who dared to undertake it. Chumo said he would never forgive whoever had done this to his sister, and that if Air helped him, he would in return grant her freedom without any conditions. It was then that she mentioned that people from the consortium were supposed to meet her on Earth, and that if they could contact them, they might find a lead, but to do so, they would have to engage in battle. The mission commander understood that important tasks still awaited her, and decided to borrow the consortium's strength to kill the two cultivators, thereby increasing her chances of success. 2 hours had already passed since the creature was supposed to arrive, and he stood there, straining to hear any sounds that might betray her presence. The cross-border stone was functioning normally, but they stood there bewildered, not understanding what was happening, and trying to find any explanation for its strange behavior. But then the workers unexpectedly received a message from Commander Air, which forced them to drastically change their plans and reassess the entire situation with a new understanding. It stated that she had already arrived in the city, but a disturbance had occurred precisely at the arrival site, leaving all observers in a state of surprise and alarm. The older brother ordered more people to be sent to the meeting site to ensure security and control the situation, which was rapidly becoming increasingly unpredictable and tense. The man also understood that he had to determine the cause of the transportation error and prepare a detailed report for the Alliance to explain the events and prevent similar incidents from recurring in the future. Jia Yu's most trusted assistant was to assist him with all complex tasks, coordinate actions, and ensure orders were carried out precisely, despite the tense atmosphere around them. Next time, they had to remember that the monsters arriving on Earth were extremely dangerous, and every careless decision could lead to serious consequences. The group was ready and waiting on site, having received clear instructions to watch their behavior, as the creatures were extremely dangerous. Approaching them, Air asked which bloodthirsty monsters they were talking about, trying to understand the threat and assess the level of danger before taking any action. Everyone stood there in confusion, as they couldn't understand how a little girl had managed to find her way to them, and this filled each of them with deep surprise and anxiety at the same time. Jia Yu asked her to leave, as she was in a dangerous area where any careless move could endanger her life, and he could not allow any risk to her safety. In response, the commander said, "Are you really not happy to see her?" And with a slight smile, she suggested they return home, trying to ease the tense atmosphere around them all. The man was shocked to see that standing before him was none other than Miss Ace, whom they had been waiting for so long, and his mind was filled with a mixture of surprise and excitement at her unexpected arrival. Everyone nearby knelt to greet her upon her arrival, expressing respect and reverence, for her appearance was a significant event that altered the course of events in this place. The young lady also concluded that they were all bounty hunters, as their auras differed from those of cultivators, and this prompted her to watch their every move more closely. Jia Yu explained that each of them held a high rank, so there were many tasks to choose from, and she now had the opportunity to select any available option. After surveying everyone, she ordered that 2 ordinary cultivators be killed, emphasizing the severity of her authority and demonstrating that no one was beyond her control or rules. Boss Jia reminded them that they had arrived from Donghai on an extremely important mission, and everyone had to fulfill their duties precisely and flawlessly to ensure the operation's success. A cultivator possessing the combat power of a 1,000-year-old monster had appeared in the secret world, and no one could allow him to complete all of the dimension's missions. The girl realized that this could cause serious problems for her dimension, so she decided to deal with him personally, taking it upon herself to maintain order. On behalf of the consortium, the man personally thanked her for her help, expressing deep gratitude for her courage and willingness to take responsibility in an extremely dangerous situation. After asking him to tell her everything about the cultivator, Air learned that he was referring to Chu Mo, and her attention immediately focused on the details. Then she pointed to the side and asked if the young man they were looking for looked like that, closely watching the reactions of those around her to confirm her guesses. The young man approached them calmly, moving step by step without haste, but his presence radiated strength and confidence. The young lady rushed forward, just as one would expect from a monster who had spotted a powerful cultivator. Her movements were swift and precise, demonstrating extraordinary strength and a readiness for decisive combat without hesitation. The apprentice immediately informed him that the people from the consortium were standing before him, and she had supposedly brought them specifically for him, trying to justify her behavior. The system automatically notified him that he had received special rewards for the affection he had shown his protege, acknowledging his efforts. He wasn't entirely sure whether the 5 units he had just been awarded by the system were actually a significant amount, or, on the contrary, were considered a very small reward. She also carefully checked the hunters the system had shown nearby, and quickly realized that most of them were quite weak and posed no serious threat. In her mind, the young lady couldn't understand why the master constantly caused so many problems, and it seemed to her that it was almost impossible to defeat or kill him. Stepping a little closer to her, Chumo calmly praised her for handling the task well, and at the same time agreed to keep his promise and not kill her. Meanwhile, the Alliance couldn't fathom exactly how that strange and dangerous monster was connected to the cultivator, for there was an inexplicable bond between them. They fully understood that this was almost the end for them, as they made no attempt to hide their thoughts and even openly discussed plans on exactly how they intended to destroy Chumo. Jia Yu sincerely apologized to him and calmly explained that they had actually been unaware of his true status, and that the assassination had been orchestrated by the 2 worlds. Air declared loudly that they had absolutely no right to ask her to eliminate their master, after which she sternly ordered everyone to immediately get down on their knees and beg for sincere forgiveness. Without wasting a moment, the hunters immediately obeyed her stern command, for they were deeply frightened by what was happening around them and did not dare even to object. Boss Jia knew full well that he would have to face his inevitable end, but he still held out a faint hope that the young man would show mercy and spare them, saving at least some of them. At first, the hero thought they would surely fight him to the bitter end, but as soon as he saw that his enemies were already on their knees, he instantly decided to forgive them for what they had done. In his mind, the man sincerely thanked God for having managed to survive all the dangers and trials that had just barely failed to take his life forever. The problem was that they knew full well that the young lady was the commander, so she decided to play by her own rules and gave them two choices. Either they kill themselves, or they will be mercilessly devoured. After carefully considering the situation, Jia Yu finally decided that the best solution would be to kill himself, taking this heavy responsibility into his own hands. Pulling his pet slightly aside, the player couldn't understand why she had suddenly taken command and started giving strict orders to everyone around her. After calming the frightened hunters, the man finally agreed to let them go, but only after they gave full answers to his questions, and first of all asked who exactly had sent them to kill him. After thinking for a few minutes, the man wanted to name anyone just to avoid betraying his master, but he realized that this could turn out to be a cunning trap that would put him in even greater danger. Glancing at the cultivator, he had no idea what to say, as a multitude of tangled thoughts swirled in his head, but under no circumstances could he name Leader Li. The young man's patience was nearly exhausted, and he clearly understood that none of those present actually intended to give him direct answers to his questions, limiting themselves to evasions and silence. Summoning all his inner strength, the hunter finally agreed to answer the question, realizing that there was no longer any way to avoid answering without consequences. Blood suddenly began to flow from his mouth, unexpectedly revealing the serious consequences of a blow or wound that he had previously tried to hide and suppress. All the subordinates lay on the cold floor, coughing convulsively up thick red fluid that quickly covered the surrounding area and testified to their critical condition. A tense atmosphere completely filled Mr. Li's office, making every sound extremely noticeable and keeping everyone present on edge. He couldn't understand why Chu Mo had turned out to be the master of the monster commander, and realized that this was precisely what could explain his incredible strength. Even worse was that the cultivator had surpassed all expectations. Not only was he possessed by the stone, but he had also forced air to betray them, demonstrating extraordinary cunning and control over the situation. Fortunately, Li Shu managed to quickly activate the deadly poison to buy the necessary time for himself and his allies, hoping to slow down the dangerous turn of events. He had barely mentioned his brother when the latter suddenly appeared in his office, as if materializing out of nowhere and completely altering the course of events with his presence. Frightened by the sudden threat, the elder immediately called security, trying to quickly ensure his own safety and prepare for a possible attack. The man didn't feel safe, so he constantly ordered his subordinates to do all the dirty and dangerous work, hiding and watching them. Every time Li Shu called his brother a fool and patiently explained that if he hadn't handled all the family affairs, none of them would have enjoyed that high status and respect. In response, the younger brother asked what exactly he planned to do with the monster commander, trying to understand his strategy and motives in order to predict his next moves. The question shocked him, as he couldn't understand how his brother had learned so much information, considering that his own level was much lower than his brother's. The leader's hand reached into the drawer in the desk, hoping to find the item he needed, but it came up empty, and he couldn't locate what he was looking for. Smiling, the young man explained that he had noticed the object and decided to hide it just in case, to protect himself and others from possible unforeseen consequences. He hoped his brother wasn't planning to shoot his own flesh and blood, trusting in his good sense and humanity. Pointing the pistol at the man, the young man asked about the exact number of monsters that had arrived on Earth, as well as their true objective, trying to obtain critically important information. Without answering, the leader tried to calm his brother down, restraining his emotions and preventing any impulsive actions that could lead to dangerous consequences for both of them. But the younger brother explained that no matter how long he stalled, the guards wouldn't come to save him, and so the only option was to reveal the true purpose of the creatures that had infiltrated Earth. Li Chu said he knew nothing, for he was merely a pawn in someone else's game, and could only tell him where the stone was. However, his brother already possessed this information and needed no further explanation. Finally, the man recalled that they were family, and although they had different mothers, they were still brothers. bound by shared blood in a shared past. Hanlon confidently stated that his death would provide an opportunity for the Consortium Alliance and Chumo to launch a full-scale war, which could radically shift the balance of power. He also promised to do everything in his power to get those greedy old bloodsuckers to join him, using cunning, influence, and promises of power. Having completed his mission, Hanlon called Xiaozhou and ordered him not to approach the young man, but simply to flee to avoid direct conflict. His comrade didn't understand what this meant, that the plans had changed, and waited patiently for an explanation or a response, trying to grasp the new strategy and its implications for himself and those around him. It turned out that the hero's power exceeded all expectations, and the monster commander referred to him as Master, and no one understood who he really was. Zhou wanted to make sure that Chumo hadn't surrendered to the monster commander to protect the real world, and if he turned out to be a big shot from the other world, they would have to destroy him immediately. Hanlon couldn't fathom how his comrade could have devised a plan to eliminate such a powerful cultivator, fully aware of all the dangers and the enemy's strength. Silence reigned at the meeting site, weighing heavily on those present and creating a tense atmosphere of anticipation and the feeling that something important or dangerous was about to happen. The master and his disciple couldn't fathom how the hunters had died when suddenly they heard unfamiliar footsteps approaching, filling the air with alarm. Xiaozhou introduced himself and said that even at close range, he could feel that his combat prowess in the real world was no different from what it had been in the secret realm. The player, however, felt no threat from him at all, calmly observing his actions and behavior, and had no idea that real danger lurked behind this carefree exterior. The stranger explained that he was a cultivator and that monsters were his enemies, while the little girl turned out to be the commander of monsters from the other world, and it became unclear why she called him Master. In response, Chumo clarified the situation, explaining that Air had come to his bedroom that morning and become his ward, while he himself was just an ordinary young man. After hearing the whole story, he didn't believe it, because it seemed like a wild fantasy, and the monster didn't seem to possess any power, so he decided there wouldn't be a better chance to get rid of them. The player calmly suggested that the stranger could start a fight with him, but warned that otherwise he didn't have time for arguments, because he was in a big hurry to get home. In response, the stranger sincerely apologized for his harshness, suggested they talk calmly without hostility, and openly asked what the monster's true goal on Earth was. At that moment, the host calmly turned to Air and asked what exactly had prompted her to come to the real world, what had brought her here, and what goals she was actually pursuing. The girl remained silent for a few seconds, looking away as if she hadn't understood the question at all. She didn't rush to answer and acted as if her interlocutor's words hadn't reached her. Xiaozhou wanted to take the monster for himself so he could extract the necessary information from her on his own, but the young man wouldn't let him do it and calmly explained that he knew very well when his pet was lying. The argument flared up again as the cultivator was convinced that Chu Mo was deliberately covering for the monsters. He suspected him of hiding the truth and pressed his accusations with increasing intensity. Unable to bear the tension, Air finally said that she had come to the real world because a powerful monster was needed to conduct important negotiations with the consortium. In reality, the situation was such that her level was extremely low, and she remained completely cut off from any information from the rulers, lacking access to vital intelligence and resources. Then Zhou suddenly lunged at them with a series of rapid and powerful attacks, seeking to gain the upper hand in the clash and force his opponents to feel the full force of his abilities. He insisted that this was the right way to end the conversation, demonstrating his determination and desire to force others to quickly agree with his position without unnecessary words or discussion. The hero was stunned and couldn't understand how such a guy could consider himself a true cultivator, since his behavior and actions didn't match the expected standards of strength at all. Fighting earlier, Chumo had promised Air that as long as she helped him with all his affairs and tasks, he would personally guarantee her full protection and support against any dangers and threats. The girl reacted unexpectedly to her master's words. Her eyes suddenly filled with surprise and doubt, and her body tensed involuntarily, showing that she hadn't expected such assurances. The system reported that the pet's affection for him had increased by another 5 points, reflecting the gradual strengthening of trust and emotional connection between them. However, it was still evident that she did not trust him at all. Her gaze remained cautious and wary, and every gesture betrayed doubt and distrust, despite the growing affection. Bracing for the blow, Zhou was fully prepared to make no concessions. Filled with resolve and strength, every movement radiated aggression, and a ruthless determination to inflict maximum damage on his opponent. His hands clenched into fists, his muscles tensed, and his fingers tightened so tightly that it seemed as if all the power of his resolve and readiness for battle was concentrated in them. The player, however, could defend himself by blocking the strike, reacting quickly to the attack, and redirecting the opponent's force into a controlled channel to avoid serious injury and ensure his own safety. An incredible spectacle unfolded before them the moment the two forces collided, creating a massive wave of energy that shone with a brilliant light. The opponent was extremely strong and experienced. Realizing that ordinary strikes wouldn't even scratch the young man, he was forced to seek out more cunning and powerful ways to attack. Then he decided to use the 5 elements of Chaos Fire Lotus technique, concentrating all his energy and strength into a powerful strike capable of creating a devastating effect. With each attack, the power within the attacker's body spiraled out of control, growing and building up violently inside until, in the end, it was on the verge of exploding. The real battle was about to begin at the moment when the tension reached its peak. Both opponents were fully focused, and the air around them was filled with a sense of imminent danger. This was precisely the cultivator who deserved the title of a worthy opponent for Chumo. His strength, skill, and determination met the highest standards. Air, however, understood that if they killed each other in this brutal clash, she would be able to intervene or escape safely without risking her own life. It was reported that the user had been attacked by unknown forces, and the damage transfer function was automatically activated, directing all damage to controlled reserves and protecting his body. The pet took on a portion of the damage from its master, distributing the damage evenly between itself and him to reduce the risk of serious injury and protect him from the dangerous consequences of the attack. The hero had no intention of giving up, assuring everyone around him that he hadn't even felt a single pain during the clash and remained unbreakable. Enraged, Joe lunged at him again, carrying a frenzied rage that blazed in his eyes and made every one of his movements extremely dangerous. The battle was gaining momentum, unfolding with incredible intensity, as every strike and movement of the warriors created chaos that filled the entire battlefield around them. All around was only light and chaos, blending into a storm of incredible power that engulfed everything and made reality almost unrecognizable. The young man understood that every time he blocked his opponent's attack, he still took damage, and this drained his body and spirit, forcing him to seek new ways to defend himself. The technique he employed was quite interesting, combining unexpected movements and cunning maneuvers that put his opponent in a difficult position on the battlefield. When he lunged at the young man with greater force, the latter did not flinch, standing motionless and calm, as if anticipating his opponent's every move and preparing for a counterattack. This reaction surprised the cultivator quite a bit, forcing him to pause for a moment and reconsider his strategies, as he hadn't expected such stubborn resilience from his opponent. Chumo sensed that it was now his turn to attack, preparing to focus all his strength and agility to turn the tide of the battle in his favor. So he lunged at his opponent, channeling all his energy and determination into every movement to overcome him and change the course of the fight. The sheer force of the impact instantly sent him flying to the side, and his body shot several meters through the air at breakneck speed, leaving a trail of the blow's destructive energy in its wake. All that remained was dust hanging in the air and scattered stones, flying in all directions from the destructive force of the blow that had changed the situation on the battlefield. Fortunately, the 5 elements of chaos had increased his defenses. Otherwise, such a blow would have mercilessly shattered his body, leaving him with no chance of survival amid the ruins of the battlefield. Joe counted that he had struck the young man 8 times, and that was enough for the power within his body to spiral out of control, leaving him exhausted and unable to resist. The cultivator had underestimated his opponent. His strikes weren't particularly powerful, but thanks to his refined technique, they landed precise and dangerous blows capable of seriously wounding his opponent. In his opponent's view, the young man should have died from such blows, but nothing happened, and this made him doubt his own strength and superiority over his opponent. However, Air screamed for them to stop, trying to drown out the roar of battle with her voice and halt the violence that threatened both sides with irreversible consequences. For just a little longer, and she could have died, since the danger hung over her so close that every blow could have been fatal and taken her life forever. Having drawn this conclusion, he realized that Chumo could transfer the damage he sustained to his pet, which kept him combat-ready even after numerous blows and posed a significant threat to his opponent. Even if he had destroyed the monster commander, the master would have remained alive, and this rendered any attack futile, for Chu Mo's true power could not be broken by simply destroying his subordinates. Realizing the full extent of the situation, he quickly fled the battlefield, saving his life and avoiding further contact with a dangerously powerful opponent who could easily defeat him. This reaction surprised the young man, causing him to pause for a moment and reconsider his actions, as he hadn't expected his opponent to suddenly choose to flee rather than fight. So he decided it was for the best, because if he had kept fighting, Er might have died, and he still needed her to achieve his future plans and carry out important tasks. It was already getting dark outside, and between the tall buildings, the companions met, exchanging quick glances and feeling the tension of the day, which had left its mark on their hearts. Helen tried to understand why his friend had decided to fight one-on-one with such a cultivator, pondering his boldness and the unseen strategy that could have changed the course of events. Joe explained that his own physical strength was far greater than they had thought, surpassing the power of ordinary thousand-year-old beings, making him nearly invincible in direct combat. The younger one said that only another monster could defeat the monster, and then they no longer needed to worry about Chu Mo, because his strength became irrelevant compared to the level of such beings. His family had contacted him very recently to inform him that they had found Li Su's body, which brought sudden shock and grief, forcing him to revisit all the events of the past few days. The family consortium could do everything in its power to punish the suspect who had killed a descendant of their lineage, and that suspect turned out to be Chu Mo, causing great fear and tension among all members. In the large ancient house where monsters of all kinds and sizes lived, an unusually oppressive silence reigned, evoking a slight sense of dread. President Li, wishing to personally sort out the complex situation and clarify all the circumstances, unexpectedly paid him a visit to get the full picture of events. However, before doing so, he was cautiously warned that this visit could prove very dangerous and might put him in a situation of unpredictable risk and danger. His aides urged him to return home as soon as possible, concerned for his safety and trying to shield him from potential unforeseen dangers. He flatly refused his aides' requests, as he was determined to meet Mr. Garrett in person to discuss important matters and resolve urgent issues. The elderly man cautiously entered the room, slowly surveying his surroundings, listening intently to every sound, and assessing the situation around him. His bodyguards immediately turned to the employee and asked anxiously if he had really dared to stop them, casting doubt on the safety of the entire situation. At that very moment, a sudden and extremely powerful blast struck them, raising dust and chaos all around and forcing everyone to react instantly to the danger. They had no idea what any of this could mean, or why Mr. Garrett was behaving so strangely and unpredictably, making them feel both doubt and anxiety at the same time. What was strange was that he himself had invited them into the room and then suddenly destroyed everything around them, leaving the witnesses in utter astonishment and fear. The monster sternly declared that he had never welcomed anyone into his home, but was willing to let him live if he could tell a witty joke that would amuse him. Mr. Li sadly recounted that his son had gone to the city of Donghai to meet with the monster commander, but had been killed there, and he begged for vengeance for his tragic death. The creature asked curiously about the killer and stated that it could help, but on the condition that afterward, the cross-border stone belonging to the consortium would become its property forever. The elderly man confidently stated that Chu Mo had killed the senior advisor and revealed the location of the underground hideout, even though all the videos had been deleted and there was no actual evidence left at all. Upon hearing the young man's name, Mr. Garrett categorically refused the deal and sharply ordered the elderly man to leave immediately, demonstrating his unwavering resolve and anger. He couldn't calm down and kept insisting on how weak the cultivator was, and that any experienced warrior could easily kill him without difficulty. But they all understood perfectly well that such words did not apply to Chu Mo at all, for his strength and skill rendered any such claims absurd and impossible. He had become extremely popular after the events in the secret world, and they had thoroughly studied all available information about him, discovering that incredible strength was hidden beneath the guise of a kind young man. Even when his sister fell seriously ill, his true identity remained hidden, and when he discovered his abilities after entering the world. This meant that in just one day, the hero transformed from a mortal into the strongest cultivator on Earth, and, having understood the rules of the trial, he employed various cunning tactics. First, he slept to recover his strength after exhausting adventures, and also played hide-and-seek with monsters, deftly dodging and hiding, demonstrating remarkable agility and quick wits. Second, he ate chips and pretended to be a fool to attract the audience's attention, while simultaneously obliterating monsters in a matter of seconds, demonstrating incredible skill and strength. Jumo also obtained a large number of fate coins, which significantly increased his combat power and allowed him to defeat enemies even more effectively and handle any difficult situation. Acting entirely according to his own plan, the hero was completely unconcerned with the lives of other cultivators, focusing solely on achieving his own power and realizing his ambitions. Possessing such immense power, he selectively saved people while patiently and extremely cautiously manipulating the onlookers, controlling their emotions and reactions for his own benefit. After listening carefully to everything the creature had said, the elderly man realized that such a cultivator could not be allowed to live, as he posed a tremendous threat. The consortium spared no expense to achieve its goals, so eliminating Chu Mo would pose no problem for them, and they were prepared to use any means necessary to do so. In response, Mr. Lee remained silent, deep in thought and suppressing any emotions so as not to reveal his true thoughts to those present. Garrett, however, understood perfectly well that the guest was thinking only of money and profit, without the slightest concern for his dead son or his suffering. He then firmly ordered the guest to take certain measures that would make the young man's murder significantly easier and safer for those carrying it out. After they had listened carefully to all the orders, they went their separate ways, each setting out to carry out their duties, preparing for the upcoming events and tasks. Garrett asked Nate to leave since they were alone, so they could discuss important matters without unnecessary witnesses or outsiders present. The assistant reported that the traps in the second world had already been set, and therefore they wouldn't have to share any of the spoils with Air, whom, in their opinion, the cultivator had already killed and who was now considered dead. They also understood that upon arriving on Earth, the creature could retain the power of a 1,000-year-old monster, and if it wished, easily escape using its incredible strength and knowledge of the world. Meanwhile, it was dark and quiet in Yutong's building. Only a faint light glowed in a single window, casting dim reflections on the empty walls and creating a sense of unsettling loneliness. Her companion told her that the ferret seemed to have fallen into a depression, and they decided that the simplest solution was to just cook it for dinner, without giving the consequences a second thought. He told her in detail about the dangerous hunters and strange cultivators who had been appearing nearby, and sincerely thanked her for looking after his sister. Meanwhile, Tun had carefully set up a complex hidden security system around her house, so that only invited guests could enter, and no strangers could get in without her permission. Suddenly, a loud knock on the door abruptly interrupted their conversation, as the courier had just delivered the long-awaited order, and they instantly turned their full attention to him, falling silent. The girl was extremely angry because she couldn't understand how the delivery person had managed to find the building, bypassing her carefully installed security measures and all the safety systems. Then the delivery person explained that their company had recently updated its satellite positioning system, and even if they lived very far away, he would still be able to deliver the food right to their door. So, in the young lady's opinion, it was absolutely necessary to urgently strengthen and improve the building's security so that no outsider could break in, even with the help of modern technology. In a world of high-level monsters, Air was born with a fairly low level, but thanks to her constantly growing strength, she eventually transformed into an invincible Valkyrie. When her strength completely vanished, the former paragon of beauty became a mere pet of the cultivator, serving as a living shield that absorbed harm in his place. So the girl realized that she absolutely had to find a safe way out, return home alive, and fulfill her master's difficult task. The young man entered the room, informing everyone present that he had just bought and brought food, ready to distribute it among them and ensure everyone's comfort and satisfaction. First, he sincerely apologized for causing her pain, and also pointed out that she too had hidden her role as the monster's commander from him. The young lady was extremely angry and firmly declared that she could not be bribed with food, for no material reward could change her principles. But when Chumo placed a variety of incredibly delicious dishes before her, her staunch resistance instantly wavered, and the young lady could not remain indifferent. Her face instantly lit up with bright new colors, and her eyes widened in surprise and admiration, reflecting unexpected joy and pleasant surprise. The aroma of freshly prepared dishes instantly filled the room, filling it with warmth and a pleasant sense of hunger and satisfaction. Without a moment's hesitation, Air immediately pounced on the food. Her hands moved quickly and decisively, and her eyes sparkled with hunger and an eager desire to savor every bite of the dishes before her. The host immediately concluded that she particularly liked the chicken, noticing how she bit into the pieces with great pleasure savoring the taste and aroma. Coming to her senses, the young lady realized she had completely lost control of herself and was surprised to realize how easily she had been overcome by the seductive power of the food's flavor. She sternly scolded herself for giving in to her own instincts, feeling disappointment and anger at herself for losing self-control, realizing that she should have remained restrained. For a moment, she even thought he might have slipped something into her dinner, and this made her feel suspicious and wary, pondering possible tricks. To show that nothing suspicious was going on, Chumo tried to take a piece of chicken, but she instantly stopped him, remaining on guard. The little monster couldn't understand how such an incredible flavor could be hidden in ordinary fried meat, a flavor that literally exploded in her mouth and awakened a sense of delight. The boy teased her, mocking the fact that she had initially refused to eat and then hadn't shared a single bite, causing the young lady slight irritation while also making her laugh. In response, she calmly said that she simply wanted to prove she wouldn't be poisoned by his possible poison, emphasizing her own caution and distrust of any tricks. However, the host could only quietly hope that she was truly happy and that she had enjoyed the food and the company. Unaware of his anxiety and his observation of her mood, the system instantly reported that her level of affection for him had risen significantly, reflecting how their interaction and time spent together had affected her emotional state and strengthened her trust and fondness. The hunter's deaths meant the effective collapse of the Lee consortium, and he understood that their next encounter could pose a serious problem for him and his sister. Running up to him, Yutong quickly reported that they had already made a move against him, warning of the danger and the need for urgent action so that he could prepare and protect himself. The situation turned out to be such that Lee had been posted online, and he instantly became a trending topic, attracting the attention of a huge number of users. The next day, an introductory lecture on the secret world was held, during which attendees received detailed information about its laws, inhabitants, and dangers. Some harsh critics condemned their approach, criticizing them for only taking money and expressing disappointment, while others could only hope that Chumo would be able to put an end to the monsters. However, by morning, his dark past had allegedly been exposed, his reputation plummeted instantly, and everyone around witnessed his name and actions being subjected to criticism and doubt. Search queries skyrocketed, and a massive number of people rushed to watch the same video, creating a real frenzy and incredible interest in the events. Before entering the secret world, Chumo and Xiaoman climbed onto the roof of the company where they worked to discuss their next steps, assess the situation, and prepare for dangerous adventures. A few seconds after that tragic moment, the girl fell to her death, leaving everyone present in a state of shock and creating a deep sense of loss and helplessness. Other company employees reported that Chumo had allegedly embezzled company funds, causing a significant shortfall in funding for the amusement park project. Another video also surfaced showing the young man returning to the company after the incident and openly threatening the CEO, displaying a determination and strength that frightened the employees. After being denied the funds, he ruthlessly killed President Xu and destroyed the building, eliminating all evidence that could incriminate him, leaving chaos in his wake. Some viewers simply couldn't believe he could be so greedy and ruthless, finding his actions unbelievable and shocking, since his previous image didn't match such behavior at all. But others who were well informed about the situation explained that his sister had fallen ill earlier, and it was boss Xu who had been helping him pay the medical bills. Jumo, who was called a savior, didn't care about his sister, while a stranger sincerely helped her and tried to support her, only to be brutally murdered in the end. All those who had previously sincerely believed in the cultivator were deeply disappointed in him, for his actions and indifference toward his loved ones shattered all their hopes and made them doubt his morality and values. As far as could be gathered, the young man exploiting the viewer's kindness was in fact only seeking to obtain their fate coins, manipulating their emotions and trust for his own gain. Many talk shows discussed the theory that the young man intentionally killed several farmers to heighten the show's impact, create dramatic tension, and draw even more viewer attention to his image and actions. Most participants in the live streams claimed that Chumo had turned into a real scoundrel, condemning his actions and deeds that violated moral standards. Numerous negative comments and offensive remarks directed at the young man also appeared on forums, indicating widespread public criticism. Meanwhile, Mr. Lee's office reported that the propaganda campaign had worked and its impact was noticeable, as people's opinions and attitudes began to shift, spreading the desired messages and influencing public opinion. Due to numerous online posts and videos about the young man, His reputation was completely ruined, and everyone around him began to doubt his integrity. The monsters who had arrived on Earth also rejected the request to kill Chumo, demonstrating unexpected neutrality or caution, and thus complicated the plans of those who sought to destroy him. The elderly man explained that the beings were withholding a great deal of information because they did not trust the consortium, but at the same time, he revealed that they planned to take a major step in the near future. Spreading negative information about the boy was their idea, and in this way they sought to weaken the cultivator's power by manipulating public opinion. Tong's house was in complete chaos, where every movement and action was disorderly. Noise and commotion filled every corner, creating a sense of total unpredictability and instability. The girl couldn't believe that people so easily embraced false information, blindly believing rumors and fabrications, and she felt shocked and disappointed. The hero's sole aim was to save his sister, for the idea of saving the whole world seemed too grandiose and unrealistic to him, and he had never before considered such ambitious goals. His state of mind could be explained by the fact that the young man simply didn't care what others said, and he remained calm and impervious to judgment or criticism, focusing exclusively on his own actions. He felt happy that Tun believed him unquestioningly, realizing that her trust was sincere and unwavering, which gave him a sense of support and moral reinforcement. His words might have sounded convincing, but as he spoke them, he crushed the phone in his hands, demonstrating his anger and tension, which made even serious arguments seem laced with emotional outbursts. The consortium had used his sister as a test subject and had to be held accountable for it. So he thought everything through carefully and decided to start with the biggest problem, which was Lee's company. The system reported that the second secret world was about to open, warning of new dangers and opportunities awaiting the heroes and preparing them for future trials and discoveries. The rescuers were deeply outraged that they hadn't even been given a few days' rest, feeling tired and irritated as they had hoped for a brief respite after the exhausting events. Because of what had happened to their companions in just a single day, it felt as though they had been in the real world for a very long time, experiencing events and trials that had left a deep emotional mark. Fortunately, Lee's group could hold out for one more day since the hero was absent, and this gave them a brief respite to get their affairs in order and prepare for any new problems that might arise. Meanwhile, the young lady quickly updated the entire security system on her computer, and it began to function perfectly without any glitches or problems. Then she ordered some delicious takeout, but the delivery person had a hard time finding her house among the many streets and buildings in the neighborhood. As if putting air to sleep, they cautiously made their way to the large gleaming portal, which beckoned them with its mysterious light and the enigmatic atmosphere surrounding it. The hosts also couldn't understand why they had to do a live broadcast, since it completely disrupted their tight and pre-planned work schedule. But smiling broadly, Ms. Shuang warmly greeted all the viewers who were eagerly awaiting the start of the broadcast and her words of encouragement. Li Lujang, who had been furious just a minute ago, was now also smiling sincerely at the camera, trying to hide her true emotions from the viewers. Meanwhile, the elder calmly suggested that everyone pay special attention to the cultivators, who had boldly entered the secret and mysterious world around them for the second time. The viewers watched closely as the first of the cultivators carefully prepared a huge piece of monster meat over the fire, releasing an aroma that spread all around. Everything looked very strange, and they clearly understood that the player was doing all this just to get more coins and win the game. The next room also surprised everyone present with its unusual contents, which left no one indifferent and sparked a flood of questions and astonishment. Hao Yuya carefully dug up a huge monster egg and prepared to eat it raw, paying no attention to the strange looks from everyone watching him. The TV host couldn't make head or tail of it, and noticed that everything around her had suddenly turned into a real cooking show with unusual dishes and strange ingredients. The cultivators were simply following Chumo's lead, imitating his previous broadcast to attract viewers' attention and earn as many rewards as possible for their actions. The man explained in detail that they were quite weak, and it was thanks to food that they could obtain valuable coins of fate, thereby gradually increasing their combat power and strength. Mingzi also carefully tasted an ordinary monster with huge tentacles in his room, and even claimed that it was quite useful for increasing strength and health. Unable to bear such a sight, the elder insisted on changing the channel immediately, as the events on the screen were too strange and shocking for everyone present. Chen's cultivator noticed Chumo and decided to cautiously ask him how he felt after the latest news, trying to gauge his true emotions. Returning to them, the reporter politely asked for a moment of their time so he could ask important questions and get the answers he needed for his story. The protagonist immediately thought he urgently needed help, as the situation was complicated and required quick decisions for safety and success. But in response, the reporter asked in surprise if he really didn't want to give an interview about killing his boss, causing tension among everyone present. Chume confidently explained that all these rumors had been fabricated by the Lee consortium because he had exposed their secret conspiracy, and the possible involvement of other companies in this plot could not be ruled out. The young man also explained in detail that monsters had arrived on Earth, but the true reason for their visit remained unknown, so everyone had to remain as alert and vigilant as possible. He added that he had nothing to do with Boss Chu's death, explaining that it was the man himself who had tried to pin the blame for the failed project on him and ordered Xiao Men to kill him without any evidence. The audience listened intently to his every word, but no one believed the young man, doubting the sincerity of his explanations and suspecting hidden motives. Ms. Shuang thought that if the young man's account was true, then they were indeed in grave danger, and every moment could be decisive for their safety. The elder also decided to order the sects to thoroughly investigate Li, since they would surely be able to sense the presence of the creatures on Earth and warn of the danger in time. Watching the broadcast, the girl suddenly realized she had started to get anxious, feeling uneasy and worried about what was happening on the screen in front of her. Tong told her friend that he was holding back his emotions too well, even when the reporter clearly didn't believe a word he said and doubted the sincerity of his answers. Even the player realized that the consortium would soon try to erase everything he had said, but since live broadcasts are difficult to control, he decided to seize the opportunity. Suddenly, the secret world began to shake violently, and they could barely keep their balance as they teetered amid the chaos that had suddenly engulfed everything around them. The system reported that due to interference from the second world, 5 previously separate secret dimensions had been unexpectedly merged into a single dimension with new dangers and mysteries. In this case, Chuma received a generous reward, and his combat experience skyrocketed, reaching the level of a legendary demon, which significantly increased his power. The rescuers quickly realized that almost nothing had changed around them after the powerful earthquake, and this caused them surprise and anxiety as they had expected entirely different consequences. However, it soon became apparent that a rather strange and frightening monster was slowly approaching them, whose appearance caused tension, astonishment, and a sense of danger among everyone present. The young lady immediately rushed toward it, for its appearance seemed cute and not at all scary to her, so she felt no fear and even smiled as she looked at this strange creature. Like a little kitten, it began to purr softly around the entire team, as if deliberately trying to distract them from their work, eliciting surprise, smiles, and a slight sense of confusion among the people. And in that very second, its jaws snapped open, revealing long, sharp teeth, and it suddenly became aggressive and lunged forward, startling the team with its unexpected behavior. With a single powerful blow, the hero instantly eliminated him, and even after death, the body continued to move as if on autopilot, causing astonishment and horror among everyone present. This was how the legendary combat skill manifested itself, and during the attack, he felt the power surging violently through his body, filling every muscle with energy and a determination to act. After that, the number of creatures suddenly increased before them, emerging from the surrounding darkness, creating a sense of danger and forcing the team to prepare for a fierce confrontation. The young lady clearly understood that in this dangerous situation, they had to stay together and act very cautiously to avoid any unforeseen threats and casualties among the team. The young man looked quite strange, and in places even terrifying, and his appearance evoked in everyone present a mixture of surprise, fear, and confusion about who they were dealing with. But he himself understood that the state he was in at that moment was the best of his life, and no words could fully describe or convey his emotions and feelings to others. The monster suddenly lunged at the cultivator, enveloping him in a menacing shadow and creating chaos around him that forced everyone present to keep their distance and prepare to defend themselves. He was in a state of true ecstasy from his own power, feeling every muscle and every cell of his body fill with a mighty energy that gave him a sense of boundless power. Having destroyed most of his enemies, he continued to attack relentlessly, and his strikes remained incredibly powerful and unceasing, creating chaos and fear among everyone present. A deafening roar and utter chaos reigned from the battle, where screams, blows, and the rumble of distant explosions mingled, creating an atmosphere of complete anxiety and tension for all involved. The player threw himself at creatures that were significantly larger than him, risking his own life, but moving with incredible courage and determination to stop their threat. The first emotion he felt was anger, so intense that he felt ready to destroy the entire world and tear apart any obstacle standing in his way. The mix of emotions was terrifying, flooding his mind and body simultaneously with rage, fear, and a desperate energy that made his actions unpredictable and extremely dangerous to everyone around him. A powerful explosion suddenly rang out across the area, and a shockwave rippled out, knocking objects off their bases, kicking up dust, and causing panic among everyone nearby. The system advised that while his combat experience was still loading, he needed to avoid any battles and not engage in combat so as not to risk his progress or lose the power he had accumulated. His companion was deeply concerned for him and his condition, constantly monitoring his behavior and emotions, trying to anticipate any dangerous consequences. Chumo, clutching his head, sincerely apologized to her for losing control of himself, feeling deep remorse and a desire to correct his mistake so as not to harm others. At that very moment, the system activated the damage transfer function, automatically redistributing the damage and reducing the risk of serious injury to him, while simultaneously protecting the team from dangerous enemy attacks. Air, who had previously been reserved and restrained, began to hate her master even more, feeling anger and disappointment over his loss of control and dangerous actions that could have endangered her and everyone around her. To save his pet, he resolutely decided to stay away from any battle, avoiding danger and protecting the animal as much as possible from any unpredictable attacks or threats. The lady and the elder tried to understand what had happened to Chumo, closely observing his behavior and reactions, trying to figure out the reasons for his loss of control. The man quietly recalled that he had once seen a cultivator who had lost control and fought relentlessly until his death, but they couldn't be sure exactly what had happened to the young man. The other players hid in safe places, wary of another outburst in the chaos around them, as the fear and panic caused by the events forced them to watch the situation carefully. It was precisely because of the insult, in their opinion, that the young man was behaving so aggressively and unpredictably, and they were convinced that his emotional state was completely controlling his actions, posing a risk to everyone around him. The cultivators were also certain that it was precisely through deception and the coins of fate that the young man had become so powerful that his strength was now limitless. Having passed through 2 secret worlds and received bonuses in the form of coins of fate, they too sought to surpass Chumo's strength and catch up to his incredible power. Behind one of them stood an unknown beast, huge and menacing, watching everything around it, instilling fear and tension in everyone present. A rather strong and eerie energy suddenly spread throughout the area, enveloping it in a thick sense of danger, tension, and fear, causing everyone present to refrain from any action. The creature standing before them looked outwardly cute and defenseless, yet its deep and strangely eerie voice instilled fear, forcing everyone present to nervously keep their distance. The cultivators immediately remembered that this was the pet of Yuejianyan, the chief disciple of the Tonghuayan sect, and their impression intensified as they realized they were facing a being of extraordinary power. Her mistress was so enraged that she was ready to blow up Chumo, as she couldn't fathom how some ordinary cultivator could lay claim to the title of the strongest. Mr. Li's plan worked successfully, and the young man began to spiral out of control. His actions became increasingly unpredictable and dangerous, causing anxiety and tension among everyone present. When he leaves the secret world, he will become ordinary and remain alone, with no one to help him, leaving him vulnerable to the dangers of the outside world. In their view, people were ready to mock him, watch him, and even envy him, yet no one would dare to offer a helping hand, leaving him alone to face his problems and dangers. Even if such volunteers were to come forward, Mr. Li had already prepared a way to disrupt their live broadcast, making any assistance impossible. Her reputation would be instantly ruined. She wouldn't receive the coins of fate, and in their view, even Yu Tong might abandon her, leaving her without support or the chance to recover. By that point, the viewers were already set on ensuring the young lady would be left without coins, deliberately ignoring her merits and successes, which created additional pressure. They watched her live streams and saw that the Savior's entire team had been completely wiped out in the first trial, which evoked a mixture of fear, admiration, and surprise in the viewers all at once. They concluded that she should have stayed with Chumo to avoid bringing further misfortune to others, as her every move could lead to danger and loss among those around her. The young woman looked dejected, with a heavy and sad expression on her face that reflected fatigue, disappointment, and inner pain over the events unfolding around her. She thought that her companion might have attracted the attention of other monsters because of the noise, and decided it would be better if they changed locations immediately to avoid danger and keep themselves and the team safe. Mentally, the hero concluded that the girl was quite anxious, and perhaps he had frightened her earlier due to the state he was in, realizing that his actions could have affected her emotions and behavior. The young man was like a ticking time bomb at that moment, and being near him was dangerous. That was exactly why she was afraid to say or do anything that might provoke unpredictable consequences. So he decided to bring up the topic himself, but only when the right opportunity arose, to avoid unwanted conflicts and not scare the girl any further. A gigantic monster, radiating danger, strode past them. Its enormous size and aggressive posture made everyone present feel fear and watch tensely. Her friend urged her to run, but Toon apologized for not having noticed the true emotions he was experiencing, realizing her mistake. She couldn't even imagine the immense pressure her friend was under, as tens of millions of people constantly belittled him. Chumo assured her that things weren't as serious as they seemed, but it was indeed dangerous for the young woman to stay by his side, as his condition and unpredictable actions could harm anyone nearby. In response, she decided to fight back, but at the same time, she refused to leave the team, staying by her comrade's side and ready to defend them, despite the danger surrounding her. The entire situation deeply puzzled the young man, forcing him to reflect on his own actions, their consequences, and how to avoid such unpredictable situations in the future. Suddenly, her body was enveloped in a pink light, which caused surprise and amazement among everyone present, creating a sense of mystery and enigma that underscored the uniqueness of that moment. Something unknown suddenly happened to her, causing anxiety and surprise, for no one could have foreseen exactly what would happen and what consequences it would have for everyone around. A second later, a new Yutong appeared before the cultivator, ready to defend him at any cost, standing resolutely on guard and not hesitating to enter any dangerous situation for his safety. The monster lunged forward, enveloping itself in rage and hatred, and instantly began a merciless and chaotic battle with the enemy. On the other side, the savior tensely gathered all her strength, carefully set up protective barriers, and was ready to strike the enemy with lightning speed. Her power suddenly spread throughout the space, gradually growing until it soon completely enveloped everything around her, leaving no corner untouched. She recalled how, as a child, she had trained relentlessly with a sword every day, honing her skills and preparing for future trials without fear. Her strength and skill were so impressive that they far exceeded any standard tests, leaving observers in awe and amazement. But the coach categorically refused to take her on as a student, despite the fact that her father had already paid for her training in full and all necessary expenses had been covered in advance. The master understood well that aside from him, the Donghai sect disciple had complete freedom to choose any mentor from the Baeksin sect, and her choice could shift the entire balance of power. If she truly wished to become his disciple, she had to openly explain why she had left Donghua, and only then could he accept her decision. She also had to explain why she specifically wanted this man to be her mentor, revealing her true motives and inner aspirations. Then Tong said that she had become a disciple of Donghua because she believed that the ultimate goal of every practitioner was to become immortal, and that some people truly achieved this, gaining incredible power and wisdom. But what exactly did that word mean? There were many interpretations: eternal life, boundless power to govern the laws of the world, as well as the ability to create all worlds and determine their fate. Heaven and earth existed in harmony with all living things, forming a single whole, and the man thought that perhaps she was right about true immortals and their power. The girl used to think so too, until she met real cultivators who were constantly mastering new techniques, growing stronger, and solidifying their positions. That was exactly why she had run away. And her father didn't like the situation, so that she would continue practicing, he took her to a master, even though it was ridiculous to train in a world where chi energy didn't exist. The mentor said that no matter the era, and even if they called her crazy, there would always be people who would never forget their original plan to become immortal and would tirelessly seek new paths. She had never heard the name Yu Tianren, which the man had mentioned, and immediately found him strange, mysterious, and different from everyone she knew. Then he explained that in the past there had been 8 sects with a long history and immense power, but 4 of them had provoked Yu Tianren. So in the end, only 4 influential sects remained. All mention of such a powerful man had been completely erased, and in the master's opinion, he had either achieved immortality or entered the legendary realm. However, there was no reliable information about this. So the mentor agreed to take the girl into his sect, and Tong said she had heard of his weakness and decided to help him in his seemingly pointless but important research for the development of power and knowledge. Although the master was quite poor, he was able to rent a house outside the city for practice. And though he remained weak, his unwavering character continued to attract new followers. A calm yet solemn atmosphere reigned there, ideal for cultivation, where every movement and thought felt particularly important and meaningful. Yudong, though the youngest, became the master's first disciple, and she was respected by everyone in the sect, who recognized her perseverance, intelligence, and talent for cultivation. Until the day her husband's house was suddenly destroyed, leaving behind only ruins and ashes, which filled everyone with grief and shock. The masters of the Beixian sect, as well as representatives of other sects and even their disciples, attacked and surrounded them, claiming that Yu Tianren's practice method was a fraud and that the man's actions were nothing but lies. In their view, most cultivators had been deceived by the master, which hindered the sect's affairs and led to significant losses, a decline in quarterly revenue, and a weakening of the influence of all participants. At that time, the master was expected to take all the blame, and the disciples and followers would only be released on the condition that they too admit their mistakes and accept responsibility. Apart from the girl, no one else supported the man, leaving him alone to face the accusations, criticism, and pressure pouring in from all sides without any support. Her enemies mocked her, ridiculing her every move and weakness, and then Tun became terrified. Her heart pounded, and fear pierced her from head to toe. The master ordered her to accept her own mistake, and without any objection, she meekly obeyed his command, demonstrating complete devotion and obedience at this critical moment. However, the man himself refused to be swayed by his adversaries and declared resolutely that his faith remained unshaken, despite the pressure, condemnation, and looming threats from all sides. After killing him, his enemies mocked his body, ridiculing his defeat and devaluing all the strength and devotion he had demonstrated in life, leaving only a cold laugh over the ruins. In their view, even if Yu Tianren's practices had been preserved, it did not mean that anyone would be capable of comprehending or properly studying them without incredible strength and experience. The girl simply stood aside then, watching them, unable to do anything, feeling the helplessness and gravity of the situation hanging over her and the master. Later, her father sent her to another sect, where she merely wasted her time, her body filled with anger and regret, the feeling of powerlessness and wasted potential eating away at her from the inside. That is why, in the real world, Yutong decided she would no longer stand by and would never make such a mistake again, resolutely taking responsibility for her own actions and destiny. The system warmly congratulated the savior for successfully destroying the dangerous boss clone and reported that another clone was due to appear shortly. Then Ms. Shuang cautiously asked the elder whether the world's difficulty level had indeed been lowered precisely because the boss's clone had been eliminated in advance. In his opinion, the creature's combat power was equal to 2,000, but after the split, each received 500 points of power, and the other world interfered with the merger of the 5 secret worlds. Fortunately, Yutong managed to kill the clone, which meant she had effectively saved them from a direct confrontation with the massive 2,000-point monster that threatened their lives. The main enemy was already approaching the cultivators, carrying with it a threat of unimaginable power that could destroy everything in its path and put their lives in mortal danger. The players noticed that a bright beam of light suddenly appeared, cutting through the darkness and catching their attention, as if foreshadowing something extremely important and dangerous. The point of its origin was too far away, so some players had to run immediately, covering the distance at high speed to reach the danger zone in time. After the merger, the number of cultivators increased sharply, and now everyone had to compete for spots in the front row, trying to get as close to the boss as quickly as possible. By then, even the cultivators had arrived on the scene to join this dangerous and fierce battle, not hesitating to fight for the upper hand among the powerful opponents. Even the guy who used to catch creatures by the sea and then eat them decided to get to the scene as quickly as possible, eager not to miss the chance to take part in this important battle. The rescuer, who had planned to buy the egg he found, was deeply disappointed that he had already eaten it, even raw, depriving her of the opportunity to carry out her plan. Everyone was extremely curious about what the egg tasted like, and they eagerly tried to imagine its flavor and characteristics, even though it was already impossible to see or taste it. The questions were rather strange, but he replied briefly that everything was fine, without going into detail and leaving everyone slightly puzzled and surprised. Then he suggested not wasting time on idle chatter and heading straight to meet their main rival so they could face the danger head-on as quickly as possible. On the roof of the building, a dark shadow watched everything, silently observing the events, hiding from everyone's eyes and revealing not the slightest movement or intention. Nate watched the events unfold and noticed that everything was going exactly according to his carefully thought-out plan, confirming the correctness of his actions and predictions. Smiling, he realized that the cultivators had misjudged the boss's strength, underestimating his true power and unaware that the danger was far greater than they thought. But in reality, it was a deadly pit he had cunningly dug for all of them, setting a trap from which few could escape alive. Meanwhile, Toon was still in shock that she had managed to eliminate the monster's clone, feeling both relief and an amazing sense of her own power after such a dangerous victory. Her companion worried that she might have been injured, but the girl assured him that the enemy's power was too weak, and she hadn't even used a fraction of her true strength during the fight. But in response, Chumo explained that it was she who had grown stronger, and because of this, he felt a rare sense of security and peace beside her that he had never felt before. They stood side by side, talking calmly, exchanging thoughts and feelings, enjoying a moment of closeness amidst the chaos around them. Suddenly, the sect disciple's apprentice caught their attention, appearing out of nowhere and causing everyone to instantly turn their gaze toward his unexpected presence. He realized he had finally found Chumo, and this discovery filled him with excitement and determination, for this meeting had been long awaited and important. Running up to them, the young lady grabbed his cheeks, holding him tightly and looking into his eyes as if trying to convey all her care and emotions with a single gesture. She didn't understand why the new monsters turned out to be so cute, since their appearance and behavior contradicted her expectations and all her previous notions of dangerous creatures. Then the creature decided to call its master for help, hoping that his presence would change the course of events and give her the upper hand in this difficult situation. The words he spoke threw his companions off balance, causing them to feel a sudden shock and confusion over the meaning of what was said and his abrupt confidence. Ahead, they could hear the footsteps of a person approaching slowly and confidently, and this sound filled the air with tension and a sense of foreboding about an unknown danger. Jenyun frankly said that she had been searching for the young man for a long time, expressing the sincerity of her feelings and her desire to finally meet him after a long search. And then she confidently asked if the cultivator was ready to accept her challenge, demonstrating determination and unwavering confidence in her strength and intentions. The young man's demeanor betrayed his every emotion, for he could not fathom how such a small girl could dare to fight him, filling him with doubt and astonishment. It turned out that she had been moved by the scene where the cultivator had destroyed a 1,000-year-old monster with utter brutality, and that was precisely why she had decided to challenge him, seeking to test his strength. Tong knew her as the strongest from the second secret world and as the chief disciple of the Donghuatan sect, and she reminded herself and everyone else that their main enemy at that moment remained the deadly monster. The young lady was also holding her pet in her arms, and overcome by emotion, squeezed him too tightly, not realizing that she might be causing him discomfort or pain. When his soul left his body, she was frightened and didn't know how to fix things, feeling panic and helplessness in the face of the unpredictable consequences of the event. The mistress took him into her arms and calmly explained that she simply needed to put everything back the way it was, and then everything would be fine again, soothing her fears and anxiety. She had two reasons for challenging Chumo, and the first was an uncontrollable desire to fight him after she saw his battle with the creature in the first world. The second reason was that, despite not having his own sect, the young man appeared stronger than everyone else, and in comparison, the other cultivators suffered defeat and looked like complete failures. The old man from her sect already sensed that he was losing face at that time, but Tong assured him that after the battle, his standing would drop even further, emphasizing the inevitability of his loss of influence. They themselves wanted the disciple to first collect the coins of fate, and only then challenge him to a duel, planning everything gradually. Thanking her for her candor, Chumo refused, justifying his decision by saying that during the last battle his power had spiraled out of control, and he did not want to risk a repeat of that. In fact, he wanted to accept the challenge, but at that time he was forced to put the idea on hold until his powers stabilized and he could control them completely. However, in her opinion, he couldn't postpone the battle since he had cultivated the practices of the body refinement sect, and the limit of his power was already equal to that of a 1,000-year-old monster. Jin Yan could rely on the coins of fate to rapidly increase her power, but Chumo's strength had reached its limit, and even these additional resources could not surpass his already incredible might. He truly could no longer improve. But that didn't mean the body cultivation sect's limit was set at that level, and the potential for growth still remained immense. The human body also had its natural limitations, and the power of a 1,000-year-old monster was the limit a human could withstand, for exceeding that limit could be fatal. Even the orthodox school of cultivation required constant tempering of the spirit and resonance with the outside world to overcome natural limitations. In theory, anyone could practice their techniques, but the process was excruciatingly painful and could almost be called a form of torture against one's own body and spirit due to the unbearable physical and mental pressure. According to records, during the last invasion of the other world, cultivators who focused on physical cultivation were only useful in the early stages, and as the war intensified, they were all eliminated. The little ghost said that very soon Chumo would be of no use at all, but Tong quickly threatened her with being left soulless again, forcing her to immediately shut up and back down. In Jenyan's opinion, the player had managed to become a body cultivator at such a time and reached the full limit of his combat power during his first mission in the secret world. Many wanted to defeat him, but the student decided to be the first to do so, so she didn't let anyone bother the young man and focused all her attention on the upcoming battle. Tong didn't like this idea, and she considered the girl too overconfident, as she sought to act first without considering the possible consequences or her own safety. And she was ready to take up the fight for her comrade, resolutely entering the battle to protect him and prove her loyalty. So she also accepted the challenge from the chief disciple of the Tungwadin sect, demonstrating determination and courage in her desire to face a powerful opponent. However, she agreed only on the condition that the savior would have enough strength to defeat her, emphasizing her own confidence in her power and testing her opponent's abilities. The little ghost unexpectedly began to bravely and resolutely defend his master, standing guard and not allowing anyone to harm him in any situation. Realizing that there would be two enemies in the battle against them, she still resolutely refused to retreat and stood her ground, ready to face any dangers that loomed. Realizing that there would be two enemies in the battle against them, she nevertheless resolutely refused to retreat and stood her ground, ready to face any approaching dangers. But still, the spear's immense power proved to be extremely dangerous, capable of inflicting serious harm on any enemy who dared to approach its owner. At that moment, it was the perfect time for Yu Tong to retreat, carefully considering every move and trying to avoid the danger closing in from all sides. However, she considered her a true enemy and firmly asked her not to make decisions for her, preserving her own freedom of action and not allowing the other person to interfere with her choices. There was no turning back, and they resolutely engaged in a fierce battle, every move and strike of which could decide their fate and change the course of events forever. Both instantly lunged at each other, trying to inflict maximum damage. Their movements were swift and relentless, and the tension in the air was almost palpable. Some cultivators had only just begun to approach, but even from a distance they could clearly observe the fierce duel, sensing the tension and power surging between the two opponents. The clash turned out to be far more exciting than the boss fight, for the girls were fighting not merely for victory, but directly for the young man, pouring all their determination and emotion into every strike. Yutong was an exceptionally powerful cultivator who hailed from all four major sects at once, making her knowledge, skills, and combat abilities exceptionally powerful and versatile. No one even expected that someone as outstanding and talented as Chumo would appear in the Fifth World, whose fame and power compelled everyone to be cautious and respectful. One need only look at the master of the Taishuan sect. In the first trial, he had gathered everyone together to eliminate the boss, but as a result, Chumo unexpectedly entered the battle, and the boss immediately vanished without a trace. Xinjiang felt deep anger at how others spoke so brazenly about his mentor, feeling indignant and determined to defend his honor at any cost. He was already about to rush toward them with fury and determination, but the man stopped him and calmly reassured him, trying to rein in his emotions and prevent rash actions. In his opinion, they were telling the truth, because he himself was aware of his own mistakes, felt shame and disappointment, and even his father was deeply disappointed in his actions and behavior. The young man explained that he simply had high hopes for him, and just last night he had been diligently reinforcing the Thunder Amphora with precious materials to increase its power. His father was still deeply concerned for him, yet he didn't know how to properly show his concern, remaining observant and reserved without interfering in his son's independent actions. The object now possessed a completely different effect and power, yet outwardly it remained the same, barely changing its appearance and revealing nothing of its internal transformations to anyone outside. Nate watched everyone intently, filled with determination and impatience, wanting his carefully thought-out plan to finally come to fruition and yield the expected result. Meanwhile, the fierce battle between the young ladies continued, with every strike and movement executed with incredible speed and skill, filling the atmosphere with tension. Each of them sincerely believed that she would surely defeat her opponent, pouring all her determination, strength, and unshakable confidence in victory into every movement, every strike, and every strategy. Toon ardently wanted to witness the true might of the ghost, watching its actions and awaiting the full display of its power, which could surpass even the wildest expectations. One instantly lunged at the other, moving with incredible speed and confidence in her own abilities, ready to use all her skill and power to win. Suddenly, the weapons vanished from their hands, leaving both opponents stunned and forcing them to quickly adapt to the new conditions of battle without any warning. They had no idea what was happening, feeling bewildered and anxious due to the unpredictable events that were rapidly changing the course of the battle and putting them at a disadvantage. Looking ahead at that moment, he suddenly understood everything, grasping the essence of the events and the reason behind what was happening, which allowed him to instantly assess the situation and make a decision. Holding a sword and a spear in his hands, Chumo calmly asked them to settle down, trying to ease the tension and lead everyone to a reasonable resolution of the conflict without unnecessary harm. The systematic download of the legendary demon's experience continued uninterrupted, filling him with knowledge and skills, gradually increasing his strength and enhancing his combat capabilities. A female disciple of the sect noticed that he had become angry, sensing the tension and the power of his rage, which instantly changed the atmosphere around them and made everyone tread carefully around him. In reality, he was simply concerned for their safety, feeling anxiety and responsibility for their every move, trying to anticipate dangers and protect them from any possible threats. Seeing just how immense Chumo's power truly was, she instantly realized that her own abilities were still far below his level. As always, the hero refused to accept any compliments, remaining humble and focused on his actions, not wanting anyone to assess his merits or strength with words. In such a situation, even the strongest members of the four sects might not have been able to stop their battle as easily and skillfully as he did, demonstrating remarkable strength and experience. The girl desperately wanted to join him and become his disciple, eager to learn from him the skills, strength, and knowledge that could help her become stronger and more confident. The tension between her and Tong grew with every passing second, filling the air with conflict and mutual animosity that was palpable to everyone around them. Jenyang was absolutely certain that if the battle hadn't been stopped, she would have emerged victorious, relying on her own abilities. The two of them turned to the young man to determine which of them was stronger, hoping for his objective decision and recognizing his ability to assess true mastery in combat. Suddenly, an unknown man appeared and asked the girl to tone down her competitive spirit, emphasizing that her rivalry only brought trouble. More than anything, the girl disliked people like Jing Shan from the Dantai sect, who loved to burden themselves with a pile of rules and templates, restricting their own freedom. But he had other intentions, hoping that Yu Tong, who possessed remarkable potential and talent, would join his sect to develop her abilities under his guidance. The savior was deeply shocked by such a proposal, feeling unexpected surprise and doubt regarding the intentions and true motives of the one who made it. Other cultivators also persistently urged her to join them, trying to convince her of the benefits of their support and promising training, protection, and opportunities to develop her power. Speaking quietly into her ear, the girl advised her to forget about everyone else, explaining that only Dan Tai Bi and Dai Yihuo could give her a chance to become a chief disciple and gain true recognition. They were fully prepared to provide her with any resources, including training, protection, and rare materials, to ensure her success and maximize the development of her abilities and potential. At first, Tong thanked everyone for their offers and attention, but then explained that she had long ago decided not to join any sect, since her power had grown thanks to the coins Chumo had given her. If she ever changed her mind, Shan was ready to wait for her in his sect, remaining patient and hoping that one day she would accept his offer and join them. As everyone began to disperse, the young man addressed them and asked them to wait, explaining that he had an extremely important message to convey that concerned everyone present and could not wait. Turning around, everyone immediately focused their attention on him, sensing the gravity of his words and realizing that he now had something of great significance to say that concerned each of them. A green beam of light had already appeared over the city, slowly illuminating the dark sky and drawing the attention of everyone around, who watched this unusual phenomenon with surprise and alarm. Chumo hoped that the cultivators would be able to investigate the situation involving the consortium, which had secretly colluded with the monsters to carry out its own insidious plans and seize power. The onlookers commented among themselves that he was at it again, recalling his previous statements and stories, so almost no one present was willing to truly believe his words. Others even demanded to see convincing evidence clearly showing that he hadn't actually killed anyone, and that all the accusations against him were false or deliberately fabricated. The secret realm was an absolute line of defense established by the ancient cultivators, and as long as the saviors did not suffer a complete failure, monsters would never appear on Earth. Jin Yan sincerely believed what he was saying, listening intently to his every word and sensing that behind his story lay a truth that others simply refused to acknowledge. Shan, on the other hand, believed the likelihood of what was said was low, but he still agreed to look into it, and once the mission in the secret world was complete, he promised to report to the sect and launch an investigation. Kumo sincerely thanked him for his help, feeling relieved that at least someone had agreed to listen to him and promised to sort out the complicated situation. Protecting the world and preventing monster-related disasters before they happened was their primary job. They decided to discuss everything in more detail after they had defeated the boss. The beam of light instantly grew much larger, dispelling the darkness around it and drawing the attention of everyone present with its brightness and powerful energetic presence. With every passing second, its scale grew relentlessly, spreading across the entire area and enveloping everything around it, creating a striking sense of might and immense power. The cultivators were already frightened and confused at that moment, sensing an unexpected threat and realizing that the situation was spiraling out of their control and would require immediate action. Meanwhile, Nate watched everyone from the top of the building, quietly analyzing the situation and waiting for the most opportune moment to intervene or put his plan into action. The transfer began unexpectedly, and all the cultivators were instantly teleported to a completely different place, where a new atmosphere of an unknown environment prevailed. Everything was unfolding quite differently than they had anticipated, and at the same time, no messages were coming from the secret world, which only intensified their anxiety. Chumo asked his friend to be as careful as possible, since this place seemed quite suspicious and might hide dangerous surprises for the unprepared. The first mission stated that the final boss was supposed to be a 500-year-old monster, but a 1,000-year-old one appeared instead, and what was supposed to happen in the second trial remained unknown. Finally, a message appeared before them announcing the start of the boss battle, which instantly sent adrenaline surging and forced everyone to brace for the inevitable danger looming ahead. The monster appeared before them. Its incredible size was awe-inspiring and evoked both fear and admiration for the extraordinary power that stood before their eyes. At that moment, the cultivators hoped for a quick victory, wanting to end the battle as soon as possible and return to the real world, leaving the dangerous dimension behind. Each of their swords was already at the ready, glinting in the light of the surrounding atmosphere and poised to instantly engage the massive monster bearing down on them. So the player swung and delivered the first attack, which instantly sliced through the air, leaving a trail of brilliance and a sense that a fierce battle had begun. As it turned out, his strike dealt no damage at all, and this instantly underscored the enemy's immense power and the difficulty of the battle, which was only just beginning and growing ever more dangerous. Although by the rules such a swing should have harmed the 500-year-old monster, reality turned out to be quite different, underscoring the unpredictability of the fight and the immense danger that awaited them. However, the monster swung back in response and instantly destroyed the player with a single hand, demonstrating incredible strength and brutality that made everyone around hold their breath. It turned out that the monster had killed the chief disciple of the Daihuo sect, and this immediately made the situation suspicious, forcing everyone to ponder the enemy's secret intentions. For his part, Sean believed that everything had happened because of their weakness, since the chi energy in this place was very weak, significantly reducing their combat capabilities and strength. Their attacks were no longer as powerful as before, and every strike felt weak and ineffective, creating a sense of helplessness in the face of an overwhelmingly strong enemy. Not only the final boss, but the other monsters as well had been teleported, appearing all around them in sudden flashes of light and ready to launch an instant attack on everyone. Everyone found themselves in a hopeless situation, for their power was limited, and they were surrounded on all sides by countless creatures preparing for a merciless and unjust attack. It occurred to the players that they were not actually in a secret world, but had found themselves in something completely different, unknown and dangerous. Mr. Garrett appeared on the live stream, greeted the rescuers, and at the same time addressed the viewers, creating a sense of formality and the importance of the event taking place. No one believed his claim that they were all on Earth, since there should have been a much higher concentration of spiritual chi energy there than what they could sense in their surroundings. However, the creature assured them that they were at a resort hotel on an island in the Pacific Ocean, where there were numerous energy suppression blocks nearby, and in short, they had effectively fallen into a complex trap. As for his identity, Chumo was right when he said that there were monsters that had previously come to Earth and left dangerous traces behind. But there were also those who refused to support him because of the brutal murder of the girl and the leader, and this event sparked a wave of outrage, doubt, and deep disappointment among many. Elder G himself then received a message with the exact location of the island where they were, which gave him crucial information for assessing the situation. The virtual host asked everyone to head there as quickly as possible to rescue the cultivators, emphasizing the urgency of the situation and the danger hanging over them. The search party had already set out, but the island seemed to have simply vanished. The satellite map had initially shown it. Yet at that very moment, an unexpected change occurred, which bewildered all the participants. According to Mr. Garrett, no help was expected, nor was there any hope, so they had no choice but to fight to their last breath, relying solely on their own strength and determination. The creatures used the broadcast so that everyone could witness the rescuers' demise on Earth, turning their deaths into a horrific spectacle and a psychological weapon for the viewers. Chumo understood that if the rules of the secret world were still in effect, they could return immediately after destroying the enemy, and this gave him a glimmer of hope for survival. Without wasting a moment, he decided to try immediately, to act decisively, and to use every opportunity to change the course of events and increase his chances of success in battle. It all began quickly, and he could feel the sounds of battle erupting all around him, filling the air with fear and chaos. The sniper mercilessly fired at the creatures, forcing them to taste the deadly bullets coming from his powerful weapon, leaving them no chance. He felt joy because he had brought his assault rifle, which gave him a sense of strength and confidence amid the chaos of battle. Destroying the monsters this way was easy for him, as they were all at a distance that allowed him to fire accurately and safely. But other enemies were so massive that they could crush players with their powerful limbs, forcing him to carefully plan every move in battle. They spared no one and charged straight through the breach without hesitation, breaking through the defenses and leaving a trail of destruction, chaos, and fear in their wake. At that moment, just such a monster appeared before the sniper, so huge and terrifying that its appearance instantly filled the air with tension and fear. With his weapon aimed, he was already ready to fire, hoping to inflict damage on the monster without giving it a single chance to get close. Before he could do anything, he found himself trapped as the creature grabbed him with its two massive hands, leaving him no chance of escape. The young man tried to break free, but his efforts were in vain, for even the strongest could not overcome the creature's immense strength. In the end, the monster simply threw his body into its jaws, revealing huge, sharp teeth that glinted in the light of battle and instilled fear. The sounds of the cultivators' screams and their pleas for help for Garrett sounded like music to him, filling his heart with a sense of victory and savage delight. Turning to Chumo, he said that the young man was the most dangerous savior, and if he had killed Nyunyu, the fight he had started would have been in vain. Therefore, their ruler ordered the monster to have fun by harming others, but without putting himself in danger, ensuring his own safety. The hero understood that if he couldn't quickly put an end to the secret world, it would not only lead to a large number of casualties among the cultivators, but the young man himself risked losing control. Seeing that the young man was lost in thought, the main monster instantly seized the opportunity and dealt him a powerful blow, leaving him no time to retreat or defend himself. However, from the young man's perspective, this turned out to be a trap, as he had deliberately lured the monster in, setting the stage for a surprise counterattack. The creature realized this only when it was already too close to him, with no way to retreat or avoid the danger. Shan unfurled his fan and channeled the Fire Emperor's burning blood, directing its power at the enemy to deliver a devastating blow and demonstrate his might. Fire erupted everywhere, engulfing the surrounding space in flames that burned brightly and mercilessly, turning the tide of battle in his favor. Garrett commented on the whole spectacle, considering these flashes and attacks to be nothing more than weak tricks that could not inflict any significant harm on him. By that time, Jian Yan had joined the battle, attacking the enemy with her spear and trying to support her allies in their fight against the powerful foe. Tong aimed her sharp sword, glowing with a crimson light, at the enemy to deliver a devastating blow and bolster her allies' attack in the battle. None of them wanted to give up, fighting bravely and trying to remain the saviors of the land until the very end, regardless of the danger and pain. The cultivators did not realize that even with all their strength, they could not harm such a mighty monster, rendering their attacks futile and helpless. Only Chumo had the ability to do so, but he suddenly vanished from sight, leaving his allies without support and forcing them to act more cautiously. It was then that it became clear that the team had been distracting Garrett, while the hero himself had quietly set out to take down the final boss, seeking to end the battle quickly and efficiently. Enraged, the creature declared that they would never be able to hold back his power for long, threatening everyone around him with his invincible might. Confidently, the young ladies replied that they were ready to sacrifice themselves to save the world and not let darkness triumph over good. Fire was everywhere, engulfing every corner, destroying everything in its path and leaving behind smoke and ash rising into the sky. Sean used every technique at his disposal, employing every move and ability he had ever mastered to overcome his enemies and control the situation around him. It was difficult for the cultivators to fight against such a powerful opponent, for his skill and formidable abilities exceeded their wildest expectations and capabilities. But they did not give up, continuing to fight bravely despite the pain, fatigue, and danger looming over them from all sides, maintaining unwavering courage. Jin Yan joined the team, using her spear to deliver precise and powerful strikes, skillfully coordinating attacks with her allies and supporting them in battle. Yuding was also confident at that time, demonstrating a determination and fortitude that inspired others and bolstered the team's fighting spirit during engagements. They attacked the opponent from all sides in a coordinated and ruthless manner, trying to seize every opportunity to strike and control the battle. Something had gone wrong. Judging by the power the monster had demonstrated earlier, they were no match for it at all, and even with maximum effort, they wouldn't have been able to kill it in 10 seconds. Sean was worried that what stood before them was actually a clone, because that complicated their actions, called all their strategies into question, and could lead to unexpected consequences in battle. From the very beginning, the monster's goal was to kill only Chumo, focusing all its strength and ferocity on him, ignoring the others present and leaving no chance of survival. Meanwhile, the hero managed to break through its barrier, carefully navigating all the traps and obstacles, and approached the center of the battle, ready for a decisive and dangerous confrontation. Even with his strength, it was difficult to get through it, as the barrier proved to be extremely strong and dangerous, testing every ounce of the hero's endurance and skill. The young man understood that Garrett had deliberately lured him in, carefully analyzing the situation and anticipating every trick to avoid the trap and not end up in a dangerous position. As befitted the most dangerous rescuer, even if he had fallen into the trap, he would still have been able to remain calm, controlling his actions and thinking strategically, despite the threat all around him. Chumo tried to figure out what the creature wanted from him, paying close attention to its behavior, analyzing its intentions, and trying to anticipate its next moves in this dangerous situation. Then he confidently stated that he wanted the cultivator to join them, because then he would be treated fairly, and his exceptional talent would not go to waste, but would remain useful to everyone. Inside the barrier, the live broadcast wasn't working, so there was no need to worry. No one could hear their conversation, and they could freely discuss strategies. The audience couldn't figure out why the boy was silent and didn't answer questions, since his facial expression betrayed no emotion, and his behavior remained a mystery to everyone around him. The combat experience of the now legendary demon continued to accumulate, gradually unlocking new abilities and techniques, making him even more dangerous. Chumo had to buy as much time as possible, maneuvering cautiously, dodging attacks, and using every opportunity to delay the consequences and give his team a chance to gain the upper hand. The monster's patience was running out, and he waited for a response, watching the other's actions intently, ready to attack instantly at the slightest delay or hesitation. If he rejected the offer, they would have no choice but to kill him, forcing them to act decisively and ruthlessly, and any compromises would be impossible. The young man casually hinted that he was supposedly from the consortium, dropping subtle remarks that made the others doubt his true intentions and react cautiously toward him. He also explained that, in the creature's opinion, the monster commander's disappearance at that time was no accident and certainly no coincidence, emphasizing the significance of the events and their strategic importance. The enemy understood nothing, which was to be expected of them, since their intentions remained hidden and their actions unpredictable, creating an atmosphere of tension and uncertainty. Since he had set a trap without telling them, the cultivators could only launch a counterattack in response, and the monster commander was an extremely valuable specimen. It was the consortium that initiated their cooperation, planning all actions in advance and defining each participant's role to achieve maximum effect. The young man declared that their agreement had long since come to an end, firmly stating his position and making it clear that any further obligations were no longer valid or relevant. Garrett admitted that he had lied when he said the live broadcast had been turned off, and then the whole world learned what the consortium was really like, revealing its true intentions. The combat experience upload was nearly complete, and the system already displayed a nearly full progress bar, with only a small portion remaining until final completion. The young man read all the system notifications carefully, trying not to miss a single detail, because every new message could contain important information. The opponent didn't understand where the young man's composure had gone, since just a short while ago he had seemed reserved and confident, but now a different, tense determination was evident in his demeanor. In response, Chumo thanked Garrett for openly admitting their connection to the consortium, and thanks to this sincere confession, his tarnished reputation was finally cleared. The monster's eyes narrowed, closely watching his opponent's every move, as if trying to anticipate his next action before the inevitable attack. And then, having understood everything, it looked anxious, its face reflecting deep agitation and unexpected anxiety in the face of the unknown. The creature revealed itself to the whole world, demonstrating incredible power and a presence that made everyone around feel fear and awe at the same time. The problem was that Garrett didn't understand how the young man knew so much information without being part of the higher-ups, since his knowledge exceeded the expected limits of any ordinary agent. It was no surprise that the hero was digging into his enemy's background, as his strategic thinking and readiness for any action made him unpredictable. He had more evidence than was necessary, and each piece could convincingly confirm the truth, giving him an undeniable advantage in any dispute or conflict. Air had also provided quite a lot of material to help him understand everything, and every document and record helped piece together the full picture of events with all their details and nuances. His sister was always on his mind. She had ended up in this state precisely because of the monsters, and memories of her suffering constantly filled his heart with anguish. After the secret world was to be shut down, the first thing Chumo wanted to do was destroy the Lee Consortium, as he considered them the main culprits of the chaos and a threat to the entire order. Garrett asked how he had figured out that the barrier couldn't stop the live broadcast, since such caution demonstrated his deep understanding of technology and the enemy's strategic weaknesses. The hero knew this from the very beginning, since the enemy had talked too much about how difficult it was to cross the barrier and how it was impossible to confirm the boss's death within it. The viewers completely changed their opinion of the player and called him incredible, since every move he made demonstrated extraordinary skill, quick reflexes, and flawless strategy. Everything was said to make the cultivator believe a lie, and every word was skillfully chosen to convince him of the fallacy of his own observations and doubts. However, the monster could never match Chumo, as his strength, cunning, and determination surpassed any natural abilities or aggression the creature possessed. In that instant, the character's combat experience had already loaded to 100%, granting him complete control over his skills and strategies. Chumo could hardly wait for it all to end, as his impatience and desire to know the outcome of events overwhelmed his mind and forced him to hasten his every step. But the loading indicator didn't stop and remained active, constantly flashing on the screen and reminding him of the invisible progress. The creature ahead looked too menacing, and it felt as though it was ready to attack at any moment, radiating dangerous aggression. The enemy realized that he had completely underestimated the young man's cunning, and this mistake could cost him dearly, for every move the opponent made was now predictable. Only strength would determine the fate of humanity and decide what end awaited all participants in the battle, for no words or tricks could influence the outcome of the confrontation at that moment. He lunged at Chumo, attacking him without pause, and every blow was filled with deadly force and determination, seeking to break his opponent's resistance at any cost. But it immediately became clear that the attack had been blocked, as Chumo's power perfectly countered the assault, deflecting his opponent's blows without suffering any damage or losing his balance. The cultivator was far stronger than anyone had imagined, and his extraordinary power exceeded all expectations, forcing his opponents to rethink their strategies. Grabbing his opponent by the arm, he simply tossed him over his shoulder, demonstrating incredible strength and agility that left everyone around him in complete astonishment and fear of his abilities. Garrett couldn't believe he'd been tossed aside like a rag, for Chumo's unexpected strength and skill completely surpassed all his expectations. Everything that was happening at that moment was a surprise, and no participant could have predicted the course of events, as every move and action of the opponent radically changed the situation before their eyes. Ms. Shuang was captivated by the rescuer's composure, talent, and combat prowess, as his ability to act without fear or hesitation made an incredible impression on everyone present. Lu Jing, however, asked her to rein in her emotions, noting that the young man's title was well-deserved, as his skills and achievements fully warranted the respect. He asked him to remove the barrier so that the monsters could not attack the cultivators and to allow them to safely complete the secret mission, preserving the lives of the participants and ensuring the success of the operation. Then the enemy admitted that he had been thinking about how powerful the young man might be and had prepared for everything in advance, trying to anticipate his every move and exploit any possible weakness. At that moment, two more creatures appeared before him, instantly creating a sense of threat and tension, ready to engage in battle and test his skills to the limit. At first, it was unclear what was supposed to happen next according to the plan, and every participant remained in tense anticipation, trying to predict the next steps in this unpredictable situation. Accumulators that could transfer pre-stored power to the boss so that he would not be limited in spiritual energy and could use it to the fullest during decisive battles. So he decided to show his utmost respect for Chumo and demonstrate his true power to confirm his level of mastery and acknowledge his opponent's superiority in battle. Meanwhile, the battle between the experienced cultivators raged on without pause, with powerful energy waves swirling around them, kicking up dust and reshaping the landscape. They were fully aware that they had to break through the powerful barrier, despite the danger, to save their wounded comrade from the imminent threat. Sean carefully analyzed the situation and realized that everything seemed strange. The monsters were using the boss as bait to lure Chumo, but at the same time, they weren't preventing him from destroying the barrier. There could be two reasons. Either the barrier was so strong that even the young man had a hard time breaking through it, and the monsters couldn't damage it at all, or the creatures were too busy with something else. Suddenly, a bright bell appeared before the cultivators, floating quietly in the air and radiating a strange energy that filled the surrounding space with excitement and tension. Then following the bell, a huge monster appeared, declaring that after thousands of years, he had managed to gather the saviors and reunite the two worlds once more, and the interlude had come at the right time. The monster turned out to be of a completely different level and enormous size, vastly surpassing all other creatures the cultivators had previously encountered. The outcome of the battle seemed to have been decided in advance, and the cultivators were bound to suffer defeat, despite all their efforts and courage. All those who were to renounce their status as saviors remained alive, and this rule also applied to the people on Earth, who were to become the monster's obedient servants. Some cultivators also supported him, explaining that the enemy was trying to divide them and sow doubt in order to exploit their weakness and gain the upper hand. Nate said that they faced a choice, to become allies of the monsters or to become their dinner, and many cultivators had already joined them. And thanks to their coins, they were able to set off for the island. The master didn't understand why he had been singled out, since he didn't have a single item that could explain such attention or a special choice regarding him. However, the problem was that he possessed the Thunder Amphora, which his father had asked him to guard, and this made him a target for others and underscored his importance. To the man's despair, his own father had surrendered to the monsters, leaving him alone and intensifying the sense of betrayal and hopelessness that gripped his soul. The creatures had long since infiltrated Earth, and some people, succumbing to fear or temptation, decided to join them, choosing service over resistance. Air, who had been caged for a long time, was finally able to break free, feeling a sudden sense of relief and a surge of strength for what lay ahead. She was too enraged, and anger overflowed her heart, causing every movement and thought to radiate unprecedented strength and determination. They thought they could bribe her with food, but the girl was ready for decisive revenge and had no intention of giving in, even for the most tempting reward. But the creature had not yet regained its strength, so it could not engage in battle and was forced to watch from afar, planning its next move. So, for the time being, it decided to snack on what was left on the table, restoring a little energy so that later it would have the strength for decisive action in battle. In its opinion, the plan was to kidnap Chumo's sister and then force him to become its servant, using fear and the circumstances to its advantage. In this way, the monster could fulfill the ruler's mission without even using her own strength, skillfully manipulating others and exploiting their fears and weaknesses. But looking at the poor girl, she felt disgust and hated the idea of tormenting the weak, for her own heart could not tolerate injustice and cruelty. And if she had done so, she would have been no different from the high-level beings who acted in a similar manner, losing their own morality and leaving only cruelty behind. So she decided to return to her retreat strategy and leave Chumo's territory, choosing caution and planning to conserve her strength for a more favorable moment. The system reported that the damage transfer function had been activated again, signaling a change in combat conditions and potential danger for all participants. Air hated everything associated with it, feeling anger and revulsion toward every element that reminded her of suffering and danger. So, from the force directed at her, she simply fell to the floor, feeling pain and complete exhaustion, unable to withstand the blow. The attacks on the young man continued to rain down incessantly, leaving him in constant fear and forcing him to seek shelter in unexpected places. As long as Chumo kept his distance, there was nothing to fear, for his calm and confident demeanor created a sense of complete safety. But as soon as he got closer, he had to act very quickly, because any delay could turn into a life-threatening situation. So, when he attacked it, the enemy was sent flying several meters away, crashing to the ground with such force that the air around them shook from the impact. And then he spoke loudly, telling the man to look up, forcing everyone around to raise their eyes warily and search for the source of the danger. An incredible amount of power gathered above him, creating a dense field of energy that almost physically compressed everything around it, causing the air to tremble with tension. And in a single second it exploded, leaving behind only ash that slowly settled to the ground, a reminder of the destructive power that had just passed. However, the opponent fared no better, as the player's strike was precise and powerful, causing him to lose his balance and feel pain in every muscle. Without chi energy, the young man would have continued to take damage, and then he would have simply been torn to pieces before the enemy's strength had even run out. Could it be, in the monster's opinion, that this was an even fight? After all, he was talking to himself, convincing himself of his own superiority and underestimating his opponent. The panel indicated that the damage transfer had begun, signaling the start of a dangerous process that could change the course of the battle at any moment. Until the very end, the boy refused to yield to their pressure and hated it most of all when they tried to pity him, feeling only anger and determination to keep fighting. Behind the barrier, some rescuers did not want to continue fighting, feeling fatigue and fear that gradually eroded their resolve and will to resist. However, as soon as they gave up their status, it would mean betraying humanity, leaving the world defenseless and on the brink of total chaos. The intermission was about to end, and Nate didn't understand why so many players were hesitating, since victory seemed obvious and the chance of defeat extremely small. The young master himself assured them that he would never surrender to the monsters, demonstrating unwavering resolve and a willingness to fight to his last breath. In that case, the creature explained that he would die along with his father and the entire sect, and they would be completely destroyed as enemies, leaving no chance of salvation. Nate added that his father had worked tirelessly to continue his legacy, yet the ungrateful son had decided to doom the entire sect to destruction, disregarding the sacrifices and efforts of the previous generation. Two forces stood opposed to one another, creating a tense atmosphere where every movement could shift the balance and determine the outcome of this dangerous confrontation. The enemy pounced on him immediately, attacking mercilessly and without pause, forcing him to react instantly to save his own life. And then he crushed him like a worthless insect, leaving behind only helplessness and chaos that engulfed everything around him. The others saw that with such power they didn't stand a chance against the monster, and fear slowly gripped their hearts, paralyzing any attempt at resistance. Nate announced that the intermission was over, and the atmosphere shifted as the players began preparing for the next stage with renewed tension and anticipation. The remaining cultivators were to become the monster's prey, helplessly awaiting the inevitable doom that hung over them like the shadow of a merciless fate. On the other side, Chumo could barely stand, feeling every muscle protest painfully against the strain and exhaustion following the brutal battle. And then later Daluatian was born, who united power and religion. All the major cultivator sects supported his rule, and for the common people, the long-awaited peace finally arrived. Then the man wanted to quit his job because he was tired of it, and he saved up some money to open his own shop and start a new life on his own terms. But his boss asked him to make one more delivery, and only after that could he be free and start his own plans without any restrictions. The work to prepare for war, Daluotian built a secret world where prisoners who had committed serious crimes were sent as test subjects to strengthen the defenses. At that time, they were strange. Men and women, young and old, dressed in rags, appearing to be ordinary villagers, yet hiding secrets buried deep within. The old man said back then that their village was located in a barren mountainous region, and they survived only thanks to the harvests in the fields and mountains, which provided a modest but necessary income. When the monsters appeared, everything changed. Many people died, including his granddaughter and son, and the survivors sought refuge with the landowners, but they could not pay taxes and remained defenseless. The ferryman refused to listen to any talk, and he was forbidden from communicating with the prisoners, forcing him to do his work in silence and without emotional involvement. It was quite dangerous. Some people died, and some mutated their bodies, went mad, and then died. They called him foolish and began to believe that none of it made sense. The elderly man simply wanted to help those who lacked the gift to fight for themselves and survive in a cruel world where the weak were left defenseless. The next morning, they continued on their way, moving forward with determination and renewed strength, ready to face any difficulties in their path. The boy screamed not to touch his sister, feeling panic and helplessness in the face of the inevitable danger looming over them. He pushed the guard away with all his might, and the guard flew to the side, hitting the ground with a loud thud and losing any ability to resist. As it turned out, the boy, who was bound in chains, had not only killed the ferryman, but also shattered the stone, demonstrating incredible strength and unexpected agility for his age. The old man, seeing all this, began to shout that he had succeeded and begged them to release the young man, for he alone was their last hope for the future and the village's salvation. Holding a sword to his throat, the assistants prevented him from moving or even the slightest bit helping the captives, keeping him under complete control and fear. Instead, for their attitude, they themselves received punishment from the carrier. Feeling the full force of his anger and ruthlessness, he understood that the victims were not meant to die that time, for they could change the world and make it less insane, leaving hope for future generations. 20 years later, they were living in a small cottage, leading a quiet life far from the chaos of the world and enjoying the simple pleasures of everyday life. The man knew he had very little time left, and every second became priceless, forcing him to act quickly to get everything done. The flesh and blood of the monsters he had been fused with were constantly eating away at his body, and at best he could hold on for another 2 years. Yet they were considered heretics and were constantly being hunted. They could all die, even the cultivator who had volunteered to help them, for the danger was too great and no one could predict the outcome of the battle. He was also expelled from the sect due to his excessive curiosity, and he couldn't stop it when he heard that people had harnessed the power of monsters, causing him to feel helplessness and despair. However, thanks to his genius, they found a way to grow stronger without using monsters, opening up new hope for development and protection against enemies. The young man wanted the master to find a way for him to survive, and he also sought to try a new cultivation method that could significantly increase his strength and endurance. Due to the creature's renunciation of flesh and blood, the lifespan of his body had been greatly shortened, and there was nothing to be done but accept his inevitable fate. Still, he wanted to live a little longer and see the next generation of cultivators recognized by Daluotian, no longer considered heretics, paving the way for peace and justice. He had to protect all the children he had taken in until they grew up, shielding them from danger and raising them in safety and care. At first, the master didn't want to agree and take everything upon himself, hesitating because of the responsibility and fear of the consequences of his actions. But then he relented and said that he promised to care for all the orphans after his death, taking responsibility for their future and well-being. A security alert sounded across the territory, and it was Daluotian's cultivators who had arrived to protect and restore order amid the chaos. The problem was their numbers, for 3 squads had arrived, 60 well-trained men, ready for battle and to carry out any order from their leadership. After the last battle, all their supporters had been killed, so by that time, only the 2 of them remained, along with the small children, without any support or protection. But the boy realized then that if he allowed the monster's blood and his own body to merge, an incredible power would be unleashed. though he might also fall into madness from the uncontrolled energy. So he ordered the master to leave the cultivator to him while he took the children and fled, trying to save them from the imminent danger and chaos all around. Most likely, he would have died after the battle, but the man had to keep his promise and protect the children, regardless of the danger to himself. The next generation of children did not need to use the flesh of monsters. Although the process was painful, becoming stronger was safe, and they could fight like humans and die the same way. Many years later, Daluotian sentenced the young man to execution, upholding justice for violating the laws and established order. But he was willing to give him a second chance if the young man publicly admitted that he had been brainwashed and that everything he had done was in the past. If he refused, he would have to fight the head of the spiritual department. In response, the young man chose the duel over execution, taking the risk and demonstrating his willingness to fight for his life and honor before everyone present. He might have been considered the strongest cultivator, but the player refused the glory so as not to become a criminal again and to preserve his own principles and freedom. The practitioner simply wanted to do the right thing, and according to his research from a decade ago, spiritual energy was beginning to run out, which had destabilized the government. They found the only solution: the merging of the two worlds. At that time, Daluotian was defending the interests of cultivators, while the scientist had spent his entire life seeking the ruler's approval to carry out his research. The goal of the body cultivation sect was to protect those without talent, those who were weak and could not defend themselves. The young man no longer needed the approval or status of a cultivator. He was ready to fight as a mortal for the mortals of this world, defending their lives and freedom with his own strength. The battle was about to begin, and everyone was on high alert, sensing the tension in the air and preparing for the inevitable confrontation. Everyone else believed he had no chance of defeating the head of the spiritual department, doubting his strength and ability to withstand the duel. But for himself, the savior decided that in that place, his battle would provoke even greater resistance, preparing him for trials that could change the course of events. He wanted to place his hopes on the next generation, just as his predecessors had done, hoping that they would be able to carry on his work and change the world for the better. Chumo was filled with the strength of his past generations, feeling the legacy and experience of his ancestors, which gave him power and determination in battle. The enemy felt the terrifying pressure emanating from the young man, and it made him tremble and lose confidence in his own strength in the face of this invisible yet powerful energy. The cultivator was already certain that the battle would end in his favor, feeling the advantage and control over the situation that gave him a sense of invincibility. By that time, Garrett must have realized that he was already dead, even though he still stood alive on the battlefield, feeling a strange combination of life and death at the same time. The boy seemed to be taking his power into his own hands, absorbing his opponent's energy and feeling it become part of his own might. On an isolated, deserted island, a heavy despair was slowly spreading, enveloping everything around like a thick fog, leaving a lone person without hope or any salvation. The hunters decided to hide in any safe place, listening intently to every rustle in the dark forest, hoping to wait out the danger. Some decided to give up, convinced that if they went into battle against a stronger enemy, they would inevitably die, with no chance of saving their own lives. Fear overwhelmed their emotions so strongly that everyone felt hopeless, for there was nowhere to run, and only anxiety and the inevitable anticipation of danger reigned all around. Approaching the monster, the rescuer said in a calm but weary voice that he had previously been ready to give up, for he had long seen no hope of salvation. But the monster, barely listening to his words and paying no attention to his pleas, slowly opened its enormous jaws and mercilessly swallowed the defenseless man whole. With his piercing scream, he instantly attracted the attention of other creatures nearby, causing them to cautiously approach the source of the noise with curiosity and suspicion. It was precisely because of his companion's carelessness that the cultivator suffered a crushing defeat, for his opponents seized the moment of weakness and mercilessly dashed any chance of victory. The monster's strength proved far greater than their own, as every blow from the enemy sent them reeling backward, exhausting both body and spirit, leaving only a sense of helplessness and fear. Yu Tong was able to defend herself by skillfully attacking her opponents, precisely calculating every move and using her skills to parry blows and save her own life in the dangerous clash. In this way, she saved the player from certain death, displaying incredible speed and skill, parrying deadly blows and creating a chance for survival amid the chaos of battle. In an instant, the man felt a deep emptiness inside himself, but he couldn't understand its cause, for his mind was confused and gripped by an invisible sense of unease. As it turned out, the reason was that Nate was standing behind him, watching his every move and silently influencing his emotions, causing unexpected anxiety and confusion. The rescuers were unable to save one of their comrades because time and circumstances were against them, and the danger struck instantly, leaving only despair and a sense of helplessness. The three of them not only attacked their enemies but also saved others, and such geniuses had no right to die so easily, despite the mortal danger all around. Frowning, Jin Yan threatened that the creature would surely feel Chu Mo beating the last breath out of it, and her voice sounded resolute and unwavering, leaving no chance of salvation. Nate reported that quite a bit of time had passed, and if the young man hadn't died yet, then he had definitely betrayed them, since the circumstances left no chance of survival without betrayal. The battle raged on, and the noise around them was deafening, as blows, screams, and explosions mingled into a chaotic roar, enveloping the entire battlefield in fear and deadly tension. Some cultivators sat in the office, quietly dreaming of returning home, imagining peaceful days in the warmth of their native home, which seemed so distant and unattainable amid their daily worries. These were the very ones who had decided to give up, and they had to show at least a little respect for those who were saving humanity, acknowledging their sacrifices and unbreakable courage in dangerous circumstances. They didn't believe in them, because even the strongest savior had been trapped, and no one knew if he was still alive, which only intensified the doubts and fear in everyone's hearts. Humanity was soon to come to an end, and then there would be no one left to express gratitude to the saviors, for everyone would be engulfed by the chaos and destruction looming over the world. Sean could barely stand on his feet, exhausted and too weak to continue fighting, for every movement came with incredible strain, and his body refused to obey his will. The rescuers had already lost consciousness and were on the brink of death, as exhaustion and their injuries were draining their bodies, leaving only a faint glimmer of life. Nate wished for them to die and decided to become their judge, confidently deciding their fate, guided by his own convictions and ruthless logic. Suddenly, a strange sound swept across the area, echoing everywhere and stirring anxiety in the hearts of those present, forcing them to listen intently for the unknown source of danger. Everyone looked around in shock, trying to understand what was happening, for the unfamiliar sound filled the air with tension and fear, leaving no clarity as to the source of the danger. Sean was the first to see that the barrier had been destroyed, and this instantly gave him hope of salvation, filling his heart with the feeling that survival was possible despite all the difficulties. Chumo appeared before them, looking completely different. His figure was more powerful, and his gaze was filled with determination and an unknown force that transformed the entire atmosphere around him. The monster couldn't understand how this could have happened, and his confusion grew, for the events were beyond his expectations and shattered all his confidence in controlling the situation. Garrett, who was at the peak of his powers and considered invincible, lost to the cultivator, which came as a shock to all witnesses and completely changed the course of the battle. At that point, Nate didn't stand a chance either, and he tried to make himself invisible, attempting to hide from the danger until the boy got closer, because every second could decide his fate. In response, Chumo shouted that the creature shouldn't even think of running away. His voice rang out powerfully and decisively, forcing his opponent to feel fear and realize the inevitable impossibility of escape. He used a technique that bathed everything around him in bright light, and powerful beams cut through the darkness, making everyone present feel the incredible power and grandeur of his mastery. No one understood how a cultivator of the cultivation sect could employ such techniques, for their complexity and power far exceeded the familiar knowledge and experience of everyone around. Everything around began to fade away, as if the light were dissolving into the darkness, and objects in space gradually vanished, leaving only a sense of emptiness and the unreality of the events. It was Chumo immediately ran to his companion, striving to save her from danger. His heart was racing, and his actions were precise and decisive, leaving no room for hesitation. However, no healing techniques could help the girls, for their injuries were too severe, and the destructive force exceeded all healing capabilities, leaving only helplessness and anxiety. However, once the mission was complete, all the injuries they had sustained would vanish, restoring their bodies in strength as if the horrific events had never left a mark on their health. Chumo rushed to kill all the remaining creatures, moving with incredible speed and power, leaving his opponents no chance of escape and obliterating them with a single powerful strike. The cultivators sitting inside heard no sounds of battle at all, as if the entire struggle had vanished into thin air, creating a strange sense of calm and unreality around them. They thought the monsters had won, and so they could calmly go home, confident that the danger had passed and the threat no longer hung over them. Nate was hiding near them in his small form because he knew that if he died, everything would end, and his fate was crucial to the further course of events. Fortunately, on the small island trap, where there was no spiritual energy, even Chumo was forced to expend his strength, for the lack of energy support made every movement incredibly exhausting and difficult. However, the boy refused to give up and appeared at the main office, resolutely stepping into the fray despite the danger and difficulties awaiting him inside. The rescuers hiding there were startled by the loud sound that shattered the silence, causing them to look around tensely and feel a sudden sense of fear and uncertainty. It was then that the young man appeared before them. His demeanor was confident and resolute, and his presence immediately instilled hope and made the rescuers feel a surge of strength and confidence. They immediately began to apologize for giving up, explaining that there were no other options, and their voices were filled with sincere remorse and regret for their own weakness. In reality, the cultivators were pretending to be indifferent, but in truth they were quietly looking for ways to kill the monsters, carefully planning every move and hiding their true intentions from everyone around them. All the creatures had been destroyed, but the mission was not yet complete, for there were still people who needed to be saved. Therefore, all remaining monsters had to be eliminated in order to successfully complete the trial. Shumo knew for certain that the enemy was among them, but he couldn't pinpoint exactly where. Watching intently and straining all his senses, trying to detect his hidden presence. There was only one way out: to kill them all, thereby solving the problem, eliminating the threat once and for all, and ensuring a chance to complete the mission and save the people. One of them, the problem was that the other had eaten his token for the sake of maximum safety, and this had disrupted the plan as the energy bond weakened and created unpredictable consequences for everyone around. But at that moment, a green light began to envelop his body, pulsing brightly and filling him with energy, as if nature itself were granting him the strength to act. And then the main enemy, stood in the center of the room. His figure radiated danger and power, causing everyone present to feel a sudden fear and tension at the approaching threat. In reality, the young man was only pretending to threaten them, trying to cleverly discover Nate's location, hiding his true intentions behind outward resolve and aggression. He never imagined the creature would be so foolish and reveal itself so easily. Its carelessness allowed him to quickly identify its weaknesses and take control of the situation. It was his desire to avenge every cultivator was at its peak, filling his heart with rage and determination, forcing him to act without any fear or hesitation against all enemies. Thus, he instantly and without hesitation destroyed 4 clones, demonstrating incredible skill, strength, and lightning-fast reflexes in battle. As he lunged at Chumo, he was fully aware that the situation was extremely dangerous and that every move he made could be fatal, but he continued to act decisively. The creature needed to hold out just a little longer, for the success of the entire dangerous operation, one that could change everything, depended on this brief interval. However, the cultivator unleashed powerful attacks time and again, causing the ground to tremble incessantly and the surrounding environment to shudder from the force of his incredible power and skill. The young man had one more opponent left, and his next move could decide the fate of the entire battle, for the final victory depended on this last encounter. For his part, Nate tried to escape, using every opportunity to maneuver, for his survival and the continued execution of his plan depended on this risky retreat. On the other, there stood Shan, holding his fan firmly in his hands, ready for any turn of events, and his calm, confident posture radiated a dangerous strength and determination. Shanya's strength was on the verge of exhaustion, and it was incredibly difficult for him to protect even a single comrade, for any mistake in his choice could lead to the death of everyone without exception. Toon's body was enveloped by the young man's technique as he skillfully targeted her, and every one of his movements reflected precision, determination, and deadly efficiency in this dangerous situation. Genuine unconscious, the sect's disciple felt nothing of what was happening around her, and the entire world around her made no sense to her, leaving her completely defenseless. Nate turned to Chumo, declaring that he had won, his voice filled with determination and pride, confirming that the intense battle had ended in his favor. Even at such a critical moment, the boy did not think of giving up, and filled with determination, sought to finally destroy the enemy, not allowing fear or fatigue to get the better of him. His companion's life was also at stake, and he understood that if they defeated the monsters incorrectly, it could put her in mortal danger as well. But for him, there was only one option. He would have to kill one of his own comrades in front of the whole world, forcing him to face an unthinkable moral choice and a terrible necessity. Whispering, the young man assured his companion that none of them would die, and that he would definitely handle the dangerous situation, taking full responsibility for the course of events. Taking Jian Yen in his hands, he began to rhythmically shake her up and down, trying to activate her defensive powers and test the limits of her capabilities in a critical situation. In this way, the opponent's body began to precisely mimic every movement of the cultivator's hands, repeating them with incredible accuracy and creating the illusion of double the strength and dangerous synchronicity. Glancing at the girl, it immediately became clear that she was fine, and her calm expression indicated the absence of danger and a full recovery from what she had endured. Gathering all his strength into his fist, Chumo directed it straight at the opponent, and every muscle in his body radiated incredible determination, ready for the decisive blow. This was indeed the end of the battle, but Nate felt a sense of satisfaction that most of the rescuers had been killed and that they had successfully executed their carefully devised plan. The hero turned out to be much stronger than expected, and this was due to his masterful use of techniques and the fact that, as a cultivator of the cultivation sect, his combat power had reached its limit. After the mission was completed, the system reported that Chumo had received a reward in the form of the removal of the limit on his own power, opening up new opportunities for further development. The boundaries of the secret world began to slowly crumble, and he could feel hidden forces awakening all around him, altering reality and paving the way for unknown events. Finally, the saviors were able to return to the real dimension immediately after the grueling trial ended, and they felt relief and peace. The host carefully analyzed the results of the second mission and determined that, following dangerous trials and numerous losses, only 706 cultivators had survived. The elder was in a hurry to check for possible traitors among the rescuers, as he was supposed to attend an important meeting where their future fate would be finally decided. Ms. Shuang and Li Zheng were fully prepared to wrap up the broadcast on their own, understanding the gravity of the moment and realizing that viewers' perception of the events depended on their actions. In fact, what worried the man most was the dangerous conflict between Chumo and the Li Consortium, as he understood that this confrontation could lead to serious consequences. At Li's office, no one could get in touch with the cultivators they had previously worked closely with, and this was causing growing anxiety among all the staff. But they weren't particularly relied upon, as their involvement was based solely on mutual benefit, and no one was certain of their loyalty or stability. Suddenly, a stranger walked in and said that not only had they made a dangerous enemy in Chumo, but they had also recklessly allied themselves with monsters, putting everyone around them at risk. Director Li managed to maintain a calm exterior, though he felt tense inside, and their security system urgently needed another critical update for protection. The assistant immediately lunged at the man, realizing he posed a direct threat to his boss and was ready to defend him at any cost without a moment's hesitation. Mr. Li stopped everyone and calmly explained that standing before them was a messenger from the Consortium Alliance, who had come to offer assistance in overcoming the crisis. In fact, the man explained that he had come to announce the group's final decision, and at the same time noted that there were enough consortium directors who wanted Li dead. The director quickly realized that 20 votes had been cast in favor, with only one member abstaining, and that this decision would ultimately determine the future course of events within the consortium. He wondered where exactly he had learned such confidential information, since no one was supposed to know the results of the vote before they were officially announced. When choosing between Li and Chumo, everyone unanimously supported the man, since it was with him that they had collaborated with the monsters and were most concerned about the young man's safe and effective operations. The Alliance proposed finding a safe place to ride out the storm. At the same time, they would report that Li had gone missing, and although an investigation would begin, they would help him conceal the crucial information. The whole affair would drag on for several months, and over time, society would forget everything. And in a year or two, once the world and Earth had completed their merger, there would be no need to hide anymore. One problem remained unresolved: what exactly to do with Chumo, since the balance of power and the safety of all participants depended on his next moves. But the messenger reassured them, asking them not to worry about it, since the boy had crossed the consortium's path of his own accord, and at that moment had effectively set himself on a path to death. The lights were on in the Tung house, and it was clear that the owners were inside, as the windows radiated a warm glow that betrayed the presence of people in the room. Chumo didn't know how to sincerely apologize to Air for the injuries he had caused, so he brought her a lot of food, trying to at least partially make up for his mistake and show his remorse. In response, she shouted again that she couldn't be bribed with food, and then unexpectedly added that she actually wanted lobster, expressing her desire more specifically. The hero had no money, and if she really wanted something, he would have to ask Yutong. But in the meantime, she had already fallen asleep after the exhausting ordeal. The host also suggested she watch the broadcast to pass the time and take her mind off the fatigue from the ordeal, giving her a chance to relax and have some fun. The shocked girl couldn't believe that Chumo had been able to destroy Garrett's trap and eliminate all the monsters with such ease, demonstrating incredible strength and skill that exceeded her expectations. Thanks to a special feature of the system, the young man could read Air's thoughts and asked her to help him identify the 12 monsters remaining on Earth so he could effectively prepare for his next moves. She was also bewildered, unable to believe that he had instantly read her thoughts, feeling both surprise and a certain fear of his extraordinary abilities. Out of fear of the hero's power, the girl began eating everything he brought, completely forgetting her earlier request for lobster, and devoured the food quickly and indiscriminately. Air's affection for her master only grew as she increasingly appreciated his care, strength, and ability to protect her in difficult situations. Not much time had passed since they returned to the real world, and each of them felt a slight sense of emptiness and a mixed feeling of joy and anxiety. Yudong came to her senses after a long period of rest, slowly got out of bed, and cautiously made her way to the kitchen, hoping to find something tasty and quick to eat. She couldn't sleep because thoughts of the consortium, the missing director, and the investigation that had begun kept swirling in her head, giving her no moment's peace. Meanwhile, Air continued to leisurely savor all the dishes laid out on the table, enjoying every bite and feeling genuine pleasure from the food. Her monster friends had died in battle, but she looked at it calmly, showing no sadness or anxiety, as if her emotions remained cold and detached. Then Air calmly explained that, to her, all high-level beings were practically nobodies, since they often bullied the weaker ones and didn't deserve her respect or fear. The master cautiously asked again if Air was willing to help him search for other monsters, but added that if she didn't want to, he wasn't going to force her. She realized that the young man was actually testing her loyalty and willingness to follow him in search of other creatures, gauging her reactions and devotion. He had seen the girl break free from her cage, but had not uttered a single word, knowing that if she had shown disobedience, she would certainly have been disposed of without mercy. So, with a confident voice, Air replied that she was ready to help her master find all the enemies, demonstrating determination and devotion to his plans without a shred of doubt. After all, only by obtaining sufficient evidence could they completely destroy the Lee Consortium and finally uncover the truth about his sister, revealing all the hidden secrets. In his opinion, it was far better to take Air with him than to take a risk and trust the cultivators of the 4 major sects, who might be hiding their own motives and plans. Yutong had heard of Daluotian, which had once been the strongest sect of cultivators, founded its own dynasty, and, after the decline of spiritual energy, voluntarily relinquished its power over the world. As far as the boy knew, the monster invasion and the construction of the secret world were connected to him. There was a belief that the saviors had been sent to be killed, and the last mission had taken his coins of fate without giving him any reward. This information shocked his companion, for Chumo had saved everyone who was there and was left with nothing, receiving no reward or recognition for his heroic deeds. As a result, he trusted only Jian Yan and Jin Shanyu completely, but could not rely on any of the other sects, doubting their intentions and loyalty. He sought to learn more about the secret world, but at that time, the Lee Consortium remained his top priority, and all other matters took a back seat. It was there that people brought food to the monsters, carefully laying it out on tables and watching as the creatures cautiously consumed every bite, adhering to strict rules. The creatures felt hungry every hour, constantly demanding food, and the people had to monitor their diet to avoid chaos and unpredictable consequences. The cook agreed to prepare a few more servings, carefully planning the timing and ingredients so that all the creatures would receive enough food without any delays or shortages. But they didn't want to eat the prepared food because the worker himself looked so appetizing that they openly stared at him, feeling both temptation and curiosity at the same time. A bag containing some disgusting substance lay on the floor, waiting for the courier who was supposed to pick it up and deliver it to its destination, unknown and unsettling to those around. It was better not to open it, because one of them had already dared to do so and had thrown up violently while trying to clean up the remains, leaving everyone in horrified astonishment. The monsters had been calm for a few days, but after the deaths of their two leaders, they began to go mad, losing control and attacking people without any mercy or discrimination. The workers couldn't complain about anything because they were already adults and couldn't easily find new jobs, and the Lee Consortium offered them high wages. They just had to do their jobs diligently and not take things to heart, leaving personal emotions outside the scope of their duties and the Consortium's strict rules. The new employee approached the security guard to ask where exactly the monster everyone was talking about was located, trying to get accurate information before carrying out his task. But the cultivator cut him off, quickly explaining that he was a courier and was simply doing his job, trying to avoid unnecessary questions and suspicion. On the sandy beach, the water lay still, a nearly mirror-like expanse, reflecting the sunlight and creating a sense of peace and harmony with the surrounding world. The waitress apologized to the director for making him wait so long for the wine, which had been specially flown in from thousands of kilometers away, hoping to justify the delay. Another one was giving him a massage, carefully relaxing every muscle, ensuring he had a full and pleasant vacation without any worries or stress. The staff members bustled around him, constantly staying close by, attentively performing their duties and making sure nothing escaped their attention. An assistant was also present, attentively handling work-related matters, organizing affairs, and ensuring the efficient completion of all tasks without delay. The atmosphere grew tense due to his voice, which rang out confidently and decisively, causing everyone present to feel a sense of unease and inner tension. In a calm voice, the advisor explained that they had encountered a serious problem in the form of Chumo, which could significantly impact the future course of events and the plans of all involved. At this news, wine unexpectedly spilled from the man's mouth as his body instantly shuddered from the shock and sudden turmoil that engulfed his thoughts. Meanwhile, the young man strode through the room, carefully surveying his surroundings, taking steady, confident steps while listening intently to every sound around him. The monster did not want to see anyone and ordered everyone to come only after lunchtime, demanding complete peace and solitude in his space without any distractions. Chumo addressed him because he had learned that the creature had devoured many people, and he was troubled by the danger it might pose to everyone around, forcing him to act quickly. The creature in response explained that it was a great honor for them to become its food, expressing this with a strange calmness and highlighting the creature's unusual behavior. At first, the young man wanted to spare it as evidence, but it didn't matter because there were still 11 of them left, and the situation remained extremely critical and tense. Finally, the creature realized that standing before it was Chumo, who had acted with extraordinary speed and managed to find them all, forcing it to acknowledge his skill and determination. Unable to hold back, the young man kicked it with his foot, delivering a powerful blow that caused significant damage and forced the opponent to lose its balance for a few moments. The monster was outraged that he hadn't even let him finish his thought, feeling irritation and anger at the disregard for his words and attempts to explain the situation. Having also destroyed the second stage, he felt satisfaction watching the results of his strength and determination, which confirmed his skill and confidence in his own actions. The creature was fortunate that parts of it remained that could be used as evidence, as this provided an opportunity to verify the events and secure crucial information for further action. Explosions occurred ahead, sharply illuminating the space and filling the air with loud sounds, causing everyone present to feel fear and anxiety at the same time. They indicated that the consortium was fully aware of his presence among them, revealing their knowledge and ability to track his every move with remarkable precision. The organization attempted to destroy all evidence, acting decisively and covertly to conceal any traces of its activities and prevent the truth from being revealed to others. A reporter immediately arrived at the site of the explosion, observing the events, although the exact cause of the incident remained unknown and raised many questions. Turning the camera, they saw Chumo emerging from the building, moving confidently and decisively, projecting his presence and control over the situation. They immediately rushed up to him with various questions, trying to find out what had happened, while feeling tension and uncertainty due to the rapid events unfolding around them. The young man thought they must have been prepared for something in advance, because immediately after what happened, they appeared instantly, as if anticipating the unfolding events and having a plan of action. The woman explained that she had been conducting an interview nearby and hadn't expected to see anything nearby at all, noting that the events unfolded unexpectedly and came as a complete surprise to her. Chumo said he wanted to speak peacefully and amicably with the staff to help investigate the truth about Director Lee's disappearance. But suddenly the monsters attacked him. The city was bathed in a bright orange evening sky when the latest news suddenly spread across the internet, causing a wave of astonishment. Everyone around actively supported Chumo and simultaneously wished for Mr. Lee's death, discussing it among themselves with impatience and open hostility. People gradually realized that the investigation was false and manipulated, and began discussing it among themselves with doubt and anxiety. Over 1 million people were in the live stream room at the same time, closely watching the events and exchanging comments from all over the world. All online posts about the consortium were blocked, so people could only discuss the topic in restricted private chats and special forums. It was also clear that society had finally split into two camps. Some ardently supported the savior, while others ruthlessly criticized and discussed him. Some even created jokes about the events and shared them online, quickly gaining popularity among users and sparking a wave of discussions. However, everyone gradually realized that the situation with old Lee and his disappearance seemed suspicious, raising doubts and countless questions about the truth. The man's mood was completely different. He felt apathetic and indifferent and didn't want wine, a massage, or any kind of relaxation that usually brought him pleasure. He also sent away all the hotel staff members he had previously called himself, displaying a sharp change in mood and complete indifference to their presence. Mr. Lee couldn't understand how anyone could say such things to him. He felt shocked, outraged, and completely baffled by such blatant contempt. He also couldn't fathom how Chumo had managed to find the monster, and wondered if a traitor might truly be hiding among them, which filled him with deep anxiety and doubt. The master and pet team worked well together, carrying out all tasks smoothly and efficiently, demonstrating mutual understanding and quick coordination of actions. One monster had been destroyed. Its body had been blown to pieces, leaving behind only ashes and traces of destruction at the site of the battle. Air explained that Bart, who had been defeated, had always bullied them and caused trouble for her subordinates, so his defeat was well-deserved and entirely justified. In response to her help, the hero had already prepared a gift for the girl, wanting to show his gratitude and emphasize his care and attention toward her. It immediately became clear that she was expecting a lobster, and the hero agreed, preparing it for her with all his care and attention. The monster captain was so pleased that she jumped for joy, laughed, and couldn't hide her happiness in front of everyone present. The pet's affection increased to 30, and he was awarded prizes, highlighting his loyalty and success in completing tasks. Suddenly, footsteps were heard. Someone was quickly approaching them, causing tension and anxiety among everyone present due to the unexpected sound. The girl immediately took the form of a ferret so as not to be discovered, quickly blending into the surroundings and hiding from prying eyes. Young Master Lee and his assistant appeared ahead, moving forward cautiously, observing their surroundings and preparing for possible dangers. The young man recalled the one who had fled during the battle, feeling a mixture of irritation and anxiety over his betrayal. Helen apologized for the situation that had arisen and stated that they would like to establish a partnership with him, hoping for mutual understanding and support. Jumo realized that his younger son had betrayed his family and seemed to have agreed to the proposal, evoking in him a mixture of despair, surprise, and indignation. They were taken aback by his quick agreement, as they had expected a completely different outcome and were not prepared for such an immediate reaction. Then the young man explained that, for their safety, he was prepared to take them hostage and force the consortium director to appear before him, demonstrating his resolve and strength. In fact, Hanlon was his loyal admirer and did not expect such words from him, feeling at once shocked, bewildered, and openly surprised. Instead, the young man explained that, in his opinion, honesty was the main prerequisite for cooperation, and without it, any agreements would be meaningless. Joe also wanted to find out if the cultivator had indeed been holding back his power during their battle, but the latter calmly explained that this was not the case and that he had fought fairly. The clash was not part of their agreement, but he decided to try again, using all his strength against Chumo, demonstrating determination and persistence. The cultivator, observing the situation, agreed without hesitation and ordered his ally to launch an immediate attack so as not to lose the initiative in the battle. Their battle began rapidly and mercilessly. Every movement and strike reverberated with powerful energy, filling the air with tension and danger. But before he could even get close to the young man, he received a powerful punch that instantly sent him flying to the side, leaving the ground beneath him shaking. Joe sat beneath the cliff, breathing heavily and barely regaining his senses after the terrible blow that had left his body wounded and exhausted. Jomo, restraining his own power, glanced at him intently and asked if he was all right, carefully watching so as not to cause even more harm during the battle. Young Lee explained that his companion had once been a mad cultivator, whom even the 4 major sects considered extraordinary, and he hadn't expected to meet a genius even more enchanting than himself. Ju hadn't even had time to process anything before he'd already lost, because in just a single day, his power had increased by an unimaginable number of times, surpassing all expectations. They even thought that Chu Mo was using some kind of cheat, as if from a manhwa, so unreal and invincible did his abilities seem. Putting all talk aside, they decided to get straight to work since the team could provide the player with important information, such as the consortium's movements and plans. Also, the organization had an extremely strict confidentiality policy regarding monsters, and he could only determine the cities where they were located without access to precise details. Juma could only sense the creature's energy within a certain range, and before destroying the consortium, he acted cautiously so as not to make too many enemies. Hanlon understood that in such a case, his father would think that someone from the organization had betrayed him, and out of fear, he would rashly reveal the list of all the alliances. The young man asked if he could request a certain amount of funds for performing such work, so that his efforts would be properly valued and rewarded. Young Lee had completely forgotten about this due to his nervousness, so he could have allocated 300 million to him without hesitation, without even realizing the magnitude of that sum. Surprised, Chumo explained that he actually only needed a few thousand, since he had no way to pay for food and wasn't planning on any major expenses. For 20 days, the cultivator relentlessly continued to search for monsters, closely tracking their trails and analyzing every clue to their whereabouts. The buildings they were in exploded one after another, sending up columns of smoke and debris, and the surrounding area gradually turned into ruins. Before him stood a creature that had never killed a human, and the hero was fully prepared to spare its life, respecting its peace and innocence. However, the opponent understood that it was better to preserve his life than to live as a prisoner under constant surveillance and fear, deprived of freedom and his own will. The cultivator fulfilled the monster's request without hesitation, fully adhering to its conditions and showing respect for its wishes and intentions. By that time, 4 monsters had already been eliminated, and their bodies lay nearby, a reminder of the scale of the struggle and the danger that reigned in the area. Mr. Lee couldn't understand how he managed to pinpoint the monsters' exact locations, since it seemed that someone from the consortium was passing him crucial information. What he wanted most at that moment was to find out who the traitor was, as this truth could change his understanding of events and influence his future actions. The messenger revealed that the traitor was his son, who turned out to be a skilled actor, and only then did it become clear that it was he who had infiltrated the underground base and prevented the merging of the worlds. Even at that moment, the elderly man could not believe that his seemingly helpless child was capable of such extraordinary feats and heroic deeds. It seems the father knew little about him, for Hanlon had long been throwing a wrench in their plans and was known for his cruel nature, which made him unpredictable and dangerous. But the consortium decided that, once they found the culprit, they could use him as a tool to oppose Chumo and try to take matters into their own hands. The group waited tensely on the roof of an old building, scanning the darkness around them as they awaited the arrival of the mysterious and dangerous monster everyone had been talking about for so long. According to information they had previously received from reliable sources, the 5th monster was bound to pass through the entire city before quietly heading to a new secret base. Carefully scanning everything around him from the height of the roof and trying not to miss a single movement among the dark streets and buildings, the young man suddenly spotted his long-awaited target. It was quite strange and even a little alarming that the mysterious creature was moving confidently right toward the very center of the city, as if it wasn't afraid of people at all and wasn't trying to hide its presence. The monster couldn't understand why they had stopped before reaching their destination, but the driver calmly explained that it was there that the dangerous Chumo was supposed to eliminate him. The enraged creature sternly ordered them to drive on immediately, while demanding a detailed account of the plan so that it could understand every step. The man did not take the threats seriously, for he was already prepared to die so that his daughter might live, and no words could change his resolve or his terrifying courage. Stepping out of the car onto the empty street, the monster felt within himself the full depth of the hatred for humans that had accumulated in his heart over the years, and grew only stronger and more dangerous with every step. He rapidly approached the city's residents, loudly proclaiming that he already knew about their secret plan and that no one could deceive him or stop his decisive actions. Thus, the creature decided to deliberately wreak havoc in the city, destroying everything in its path and forcing people to feel fear, panic, and utter helplessness in the face of its power. At that moment, everything around the monster began to crack and crumble, as if the earth itself were protesting its presence, creating a terrifying atmosphere of destruction and danger for everyone nearby. People walking along the road panicked and fled in fear, not looking back, trying to save their lives amid the screams, chaos, and destruction that had engulfed the city streets. But some of them never made it to safety, finding themselves right in the path of the monster's destructive force, feeling the chill of fear and helplessness in the face of the relentless danger. Had the alliance of consortia truly lost its mind back then, allowing such a powerful creature to kill people with impunity at its own whim, right in the very center of the city? In response, the creature coldly remarked that killing weak people made it unhappy, for even in its strength and cruelty, it felt a void and a sorrow that could not be silenced. Smiling with barely perceptible cruelty, the monster explained that it had completed its work in that place, and now its goal had been achieved, while destruction and chaos remain. Offering no resistance and accepting his inevitable fate, he simply took his own life, leaving behind a sorrow and emptiness that were difficult to fill with any words or actions. The boy stood there in bewilderment, not realizing what it all really meant, and felt a mixture of fear, shock, and complete helplessness in the face of the events unfolding around him. After the monster's death, the air suddenly became thick with smoke and toxic fumes that quickly spread through the city streets, creating a suffocating atmosphere and making people feel in danger. It had a terrible effect on people's respiratory systems, causing severe pain and suffocation, causing some to lose consciousness and fall to the ground, helpless against the dangerous cloud of toxic air. Chumo tried to carefully analyze everything that had happened, recalling every detail of the events and attempting to understand the causes of the disaster and the possible consequences for himself and the city. A report from the scene was issued immediately, and after the creature's death, a toxic gas was released, which instantly spread throughout the surrounding area, resulting in the deaths of hundreds of people in the nearest neighborhoods from its lethal effects. After the news broke, the head of the consortium, Lee, decided to address the public and issued an official statement, attempting to explain the situation and justify his actions. First, he sincerely apologized to everyone, and then explained that he had been under the monster's control for nearly 6 months, and because of this, had committed many wrongdoings that harmed people in the city. Mr. Lee stated that during that entire time his mind had been under the control of the creatures, but that from that day forward, the control had been lifted, and he was finally free, capable of making decisions on his own. He did not ask for forgiveness, as he was fully aware that all those actions had harmed many people, and no words could justify or change the consequences of his actions. The old man also wanted to apologize to Chumo personally before going to trial, and the meeting was to take place on the remote island of Campbell, where they could discuss everything without outside witnesses. All the while, people were actively discussing the events that had suddenly unfolded in the very center of the city, trying to understand their causes and consequences for the community. Some of them blamed Chumo for fighting in a public place, endangering those around him and frightening bystanders. Others defended the young man, arguing that there were no confirmed facts to draw conclusions or accuse him of the events of that day. Mr. Lee understood that everything was going according to plan, as the world was actively opposing Chumo and his violent behavior, trying to stop his destructive actions among the people. The 4 major sects also supported him, because if a superhero appeared who was not restrained by the law and could cause great harm, it would lead to a collapse in prices and unemployment. Coupled with the large number of deaths in the city center, Chumo had ruined the positive image of cultivators, and for the sake of their own reputation, they would no longer allow him to act so recklessly. The man understood that if the savior truly wanted to kill him, nothing would stop him, and no obstacles or fear could change that decision. The meeting was meant to reveal the true nature of the young man, and if he dared to harm him, he would immediately become a true enemy to all the consortia and their allies. In the old man's view, everyone should live in a world where peace reigned, while he alone would be forced to suffer due to circumstances and his own sacrifices. Letting him go to prison for a few months was already considered a good deal, but of course, this was far from the only punishment he deserved for his actions. Senior Lee was bound to survive, but Hanlon, in everyone's opinion, was supposed to die since his life had no chance of being saved due to the circumstances. In their view, everything was fair, and traitors had to remain accountable for their lives and face the consequences of their actions without any leniency. The cultivator remained on the roof of the building, observing everything around him and ready to react instantly to any events unfolding below. His entire attention was completely absorbed by his phone and the form open on it, so he barely noticed what was happening around him on the roof and in the street. Air could see that the stupidity of all those people greatly annoyed him, and this caused a noticeable tension and irritation to appear on his face, which was difficult to hide. If the owner hadn't dispersed the toxic fog in time, the death toll would have exceeded tens of thousands. Yet no one expressed any gratitude or respect to him for this heroic act. The young man did what he thought was necessary and needed nothing in return, but the problem lay in the meeting with the director, who had most likely prepared for everything in advance. Human nature puzzled the girl, and she earnestly begged the master to switch sides, hoping that his decision would change the course of events for the better. His expression darkened at her words, but Air quickly explained that it was a joke, trying to ease the tension and restore calm to the situation. She was terrified of the punishment that might befall her, and begging him not to do anything, she tried to ward off any danger or trouble. But at that moment, the cultivator instantly transformed her into the form of a weasel, forcing the girl into an unexpected and shocking state, completely beyond her control. The island welcomed its guests with beautiful weather, the sun gently illuminating the shore, and a light breeze that made the atmosphere warm and pleasant for all who had arrived. Before him stood companions he had not expected to see at all, and this unexpected encounter evoked in him a mixture of surprise and joy at the same time. They were there to deliver a message from the sects that he must stop attacking the consortium, otherwise they would be subject to punishment under the law, and he would immediately become their enemy. Despair settled in the young man's soul because of the decision of the four sects, which had ruthlessly determined his future, leaving him with little hope and no chance of compromise. Shaman apologized and warned that he had no intention of fighting him, for justice that went against the law disrupted the stability of the entire society and could lead to chaos. He thanked him for his concern, but decided to take responsibility for his actions on his own, realizing that he alone was accountable for the consequences of his decisions and deeds. In reality, Jin Yan was constantly worried and anxious that the powerful consortium might unexpectedly set up her close friend, damaging his reputation and standing. The sect's disciple cautiously suggested simply relying on the hope that he could make a completely rational and measured decision without succumbing to emotions or temptations. The girl realized that without Chu Mo, their war in the secret world would inevitably be lost, since mentally unstable and dangerous rulers capable of chaos and destruction were in power. The masters didn't care at all, and they insisted that even without the boy's presence, there were other reliable and effective backup methods capable of solving any problem. The meeting took place just as the player quietly entered the director's office, and the atmosphere filled with tension and anticipation of the unknown course of events. The old man explained that ordinary people, to whom Chu Mo presented himself, never destroyed powerful consortia and were not distinguished by such extraordinary fairness and integrity in their actions. The young man said that his sister had been used in a cruel experiment, and all his actions were solely for her protection, though he felt no hatred toward the man. It all really seemed strange because the Alliance had organized a massive battle, expending enormous resources and effort, only to find that it had all been in vain and to no avail. The young man was completely indifferent to their decisions. His sole goal remained to learn as much as possible about his sister's fate and condition, paying no attention to those around him. Over 100 years ago, a mysterious continent suddenly emerged from the boundless expanse of the sea. It was named X and immediately attracted the attention of explorers and adventurers from all over the world. This continent was home to extremely dangerous ruins, incredible treasures that could grant ordinary people special abilities, as well as strange and menacing mutant creatures. During the expedition, several people indeed underwent drastic changes, discovering incredible power within themselves, and eventually came to be called hunters because of their new abilities and courage. According to research, the power they gained was directly linked to the monsters inhabiting the continent and stemmed from their supernatural energy and influence on humans. The hunters' power turned out to be imperfect. The greater their might, the shorter their lives became, and some of them even gradually transformed into monsters. In over 100 years, only one person was able to perfectly combine all the powers within themselves, gaining the ability to control all creatures on the continent, and she was majestically called Qing Hai Yi. They collected and cultivated her cells, and that is how they were able to create the hunters. However, the problem was that their lives remained extremely short. Those in power within the consortium conducted secret experiments, and it was through this research that they were able to find his sister, discovering her whereabouts. Any information about who exactly had done this came at a significant cost, as the details were strictly concealed and available only at a high price. The old man's proposal seemed strange, as he unexpectedly wanted Chumo to kill him with his own hands, and this left everyone present deeply surprised and alarmed. The hero was extremely surprised and even a little shocked when he suddenly heard these words, as they completely contradicted his expectations and common sense. Mr. Lee asked if his son Hanlon had indeed been working with the cultivator against them, but that couldn't be a sufficient reason for committing suicide, and he sought to understand the truth. After meeting with the young man, the man was to be imprisoned for several months, and his son, although part of the consortium, would still have to pay with his life, and Mr. Lee could not bear the thought. If he had killed him, he would immediately have become an enemy of all the consortia. But as long as they were not destroyed, the son was still useful to him, and in this way he could remain relatively safe. In response, Chumo said that such a request was too troublesome and costly, so he decided to seek information about his sister from someone else, looking for a simpler and more reliable way. The problem was that only top management possessed such information about the experiments. The list of names was kept in the old man's desk, and he began begging Chumo to kill him again. In the end, the protagonist asked if his father had anything he wanted to pass on to his son, hoping to understand his final words and intentions. Then Mr. Lee said that he didn't know his children well enough, but he was sincerely proud of Hanlon and hoped that he would at least live his life as he wished, remaining true to himself. The man wanted the young man to kill him so that he could appear as a true hero, leaving behind a sense of heroism and significance. A powerful explosion suddenly rocked the building where they were, and the air filled with smoke, debris, and chaos, forcing everyone to seek safe shelter. Where the house once stood, nothing remained but complete ruin and traces of past life, a reminder of its former grandeur. No one could understand exactly what Chumo had done, and his actions remained a mystery to everyone around him, causing astonishment and confusion. He replied that Director Lee felt as though the creature had completely taken control of him, and he had asked to be killed to avoid further danger to everyone. He did not wish to explain anything further, and if the consortium decided to engage in battle, he was ready for it without any hesitation or doubt. All four sects were immediately informed of what the young man had done so that they could prepare for the consequences of his actions and take the necessary measures. In response, the cultivators explained that the advisor had no right to command them, and his orders held no legal or moral authority among the members of their community. Hanlon did not believe that his father was truly proud of him, and this gave rise to a sense of doubt and inner emptiness that would not leave him in peace. Under pressure from the organization, the man decided to spare his life, but the young man killed him anyway, and he could only have understood this if their contract had been properly terminated. Young Lee felt no hatred toward his savior, and he was ready to pay any price if it would help thwart the insidious plan of the monsters and the consortium. The young man was curious to know if they had discovered the monsters' new location, and he watched their reactions intently, looking for even the slightest clue. This time, the information had been thoroughly verified, and he could be confident in its accuracy and reliability, which reduced the risk of mistakes in their actions. The war had already begun by then, and Chumo did not want to give the enemy any more time to prepare, seeking to take control of the situation immediately. The envoy stepped out in public to deliver a speech designed to capture the attention of everyone present and convey important messages and a call to action. Reporters were already waiting for him to capture his every word and movement, documenting the event for later distribution to a wide audience. He came to deliver the bad news. Chumo had brutally murdered Director Lee, and after consulting with the sects, they had all reached the same alarming conclusion. Although the cultivator had achieved great success as a savior, no one could tolerate his behavior any longer, as it instilled fear and had unpredictable consequences for those around him. Therefore, 16 consortia and 4 sect leaders issued a warrant for his arrest and offered a generous reward for his capture, seeking to quickly eliminate the threat. They also invited Dantai B, the sect leader, to seek his opinion and coordinate joint actions in resolving the critical situation that threatened everyone. All the reporters around began filming such a distinguished figure, trying to capture his every move and word for widespread distribution in the news and media. The man addressed Chumo with a final warning, urging him to surrender and accept his punishment, promising that he would then be treated with respect without forgetting all his merits. If they did not receive a response by the end of the day, they would spare no effort to destroy the player and put an end to his threatening actions once and for all. The outrage of the people could be heard from every corner, but they were not allowed to speak until Mr. Q finished his speech and conveyed all the important messages. At that moment, it became known that Chumo himself was responding live on air, addressing everyone present in the audience to state his position and the motives behind his actions. The hero stood amidst the chaos, bones, and fire, feeling the full force of the destruction and danger surrounding him and trying to maintain control of the situation. He stated that all 7 monsters hidden by the consortium had been killed, and this announcement caused shock and a mixed sense of relief among those present. In addition, they had also been using the monsters' cages for experiments, and to that end, they had deceived many people. Among the test subjects was the young man's sister. Once the deed was done, the young man could seek revenge. The mastermind behind it all turned out to be the consortium's director, Chien Jun. It was to him that the cultivator had declared war. He was ready to destroy anyone who stood in his way, and he repeated his words only once, warning everyone to stay away from him and not put themselves in danger. Sean asked the master to carefully reconsider his decision regarding his comrade's fate to ensure it was fair and justified. Chumo had proven to be an indispensable combat force in the war against the secret world, and any cooperation with the consortium would bring them absolutely no real benefit. They were in a cave where the concentration of energy was incredibly high, and this was no accident, but a conscious choice that had deep meaning and purpose. 20 years ago, sensing the spatial vibrations of the second world, the man accurately predicted the future invasion that could change the fate of many people. The masters of the 4 major sects had captured a portion of the secret dimension, after which he connected it to the cave and turned it into a special training ground for the sect's true disciples. Sean did not understand what that strange concept mentioned in the conversation meant, and he spent a long time trying to grasp its true meaning, searching for a hidden significance. Then the master calmly explained that there were only 4 true disciples, who were the genuine descendants of their 4 masters, as well as the chosen saviors. The young man did not understand what exactly the other cultivators in the secret world were fighting for, those who fought desperately and ultimately gave their lives in that brutal and exhausting war. During the last invasion from the second world, some monsters had sneaked onto Earth ahead of schedule to kill saviors with potential, and this time they had prepared a dangerous trap in advance. In Shanya's opinion, they should have thanked Chumo, since he not only destroyed the dangerous traps, but also found and killed all the creatures. However, the man coldly stated that he was no longer of any use. The purpose of the Coins of Fate was to demonstrate the viewer's faith and activate the Savior's spiritual energy, thereby enhancing their power. However, under supervision, they no longer performed this function. The other saviors also had their coins taken away, and had this not happened, they could have significantly improved their abilities and would have had a better chance of surviving the final trial. Q explained that 70% of the coins had been given to the 4 true disciples to provide them with optimal conditions for cultivation, and at that time, their power was no less. So the young man was no longer needed. To them, he had become a destabilizing factor, and the next time he appeared, the masters were ready to ruthlessly destroy him. The disciple didn't understand why they had told him all this information in the first place, since it only increased his doubts and cast doubt on his future actions. As it turned out, they had seen enormous potential in Jian Yan after the last 2 battles in the secret world and decided that he deserved the same treatment as the true disciples. After the master's words, the young man looked even more dejected than before, and his face reflected the deep sorrow and confusion that had gripped his heart. The man could not fathom the true cause of the events, and his mind was filled with doubts and bewilderment at what was happening around him. Sean replied confidently that he would never accept power gained at the expense of others' sacrifices, and would never fight against the person who had once saved him. Consortium Director Chien went on live TV to declare that he was not involved in the experiments and that all the information was a fabrication by Chumo. However, he was not prepared to back down in the war. After hearing all the news, Hanlon was thrilled by his friend, for he had become the only one who dared to challenge the 4 major sects and the powerful alliance. As it turned out, Chumo had no plan at all at that time. He was fully prepared to go into battle and act impulsively, relying solely on his own strength and instincts. According to the information received by the young Li, at least 2 leaders and 20 elders were ready to go to war, while the alliance had prepared over a dozen experienced hunters. But there was no time left, and they were forced to resolve their internal conflicts as quickly as possible so as not to miss the chance to prepare for an extremely dangerous war. In the secret world, there were countless problems. Monsters could infiltrate it at any time and inflict massive losses, and if this continued, the world would completely lose this dimension. Moreover, during the last battle, he realized that the cultivators were extremely weak, and they could be easily dealt with without expending too much effort or resources. His comrade was worried that his skills and combat power might not be enough, since he was facing extremely high-ranking and powerful opponents. Then Chumo assured him that he had never shown anyone his full strength, which was hidden deep within him and remained a secret to everyone around him. The cultivator returned home after a long and exhausting day of work in the large field, where he had diligently tilled the soil, preparing it for the upcoming grain crop. The first thing he did after returning home was to check on his sister, making sure she was all right and that she felt calm and was safe. She was in good health, but they hadn't managed to dispel the monster's energy, so she couldn't regain consciousness and remained unconscious, though her condition seemed stable. The comrade thanked Tun for her work and sincere help, then promised that he would definitely obtain the research records, which could significantly aid in the treatment. He was truly prepared to go up against the Alliance, and even the 4 major sects if necessary, for his determination to help his sister was stronger than his fear. He didn't want to take anyone with him, because the battle was going to be all out, and the entire area was going to be wiped off the face of the earth, and it was likely that he might accidentally harm his friend. Tun was too worried that he might need help during the dangerous battle, and she wouldn't be there to support him or intervene if necessary. Even Air herself had said that they wouldn't be able to help him in case of danger, so he needed to stay home and patiently wait for his return. However, the owner changed his mind and decided to take the dog with him, realizing that his presence could be a vital source of support in a difficult and dangerous situation. She didn't like this situation at all, as she felt anxious and feared for his safety, realizing that his decision could lead to unpredictable consequences. Another obstacle was that when she teleported, she lost all her strength and remained an ordinary, weak ferret with no way to defend herself. When Air's affinity reached 30, the system unlocked a new reward, allowing the master to share half of his combat power between them. The first reward he received upon entering the system was the power of a 1,000-year-old monster, which far exceeded the ordinary capabilities of any warrior and made him extraordinarily powerful. Then on the second day, the hero attained the state of an ancient sage, and his power tripled, making him extraordinarily strong and capable of withstanding anything. The final day of the login was devoted to studying the sacred law, which increased his strength tenfold, making him extraordinarily powerful and capable of overcoming any obstacles and dangers. Air was captivated by his incredible strength and couldn't even imagine how much of it had accumulated in Chumo, sensing a tremendous power that exceeded all her expectations and imagination. With the wealth of an ancient sage, the girl could attain power equal to that of a nearly 200,000-year-old monster, and at best she could single-handedly defeat the Alliance and all the sects. The next day, preparations for battle continued, and he made every effort to hone his skills and strengthen his body and mind to be ready for an extremely difficult and dangerous confrontation. Director Chen left the location before Chumo's arrival, trying to avoid a direct confrontation and prepare for the events that were about to unfold. In their opinion, Hanlon was a highly capable informant, and if he had left then, they would have found him quickly, and the entire plan would surely have failed, putting them in a dangerous position. The leader was furious because he had no desire to stay put and risk becoming a victim, feeling anger and resentment toward the situation that threatened his safety. All the masters of the 4 major sects were present at the location, and the Alliance had also dispatched more than half of its high-ranking hunters there, including elite units. They also had a person who could control any light source, and he was capable of emitting beams with a temperature equal to that of the sun, making him incredibly dangerous. The Voice of Destruction utilized the power of ultrasound, capable of blocking the enemy's hearing while simultaneously attacking their internal organs, causing unpredictable damage. The giant could control gravity and was considered the most powerful and brutal of all warriors, while the spiritual master possessed the power of a curse capable of inflicting irreparable damage on anyone. Cosmos, the most fearsome top-tier hunter, possessed the power of the cosmos, capable of manipulating space and time to create incredibly deadly attacks. Chumo stood before them and confidently declared that they wouldn't even be able to defeat his ferret, emphasizing his strength and invincibility, which surpassed all their expectations and capabilities. The day before, the opposing team had been devising their tactics, carefully discussing every move and possible battle scenarios, trying to account for all of Chumo's strengths and weaknesses. The light source wanted him to stand on the front lines, and he was fully prepared for battle, feeling determined and confident in his strength and ready to face any enemy without fear. Meanwhile, Cosmos was to rescue and teleport him, using his incredible ability to control space to instantly move him out of the danger zone. They began to act exactly as planned, clearly executing each stage of the strategy, coordinating their actions in sync, and using all available forces to achieve maximum effect in battle. The guy on the front line lunged at the hero, moving with incredible speed and determination, trying to deliver a devastating blow and break through the defense, hoping to turn the tide of battle in his favor. At that moment, Chumo was also preparing his attack, intently gathering all his strength and power to respond to the enemy's assault as effectively as possible and destroy any threat instantly. Swinging his arm, he delivered a powerful blow that erupted with incredible force, piercing the enemy's defenses and leaving a trail of destruction and unprecedented power in its wake. The strange thing was that the enemy had suddenly vanished, while his sword remained where it was, lying silently, a testament to the opponent's incredible speed and skill. The thought of this intriguing ability flashed through the young man's mind, evoking admiration and curiosity, and he instantly began to ponder how he could use it to his advantage. He released a burst of light the moment he condensed his energy, and it was his most powerful attack, exploding with incredible force, capable of destroying everything in its path. The hunters did not expect the hit to cause Chumo significant harm, as their goal was to inflict only collateral damage, counting on minimal impact. Even the hero temporarily lost his ability to see after the explosion, feeling the blinding force of the attack, which briefly deprived him of control over the situation and forced him to act blindly amid the chaos. Therefore, the enemies could not afford to miss a single opportunity to attack, constantly exploiting every weakness and moment to inflict damage on the hero and minimize his chances of success in battle. At the moment of the flash, the giant lunged toward the center after him, followed by Cosmos and the spiritual master, moving with incredible speed and readiness to deliver devastating blows. The light source was on the brink of death, and together with the voice of destruction, they were instantly teleported to the nearest building, saving them from certain death and giving them a chance to continue fighting. At that moment, the giant, who had been the first to rush onto the battlefield, made a fatal mistake. He paused for an instant, losing his resolve and giving the enemy a chance to exploit his hesitation for a counterattack. Chumo opened his eyes and found that the light explosion had had no effect on him, leaving him unharmed and calm despite the incredible power of the attack. Chaotic thoughts swirled in the giant's head, and in less than a second, a sense of regret washed over him as he realized that the young man's gaze was fixed directly on him. His eyes were wide open, and he pretended that his vision was unharmed, hiding his true reaction and displaying calm and steadfastness to confuse his enemies. The moment the giant hesitated, Chumo instantly attacked him, using his indecision to deliver a devastating blow and take complete control of the battle. Everything happened too quickly, and even experienced warriors could barely react to the lightning-fast movements and attacks that changed the course of the battle literally every moment. The voice of destruction shifted the direction of the sound, and the light created an illusion of the giant, misleading and disorienting the enemies to secure a tactical advantage for the allies in the battle. The command gave him a second chance, and he instantly exceeded the speed of sound, delivering a blow with 30 times the force, which exploded with incredible power, leaving a trail of destruction and fear in its wake. Juma no longer trusted his eyes or ears, and the only thing he could rely on was his body's last line of defense, hoping that his physical endurance and reflexes would come through. The hunters thought they had won the moment the hero had repelled them, taking it as the end of the battle, unaware that Chumo's true power had not even been fully unleashed yet. When the cultivator struck him, the spiritual master, whom Cosmos had teleported behind the young man, placed a hand on his back, using his power to inflict damage. To cast several spells on the boy at once, it was necessary to physically touch him, establishing direct contact through which magical energy could be transmitted. A second later, Cosmos teleported himself and the spiritual master off the battlefield, instantly vanishing from the danger zone and saving both of them from the enemy's potentially fatal strike. From the moment the light flashed, the plan worked. He cast dozens of curses on the young man, but the only thing Chumo felt was a slight discomfort in his neck, which did not hinder his movements. The team decided to decisively move on to the next level of attacks, carefully planning every step and considering all possible scenarios on the battlefield. The spiritual master was clearly not himself. His inner state manifested as deep disappointment and a sense of complete loss of mental balance, which was evident to everyone around him. His colleagues decided he should rest, considering that he had expended a tremendous amount of strength, energy, and resources, and his body needed immediate recovery for future tasks. But as it turned out, the moment he cast the curse on Chumo, he came into direct contact with his extraordinary power, which instantly changed the course of events. The young man's power was utterly immeasurable, surpassing all expectations and enveloping the surrounding space with an incredible energetic might that was felt by everyone present. Cosmos supported his comrade, realizing at the same time that it is not always necessary to be stronger than the enemy to win and achieve the desired result in difficult circumstances. They fought on the brink of life and death, which allowed them to earn the status they deserved through incredible trials and fearless courage. It was easy for him to express his opinion on his comrades' actions, while also having the ability to teleport to a safe place and reliably support them from a distance. When asked if Cosmos had fought the enemy head-on after a certain incident, he looked quite bad, showing clear signs of exhaustion and distress following a brutal clash. They decided to put this topic to rest once and for all and return to the battle immediately, focusing on strategy and preparation for the next phase of the confrontation with the enemy. Tension within the team was growing stronger and stronger, affecting every member and influencing their decisions, actions, and mutual understanding during critical moments of the confrontation. The spiritual master spoke to no one, remaining in complete solitude and deep contemplation, immersed in his own thoughts and inner experiences, which no one could disturb. The second round began with the giant, who energetically entered the fray, demonstrating incredible strength and determination, forcing everyone present to watch his every move closely. His hammer weighed 1,000 kilograms and was made of a special metal, and after gravity was increased 30-fold, it slammed into Chumo at a speed exceeding the speed of sound. Once the hero had caught the hammer, the giant's most important task was complete, and his strategic goal had been achieved, leaving all witnesses in utter amazement and awe. It consisted of securely immobilizing the young man, restricting his movements and leaving him no chance to escape the controlled situation. His fighting style differed from the usual in that when the hammer touched the enemy, gravity was instantly activated, creating a powerful suction. To this end, the sun's rays could be concentrated at a single point to deliver maximum impact, and in all previous battles, regardless of the material. The voice of destruction could deliver infrasonic blows directly to the opponent's body through the hammer, creating a powerful physical and psychological effect that disoriented the enemy. The infrasonic waves were tuned to resonate with the opponent's most vulnerable internal organ, destroying it from within and inflicting invisible damage. At the moment the attack concluded, according to the plan, Cosmos was supposed to teleport Light, the voice of destruction, and the giant away from the battlefield to ensure their safety and prepare for the third attack. That was the plan. But at that moment, Chumo suddenly appeared before him, disrupting all plans and forcing a re-evaluation of the strategy, as his presence created a new, dangerous situation. The hammer didn't harm him at all, and that was the only thing Cosmos had time to think about at the last moment, realizing the danger of the situation and the need for an immediate reaction. Fear forced him to teleport 1,000 meters away from the enemy, and when he came to his senses, he realized his mistake, but it was already too late to take the team with him. He left them as if they were children in a cage with a lion, forcing them to fight alone against a powerful cultivator, fully aware of the danger and hopelessness of their situation. Time seemed to stand still, but Chumo was relentlessly gathering his strength for a powerful attack, and Cosmos was certain that after this assault, he would lose his friends forever and be powerless to change anything. On the other side of the battlefield, the spiritual master pierced his own chest with a ritual sword and cast a powerful curse, which immediately shifted the balance of power and affected all participants in the battle. Then the hunter realized that he was about to lose all 4 of his friends, feeling deep pain, fear, and helplessness in the face of the inevitable tragedy looming over them at this critical moment. 13 years ago, a terrible disaster struck an ordinary residential building in the city of Donghai, killing a huge number of people, and the rescue team was able to find only 1 survivor. Over the next 3 days, 32 members of the team died in various tragic accidents, while the remaining 18 gradually lost their minds and took their own lives in despair. The cultivators decided to conduct a thorough investigation, which revealed that the numerous deaths were caused by the direct or indirect involvement of the same individual. Shu was a descendant of the Tongyu organization, which had gained a notorious reputation for summoning evil spirits before its destruction. The surviving disciples took in the child with the special body. In an attempt to restore the clan's former glory, they tried to instill 1,000 spirits into Shu's body during a ceremony, but the ritual failed, and the evil spirits turned him into an uncontrollable monster. Anyone who approached Shu suffered persecution and misfortune, and no cultivator was willing to take him in. They even tried to kill him, fearing his power and curse. Then the consortium decided to take in the young man, who aspired to become a hunter, and his only happiness was that he ended up in a small group of hunters. Special clothing could shield Shu from some of the evil spirits, yet he continued to bring misfortune. Still, none of his companions drove him away or left him alone. They were all abandoned orphans who had lost their families, but over time they became a true family to one another, supporting and protecting each other through any hardship. When Shu became a hunter and awakened the spirit of the tongue within himself, he learned to suppress the evil spirits inside him, and over the years they became a part of him. Restraining them caused him incredible pain, which he endured bravely. The boy learned to direct misfortune only at his enemies, while protecting his friends from any harm, demonstrating control over his dangerous power and moral fortitude. Until that day, his power had been uncontrolled and chaotic, something ordinary people could neither control nor subdue, making him extremely dangerous to those around him. Perhaps the first thing a liberated spirit would do is take its own life, for a person would completely lose themselves and become its slave, wholly subject to an evil force. But none of this mattered, for the true nature of his power and destiny remained beyond human understanding and judgment. The spiritual master asked the spirit to attack Chumo while simultaneously protecting his friends, forcing Shu to learn to control the power and direct it for good. He was ready to sacrifice his body and mind just to win the battle, demonstrating absolute determination and boundless self-sacrifice for the sake of the goal. Everything around him only intensified his tension, increasing the pressure and making control of the power increasingly difficult and dangerous for him. The monster suddenly appeared before them. Its grandeur and terrifying appearance caused everyone to freeze in fear and deep anxiety. A barrier that materialized out of thin air completely enveloped all of Chu's attacks, neutralizing their power and shielding him from any harm, like an invisible wall of invulnerability. Compared to all his companions who seemed stronger after the attack, Shu felt like the weakest, even though he could control the evil spirits that had taken root within him at will. It is unknown whether this was due to years of torment and endurance or the desire to save his friends, but the plan to subdue that monster, which had initially been a dream of Tongyu's disciples, came to an end right then. Jumo began to feel a little anxious about the cards his opponents had up their sleeves, for the unknown and unexpected moves created intense pressure and forced him to act cautiously. The hero's remark was not directed at the spiritual master, but rather at the cosmos that was about to appear before him, evoking awe and a sense of grandeur. The dimensional rift, the ability to slice through space itself, became his most powerful attack, one that could not be predicted or deflected by conventional means. But for the hunter himself, this skill was extremely dangerous because to use it, the rift had to be attached directly to his palm, creating the risk of serious injury to himself. Only by exposing himself to mortal danger and getting as close as possible to his opponent could he deliver a fatal blow, harnessing the full power of his dangerous and unpredictable skill. For the first time since the battle began, the young man stepped back to dodge the blow, demonstrating caution and a desire to survive in the dangerous clash. It was also the first time Chumo had sensed a hint of real danger, which made his heart race and heightened his tension. His thoughts revolved around the fact that his opponent's dimensional slash could tear his clothes, and he liked the coat he was wearing very much and didn't want to damage it. The evil spirit was gradually growing, and on the exhausted land where energy was nearly depleted, there was a clear limit to human strength that no one could overcome. Even the founders of the Tongyu organization could not understand exactly where the limit lay of the monster created from 1,000 evil spirits within Shu, which was constantly changing. As long as Shu's body withstood the pressure of thousands of evil spirits, his monster grew stronger, increasing in power and ferocity with every passing moment. The main thing was that it could kill Chumo. After the battle, it no longer mattered what it would turn into or at what cost it would happen. The spiritual attack of the bloody prison engulfed the entire area, and regardless of the opponent's strength or weakness, Their consciousness was completely blocked by the evil spirits that reigned all around. At first, it looked like an immense white expanse stretching in all directions, like an endless void that swallowed everything around it without a trace. And then an endless stream of evil spirits would descend, and as soon as the enemy grew weaker for a second, they would begin to devour him until his soul vanished forever. All the spirits were nothing more than an illusion, and if destroyed, they instantly regenerated, while the prison itself had no boundaries, where the creatures' attacks continued non-stop for 3 days and 3 nights. Shu's energy reserves were the first to run out, and the curse was lifted, while on the other side, Chumo's spirit barely felt any exhaustion, conserving his strength for the battle ahead. In the real world, the prison lasted only 5 seconds, but that was enough time for his friends to secure victory and escape the danger. When the hero came to his senses, the giant's gravity and the glowing chains of light instantly trapped him, leaving him no chance of escape or resistance. Everything was designed so that the rift in the fabric of space would strike its target with pinpoint accuracy, like an unerring arrow that left no chance for deviation or salvation. The ability caused chaotic destruction of the giant's powers in the light, creating a deadly explosion that engulfed everything around it and left only ruins and ashes in its wake. Therefore, before that, the hunter transported himself and his friends into his own space, where they could hide from danger and avoid the destructive effects of the chaotic explosion. In the director's opinion, they were extremely valuable, and it was no coincidence that the consortium provided them with such a large amount of resources every year to support their activities and ensure their effectiveness. The squad had grown stronger once again, and it seemed that in the battle against Chumo, they had finally pushed themselves beyond their limits, transcending the bounds of their own capabilities and strength. However, what they saw ahead came as a shock, making their hearts race and filling their minds with horror and unpredictable anxiety. Even the advisor could not come to his senses and believe what he saw, feeling complete astonishment and inner chaos at the unbelievable scene before his eyes. As it turned out, such a powerful attack hadn't even damaged the young man's clothes, leaving him whole and unharmed, as if nothing had happened around him. He emerged from the rubble unharmed, asking with curiosity and excitement where the hunting party had gone and what had happened to his friends after the explosion. Director Chen realized that the people they had been counting on had simply fled, leaving him with a sense of disappointment in the unpredictable chaos all around him. At that moment, the team found themselves in the middle of space, surrounded by an incredible void and unknown forces that reigned all around them. They understood that everything that had happened was impossible, exceeding the limits of their imagination and defying any logic or laws of nature. Lying on the floor was a comrade who had died during the teleportation, leaving behind a bitter pain of loss and a sense of helplessness among the team. No one could come to their senses as they tried to lift their friend to his feet, feeling boundless horror and despair at his tragic death. It seemed that Chumo had launched a counterattack during the teleportation, and they could only look for a way to take revenge on the enemy, feeling both rage and powerlessness at the same time. After Shu's words, they decided to pull themselves together, gathering the will and determination to continue the fight despite their losses and fear of the enemy. The problem was that everyone was trapped within Cosmos's personal space, and only he could freely enter and exit it, so there was a fear that after his death, they would never be able to escape. 4 months passed while the team remained in another dimension, experiencing strange events, trials, and dangerous adventures that altered their understanding of time and reality. During that time, they finally managed to grow corn, putting in a lot of effort, patience, and teamwork to survive and adapt to the strange conditions of the new world. This is how they were saved from starvation, as the corn they grew allowed them to endure a difficult period, maintain their strength, and continue the struggle for survival. So they stayed there for a whole year, eating almost nothing but roasted corn every day, trying to survive in the harsh conditions of a foreign world and not lose hope of returning. For all other food, they had to wait until the cows on the farm gave their milk so they could make butter and add a little variety to their daily diet. They lived happily ever after in that quiet place where there was no war, only peace, tranquility, and abundance. And every day brought them a sense of security, hope, and warmth. Then the first major event took place, the birth of the first child in the village, which brought joy to all the residents, hope for the future, and a sense of a new beginning for the community. For many years, they remained in that strange dimension, but even after a long time, they did not forget their friend's grave. They often went there in silence and kept his memory alive. The grandson asked his grandmother to tell him more about Earth and about the world they had once inhabited, listening intently to every story and imagining distant places. In the present, chaos and destruction still reigned on Earth, and traces of war, decay, and long years of hardship remained all around. The hunters continued to try to destroy Chumo, chasing him to the far corners of the world, using cunning and dangerous traps to achieve their goal at any cost. But the boy did not give up so easily and bravely struck back, using all his agility, intelligence, and strength to defend himself and protect those he loved. His power was mighty, incredibly majestic, and terrifying to his enemies, capable of shattering obstacles, protecting friends, and turning the tide of any battle in his favor. All ground forces were destroyed, and the young man broke through the enemy's defenses, boldly making his way to the base, where dangers, secrets, and the key to further victory awaited him. All the hunters were on high alert, ready to defend themselves first and foremost and to follow orders without question, moving cautiously and watching the enemy's every move so as not to lose control of the situation. Moving slowly, the hero remained calm, feeling inner balance and confidence in his abilities, ready for any trials and surprises that lay ahead. He wanted to take revenge on everyone responsible for his sister's plight, feeling anger, pain, and a determination to act ruthlessly to punish the guilty and restore justice. Director Jung realized that contact with all the hunters had been lost and began to grasp the gravity of the situation, trying to quickly find a way to regain control and avert disaster. At that moment, the player finally faced his main enemy, feeling a mix of excitement, tension, and readiness for the decisive battle that could change everything. The man immediately asked for a moment and announced that he conceded defeat, realizing his opponent's strength, his own helplessness, and the inevitability of the consequences that would follow this decision. Suddenly, an illusion appeared throughout the room, surrounding everyone with strange images, distorting reality, and causing the spectators to doubt what was happening around them. Air bubbles filled every possible space, rising and floating through the air, creating an incredible spectacle and altering the perception of space around everyone present. In a single second, everything around them vanished, leaving behind emptiness and silence that served as a reminder of the unpredictability and power of the forces controlling this situation. The leader stood alone in the room without an enemy, feeling the silence, the tension, and a strange sense of relief, realizing that the danger had passed, but that difficult decisions still lay ahead. Mr. Q addressed him, saying that he had given up too quickly, criticizing his decisiveness and hinting that true strength is manifested in endurance and courage in battle. The master sealed the young man, and it turned out to be unexpectedly easy, for all the previous preparations and strategic plans had proved futile and a waste of time, which shocked everyone present. Suddenly, his expression changed as everything fell into place, and he realized the truth, understood the essence of the events, and saw the true picture of what was happening around him. Chumo destroyed everything he had created with a single light strike, demonstrating incredible strength and agility that left all witnesses in a state of shock and with no chance to intervene. The master's spatial capabilities were indeed superior to Cosmos's, but not by much, which allowed him to maneuver effectively, though the advantage remained relative and required caution. In the director's view, cultivators were useless if they couldn't protect him, since their role only made sense when they could truly ensure safety and provide effective support. Mr. Q attempted to create a new illusion and asked not to be disturbed, focusing entirely on his power, manipulating space and the perceptions of those present to achieve the desired effect. So he was able to teleport them to another safe place, instantly moving everyone away from danger and providing them with a temporary refuge to rest and plan their next steps. The leader began to complain that he hadn't been warned, but the advisor couldn't take it anymore and asked him to pull himself together, reminding him that they should be grateful for having survived, not complaining. They could only hope that the cultivators had the ability to destroy the enemy, relying on their strength and skill, since they had almost no resources or strength left to win. Everything was moving too slowly, and by that time the magical field was not yet complete, which created tension and risk, as every delay could give the enemy an advantage. The master tried to help as best he could, applying all his knowledge, experience, and strength to support his allies, protect them from danger, and steer the course of events in the right direction. But Chumo had already grown accustomed to his style of defense and demanded to see other techniques besides childish soap bubbles, hinting at the weakness of his methods and demanding true power in battle. In that instant, the secret technique, Connection of Heaven and Earth, was activated, combining the power of both elements to create an incredible energy wave and turning the tide of battle in an unpredictable direction. The cultivators stood in a circle and performed their duties, intently channeling energy, coordinating their actions with one another, and maintaining the magical field to achieve maximum effectiveness. They gathered chi for formation, accumulating energy from the surrounding environment, channeling it into a shared stream, and using it to create powerful attacks. The boy wondered what incredible skill had caused all the students to be positioned around the perimeter, watching their movements and trying to unravel the mystery behind this well-coordinated formation. But all they had done was trap them within a magical circle, which was simultaneously released by thousands of cultivators, creating an impenetrable energy trap and an incredible tension around them. The entire space effectively blocked the young man's escape, and only the side that emerged victorious in the deadly battle could leave the circle, forcing all participants to fight to the very last drop of their strength. Chumo suggested that the three other masters join them as well, and only then could the battle be considered fair, ensuring equal conditions and a chance for each side to demonstrate their true strength. However, this was not a hunt, but an honest one-on-one battle where each participant had to demonstrate their true skills, strength, and endurance without hidden traps or unfair tactics. A live broadcast of the clash was also shown to the whole world at the same time, allowing millions of people to watch the battle, experience every moment, and evaluate the participants' skills. The spectators weren't rooting for just one person. Their thoughts were divided among all the participants, and everyone felt a mix of excitement, tension, and the desire to see different sides win. The rivals stood facing each other, waiting for the battle to begin, intently watching each other's movements and preparing to unleash all their strength and skill in the fight. Meanwhile, subscribers were rooting for Chumo, but at the same time criticizing the cultivators who, in their opinion, were not on his level, expressing both admiration and dissatisfaction simultaneously. Watching the broadcast, the director realized that it had become a disgrace for the consortium, as it exposed the weakness of his subordinates, their inability to control the situation, and drew criticism from around the world. It was indeed a good plan to form an alliance, pin the blame on the young man, and come out looking pure and innocent, manipulating events and others' perceptions for their own gain. But this was only possible if Master Chu could win, since the success of the entire plan depended entirely on his strength, skill, and ability to control the course of the battle. The advisor's eyes could perceive the energy form of everything, and as it turned out, other masters had already quietly entered the formation, disrupting the plan and adding unpredictable chaos to the situation. Before the battle, the hero asked whether the secret world was truly controlled only by the heads of the four sects, seeking to understand the true power structure and the true strength of each of them. In reality, the secret world had been created to protect against another dimension, and it operated solely by its own rules. Even the sect leaders could intervene only partially, constrained by its strict laws. This answer brought the boy a sense of relief as he realized that there was order and control, and that even in the chaos of the world, there were boundaries that limited the danger and offered a chance to survive. His reaction surprised Mr. Ku, as he hadn't expected the boy to respond so calmly, demonstrating inner strength and the ability to keep a cool head even in a critical situation. Juma then frankly explained that even if the four sect masters were to die, the secret world would not suffer, and this statement reassured him, giving him a sense of security and confidence in the stability of the system. The city of Danmiao was located about 200 kilometers from the site of the fierce battle between Chumo's forces and the influential consortium, a battle that determined the course of events. A bus was already waiting for them, ready to quickly pick up the evacuated residents and safely transport them away from the danger zone to a prepared temporary shelter. Aid committee staff instructed everyone to remain in the waiting area until the responsible officials organized the people into groups and determined their further placement. Some people were unhappy that they had to sleep in a cold gym on makeshift beds and eat simple boxed meals that they had to pay for out of their own pockets. They simply wanted to return home as soon as possible, to their usual routines, familiar surroundings, and peaceful lives, which had been interrupted by the sudden evacuation. But they had to wait patiently for the protracted and dangerous battle between the consortium forces and Chumo to finally end, which was delaying their return home. It was truly strange to realize that all these alarming events, the noise of battle and dangerous clashes, were taking place just 100 kilometers away from them, even though relative silence reigned all around. Birds began to appear in the sky, soaring majestically above the ground, creating a sense of calm and natural harmony amidst the anxious atmosphere around them. The residents immediately took notice of them, watching every movement of the birds and discussing among themselves their unusual behavior, which instantly piqued the curiosity of everyone around. There were many of them, and they flew around in flocks, creating a spectacular sight that captivated everyone present and filled the air with a sense of lively activity. No one understood what was happening, for events unfolded so unexpectedly and chaotically that even the most attentive observers could not foresee their development or meaning. The city remained calm despite the surrounding turmoil and chaos unfolding nearby, creating a strange contrast between the safe present and the threatening world beyond its borders. Suddenly, a wave of panic swept over him, and a sudden blaze instantly engulfed the main street, transforming the city's usual tranquility into a chaotic and dangerous scene of smoke and flames. Everyone began to flee in panic and cry out for help, trying to find safe shelter amid the chaos, smoke, and scorching flames that were rapidly engulfing the surrounding area. A mother in the middle of the street clutched her child tightly, worried for her safety, and tried to shield her from the flames and chaos engulfing the city's main street. Just then, the ground began to crack, opening deep fissures that threatened everyone around and intensified the panic among the residents. Residents tried to hold on to debris and building ledges to avoid falling into the fissures, attempting to save themselves from the suddenly split and dangerous ground. They realized this was not an earthquake, as the temperature around them changed abruptly at the same time. The air became stifling and filled with strange odors, intensifying the sense of danger. Rain mixed with hail began to fall from the sky, and strong winds whipped up dust and debris, scattering them around and creating a chaotic and dangerous atmosphere among the residents. It was only October at the time, and everyone was in the south, so such heavy precipitation with hail and strong winds seemed like an unusual phenomenon that frightened and bewildered the residents. In the city of Chishan, a remote suburb on Mount Xiaoyu, such drastic climatic changes were also observed, creating a sense of global instability and frightening the local residents. Some people, risking their own lives, streamed live footage to show everyone what was happening around them, capturing real-time images of the chaos, danger, and sudden changes sweeping through the city. The earthquake began to sweep away large buildings and roads, destroying everything in its path and turning city streets into chaotic piles of debris and dust. Right before the young man's eyes, an entire mountain vanished, crumbling into a chaotic avalanche of rocks and dust, leaving behind only emptiness and a sense of unimaginable horror. On that day, the world realized for the first time what true combat power was, as the scale of the destruction and chaos revealed the incredible might and ruthlessness of the elements. An image of the catastrophe caused by the aftermath of Chumo's battle with the cultivators was also provided, vividly demonstrating the destruction, chaos, and incredible power of the conflict. The world fell into silence, and in the place of the former chaos, only a depressing, silent void remained, where a vast emptiness and the echoes of the recent destruction could be felt. It was the quietest moment since the invention of the internet, as everyone simply sat and watched the video footage, unable to believe the scale of the events that had just unfolded. Hope and fear flooded their hearts at the same time, mingling into powerful, unsettling emotions that made them fear for their lives and their future amid the chaos around them. That was the moment when the young man fought desperately against the four major sects, displaying incredible courage and strength that captivated all who witnessed his feat. In his opinion, it was easy to use these climate-altering skills, especially in rural areas, where open spaces and natural conditions significantly amplified the effect of his actions. The primal violet divine thunder became the next attack, exploding with incredible force, illuminating everything around and forcing the enemies to retreat under the onslaught of his mighty energy. They targeted the cultivator to completely destroy him, concentrating all their strength and energy on an attack that would decide the fate of the battle and subdue the opponent. The young man did not give up and bravely blocked the blows, feeling every impact and using his skills to protect himself and hold his ground against the enemy's overwhelming forces. The four sect leaders employed all their skills and fought with everything they had, using maximum strength and strategy to overcome the young man and prove their superiority in battle. Chaos and destruction engulfed everything around them, transforming the space into a chaotic mass of debris, dust, and energy exploding in the air, leaving nothing untouched. Yet amidst it all, a ray of light broke through, piercing the darkness and destruction, offering at least a glimmer of hope amid the general panic and danger. Chumo lunged at his opponent, attempting to end the conflict with a single decisive blow, concentrating all his strength and resolve to put an end to the chaos and destruction. In the master's eyes, one could see fear, reflecting the gravity of the situation, the inner tension, and the awareness of the danger hanging over him and those around him. The young man's attack pierced the spatial defense, breaking through the magical barriers and creating a breach in the opponent's shield, opening the way for further powerful strikes. The same air bubbles that had appeared earlier materialized before him, enveloping the surrounding space and creating a strange sense of déjà vu while intensifying the tension. The enemy's side was quite heavily damaged. Buildings and barriers were shattered, and defensive structures were completely destroyed, leaving the enemies in a vulnerable and dangerous position. He had 16 broken bones and 2 internal hemorrhages, which made his condition critical and required immediate assistance, though he continued to fight despite the incredible pain. Eternal life drew near to him, seeking to provide support and restoration, promising strength and healing that could save him from his mortal wounds and weakness. The healing was meant to heal all the wounds on his body, restoring bones, tissues, and internal organs, returning his strength and ability to continue the fight without harm to his health. The green beam of light could be seen even from the other side of the world. It cut through the darkness and space, striking with its brightness and incredible power, drawing the gaze of everyone around. This ability not only healed all his wounds, but also restored his clothes to their original state, renewing the fabric and shape as if nothing had happened, giving him a sense of complete recovery. After so many attacks, not even a scratch remained on Shumo, and it turned out that his opponents had deeply underestimated his strength, failing to appreciate the resilience and skill he had built up over the years. In the young man's opinion, he should have given up already since the situation seemed hopeless. Yet his inner resolve and desire to fight prevented him from giving up. The man explained that the major sects were known as seekers of Li Dao. Every time they believed they had achieved complete immortality and were ready to begin their search, a fatal catastrophe would occur. One of them was named Kang Wu, and to strengthen himself and become worthy of the title of Dao, he sought a way to transform his longevity into combat power, striving to become extraordinarily strong and invincible. He also forced himself to pause and enter a semi-trance-like state, focusing his mind and body to control his energy as effectively as possible and increase his strength for future battles. The hero considered himself lucky, as for the first time in a long while, they all used this state to strike the enemy, sensing a rare opportunity to secure victory and control the course of the battle. Calmly, he wanted to see what surprise they were ready to offer him, having paid such a high price, their own lives for it, feeling both determination and curiosity at the same time. Tian Xin couldn't wait for the moment when he would finally destroy the cultivator before him, feeling a frenzied desire for victory and the determination to push his strength to the limit. The system announced that the third secret world was about to open, and all the saviors had to be ready for any trials, as their safety and the success of the mission depended on it. Upon hearing this message, the master was taken aback, not immediately realizing the scale of the new threats and the complexity of the tasks awaiting him and the saviors in the opening of the third secret world. The other sect leaders also did not understand what was to come, finding themselves in a state of uncertainty and surprise in the face of unknown events that could completely alter the course of their plans in the battle. The unfolding situation only amused the savior, for the chaos and bewilderment around him seemed entertaining, underscoring his superiority and inner confidence in his own abilities. He also asked the man to wait until he returned to finish the job, demonstrating calmness and confidence in his own ability to handle the enemy. Tian Xin ordered everyone, without exception, to attack the young man, for if he disappeared, the barrier would begin to mercilessly destroy everyone who had participated in its creation. Together, they gathered in one place to launch a powerful, organized, and decisive attack on the enemy, leaving him no chance. The master's power merged into a single, mighty whole, generating incredible energy capable of overcoming any obstacle in its path. The sect leader sternly ordered the young man to appear before him immediately, for only then could he inflict maximum damage and demonstrate complete control over the situation. At that very moment, the savior was already being transported into a secret world that held countless mysteries and dangers capable of forever altering his fate. The live broadcast was supposed to end, but the battle was still undecided, and the enemy believed he was simply fleeing, unaware of his opponent's true strength and resolve. In reality, if the secret realm had completed its transfer, monsters would have immediately burst onto the earth, and the fate of all humanity would have proven more important than their senseless skirmish. It seemed as though the men from the 4 most important sects were completely oblivious to this danger, and continued to act as if the fate of the entire world meant nothing to them. The master stood alone on the vast battlefield, surrounded by chaos and destruction, but his resolve and cold gaze showed no fear of his enemies. He hated the savior so much that his face flushed with rage, and his eyes radiated a fury ready to explode at any moment over everything around him. At that moment, the barrier suddenly began attacking its own creators, causing chaos and panic, for no one was prepared to withstand its uncontrolled power and fury. They had to dispel the spell as quickly as possible to save themselves, for any delay could cost lives and forever alter the fate of everyone nearby. The terms were that the loser would die, and when Chumo left the field, they had no choice but to pay with their lives to the merciless formation. The good news was that the barrier's retaliation could be divided among all the students who had created it, allowing each to partially avoid total disaster and survive. Surprisingly, the damage sustained turned out to be significantly less than expected, allowing them to continue the fight without losing their chances of survival and victory. The other three masters also took advantage of this loophole, exploiting a moment of the enemy's weakness to minimize their own losses and increase their chances of success in battle. Everything happened extremely quickly, as if time had sped up, and every move, every decision could instantly change the course of the battle and the fate of all participants. The spectators saw four figures in the sky and immediately realized that the battle was far from fair, for the participants' strength was uneven and the outcome was already almost decided. However, no one could figure out where the demon had gone. Some believed he had entered a secret realm, but others, having looked inside, could not find him and were left bewildered. Chumo found himself in a new location, but immediately realized that it was nothing like the places he had been before, and its atmosphere evoked anxiety and uncertainty. Air was overcome with panic at the thought that they had ended up in a lifeless land, and she realized that it would be much safer for her to stay home than to risk her life. The young man quietly asked if this location was extremely dangerous, or if they should expect something even more threatening, since the atmosphere around him was unsettling. The monster commander replied that it was extremely dangerous there, for this territory was a zone where time and space intersected, where any movement could have unpredictable consequences. Once, a powerful evil had tried to seize these lands, but had been completely destroyed. And even the Lord of the Gods had never appeared there without a teleportation stone, so it seemed they had been carried there by accident. 3 stars hung above them, the red earth of the creatures, the blue of humanity, and the secret realm in the middle. Yet this entire scene turned out to be merely an illusion designed to mislead observers. They needed to find the true portal to return, but the territory was filled with countless false ones that led to entirely different places and could lose them forever. The probability that they would find exactly what they were looking for was practically zero, and every step could lead to even greater disorientation amid the boundless illusions. The system reported that to receive the golden monkey pupils as a reward, one had to enter a special dimension where trials and dangers awaited anyone who dared. The young man carefully reviewed all the information, weighing every detail, danger, and opportunity to prepare for what lay ahead. Thus, by that time, the young man could observe the enemy's weaknesses and analyze any objects for which information was provided in order to better plan his actions and tactics. Air was so frightened that every sound around her seemed threatening, and she was afraid to even move, completely frozen with fear. At any moment, a high-level monster could appear before him, capable of instantly destroying everything around, causing him to feel helpless terror and panic. The host, unable to take it anymore, stepped forward, implying that if she didn't trust him, she would have stayed put, feeling inner turmoil and uncertainty. But then Air realized that if she had stayed alone, she would have been in even greater danger, where every step could have been fatal and irreversible. Rushing after him, she begged him to wait, feeling the fear of losing him while trying not to fall behind his quick strides. At the start of their journey, the group came to a crossroads, pondering which path to take, for every turn could radically alter their future fate and safety. The girl's intuition told her that something was wrong with the road to the right, for it was suspiciously clean, and this aroused a sense of anxiety and a premonition of danger in her. So the path to the left seemed like the safer option, since its surroundings looked natural and didn't raise any suspicions, instilling at least some hope for a peaceful journey. The panel displayed information about monsters that were in deep slumber and took the form of a path or trail, creating the illusion of a safe passage and misleading travelers. Tiberto Chumo said they had to go right, convinced that this was the path leading to their destination, though his words aroused doubt and anxiety among those listening to him. They walked for a full hour, but encountered not a single creature along the way. Everything was quiet and safe, and this strange atmosphere filled them with a sense of uneasy anxiety and suspicion. The master ordered his ward to be quieter, for the place where they were was highly dangerous, and any noise could attract the attention of deadly creatures. But in the girl's opinion, there wasn't even a hint of monsters there, and this gave her a strange sense of calm that contradicted her master's words and her own anxiety. She wished they had something tasty to eat with them, so she could feel as if she were on vacation, even in the midst of a dangerous journey and a tense trip. Suddenly, a plate of chicken appeared before her, and it all looked rather suspicious, making her doubt and hesitate about whether she should touch the food. Air, as if hypnotized, lunged forward to grab the food, unaware of the potential dangers that might lie behind this strange offer. Chumo managed to grab her by the shirt and hold her close, preventing her from recklessly rushing into potential danger, while simultaneously keeping the situation under control. At that moment, black clouds rose before them, creating chaos, blocking out the sun, and filling the air with a sense of fear and undefined danger. The girl realized that if she went there, she would inevitably become someone's dinner, and this thought filled her heart with panic and a sense of helplessness. The system reported the unburied remains of Ms. Baigu after she had fallen victim to the stone monkey, with only a single bone of hers surviving, a testament to the creature's terrifying strength and her tragic fate. The young man immediately asked his ward if she recognized the name, trying to determine whether it would evoke any memories or feelings of unease in her. Then she recalled that Lady Baigu was considered a legend in her world. In terms of power, she could rival even the ruler of the gods. Yet as soon as she set foot on the lifeless lands, she perished instantly, leaving behind only stories. The stone monkey passed by her and decided to destroy her with a single blow, moving swiftly and relentlessly, leaving a sense of inevitable death and terror in its wake. Air shouted that she would never believe such a story, for the ruler himself had broken a sweat while fighting her, and this testified to an incredible power that surpassed all tales and expectations. However, Lady Baigu appeared before them and explained that everything had happened 5,000 years ago, and she was intrigued by the man standing before her, watching his every move with curiosity and caution. Chumo explained that he was nothing special and had learned of her situation by chance, not expecting to be drawn into events of such dangerous and mysterious power. As it turned out, the creature was devouring all living beings that wandered through the dimension, accumulating their power, and if it devoured them as well, it could return to life, reborn once more. All that remained for the cultivator was to kill it again to save himself and his ward, for otherwise their fate would be certain death at the hands of its incredible power. She could no longer remember the last time people had been able to behave so openly and confidently in her presence, looking her straight in the eye without fear, doubt, or hidden wariness. At first, the woman wanted to grant the team a quick and easy death, but she suddenly changed her mind and coldly decided to slowly tear them apart alive, down to their very bones. Air was frightened, took a confused step back, and said in a quiet, tense voice that she was a demonic beast, and that creatures like them usually never fought each other. However, in her opponent's opinion, the little ferret looked extremely appetizing, and she was convinced that this prey must certainly become food that would contribute to her rebirth. The fosterling was deeply disappointed, so she lay helplessly on the cold floor, silently staring into the void and patiently awaiting her inevitable death. Her state truly surprised her owner, who was watching her closely from the side, and couldn't understand why she had suddenly become so quiet. The lady herself also didn't understand why the girl wasn't putting up any resistance at all, just lying there silently, as if she had resigned herself to her fate and lost any desire to fight. With a cry, she explained that her opponent was too strong, and she just wanted to see how that person would fight to the end for their life. The hero asked out of genuine curiosity whether all the demonic beasts were like his pet, closely observing her reaction and trying to understand the nature of these creatures. Using all her strength, the lady sternly ordered them to stop talking and immediately prepare for their inevitable death as they felt her cold resolve. Her hands suddenly turned to bone and snapped toward the young man, seeking to seize him and leave him no chance of escape. In response, the young man merely smiled calmly, sensing no threat whatsoever, as if he were facing not a terrifying force, but a mere obstacle that could not frighten him. His eyes instantly changed from their usual color to a bright gold, glowing with a magical radiance that revealed an extraordinary power and confidence within him. That very same golden pupil technique served as a powerful shatterer of illusions, penetrating deep into the mind and revealing the truth even in the face of the most powerful deceptions. At first, the opponent had no idea what was happening before her. Her mind was bewildered, and her eyes struggled to comprehend the extraordinary power surrounding her. But then in an instant, all her bones were shattered, and she stood there bewildered, unable to comprehend how such a force could have completely destroyed her body. The mythical lady could not understand why an ordinary person had suddenly developed eyes resembling those of her hated monkey, which filled her with deep astonishment and alarm. The system reported that the white-bone lady would inevitably fall and be significantly weakened as soon as her illusion was completely shattered, revealing her true vulnerability. And so it happened. She had lived for thousands of years, painstakingly accumulating energy for her rebirth. But she was unlucky, and all her efforts crumbled in an instant. Nevertheless, the woman should have been satisfied that even after death, she was able to continue existing for thousands more years, feeling a power and presence that surpassed human understanding. Air shouted loudly for the master not to speak with her, but to seize the moment and destroy all the enemy's bones, finally eliminating the threat. The creature smiled, knowing that even a 10,000-year-old beast could not shatter or destroy her foundation, leaving her unshakable and confident in her own power. Chumo knew exactly where her true bones were, even though everything around him looked like a disguise, and even the bones scattered on the ground turned out to be nothing more than a masterful illusion. It was impossible to hide anything from such a gaze, for his eyes penetrated the depths of the soul, revealing all secrets and the most hidden thoughts instantly. At that moment, the young man abruptly snatched a bone, demonstrating his superiority and hinting at an inevitable victory in this brutal and dangerous battle. The system carefully analyzed the White Lady, studying all her weak points to determine where to deliver the most effective blow and break through her defenses. The hero declared into the air that everything meant to rot would surely rot, and his words rang with such authority that it seemed as though reality itself obeyed his command. With a single powerful blow, the white skeletal lady began to crumble right before their eyes. Her body cracked and shattered into countless fragments, leaving no chance of survival. Air was terrified by her master's immense power and was finally convinced that she could not defeat him or fulfill her lord's task, feeling a helpless fear of his might. While they were in another location, a fierce battle raged in the secret world, filled with magic, danger, and unpredictable twists of fate. Yuding persistently tried to defeat the monster with her sword, attempting with every move to pierce its defenses and find a weak spot for a decisive strike. She was joined by a comrade who resolutely entered the fray, supporting Yu Tong as they worked together to defeat the mighty monster. The spectators were surprised that in just an hour the creatures had been completely destroyed, which showed that the heroes were becoming significantly stronger with every battle. No one understood where Chumo had gone, and his unknown whereabouts caused everyone to worry deeply and anxiously await his reappearance. The elder reported that during the teleportation, Chairman Chu had used his abilities to pull the player in, and perhaps this was what influenced his final destination. The virtual host was extremely furious, pointing her finger at the man, and declared that it was they, the four major sects, who had gathered together and dared to call this a one-on-one battle. In the elder's opinion, this was truly a disgrace and a source of despair. He did not approve of their methods, having joined the Taya Fire sect out of respect for a single cultivator, but after this, he declared he would resign from his post. Lady Shuang asked Li Gang not to react so harshly, for the young man was so strong that even a spatial trap could not harm him, and the saviors were also noticeably growing stronger. What was strange was that the demonic beasts had been destroyed, yet the world remained open, and true danger lay ahead, ready to test their resilience and strength. At that time, the secret world was in relative calm. Nothing foreshadowed the approach of danger or any significant upheavals. The saviors sensed an inexplicable aura that filled the entire dimension, enveloping them in an invisible force and evoking both fear and anxiety. Some even thought that this time their hour had come to perish in battle, sensing the inevitability of the mortal danger hanging over them. They desperately wished for Chumo to be present with them, sensing that his strength and support could change the course of events in their struggle. Something gigantic, resembling a serpent's tail, suddenly began moving toward them, kicking up dust and creating a sense of imminent danger. And then a terrifying creature appeared, declaring in a booming voice that the rescuers had killed the advance guard's allies, intensifying the fear and guilt among them. The battle began just as suddenly as the enemy had appeared, instantly plunging the rescuers into chaos, danger, and a merciless struggle for survival. Sean understood that the attack possessed the power of at least a 500,000-year-old demonic beast, and even an experienced warrior would struggle to grasp its full destructive might. But Jen Yen herself did not agree with his assessment, believing that the opponent was significantly stronger and surpassed even the 500,000-year-old power of a demonic beast. Instead, the creature said that it had heard of the powerful cultivator Chu Mo and was eager to see him in person, feeling both curiosity and a sense of threat from his power. As it turned out, even Dan Tai Bi's disciple, Nan Hengju, was able to wound the enemy, and his power proved to be quite formidable, surprising everyone present at the battle. No one had heard of him before, as he had never appeared in the secret world, and his presence came as a surprise to everyone watching the events unfold. He declared that the creature had no chance left, since he had long since surpassed Chu Mo's level and considered himself the true savior, capable of ending the battle in his favor. A crystal appeared in the lifeless dimension, and behind it opened a glowing portal that radiated a mysterious energy and drew the gaze of everyone around. Air immediately noticed something strange and urgently alerted the owner, sensing that the incident could be of critical importance to everyone present. He understood that they might return very soon, but first he had to carry out a certain task, so he asked his ward to hide in his clothes to ensure her safety. The crystal house was an object that controlled space. It could transport monsters from its world to a secret realm, altering their location and control over them. In the secret dimension, the creature slowly recovered from the powerful blow that had thrown its body onto the cold, slippery surface, causing a slight pain. The student gave him sound advice, explaining that one shouldn't move in a dangerous situation, as one could die without feeling any pain. The monster did not give up and tirelessly tried in every possible way to frighten and insult the man, using its strength and terrifying appearance. But in that very second, his blood suddenly boiled and his body instantly burst into tiny, minuscule pieces, scattering in all directions. Nan saw what had happened and thought that if the enemy had remained motionless, it might have stayed intact and suffered no injuries. Standing in the middle of the location, Jun Yan waded through the sticky mud that was scattered all around, leaving an unpleasant smell and dirty marks on her shoes. They were surprised that the sect actually still had such strong disciples, and also because they had never seen him among the organization's members before. Sean explained that a restraining technique had been used, one employed specifically when it was necessary to teach a lesson to new recruits who were doing nothing but fooling around. The girl was amazed by the spectacle and thought that the descendants of Tao were truly exceptional geniuses with incredible abilities. Her mentor was to explain in detail to the student the origin of the coins of fate of the descendants of Tao and their significance in the lives and trials of the disciples. Nan said that 70% of the coins received had been discreetly taken and transferred to the 4 Tao receivers, and that was the secret of his immense power. Even Shan could not have imagined that he was capable of being so outspoken and telling everyone openly about his secret training. The last time the work with the secret world was completed, the mentor gave his word that he would treat the young man the same as the chosen ones, but the young man refused this offer. Shan explained that he abhorred any form of injustice that harmed the innocent and disrupted the natural order of things. There was no point in such power if the theft of resources came at the expense of innocent victims. So he despised anyone who gained power in this way. Meanwhile, Nan said he focused only on his own results and reported that the fog was growing thicker, which meant the enemy was approaching their location. Indeed, everything around them began to be thickly covered in white smoke, which quickly spread through the space and created a sense of complete opacity. The rescuers began to drop to their knees as they were desperately short of air due to the thick smoke and the suffocating atmosphere around them. Everyone was calling for help because they couldn't breathe properly, and it seemed as though they had been hypnotized, robbed of the strength to resist the suffocation. Yuting told them to hold on a little longer and not lose hope until everything was finally sorted out and the danger had passed. It turned out that their enemy was a 500-year-old demonic beast, and its powerful spiritual pressure alone was enough to destroy most of the cultivators around them. The portal before them began to be enveloped by a gray mist that thickly shrouded its contours and created an eerie, impenetrable veil. The creature that appeared turned its attention to Nan, and also to the fact that its combat power could easily destroy the Snake Man, instilling fear in everyone around. The apprentice himself did not understand how a monster of such a level could have appeared at this stage, causing confusion and unexpected fear within him. The adversary ordered him to kneel and call for his comrades, forcing him to obey her will under the threat of a horrific punishment. Feeling incredibly intense pain, the savior screamed at the top of his lungs, trying to free himself from his suffering and attract the attention of others. As it turned out later, standing before them was a demonic beast 30,000 years old, whose power surpassed all their notions of danger. Lutzen was shocked by what she saw, for her mind refused to accept that such a thing could even be possible in real life. The elder informed her that it was all true given her incredible powers, which went beyond the limits of ordinary human understanding. The demonic beast possessed combat power 10 million times greater than that of the descendants of the Tao, and even if Chu Mo were to take their side, they would have no chance of victory. Humanity was doomed to death, for in the face of such immense power, no defenses or heroic attempts made any sense. They also could not interfere in the secret world and were unable to help. So all that remained for them was to watch the events unfold helplessly. A pink mist engulfed the entire area, enveloping everything around in a thick and almost unreal atmosphere that concealed even familiar outlines. Portals appeared in the sky, opening up glowing holes through which one could see other worlds filled with wondrous and dangerous phenomena. The creature wanted to end the battle as quickly as possible, because to it was extremely boring and aroused no interest or excitement. Nan didn't want anyone to help him, hoping to rely entirely on his own strength and prove his ability to handle everything on his own. But his opponent assured him that even his 3 companions were incapable of destroying her, whereas she had mercilessly wiped out all the other rescuers, leaving behind only fear and despair. The young man's thoughts revolved around the fact that he needed help and time until the torment of the people he could not bear would finally end. Under the pressure of her absolute power, the savior wouldn't even be able to stand on his own 2 feet and would look like a complete fool if he dared to fight her alone. The disciple was not one of those cowards, and after sensing the spiritual pressure nearby, he immediately realized that the creature had revealed its true, real face. In Nan's view, the secret kingdom, the saviors, the 4 sects, and even Chumo were merely his pawns, whom he could manipulate to achieve his own goals. They were all merely stepping stones. By standing on them, he could confidently move forward and reach the pinnacle of his true power. The art of the Tao seemed so distant and unattainable, as if trying to reach the moon on foot, walking through endless darkness. So the savior rushed into the attack, filled with determination and desperate courage, trying to somehow resist the incredible power of his opponent, who was nearly invincible. Suddenly, it became clear that the illusion had vanished, and a harsh reality unfolded before his eyes, revealing the true power and danger of his opponent. The demonic beast that had penetrated the secret world had managed to create an incredibly strong spiritual shell that made it nearly invulnerable and terrifyingly powerful. The creature did not expect the young man to understand everything so quickly, but it was certain that among all those present, only Chu Mo deserved its attention. The path into the dimension was complete, and soon they would meet face to face, ready for the decisive confrontation that would determine everything that followed. Although it was unable to transfer all of its energy at that moment, what remained was enough to bring the 5,000-year-old monster into being. Before the creature actually appeared before them, she asked him to muster all his strength to survive and not perish under her incredible power. Things were looking grim for Nana, as he had to face an extremely high-level opponent, whose destruction seemed an almost impossible task. But he did not show his fear and stood his ground unwaveringly, ready to face any threat, despite the immense danger hanging over him. Meanwhile, in the desolate lands, Chumo was doing everything he could to find his way back and return to those who needed his help. Before that, the young man wanted to examine the crystal through which the demonic beasts were moving, and everything around him looked extremely unusual and almost unreal. Meanwhile, a huge and terrifying monster suddenly lunged at the rescuers, causing chaos and panic among everyone trying to escape the danger. It was as if some mysterious and unknown force was controlling it, a force he tried to resist, but the invisible power still held him in its unbreakable grip. Nan couldn't understand why the opponent in front of him was suddenly increasing the distance between them, and whether his teleportation ability had truly failed, leaving him deeply puzzled. The other cultivators stood aside and also watched as an unknown force began to slowly pull the enormous creature back into another dimension, causing them astonishment and alarm. No such problems had been observed with the previous enemy, indicating that these difficulties had arisen very recently and had suddenly changed the course of events. The creature understood that the divine ruler had had to pay an extremely high price to transport the crystal house to the lifeless and desolate lands, making this act incredibly risky and costly. She immediately activated her sense of direction to see exactly what had happened and understand all the details of the events unfolding before her eyes, without wasting a single second. The portal suddenly opened before her, revealing a landscape of lifeless lands, desolate, barren, and cold expanses that evoked a sense of boundless emptiness. It became clear that this entire situation was directly the work of Chumo, whose actions had caused chaos and unpredictable consequences for everyone around him. The spectators felt incredible joy and excitement when their eyes finally met the figure of their savior, who appeared before them just in time and unexpectedly, instilling hope. They mocked those who had previously spoken negatively about the young man, relishing how the situation had completely reversed their opinion. Liu Zhang herself had been absolutely certain that Chumo had vanished without a trace into the spatial turbulence, but then he suddenly appeared out of nowhere and just in time prevented the demonic beast's teleportation, saving the day. The elder couldn't understand how the young man had managed to end up there, since it was an extremely dangerous place where even experienced cultivators rarely dared to venture. Perhaps this whole situation was part of the hero's grand plan, even the fact that he used Chief Chu's spatial power to get there. Lady Shuang would support this young man if everyone else was against him. He was truly full of surprises, and all the carefully planned actions of the sects and consortia in their confrontation with Chumo looked like a ridiculous clown show against the backdrop of his skill and unpredictability. The clown continued to be inexorably drawn into the abyss into which he was inevitably falling, leaving behind only a shadow and a sense of unspeakable fear among those who watched. The creature was filled with fury and commanded him to resist resolutely, forcing him to fight with all his willpower against the invisible enemy that sought to control it. His mission was to infiltrate the secret world and mercilessly destroy all the cultivators, leaving behind only ruins and chaos that would testify to his incredible power. But the plans changed abruptly, and now his task was to teleport to a desolate land and kill a young man, leaving humanity with a last shred of hope for survival. Having fulfilled his mistress's request, the clown obeyed without question and plunged swiftly into the portal, vanishing from sight and leaving behind a sense of inevitability and mystery. At the location, the hero seemed to draw the monster toward him with the magical power of his own hands, forcing it to approach against all laws of space and will, which astonished all witnesses. Such an act required an extraordinary amount of power, demanding maximum concentration and mastery of his abilities to overcome the monster's resistance and spatial constraints. However, he managed to carry out his plan, and at that very moment, the monster suddenly appeared before them, causing shock and fear among everyone present at the scene. In the woman's opinion, taking the clown with him was a huge mistake, since his strength was clearly insufficient to overcome such a powerful and dangerous beast standing before him. The young man wasn't worried about this at all. He was more interested in whether there were any other beasts in the other world, since up until then, he had only encountered clowns. The enemy's eyes suddenly flashed red, signaling his fierce irritation, and he was determined to destroy the rescuer, leaving no chance of survival. While he was teleporting, he chose a specially prepared landing spot for the enemy, carefully calculating all the circumstances to fully control the situation and gain the upper hand in battle. A panel appeared detailing the demon's characteristics and explaining that its resurrection had been made possible by humanity's fundamental fear. The monster could not approach the player because an invisible force, a protective barrier, created an insurmountable obstacle, forcing it to remain at a distance in attempt to attack unsuccessfully. The creature recalled its previous life with great clarity and detail, reliving every moment and every emotion that remained in its memory. It was given many missions to carry out, each of which required the utmost courage, intelligence, and concentration to achieve its goals successfully and without error. Life was not as easy as it was for others, and it was filled with constant trials, difficulties, and countless moments that shaped his character and strength of spirit. He was treated like a pawn, constantly bombarded with hundreds of pieces of information that he had to process quickly and use to carry out complex tasks. The problem was that failure to complete the task meant certain death, and this harsh reality forced him to act without any room for error or retreat. The clown did not understand what task the young man wanted to assign him, and this caused him confusion, bewilderment, and anxiety about the unknown consequences. And then, holding the sheet of paper in his hands, he felt everything fall into place, and clarity finally filled his bewildered mind, revealing the true meaning of the situation. They were in different dimensions, so the enemy couldn't harm the young man, and this created a safe zone for him where he could act calmly and plan his next moves. Chumo ordered him to perform 10,000 one-arm push-ups in 55 seconds, setting an incredibly difficult challenge before him that required superhuman strength, endurance, and concentration. Such a challenge shocked the opponent, forcing him to waver in his confidence in his own strength and doubt his ability to overcome his opponent's unbreakable resolve. But time was running out, there was nowhere to go, and every second increased the pressure on him, forcing him to act decisively and as effectively as possible, with no room for error. Falling to his knees, the clown had to do everything he was told, obeying orders without hesitation, fear, or doubt, feeling the complete power of those who controlled him. The woman didn't understand what the rescuer had done that made his subordinates so afraid of him, and this filled her with surprise, anxiety, and uncertainty about the true intentions of the people around her. Standing on one hand, the monster began doing push-ups, demonstrating incredible strength, endurance, and control over his body, which amazed everyone watching his movements. The audience couldn't believe their eyes and marveled at the young man, admiring his extraordinary abilities, incredible strength, and courage that exceeded their expectations. Jokes and laughter filled the live broadcast, creating an atmosphere of joy, ease, and genuine admiration that swept over both the audience and the participants alike. The rescuer understood that they could only survive thanks to Chumo, realizing his strength, wisdom, and invisible control over the danger surrounding them. The creature understood what was going on and knew that the clown could not possibly harm the young man, even if he fell into his trap, because the circumstances and the protection rendered his actions futile and helpless. There were very few seconds left, and the enemy had not yet completed his task, which created critical pressure and forced him to act as quickly and deliberately as possible, with no room for error. The cultivator stood over him and sneered, as if believing in his strength, simultaneously displaying arrogance and contempt while provoking in him the desire to prove his own power and endurance. After 5,000 push-ups, the monster could no longer feel his arm, and it was extremely difficult for him because every movement required incredible effort, willpower, and resilience to continue carrying out the task. Nevertheless, he managed to carry out the order, overcoming incredible fatigue, pain, and doubts, demonstrating extraordinary willpower, determination, and unwavering dedication to the goal at hand. Time had run out, but the task of running 10,000 meters in 1 minute remained unfinished, so the elimination process was activated, putting him in mortal danger and forcing him to act immediately. Upon hearing this, the clown went berserk and tried to destroy the boy, overcome by rage, confusion, and despair, which made his actions unpredictable and dangerous to everyone around him. Chuma replied that he had read the instructions correctly and that perhaps he should have discussed everything with the demon to avoid misunderstandings and ensure the successful completion of the task. In that instant, a beam of light obliterated the spot where the opponent stood, signaling that the elimination had begun and creating chaos, fear, and imminent danger for everyone around. During the live broadcast, almost none of the viewers understood what exactly was happening on the screen. Because events were unfolding too quickly, the commentary was confusing the situation, and the host looked flustered. The creature suddenly realized that its clown had died so easily, and this seemed strange and incomprehensible to it, because before he had seemed resilient, strong, and capable of surviving any danger. The material from which the crystal house was made was exceptionally strong, second only to border stone, so even 10,000-year-old demons could not destroy it. While the monster thought she was completely safe and nothing threatened her, the young man watched the situation closely and decided that the moment had come to destroy that dangerous object at any cost. Millions of tiny shards instantly scattered across the surrounding area, blanketing the ground with glittering fragments that sparkled in the light and flew farther and farther from the center of the explosion. They all testified that Chumo did, after all, possess sufficient power to destroy this extraordinarily sturdy object, which had previously been considered nearly invincible. Shun gradually began to understand the newcomer's theory, realizing that intentions or knowledge alone were not enough to save the world. One had to possess truly absolute power. Like an ordinary spectator, he had to assess the situation soberly and calmly analyze the events around him. Yet at the decisive moment, he suddenly felt that he had completely lost his fighting spirit. Most likely, Chumo had used the attributes of the lifeless lands or deliberately drawn the demon's attention so that it would kill the clown and thereby help destroy the crystal house. He had to accept this situation and simply hope for those who could still handle it. And that was precisely why the mentor had chosen Nan as his successor instead of him. The boy, of course, was deeply surprised by these words, for they radically contradicted his expectations and completely changed his perception of the situation. The portal, which had suddenly appeared in the middle of the area, was expanding relentlessly with every passing minute, swallowing the surrounding space and creating a sense of dangerous inevitability. Just then, suddenly and unexpectedly, Chumo appeared before the woman. Emerging from the shadows or thin air, his figure evoked a sense of danger and urgent tension. She turned to him and said that they had underestimated his power, and next time, they would definitely finish him off, no matter what it cost them. The young man instantly realized who was standing before him, for it was the very same being who had previously teleported the monsters, leaving behind a sense of danger and mystery. She held a fairly high rank, and to kill her would require immense effort, the expenditure of all available resources, and the combined strength of several warriors. Nan came to the young man's aid and explained that what stood before him was merely a girl in a spiritual form, a true projection from another world, and she lacked the physical strength of a real body. Even if he had destroyed her, it would not have caused any harm to her real body, because the projection existed only as an illusion in another world, and had no direct connection to physical reality. The hero already knew this by then, but he still decided to deal with his opponent, despite the fact that she was only a projection and couldn't harm her real body. After thanking everyone for the advice they had given him, he decided that he wanted to make his own decisions and no longer rely on the opinions of others. As if to explain that he had no shortage of self-confidence, he reaffirmed his desire to act independently and take responsibility for his own decisions. The panel provided complete information about his opponent, including her weaknesses, which proved to be critical for successfully fighting her. Gathering all his strength, he resolutely entered the fray, preparing to seize every opportunity to defeat his opponent. Up to that point, the lady had considered him a fool for deciding to attack only the spiritual body, unaware that this might be part of his strategy or a hidden plan. She also wanted to observe his strongest attack, curiously assessing his abilities and the true power hidden behind his decisive actions. And then she was ready to finish him off next time, knowing all his moves and anticipating every one of his actions in the upcoming battle. Her heart began to pound in her chest, warning her of fear and danger, for she could truly lose her life in this situation, feeling the threat with every cell of her body. As a result of the powerful blow, the creature was sent flying a considerable distance, impressing all the surrounding witnesses with the force and power of the strike. The hero hurried after it, ensuring it had no chance to escape, demonstrating determination and confidence in his intent to see the fight through to the end. Meanwhile, the creature's thoughts flooded her mind, convincing her that she had to escape at all costs, and fear drove her to seek a way out of the dangerous situation. She was no longer as sharp-tongued or self-assured, for fear and the pressure of the situation were making her doubt her own strength and words. The projection used the technique of the reversed world, altering the space around itself and creating the illusion of an inverted reality to disorient the opponent. Around the young man there was only complete darkness, and nothing else was visible. No shapes, no light, no familiar objects, creating a sense of total isolation. This was the very method previously planned for the absorption of the secret world, demonstrating the dangerous power of the technique and its ability to alter the balance between worlds. The lady then thought that such a situation might throw him off balance, and decided to get rid of the enemy as quickly as possible, using any opportunity for a final blow. Everything suddenly turned upside down, disrupting the usual order of events and forcing everyone involved to adapt to the chaos. Someone urgently urged the commander to open his eyes and come to his senses, trying to bring him back to reality and avert the danger. Chumo didn't know where he was and didn't fully understand what had happened to him, feeling disoriented and losing control of the situation. His assistant addressed him as commander, giving orders and hoping for a response, but at the same time, the hero was anxious and wondering if his friends were truly all right. The system described the land of exile as a fragment of forgotten history, providing information about its past and hidden events that had long been erased from the world's memory. No one around him could even guess what had happened to their commander, for his sudden absence and strange behavior left only confusion and anxiety. So the young man replied that he simply had a headache, and that there was no point in wasting time on guesswork. Instead, they should immediately head to the Lu building to take decisive action. Ms. Shoang, Live on Air, tried to understand why everything in the secret world had suddenly changed, and what kind of city this was that had disrupted the usual order of things. Everyone present watched the broadcast intently, not taking their eyes off the screen so as not to miss a single detail of the events unfolding on it. Even the virtual host could see that everyone around had transformed into characters from the ancient city, including doctors, bodyguards, and even a patrol, creating the feeling of a living historical reenactment. The elder explained that this was the place of the floating clouds, where 1,000 years ago the first clash between demonic beasts and humans took place, leaving behind legends and traces of an ancient struggle. If such a world had not disappeared, then in the southern region, all the saviors had already blended in with the ordinary residents, hiding their abilities and merging with everyday life. The stranger sat before the objects, and they told him that all the cultivators who had arrived there had lost their memories of themselves, left without recollections of the past or their own abilities. Even Nan didn't know what had happened, and in the meantime, he went about his daily business, selling coffins at a funeral home, unaware of the scale of the events unfolding around him. The young man began to laugh at this information, remarking that he didn't even need to go to the circus, and insisted that such an ending was entirely fitting for someone who had previously mocked him. Meanwhile, Chumo had become a patrolman and also remembered nothing, and there was a strange, inexplicable atmosphere in this place, reminiscent of hidden secrets. They had nothing to worry about while they were in hiding, for the laws of that world could not affect them there or disturb their peace or safety. The main goal of the cultivator and his mission was to save the world, ensure its preservation, and restore the balance between the forces that threatened the existence of all living things. Suddenly, the communicator stopped working, as if it had suddenly malfunctioned, leaving everyone without a means of communication and causing anxiety and confusion. It became clear that the secret place had been exposed, and its hidden secrets were no longer safe from prying eyes. An unknown red orb suddenly appeared before him, emitting a strange light and creating a sense of threat and inexplicable power. Meanwhile, the commander arrived at the Liu residence, the very place where the murder had occurred that morning, sensing the tension and foreboding of danger that still hung in the air. The main plot of the story had been reached, and the demon of illusion watched over Chumo, observing his actions and assessing his strength and decisions. The father pleaded with the officer to find the real killer and hold him accountable for the crime, which had left his son, who was only 6 years old, dead. The assistant urgently reported that just a few days earlier, Lu Nian's eldest son had tragically drowned in the river, and shortly thereafter, his younger brother had also met a violent death, leaving the family without any heirs. Shangwen was brutally beheaded while still alive, and no one had any idea who could have committed such a horrific act, since the family had no enemies and the child himself was only 6 years old. Zhu Mo resolutely promised that he would make every possible effort, using all available resources and methods, to find the culprit and hold him fully accountable for his actions. Under the white cloth, the man was to carefully reveal the body of the deceased so that everyone present could identify him, while trying to maintain at least a modicum of respect for the tragedy and the somber situation. However, when the man lifted the white cloth, there was nothing before his eyes but an empty floor, which caused shock and utter bewilderment among everyone present, as the expected body was nowhere to be found. The man asked the question again, insisting on an answer, because he explained that he had seen nothing under the cloth and was completely bewildered and perplexed by the situation. Mr. Liu emphatically stated that the body had been lying right in front of him, and he was deeply surprised and bewildered that anyone could have failed to notice it, since it was clearly visible. He stood his ground and energetically pointed to the spot where the body had been lying, trying to convince the others he was right and showing the exact location of the deceased. The assistant politely asked him to calm down and sternly ordered that they not be called out again for providing false information, emphasizing the seriousness of the situation and the need for accuracy. Pouncing on the officer, Mr. Liu angrily declared that they had once been members of the same gang alongside their enemies, emphasizing their long-standing ties and the long-standing conflict that was fueling his emotions. The man wouldn't calm down and continued to shout throughout the building, filling the space with rage and chaos, causing everyone present to feel both fear and anxiety. For such aggressive behavior, the resident could have been arrested and put in jail, as his actions disrupted the peace and threatened the safety of those around him, creating serious legal liability. His assistant left the room and immediately noticed that something dark and uncontrollable had once again taken hold of the man, causing her to feel fear and anxiety for his condition. Even after she arrived, he remained unchanged and stubbornly continued to speak of the officer's betrayal, expressing anger and fueling the tense atmosphere in the room. The woman pleaded with him to stop shouting and at the same time pointed out that their son had already returned home and was standing next to him, trying to calm them both down and restore at least a little peace in the house. But he seemed not to notice, displaying indifference and implying deception, thereby continuing to fuel confusion and mistrust among everyone present in the room. The little boy stood there upset, with tears frozen in his eyes, reflecting deep sorrow and helplessness in the face of the chaos unfolding around him. The woman explained that after the death of his older son, the man had suffered an incredibly severe shock, and when he didn't see his younger son, his mind seemed to break, leading to complete madness. The patrol officers realized that their trip to the location had been in vain, and the captain remained serious, silent for most of the way, deeply focused and pondering the situation unfolding before them. The main plot finally came to an end, wrapping up all the major events and conflicts, leaving the characters in a state of reflection and forcing the reader to process what they had experienced alongside them. The player also received important and useful advice, which detailed that they must find the demon and destroy it in order to move forward and complete the game's main objective. The territory of the ancient town was no longer as vast as it once was, for time and destruction had significantly reduced its size and altered its original appearance, leaving only partial traces of its former grandeur. The woman said that after the patrol left, the owner could finally stop pretending, relax, and show the true emotions he had long hidden from those around him. Worried, she understood that what the Undertaker had ordered them to do was very wrong and dangerous. But when their son was actually beheaded, it was that very worker who was able to heal him and bring him back to life. Be that as it may, they were genuinely happy and relieved that their child had finally returned to them, alive and well, filling the house with joy in a sense of security. Suddenly, the boy pointed to the roof of the building where that same officer was standing, drawing everyone's attention and causing surprise and tension among those present. Chumo immediately realized that Mr. Liu had not gone mad at all, and that his behavior made sense, for it was driven by specific events and deep emotions, not insanity. The coffin stood in the middle of the courtyard, silent and heavy, covered in dark varnish, and people had gathered around it, whispering quietly, walking slowly in a circle, and bowing their heads in sorrow. The young man had accidentally found the spot where their eldest son had been buried many years ago, and he stood there silently for a long time, recalling the family's stories and feeling a quiet sadness. The assistant quickly realized that the body had already been examined by others, so there was almost nothing left at the scene that was important or interesting for further inspection. Chumo explained that saving human lives was the most important thing to him, so he acted quickly and without hesitation, considering every person saved to be of the highest value. The woman also stepped in front of him, blocking his path, implying that no one could see the victim until after her death, creating a tense and threatening atmosphere. Then the young man hinted that if they tried to stop him, the consequences could be fatal, and someone might indeed lose their life because of their interference. Stepping forward, he kicked the lid open with his foot, feeling the cold metal beneath his palm and the tension hanging in the air around him. Everything suddenly opened and two bodies fell out. Fortunately, the girl was still breathing, but the people were so cruel that they were planning to bury her alive along with her own son. It was the first time the young man had seen anyone use a living person to perform a ritual marriage with a dead person, and he felt both deep astonishment and horror. The woman and man's plan had completely fallen apart, coming to an end without any success, and all their schemes proved futile and helpless. They truly had reason to fear, for such actions were considered a serious crime and could have grave consequences for those who dared to commit them. The woman screamed that the Undertaker had strictly ordered that the coffin not be opened under any circumstances, and she blamed Mr. Liu for not preventing this and not stopping him in time. The red mist, like a living creature, slowly spread around, enveloping everything in an eerie and frightening atmosphere, as if the very space itself breathed danger. Those present in the courtyard froze in shock and fear, unable to move, their hearts pounding with the foreboding of danger that hung over them all at once. A mysterious figure in a white sheet asked why he, of all people, had to die, feeling a deep sense of injustice and helplessness in the face of an inexorable fate. Glancing at him, the woman thought it might be Xiao Wu, and her heart fluttered for a moment with doubt and unexpected excitement. The surroundings had become extremely dangerous, filled with unpredictable threats and a sense of constant anxiety that offered not a moment's peace. The creature suddenly began to attack, but Chumu reacted quickly and managed to protect the woman by placing himself between her and the danger, risking his own life. By that time, the monster no longer had anything in common with her son and had become a creature capable of destroying everyone around it, instilling terror and despair in everyone present. The hero refused to accept this, so he ordered them to tell the truth about everything they had done, hoping this would help find a way out of the dangerous situation. The matter concerned the Undertaker, and after Xiao Wu's death, strange sounds echoed through the night. The next day, all the chickens died, and bloody traces remained near Xiangwen's bed. To save the younger son, a wedding ceremony must be performed. That was all the information they had, and they begged the young man to save their younger son, hoping for his courage and determination in this extremely dangerous situation. At that moment, dawn broke, which meant the spirit had finally vanished, leaving behind a sense of calm and slight relief after a night of fear and chaos. As it turned out, the whole situation was the work of Chumo, and he had orchestrated everything specifically to extract the necessary information, carefully planning every move and the reactions of those around him. The assistant and the boy took part in the plan as actors, playing their roles precisely and cautiously, without revealing their true intentions and keeping the entire scheme in motion. The woman saw the younger child and immediately rushed to him, embracing him with relief and tenderness, feeling genuine emotion and maternal love. Holding him, the mother soothed the already calm child, gently whispering that everything would be all right and trying to give him a sense of safety and security. Suddenly, she realized that all she had left in her arms was a shirt, and everything else was gone, which caused an unexpected feeling of emptiness and surprise. The woman begged the officers to return her child and sincerely promised that from now on she would behave properly, fulfilling all requirements and following the rules. But it turned out that her younger son had never existed from the very beginning, and all the anxiety and hopes were in vain, leaving only emptiness and sorrow in their hearts. It became clear that they had seen only an illusion created by the demon itself, deceiving their eyes and senses, forcing them to believe in something that had never actually existed. By then, the illusion had dissipated, and the creature, seizing the moment, tried to escape, moving quickly and stealthily amid the remnants of chaos and fear. Having done everything possible to make the terrifying and powerful monster pause for a moment and stop moving in panic, the rescuer cautiously approached it, intently watching its every move. He was determined to find out where its master could be found, realizing that this was his last chance to uncover all the secrets and tell the whole truth without holding anything back. In response to his words, a complete deafening silence fell, enveloping everything around and creating a sense of tension, as if time itself had stopped, waiting for the next move. The burial demon turned out to be a cunning illusion that invisibly collected and accumulated the fears deeply rooted in people's hearts, drawing its power from their anxieties. Realizing he would learn nothing more and that all answers would remain hidden, the boy decided to decisively get rid of it, planning to act without hesitation and with utter ruthlessness. So he instantly and mercilessly eliminated it, leaving no chance of escape, acting decisively and without any hesitation in his actions. Pieces of the wooden object scattered across the entire area, strewn chaotically and creating a sense of destruction and chaos that had mercilessly engulfed everything around. Mr. Liu sincerely wanted to express his gratitude for his diligent work and conscientious performance of his duties, so he offered to accept the funds as a token of gratitude and respect. The woman also reminded him that the Undertaker had sold that horrific monster that fed on humans, and that all the blame lay with him, so he was obligated to take responsibility for his actions without any excuses. The captain firmly ordered Lo Chen to immediately arrest the woman and the man, as it was imperative to conduct an interrogation and clarify all the circumstances of the case without delay. They were truly shocked by such a sudden and harsh decision, not expecting such a severe reaction, and feeling confusion and unease in their hearts. Jumo explained in detail that they had organized human trafficking, using the girl as a bride, and also emphasized their guilt in bribing an officer. The couple tried to explain that they had been treacherously deceived by a demon and were in a state of intense fear and despair, but all their words proved futile, for the decision had already been finalized. Chen cautiously asked if the commander should go with him, since they needed to prepare and submit a detailed report on everything that had happened to the senior cultivator as soon as possible. However, the young man decided to personally set out in search of the Undertaker, considering it a matter of honor, and without hesitation handed over all other important matters and assignments to his assistant. The problem was that if the enemy managed to escape and evade pursuit, he would undoubtedly harm even more people. Shouting after him, the assistant urged him not to act impulsively or recklessly, but to first carefully observe the situation, then wait for him and call for help. The pivotal turning point of the main plotline had finally begun, setting in motion events that would alter the hero's fates and steer the entire story in a new direction. Finding an old dilapidated hut among the thick bushes and trees, the young man thought that the enemy might be hiding there, carefully examining every detail around him. Suddenly, a worker emerged from there and calmly announced that they were currently holding a big sale, during which almost all items could be purchased at a significant discount. Chumo looked closely at the man in front of him and asked directly if this was indeed the same undertaker he had heard about earlier. The owner usually only appeared in the evening when he returned to his business, and the young man was temporarily working there, handling everything related to sales. The hero had the feeling that a true cultivator was standing before him, but the young man calmly replied that if he truly were one, he would never have found himself in such a humiliating situation. So the young man declared decisively that he was undoubtedly a cultivator and that they had already met before in a secret dimension where events hidden from ordinary eyes took place. Shushin, as he called himself, categorically did not believe such nonsense and insisted that the young man not waste his precious time with idle words and explanations. Suddenly, it was as if he remembered everything, that he was actually a descendant of the Tao, and that his real name was entirely different, Nan Hengju, a name he had kept hidden his entire life. They found themselves trapped, for the cultivators from the secret world, just like themselves, had unexpectedly unlocked new abilities and recalled hidden memories, making the situation even more dangerous and tense. They had to get out of there at all costs, but first and foremost, they needed to find the demonic beast that constantly controlled the city and kept it under its power. The three descendants of Dao were also hiding in a safe shelter, so the enemy wouldn't be able to detect them. They hadn't taken on a new identity and might be able to help them in this difficult situation. Suddenly, the signal vanished completely, which could only mean one thing. They were all dead. At that moment, the last spark of hope was completely extinguished, leaving only a sense of hopelessness. They had often clashed in the past, yet he still couldn't believe that, despite their great strength and courage, they had somehow perished in such an unbelievable way. If the group was determined to find the demonic beast hiding among the city streets and dark alleys, they urgently needed the help of experienced hunters. Chumo said that finding his friends was absolutely impossible, for their senses had become so dulled in this dark and dangerous place that every step felt like a leap into the unknown. Extreme danger reigned all around, and Nan was forced to hide to save his own life, moving cautiously through the shadows, listening for every sound. But the rescuer, despite his fear, decided to help anyway, for his inner sense of duty and compassion for those who were suffering was stronger. And so it happened, for there was only one matter that demanded his full attention and immediate involvement, forcing him to set aside all doubts. Deep night reigned outside, and only a few scattered streetlights barely illuminated the house, casting long shadows on the walls and sidewalks, creating a sense of loneliness. The man approached him slowly, as he was persistently searching for Shushin, carefully scanning every corner of the surrounding area, listening for the slightest sounds and movements. His employee was supposed to be keeping a close watch on the shop, but there was no one to be seen anywhere, and as he looked around, he felt a growing sense of unease and anxiety. Suddenly, his attention was drawn to what was happening ahead, for the unexpected event threw him off balance, causing his heart to beat faster and his eyes to widen in surprise and alarm. Shushin, who had long been his loyal assistant and in whom he had placed great hopes, tragically took his own life, leaving him in a state of deep shock, grief, and helplessness. Immediately, the man began shouting, ordering the kidnapper to come out, for he knew full well that this was the result of his own doing, and his voice, filled with anger and determination, echoed all around. It seemed as though everything had happened because he was late, yet he insisted that he had kept everything strictly secret, concealing any details, because he understood that revealing the truth could lead to unpredictable consequences. The young man appeared before him suddenly and without warning, immediately asking about the kidnapper and his secret underground business. Upon seeing the officer, the man seemed to sober up instantly and, summoning all his willpower, explained that he had spoken such nonsense because he had been drunk and overcome with fear. He also remembered Liu Nian's family well, because just a few days earlier they had bought a coffin from him, and that event had left a vivid impression on his mind, evoking mixed feelings. But after that incident, they never saw each other again. Every encounter had become part of a past that could no longer be changed, leaving him alone with thoughts of how things might have turned out differently. Grabbing him by the shirt, the officer emphasized that they had already confessed to buying a girl from him for a marriage ceremony, underscoring the gravity of the situation and forcing him to realize the consequences of his actions. He also explained that the Undertaker was a suspect in the murder of 2 sons and that an employee had taken his own life right in his shop, so he was faced with a choice: to face punishment alone or to tell the whole truth. The man gave in and said that a kidnapper had come to him with a gang that kidnapped people and wanted to collaborate, and the man agreed because he saw it as an opportunity to make money. Not far from the family's home, he made strange noises and stole chickens, exploiting the situation for his own gain. He offered to perform a ritual, though the kidnapper provided the girl herself. Shumo also inquired about the burial demon, who was considered voracious and was Liu Nian's younger son, but as it turned out, he knew nothing about the existence of this creature. A deafening silence reigned in the basement itself, enveloping everything around, forcing one to listen for the slightest rustle or footstep. The girl lay motionless on the floor, as if in a deep sleep, and her helpless posture gave a sense of fragility and vulnerability, for any careless movement could wake her. The couple couldn't fathom what the officers were thinking as they locked them and their daughter-in-law in together and argued among themselves, for the law enforcement officer's behavior was unpredictable. It turned out that the man had bought the girl himself, but to avoid responsibility, he shifted the blame onto others, trying to conceal his actions by manipulating facts and testimony. Suddenly, fear froze in their eyes, for a dark shadow had unexpectedly appeared ahead, moving slowly and inexorably, filling the air with tension and a sense of impending danger. Mr. Liu suddenly realized that standing before him was the very demon about whom he had heard terrifying legends, and this realization filled his heart with horror and dread. Raising their voices, they began to call out loudly for help, trying to attract the attention of others, for they felt they needed support, and their cries echoed all around. With his mouth agape, the Undertaker listened intently to everything that had happened recently and replied that if he could have done such a thing, he would never have kept a small bench in his yard. In his opinion, it was definitely the kidnapper's doing, for he was convinced that the very person he suspected had killed his employee and caused great harm. Glancing inside the room, he noticed that Shi Xinyan was no longer there, nor was his body, leaving behind only an empty and dim room with no traces remaining. The young man stood behind the man, watching him closely and asking if he was the person the man was looking for, unable to hide his tension and anxiety. Sweat trickled down his face from the tension and fear, for he knew he was not to blame for his death and feared that no one around him would believe the truth. He asked the manager to relax a little, explaining that they had already learned everything they needed to know, and there was no point in prolonging the tense situation. Suddenly, something strange began to happen to the man, as if his body and thoughts had begun to obey incomprehensible forces, creating an atmosphere of fear and astonishment around him. His body fell sharply to the ground, completely losing consciousness, and a silence fell around them, further emphasizing the suddenness and gravity of the situation. The Undertaker's reaction wasn't exactly one of fear, rather it expressed surprise and cautious wariness as he tried to figure out what exactly had happened and how to proceed. An unknown creature suddenly crawled out of the coffin and slowly approached, radiating a mysterious and eerie aura that made everyone present hold their breath in fear. It muttered only words about murder, warmth, and the last vessel, as if trying to convey some secret information that no one else could fully understand. The faceless demon turned out to be exactly as imagined, radiating a cold and terrifying aura that made everyone around keep their distance and fear coming near. The creature slowly approached the Undertaker. Its movements were deliberate and menacing, creating a sense of imminent danger that hung in the air above him. The cultivator, seeing this, instantly rushed to his aid, moving decisively and with incredible speed to save the Undertaker from the approaching, dangerous creature. However, his blow passed right through the enemy's body, as if it were transparent or immaterial, leaving him bewildered and forcing him to seek a new way to counter the threat. Taking the man in his arms, he said that that night he had wanted to invite the 2 rescuers to witness his mysterious ceremony of immortality, so that they might understand the full grandeur and danger of his plan. A month ago, he had perished in the mountains, on the brink of death, where he encountered a certain celestial being who had discovered the secret of immortality, and that being had then taught him the art of resurrecting the dead. After that, his soul split into 2 parts. One, Hun, was rational and remained in the coffin until nightfall, while the other, Po awoke only during the day, following its natural rhythm. That year, he hated more than anything else. For having absorbed Po, his appearance was supposed to remain the same. Yet his body became hideous and disfigured, filling him with despair and anguish. It was then that the monster became like a celestial being, acquiring its power and grandeur, yet simultaneously retaining a terrifying and frightening form that frightened everyone around him. No one wanted to become immortal because of its terrifying appearance, which repelled and frightened everyone, forcing them to avoid even thinking about such a fate. Hearing those words, the creature grew even angrier. Its eyes flashed with fury, and its body twitched with uncontrolled aggression, creating a sense of a dangerous and unpredictable threat around it. It lunged at them with terrifying force, unleashing its blows with incredible speed and fierce energy that made the ground tremble beneath its weight. Nan was knocked aside by the blow, feeling a sharp pain and shock, his body flying through the air as if torn from the ground by an invisible and incredible force. Chumo ordered him to find cover to stay safe, while he remained behind, wanting to speak with the Undertaker and understand all the details of what had happened. He wanted to know why the Undertaker had sold the coffin to the Liu family, as well as who the liar was, who had spoken of the method for achieving immortality, in order to understand the entire scheme and the motives behind the events. Enraged, the monster believed that everyone envied him, for he had seen the celestial being with his own eyes and understood that this was the state no one else had ever attained. Nan wasn't cautious because he hadn't accounted for his opponent's power, which differed significantly from what he was used to seeing in demonic beasts or cultivators, and because of this, he found himself in danger. Still, he did not want to give up without a fight, and moreover, his refined cultivator's body gave him a significant advantage in strength and endurance over his opponent. Hearing no sounds of battle, the rescuer couldn't understand why everything was so quiet and began to worry that the battle had ended abruptly, leaving him in the dark. As he drew closer, he realized that his comrade was alive and well, having suffered no serious injuries during the dangerous skirmish. But he didn't show himself and asked the other to come inside, not understanding which demon was being referred to or what kind of clash had taken place. Opening the door, the young man paused for a moment, unable to believe his eyes and unable to fully comprehend what was happening before him. He was asked to come in and sit down so that his fellow believer wouldn't wait too long and worry needlessly about the delay. In reality, everything that had happened turned out to be a misunderstanding, and they had misinterpreted each other. Chumo explained that he had supposedly always aspired to become a celestial being and had begun to feel envy. Thanks to his big heart, the Undertaker forgave him for such rudeness, showing sincerity and mercy despite the offense that might have remained. Joining the conversation, Nan also wanted to express his apologies and show sincerity, hoping to restore mutual understanding between them. All people sought immortality, and in that case, they became allies, so there was no point in wasting attention on petty pranks and misunderstandings. Had it not been for the Undertaker, the young man believed they would not have strayed from the right path to immortality, and so they sought to get back on track and meet the celestial being. The task was extremely difficult, and finding him was nearly impossible, but the monster could meet with the master again to express gratitude, as well as teach them the magic of resurrecting the dead. In Nano's opinion, this knowledge was extremely valuable, since after joining the sect, disciples even had to pay money to have a chance to master the true secret techniques. The monster already wanted to spread this knowledge among all people and help them, since it had been given the chance to learn such valuable information and use it for the benefit of others. The world was plagued by suffering, uprisings, and wars between mortals and immortals. His children had died of starvation, and his wife had perished during their escape, and even with new power, the situation would only have worsened. Chumo was fascinated by the profound knowledge of the great truth held by his fellow believer, the Undertaker. And as an official, he strove to earn his trust through his honesty and devotion. In that city, the officer worked well and earned a reputation as a decent man, so the monster trusted him. But with Nan, things were completely different, and it would be difficult for him to attain the status of a celestial being. Then the Savior decided to ask about the Liu family, wondering what should be done with them, considering that they had lost 2 sons and had also exploited a young girl for their own purposes. The monster flew into a rage and ranted that the couple were greedy, and it was precisely because of their actions that many families were left homeless. And for their rich clothes, such people deserved what they got: death. As for the bride they had intended to exploit, she was merely the key to immortality. Her soul was hidden in the coffin, and she was to become his companion. Only when the two immortal bodies, yin and yang, simultaneously complete the final stage of resurrection will they be able to become true celestial beings. Otherwise, the monster will perish and she will not live long. In the creature's dreams, they were to live happily ever after in the near future, and nothing could disturb their peace, for the time of the ritual had come, and her flesh was to return to life. The basement was as quiet as before. The screams had ceased, leaving only a deafening silence that enveloped everything around them and sent shivers down their spines. The girl kept banging her head against the iron bars, and they were already thinking they would have to tie her up to stop this violent struggle. The man was afraid, for he did not know what answer the demon might give, nor what consequences it would have for him and those around him. Having overcome the complex and ancient spell that firmly sealed the coffin, he described in detail all the stages of the long process of resurrecting the dead. There were major misunderstandings with his fiancée, because among the many people, he had to find a worthy candidate who could become a true partner, and no one understood how a fellow believer had managed to achieve this. He replied that there was a large group operating in the city that traded in living goods, and their clients included demons, deities, and people like him who were soon to attain immortality. Nan became curious about where exactly in the city they could find such merchants who had connections with demons, deities, and people seeking immortality. The task was extremely difficult since those very merchants found their own clients, and it was possible that, upon returning to the ritual services shop, they might encounter them again. Finally, the monster remembered that he had not yet seen his bride, and this thought immediately filled his mind with excitement and anxiety. The pounding continued to echo ceaselessly through the basement corridors, spreading cold and anxiety to all the dark corners where silence and tension reigned. The girl began banging her head even faster, relentlessly and without pause for a long time, until her body and mind felt completely exhausted and her attempts to stop were futile. None of them knew what to do next, whether to remain seated in silence, observing her behavior, or to intervene to stop her and halt her destructive actions. Meanwhile, the monster raged, realizing that he had come within a hair's breadth of becoming a celestial being, and this thought filled him with rage and despair. Chumo explained that he felt sorry, but the world was unpredictable, and no one could have foreseen that things would turn out this way, and this caused him deep turmoil. Most likely this was his destiny, which he had to endure despite his fear, doubts, and all the unpredictable trials that lay ahead. However, the monster had another plan up its sleeve, and pointing at Nan, said that he was the one who was to become its partner in carrying out dangerous and secret schemes. Frowning, he refused, for he was a man and knew that his birth had occurred at a specific time that determined his own fate and the limits of his choices. The situation began to take a new turn, and he didn't understand why the monster hadn't chosen Chumo as his partner, even though that seemed like the logical and expected decision. The co-believer explained that the officer was his host, and he needed to remain among people, continue his life, and gradually develop the ideology he had initiated. The Savior asked for forgiveness, but the co-believer categorically rejected such a plan, leaving no room for compromise or a change of heart. Continuing on, the monster sought various ways to persuade the young man to agree, employing cunning, persuasion, and every possible method of psychological influence. Nan remained firm in his stance, steadfastly refusing to accept any argument, despite all the monster's attempts to convince him and force him to change his mind. Giving up, the creature also no longer wanted to do anything and decided it would be better to die, for the strength and will to fight had finally left it. Its journey had come to an end, and it bid farewell to everyone, leaving behind memories, traces of good deeds, and a sense of completion of its life's path. Walking quietly across the ground, the believer moved away from the cultivators, leaving behind the noise, the bustle, and all the dangers they could bring him. A bright beam of light suddenly lit up the sky, dispelling the darkness and illuminating everything around with its powerful and blinding glow. Chumo understood that he would not have had the heart to kill the Undertaker because of his deep and sincere affection for people, which made any aggression impossible. At that very moment, everything around them vanished, and even the light breeze left no trace, leaving only silence that enveloped them completely. According to the main plot, it was said that as soon as the hero's vigilance reached a certain level, the demon of illusions was to immediately pinpoint his exact location. They had no leads left except for that celestial being, whom one might accidentally encounter somewhere high among the mountain peaks. The only thing they knew was that the kidnapper and the mysterious human trafficking organization were directly involved in the girl's abduction, and finding them was extremely difficult. So they decided that Nan should stay in the shop until the kidnapper showed up, while the officer, using his status, would thoroughly search the entire city. The employee, busy preparing food quickly, shouted loudly across the street, drawing the attention of passers-by and creating a flurry of activity around him. The thing was, the little thief had brazenly stolen his treats, leaving him bewildered and upset, with no chance of rescue. Air ran away from him, mockingly teasing and laughing, as if enjoying every step that took her further out of his reach. She held one small bun tightly in her hands, which she intended to eat, carefully holding it so that no one could take it away or damage the treat. She couldn't believe that the vendor would run so far after her just for one small piece, demonstrating incredible persistence and zeal. Looking around, she really didn't see a single familiar place where she was, and thought she had completely lost her way among the unfamiliar streets. Up ahead at a kiosk, brightly colored lollipops were displayed on the counter, catching the attention of passers-by with their unusual shapes and colors. The man selling these treats kindly offered the girl a taste of one of them, smiling and trying to pique her interest with the colorful treats. Air, as if hypnotized, slowly made her way toward him, completely forgetting about her own safety, oblivious to the dangers and unpredictable situations that might lurk nearby. In other places, they were also made by hand, but this vendor's candies were exceptionally special, distinguished by their bright shapes, unusual flavors, and skillful presentation. The whole reason was that he used Western sugar, while everyone else used maltose, and such a combination of flavors and textures was rarely found in ordinary confectionaries. All you had to do was blow through a small straw into the sugar, and it instantly transformed into anything you could possibly wish for, giving an incredible sense of magical wonder. Moving closer to the man, the girl was amazed by the variety and beauty of the sweets, and immediately wanted to try at least one of them, unable to hide her delight. Filling her cheeks with air, she blew with all her might into the tube, and the sugar instantly began to change, transforming into amazing shapes and figures. Before her appeared every kind of food she loved to eat, evoking admiration and a desire to try every single piece without exception. The man, on the other hand, had never seen such amazing things and thought they were inedible, not realizing that they could actually bring true pleasure. Feeling a strong dizziness, Air tried to understand what exactly the vendor had done to her and why her sensations had suddenly changed in such a strange and unusual way. Then he explained that this was a perfectly normal phenomenon. The sugar had simply taken on a new form. In his opinion, she looked like a wonderful candidate for the role of Hebo's bride. Meanwhile, the couple was in a dark basement, cautiously surveying their surroundings and trying to understand what was happening around them. They provided the officer with the necessary funds to secure their release, and at the senior general's command, asked if the man intended to take revenge on Chumo for past grievances. Sensing a treacherous trap, he immediately and decisively refused, as he could not bring himself to do such a thing, fully aware of the possible consequences of his actions. Then the employee reported that the young man did not belong to their circle, was always rude to the leaders, and also told them about the undertaker, the demons, and the funeral home. But all of this turned out to be fabrications, nothing more than fairy tales. Mr. Liu reported that he had seen the burial demon with his own eyes and assured them that this was no legend, but a real event that had made a strong impression on him. The senior general had already sent men to the cultivators, and Mr. Liu, taking advantage of the situation, had to destroy Chumo. Otherwise, he himself would have been among those who would die, with no chance of survival. Viewers watched the live broadcast intently and waited with bated breath for the brave rescuers to destroy the terrifying demonic beast that was frightening everyone around. They were convinced that the young men had simply decided to play detective and weren't doing anything serious, completely unaware of the danger nearby. People even suggested that Chumo destroy the entire city if he couldn't find the dangerous enemy threatening the lives of every resident. The virtual host urged everyone to stay calm, but despite this, the cultivators found themselves in a critical situation and had to quickly come up with a plan to return. She also wanted Elder G to explain in detail the real reason for their presence there, so that everyone would understand the situation and be able to act sensibly. But he was not at his post, which came as a complete surprise to everyone, since no one had even imagined that Elder G could suddenly disappear at this critical moment. Ms. Shuang reported that her husband had to step away on business, but they immediately guessed that in reality, he had simply fled and was shirking responsibility for the situation. The city was calm and going about its usual rhythm of life, with residents going about their daily business, unaware of any approaching danger. From the office, the manager shouted loudly that they had to leave immediately. Otherwise, the consequences could be unpredictable and very serious for everyone present. The advisors had no idea what had happened to Mr. Chen, and their minds were filled with doubts and anxiety over his mysterious disappearance. As it turned out, all the cultivators had fled, disobeying orders, and the man couldn't figure out how they would be able to destroy Chumo upon his return, since the situation was extremely complicated. The Consortium Alliance was supposed to provide them with support, and the Secret World app was broadcasting the City of Floating Clouds, creating a sense of majestic illusion around the users. Once the Alliance decided to explore that area, but this sparked a war between them and the cultivators, and to hide the truth, the four sects would stop at nothing in their actions. Sect leader Q and sect representative Shang communicated secretly in a hidden location, discussing important matters that could drastically influence future events in their world. The outcome of the battle and his injuries proved to be extremely serious after he had utilized his status as a semi-celestial and had at that moment restored only half of his strength, leaving him vulnerable. They also considered summoning other leaders, but during the crisis, they journeyed to the ocean floor to awaken a secret figure, and by joining forces, they could destroy the secret world themselves. As they extracted the core of the secret realm, they knew that when it appeared, they would need to use their thunderous abilities to completely destroy the dimension together and eliminate any threat. A massive energy suddenly appeared above them in the sky, glowing with a bright light and filling the atmosphere with a sense of mighty power and an unknown threat. The two sect leaders acted simultaneously and in unison, coordinating their steps so that every movement maximally amplified the effect of their joint actions and ensured the success of their strategy. The mighty skill of the ancient divine thunder resounded through the air, dispelling the darkness and filling the space with a rumble that made everything around it tremble with power and fear. All the techniques gradually drew closer to one another, hinting that something grand and decisive was about to happen, something that would change the course of events forever. In an instant, a powerful surge engulfed the area, exploding with bright light and energy that made the earth tremble and the air fill with a sense of destructive power. Lian Shan's magical barrier subjugated the evil forces, absorbing their energy and transforming it into a mighty power capable of threatening all living beings and the environment around them. He was pleased that only the two of them had come, as this allowed him to control the situation more easily and observe their every move without unnecessary interference. Elder G, in their opinion, was supposed to be on live TV at that moment, actively building his career, unaware that extraordinary events requiring his attention were unfolding around him. But he was there to save everyone, since the cultivators would have to sacrifice their lives to erase the secret world, and in that case, the earth would be left defenseless and a war would begin. In their view, even though Chu Mo could still move about freely, the war was already lost, and the best option was to destroy the dimension as quickly as possible to avert disaster. Realizing the situation, the elders said that they simply wanted to hide the truth about the disappearance of the City of Clouds and the fact that 1,000 years ago, it was the cultivators of the four sects who had summoned the first demonic beast. The leaders couldn't figure out how the old man had learned such classified information, since only the most influential secret circles knew it, and revealing it could lead to unpredictable consequences. It became clear that they were more concerned with the reputation of the sects than with saving the world. But he did not realize that by doing so, he was only disgracing himself and undermining his own authority among his followers. So, unwilling to listen to anything else and to prevent anything from being revealed, they decided to eliminate the obstacle before them, acting decisively and without hesitation to achieve their goal. They were not convinced that the war was already lost, but they believed that the only way to save humanity was to destroy the secret kingdom in order to prevent an inevitable catastrophe and ensure the world's safety. Enraged, the man replied sharply that he would never allow them to do such a thing, and his words sounded like a resolute challenge, emphasizing his unwavering dedication to protecting the world. He believed in Shumo because the young man could accomplish what no one else could, and the fate of all humanity now rested solely on his strength and resolve. The police commander realized that he had previously misjudged the young man and now understood that his assessment had been completely wrong and mistaken. He had always preached justice and honesty, and no one could have imagined that he was capable of acting so ruthlessly against his own people. By then, no one could help him anymore, and all hopes of salvation had finally vanished, leaving him alone to face his inevitable fate. That's exactly how it was. Liu Feixing was earnestly rehearsing the speech he was to deliver to the young man face to face, honing every word and every inflection of his voice to perfection. Having taken Chumo's assistant captive, they didn't even want to hear that he had actually been tirelessly helping the local residents and doing everything possible for their well-being. They also thanked Chen for supposedly providing evidence that could be used to completely destroy the hero and ruin his reputation among everyone. The burial demon did indeed exist, but no one wanted to listen to the assistant's words, and his warnings were completely ignored by everyone around him. The commander-in-chief couldn't even believe that some kind of mystical creature capable of disrupting the usual order and peace of the people could actually exist in his city. Mr. Liu also confirmed his words, reporting that the officers had come specifically to blackmail his family and force him to take actions he never wanted to carry out. Everything was going according to Feixing's plan. He was doing everything possible to frame the young man and his assistant, manipulating the circumstances and twisting the evidence to his advantage. At first, the young man wanted them to invite cultivators from Lotus Cave so that they could thoroughly investigate the entire situation and establish the true facts. In the man's opinion, they wanted Chu Mo dead even more than he did himself, and yet there was absolutely no real need or justification for it. If people remained silent, the officials did not conduct investigations, and all of this was declared a state of well-being, although in reality it concealed the indifference and corruption of the authorities. The officer didn't know how all this could have happened, and felt deep astonishment and helplessness in the face of unexpected events that were beyond his comprehension. Smiling, the commander said that there was nothing special about it, and that some demon could not realistically destroy even a few people in the city, not deserving of fear. Inside the room, the door suddenly swung wide open, and a gust of cold air instantly filled the room, causing everyone present to look around warily. Noticing immediately that Chen was tied up, the hero had no idea what had happened, and his mind was filled with anxiety mixed with disbelief at what was unfolding. In response, the man began shouting for the boy to run away, because they planned to frame him and force him to take the blame for other people's crimes and intrigues. The man, however, understood that Chumo had nowhere left to go, and his body and circumstances completely precluded any possibility of escape or defense. Obeying the order, the subordinates rushed toward the officer to seize him and carry out the order without hesitation, without thinking about the consequences of their actions for themselves or others. The cultivator stood and watched the entire scene with absolute calm, betraying no emotion, and his cold gaze silently assessed every step and action of those present. In an instant, he stepped forward to deal with everyone standing in his way. His resolve was unshakable, and his intentions clearly reflected the force and ruthlessness of his actions. His subordinates, along with their leader, lay on the floor, clutching their wounds, feeling the pain and shock of the unexpected attack that had completely shattered their sense of security and order. The young man was looking for the commander-in-chief, while Feixing himself thought that the commander was deliberately mocking him and trying to humiliate him in front of everyone present, heightening the tension of the situation. Ignoring him, the young man announced that the city would soon become dangerous, and everyone must unquestioningly follow his every word to avoid disaster and chaos. The commander was still pinning his hopes on the cultivators and believed they could destroy him, saving the situation and regaining control over events that were slipping from his grasp. The next thing Chumo wanted was to be taken to the cultivators, as they could serve as a powerful and reliable tool for quickly and effectively searching for the missing people in the city. In fact, they were already heading toward the city, so they were bound to meet soon, and this encounter could radically alter the course of events and affect the fate of everyone in the city. Another assistant suddenly opened the door to the room, and the sharp creak of metal hinges shattered the silence, drawing the attention of everyone present and making them on edge. It was he who was supposed to contact the cultivators so they could eliminate Chumo, organizing the attack and ensuring the execution of a plan that could completely alter the course of events in the city. Unfortunately, the man received a reply that they had all left, because a river had appeared outside the city, engulfing the outskirts, and communication with the city had completely ceased, complicating any action. Anyone who touched the water, whether human or animal, instantly turned into a corpse, and no one could escape the horrific death brought by this unusual and dangerous force of nature. The man decided to take a close look at that very wide and full-flowing river that had engulfed almost the entire city, realizing that there was no safe way to cross it. Also, there was not a single cultivator in the Lotus Cave, and it gradually became clear to him that they had been deliberately abandoned to fend for themselves with no intention of returning. Such a large body of water was a common and familiar sight to them, so they understood that they had to find a reliable way to save the entire city from imminent danger. After carefully surveying his surroundings and analyzing what he saw, Chumo cautiously concluded that such an unusual river could very well be the result of the cultivators' own intervention. Perhaps that was precisely why they had fled in such a hurry, realizing that if the city faced a critical and dangerous situation, they too would face severe punishment. The system suddenly alerted him to an extremely important prop in the plot's development, and it turned out to be an unusual pumpkin-shaped vessel made of gleaming red gold. No one could even understand what exactly was happening around them, and the commander-in-chief at that moment had completely lost his mind and any restraint or control over himself. But the boy, cautiously touching the cold water with his hand, began to invisibly send powerful pulses to the enormous snake lying motionless at the bottom, awaiting his actions. It immediately sensed his irresistible strength and the powerful energy emanating from him, and slowly raised its head, gazing intently and warily straight upward at the source of this power. The river god was in a deep and prolonged sleep, resting undisturbed, though at the same time possessing the extraordinary ability to completely subjugate all surrounding bodies of water and direct their power at his discretion. The young man insisted that he be taken to the Lotus Cave, for it was of the utmost importance to him to check whether any traces or evidence remained there. Unable to bear the fact that the man was talking too much and distracting him from important matters, he abruptly silenced him and ordered him to immediately carry out everything that had been planned and was part of his duties. The angry lord replied angrily that no one had ever dared to treat him so insolently before, let alone some obscure officer, and this aroused in him genuine indignation and rage that was difficult to contain. Soon the young man, overcoming all obstacles and difficulties, found himself at the very place he had so resolutely and confidently sought to reach, filled with anticipation and determination to proceed. The commander-in-chief, beaten and severely wounded, barely holding back the pain and weakness, described in detail exactly where they were, providing all the necessary information for further action and investigation of the situation. The cultivators had carefully and meticulously prepared for their move, leaving nothing of interest behind, yet the young man still needed to search the area to find any items. The captain, along with his subordinates, immediately began carrying out Chumo's strict and clear orders, acting in an organized manner according to the plan and demonstrating complete discipline. They thoroughly and meticulously inspected every corner of the room, carefully examining even the smallest pebble and every tiny detail so that nothing important would go unnoticed. One young man carefully found an antique mirror among the items, but remained unsure whether it could be of any use or contain important information. The man carefully picked it up to examine every detail, assess its condition and potential value, trying to figure out if it could be useful in their future actions. It turned out that he had seen this mirror before, and he later realized that the cultivators had used it as a special means of secret communication with one another, exchanging information. It seemed to him that to activate the mirror, one had to simultaneously press and hold several specific tabs, carefully coordinating movements and applying force. The mirror gradually began to reflect exactly what they had been so persistently searching for and wanted to see, revealing hidden information that precisely matched their intentions. On the other side, a faint signal from the city and clouds slowly drifting across the sky were clearly visible, and it immediately became clear that the mirror connection was still active in the cave. The captain immediately made an urgent appeal to Chairman Jin, asking him to help them deal with the strange body of water that was rapidly flooding the entire city and swallowing people up without a trace. But as it soon turned out, his interlocutor calmly stated that this was his doing, and he made no attempt to hide his involvement in the events. Demonic beasts kept trying to break into the city, brutally mutating ordinary people into hideous monsters that served as a kind of foothold. A serious crisis had arisen that threatened the entire world. It was necessary to make a small but important sacrifice to destroy all the demons in the city, and water was to gradually fill the entire area. Trying to reach out to the cultivators, the man persistently continued to ask for help, never losing hope even in the most difficult moments of his life. He fully supported the idea of destroying the city, but sincerely begged to be spared out of old friendship, while at the same time feeling a deep moral dilemma. Chairman Jing could not help him, for even a moment's delay could allow the demons to escape the city, resulting in the deaths of millions of people, a prospect that terrified him. Jumo proposed destroying all the creatures, hoping that this would force them to abandon their plans to destroy the city, though he was fully aware of the scale of the consequences of his decision. So, they had 3 days to complete the task, and if they failed to destroy all the mutants by then, the entire area would be mercilessly flooded. The mirror was no longer transmitting a signal, and it was impossible to communicate through it, leaving everyone in complete uncertainty and anxiety. In the commander's opinion, 3 days was far too little time to complete the mission, but it was the only time they had left, and there was no alternative. The hero ordered him to find the kidnapper and search the entire city, thoroughly checking every nook and cranny and leaving no chance for escape. But he didn't believe that all the officers could carry out the order so quickly, doubting their ability to act in unison and without mistakes. The young man suggested mobilizing all government agencies, and if that wasn't enough, even their wives should be enlisted for the task, for only then could he save himself. Agreeing to everything, the man assured them that he would find the kidnapper under any circumstances, regardless of the difficulties and dangers that might arise along the way. The cultivators pondered whether they had done the right thing by giving only 3 days to save the city, fully aware of the immense responsibility for the possible consequences. As it turned out, Lord Jin did not want to destroy the city immediately. He merely wanted them to die while dreaming of beauty, and this became his final act of mercy. He wasn't going to risk everything for some city when the entire world was at stake. And besides, maintaining the spell required a vast quantity of spiritual stones, of which there were almost none left. With a shout, the man ordered the red-gold, pumpkin-shaped vessel to destroy the city of clouds floating above the earth, leaving no chance of salvation. The water became more turbulent than before, frantically trying to engulf the city from all sides, threatening to drown it without mercy. The god of the waters remained at the bottom, motionless, watching the raging waters, as if waiting for the right moment to intervene. A mighty wave rose over the city, looming over the rooftops and streets, terrifyingly warning all the inhabitants of the approaching inevitable catastrophe that could destroy everything. An invisible barrier seemed to work in the residents' favor, powerfully pushing the water back, saving the city from complete flooding and granting the people temporary relief. The vessel returned to its original state, and the storm gradually subsided, leaving the city in silence after the chaos that had nearly destroyed it. Mr. Jin ordered his subordinates to increase the potency of their magical power by focusing their energy and to try again, hoping to achieve the desired result without error. Doing everything as the leader had ordered, they recited the spell over the object once more, pouring all their strength into the words and hoping to achieve the desired effect. After some time, following their 6th attempt, nothing worked, and disappointment gradually spread among everyone standing near the object, watching the fruitless efforts. Taking the mirror in his hands, he asked to connect with Liu Feixing so that he could thoroughly search the riverbank for anomalies and detect any signs of danger. The person on the other end, however, turned out to be someone else, and Chu Mo said that he was very sorry that his vessel wasn't working, as this was complicating the completion of an important task. The man did not understand who was speaking to him or who could be so brazen, feeling both fear and surprise at the unexpected situation. The young man, having shattered the mirror, announced that Jin had forced the commander-in-chief to act in search of the kidnapper, and that he no longer needed him at all, leaving everyone in shock. The enraged man sternly ordered that all spiritual stones be collected without exception, so that he could mercilessly destroy the city at any cost and completely eliminate all evidence. Suddenly, a new call came in on the mirror, instantly grabbing everyone's attention and causing those present to watch the events unfold with apprehension. They were urgently summoned from Delosian, and this event turned out to be extremely important, as the resolution of critical matters and plans depended on it. Fear suddenly flooded the man's heart, and he couldn't understand how they had managed to find out about all his secrets and hidden plans so quickly. Keeping his composure, the man answered the call calmly and composedly, trying not to show his agitation while listening intently to every word his interlocutor said. The situation looked as if an extremely important conversation was about to begin, one that could radically change the course of events and the fate of everyone present. The caller connected instantly and immediately asked how things were going in the city, watching the clouds drifting slowly across the sky, as if reflecting the mood of the events. Mr. Jin assured him that the city was completely calm, the residents were living their lives quietly and peacefully, and at that moment there were no problems or conflicts that might disturb them. So much time has passed, and he still hasn't wiped the city off the face of the earth, said Administrator Mingguang, expressing surprise and undisguised impatience at the delay. In response, the man said he didn't understand what was being discussed, since this area was under the reliable protection of the Lotus Cave, and any attempts to infiltrate it were impossible. 10 years ago, in order to resurrect his daughter, the man had spared no effort to contact other dimensions and harness the energy of the world of demonic beasts, who had been watching his every move. He didn't understand why, if the rulers knew everything in advance, they hadn't stopped him sooner, since that could have prevented many dangerous consequences and losses. Loshin imposed a strict ban due to the heavy loss of life in an attempt to calm the people, but this turned out to be nothing more than a deception, for the world's energy was being depleted, and thus the power of the demons became the primary focus of research. By that time, control over the city had already been lost, and he could hardly destroy it, since the situation had spiraled out of control and become too complex and unpredictable. Meanwhile, Chumanal arrived at the largest gang that ever existed, the Black Dragon, because they were the ones who could quickly mobilize the largest number of people to carry out the most difficult tasks. The hero asked his assistant to remind him if they had ever dealt with this gang before, seeking to understand the level of their danger and preparedness. It turned out that in the past they had repeatedly shut down the gang's operations. Most of its members couldn't stand the young man, and their leader had a strange and obsessive fixation on him, which was cause for concern. There was no need to overthink it, since the city was on the very brink of extinction, and it was up to the leader to make the right choice, one that could determine the fate of all its residents. In any case, the officer wouldn't have objected if a new leader had emerged in the gang, since he understood that changes in leadership could affect stability and order among the gang members. The woman Yudong was the leader of this group, and the hero recognized her instantly, for her appearance and aura set her apart from everyone else and left no doubt about her authority. She also hadn't expected the captain to be so decisive and willing to directly ask her for help, which forced her to reconsider her own attitude toward the situation. The other sister, Jian Yan, was against him, since Chu Mo had always caused them countless troubles, creating difficult situations that they had to struggle to handle. They didn't even want to hear his explanation that the city was in danger and immediately decided to arrest him, ignoring all possible consequences. Those around them could do nothing but obediently follow the ruler's orders, for her authority and power were unquestionable, and any resistance could have serious consequences. Jumo replied that he did not want to intervene in the battle unnecessarily, risking the lives of his men and losing them in vain, striving to act wisely and prudently. As a result, Yutong said that she had long wanted to make the captain her husband, acknowledging his strength, character, and influence, which had left a deep impression on her. Such a proposal surprised him immensely, and the young man was so shocked that he could not utter a single word, falling silent from surprise and bewilderment. Even her own sister could not have imagined that the girl was capable of such an act, which completely turned her worldview upside down and left a deep mark on her memory. Her subordinates were also against it, persistently asking her to carefully consider all the consequences of her actions several times before making a final decision. The girl herself pondered at length what might be most humiliating for him and suggested numerous methods, most of which were brutally linked to murder. But then the young lady decided she could give him one chance, hoping that even a small opportunity would change his attitude and open the way to reconciliation. The marriage was a situation where he could get close to her while gathering evidence of corruption within the Black Dragon Gang and the authorities, and watching to see which of them would destroy the other first. At that time, Chumo didn't have a single minute or second of free time to play such games with the girl, as his thoughts were completely consumed by important matters. Yutong was willing to help him only on the condition that he unconditionally accept her proposal, realizing that the success of all their future plans depended on it. Not expecting such an unexpected turn of events, the young man agreed only to receive the promised help and secure at least some advantage for himself in an extremely difficult situation. However, there was a condition. The wedding would take place only after the danger had passed, because a so-called kidnapper who trafficked in human beings was on the loose in the city, and he had to be found. Yudong agreed to track down the person they needed to find, fully aware of the complexity and danger of the task, but deciding she was willing to take the risk for the sake of the goal. The Black Dragon Gang began carrying out the order and mobilized all its forces, sparing no expense, determined to find the kidnapper at any cost and punish him for his crimes. Without even resisting, the subordinates agreed with their leader and were fully prepared to take on the task, understanding the full responsibility and danger that lay ahead of them. Their organization had countless eyes and ears, making them far more effective in tracking down the right leads than any law enforcement agencies, which operated much more slowly. But then the girl couldn't understand where the boy was rushing off to, since they were supposed to sit quietly and discuss the wedding details and what each of them should wear during the ceremony. Suddenly, with a loud, sharp bang, the door burst open, filling the room with unexpected noise and causing surprise and tension among those present. The assistant shouted loudly across the room that he had found the kidnapper, while holding in his arms a poor resident who had become an accidental victim of this dangerous situation. Everyone else also brought in one person each, declaring them the enemy they were supposed to find, creating chaos and confusion among those present who didn't know whom to trust. The woman realized that they were all trying to deceive her and had brought in just anyone from the street to complete the task quickly, without thinking about the real danger and the consequences of their actions. The entire city joined the kidnappers, and they began capturing officials, the wealthy and influential, as well as gangsters like themselves, spreading fear and chaos at every turn. Yudong couldn't understand how they had the courage and determination to go up against such people, knowing their cruelty, influence, and willingness to do anything to achieve their own goals. If the god Hebo hadn't appeared at that moment and stopped the giant wave, all the residents would have perished long ago, left with no chance of survival in that catastrophic situation. Hearing a familiar name, Chumo asked how they had learned of his existence, trying to understand who had revealed his secrets and how this might influence their future actions. It turned out that a celestial being had spoken of him. Everyone had sought to awaken the god for protection, but this required numerous sacrifices, and now it was the ruler's turn to give their lives. The city was in utter chaos, with a massive crowd moving in all directions, creating a dangerous and tense atmosphere in the streets and squares. The man and the snake stood before them, and because the man tried to seize the kidnappers, they dealt with him in the same way, but acted much faster and more efficiently, leaving him no chance of survival. To survive, the people were forced to smash everything to smithereens and place themselves above the leaders. Previously, there had been one head of the city, but now power had passed to him, altering the entire order and balance of power. Opening his jaws and baring his long, sharp teeth, he instantly pounced on the commander, using strength and surprise to gain complete control of the situation. From the sacrifice, the god Hebo grew significantly in size. His power and grandeur increased so much that it noticeably shifted the balance of power around him. The man still felt this was not enough, so he ordered people to bring even more high-ranking officials, seeking to increase his power and influence over everyone around him. When Hebo was to be reborn, he would marry the girl, and then the city of drifting clouds would finally find salvation and peace, freed from its long suffering and chaos. The city was reeling from so many sacrifices that the street seemed empty and gloomy, and the air was filled with a heavy silence that weighed on people's hearts. The man wanted even more, yet could not calm down. He ordered nobles to be brought before him constantly, creating an atmosphere of tension and fear among all those present. The Black Dragon's gang was still alive, and 100 of them had not yet been captured. They had a strong defense and unwavering resilience, and their numbers seemed far greater than expected. The monster was to follow them, pursuing them step by step and capturing all who remained alive, leaving no chance for salvation or escape. Suddenly, they saw someone emerging from the lair of the Black Dragons, and his appearance instantly caused tension and fear among everyone present, making their hearts beat faster. Perhaps they had sent a messenger to make peace, but it all seemed rather foolish, for the sacrifice, in his opinion, was not something to be feared, and this only added to the absurdity of the situation. The young man strode confidently across the tiles, and each of his movements echoed clearly in the empty room, evoking a sense of determination and unwavering resolve. The leader of the kidnappers had come to them himself, and no one expected him to so unexpectedly simplify the entire plan, creating a shocking sense of uncertainty and tension among those present. The man knew Chumo, for it was his doing to ruin his immortality ceremony and mobilize all forces and resources to capture him, dead or alive, at any cost. The hero had contacted the gang solely to destroy his enemies and prevent them from killing Liu Yan, risking his own life and fate to save others. In the enemy's view, the world was sick. Immortal cultivators and officials were devouring the last remnants of flesh and blood, and only a god could save them from complete decay and ruin. To complete the ritual, a few more sacrifices were needed, and then Hemo could once again assume his true form, filled with incredible power and terrifying grandeur that struck fear into everyone around him. Also, as soon as he married, the true god would descend to earth and take power over them all, establishing his unshakable order and dominion over the world. According to their plan, Chumo was to become food for the serpent, and his fate seemed sealed as the dark forces around him prepared every step to carry out this horrific scheme. The monster lunged at the hero, charging forward with incredible speed and strength, causing chaos and fear among all who witnessed this horrific scene. Air herself lay unconscious on the ground, her body motionless, while silence reigned all around, filled with anxiety and fear for her fate. After a while, she came to, slowly opening her eyes and cautiously surveying her surroundings. Feeling weak in a mixture of fear and caution, the serpent studied her with his gaze, calling her his bride, and spoke of how they would soon become one, filling the air with tension and fear of the inevitable union. With its incredible strength, the monster lifted her into the air, tossing her high above the ground, and every movement of its mighty arms filled the space with a sense of threat and inescapable fear. The man realized that Hebo's wedding had begun earlier than it was supposed to, and he had to intervene urgently to save their lives, risking his own safety to save others. Chumo watched it all and remained silent, holding back his emotions, observing the events with a cold composure that concealed his true thoughts and plans. The system activated the familiar's combat mode, enabling all its defensive and offensive functions, preparing it for a merciless battle against the enemies with no mercy. No one understood what was happening, and complete confusion, fear, and astonishment reigned as events unfolded rapidly and unpredictably for everyone present. The creature shouted only the bride's name and the word wedding, and its voice echoed eerily, filling the space with fear, tension, and a sense of imminent danger. Air was unconscious, lying motionless on the cold floor, and her helplessness created a sense of anxiety and acute fear among everyone around her. Even the groom hadn't expected such a sudden turn of events, when the bride turned out to be the real Hebo, and the snake was just a fake, which completely changed all his plans and perceptions of the situation. But when Air walked past him, everything changed, and the air around them filled with a new tension. Emotions swirled, and his heart began to race faster than ever before. The girl, kneeling down, told the master that she was late, and her voice trembled with fear and shame, filling the space with a tense and anxious atmosphere. The inhabitants believed that the gods had descended to earth to save them, and this belief filled their hearts with hope, desperate faith, and the expectation of a miracle amid difficult times. Many beings also had hope in their eyes as they watched the events unfold around them, sensing a faint glimmer of faith in the expectation that something wondrous would soon happen. The abductor thought that Chumo was, in fact, a god himself, and this thought instantly filled his mind with fear, astonishment, and uncertainty about his own future choices. The hero, having assumed his form, commanded that everyone around him immediately obey his orders, and his voice rang out authoritatively, filling the space with authority and compelling discipline. Watching him, the monsters looked at him with hope. Their eyes shone with anticipation, and a sense of faith awakened in their hearts that he was capable of changing their fate. The young man's first order was to kill all mortals, for only their blood could open the way for the army of monsters destined to rule the world, establishing their power and control over all living things. The spectators could not believe what had happened. Their eyes were wide with shock, and their hearts tightened with incredible fear and astonishment at the events unfolding before their eyes. Some of them believed that the young man was the master of the monsters, and that his evil intentions were real, filling their hearts with fear, anxiety, and a sense of imminent danger to all living things. The celestial beings were meant to save humanity and could not understand why they had to kill those they were supposed to protect, and this bred confusion, bewilderment, and inner conflict within their hearts. A sudden blow destroyed the creature ahead, scattering debris around and filling the air with the sounds of destruction, fear, and shocking surprise for everyone present. The pounding of feet and footsteps could be felt throughout the city, and their rumble echoed through the streets, creating a sense of panic, anxiety, and imminent danger among all the residents. Residents began to flee for their lives, and some could not utter a word out of fear. Their hearts were pounding wildly, and panic spread through the city, engulfing everyone around. They thought it was the end, and that there was no hope of salvation. Overcome by despair and hopelessness, they felt the inevitability of their own demise amid the chaos and destruction. The monsters ran after them in the hope of helping, while the people, on the contrary, believed that they were trying to kill them, and this created chaos, misunderstanding, and fear among everyone present. The young man found it fascinating to watch everything unfold, and suddenly the celestial beings unexpectedly gathered against him, forming a united front that threatened his plans and forced him to brace himself. They insisted that they must destroy all evil in the world and uphold justice, and these words filled their actions with determination, pride, and unshakable faith in their own mission. Everything was unfolding exactly according to this plan, and the hero knew that it was his duty to lead them to their final end, bearing responsibility for every step and playing a decisive role in bringing this dangerous event to a close. In an instant, Chumo destroyed all his opponents, leaving the kidnapper as the last one standing, and his victory stunned everyone watching, filling their hearts with shock and fear of his power. His attack quickly took down the criminal, and the sound of destruction echoed through the air, leaving all witnesses in a state of shock and alarm at the hero's incredible strength. Everything in the city changed rapidly, and the usual order crumbled, filling the streets with chaos, fear, and uncertainty among all its inhabitants. Nan approached the young man, but the latter sensed a hostile attitude from him, and the question of whether Nan was also planning to kill him tormented his thoughts, filling his heart with fear and anxiety. No one understood why the monsters called him their master, and this caused surprise, fear, and countless questions among everyone watching them from the sidelines. The hero replied that air had previously descended to the earth, had been subdued by him, and that he had then acted according to his plan, deceiving all the monsters and celestial beings in order to achieve his goal unnoticed and strategically. The cultivator believed in the young man, placing his hope in his strength, wisdom, and ability to change the course of events, and this faith filled his heart with hope and resolve. It was strange that all the celestial beings were to be eliminated, yet the events were not yet over, and this generated surprise, tension, and a sense of uncertainty among everyone present. The main historical thread had been disrupted by only 99%, and the remaining uncertainty and danger created a sense of incompleteness, anxiety, and inevitable tension among all who knew of it. In his friend's opinion, he needed a rest to regain his strength and return to full form, ready for the new trials and dangerous events that lay ahead. But he had no time, and he remained in the city with air to avert the danger, fighting fear and risk to save everyone who had been trapped. The hero himself went in search of the Lianhua cultivators, venturing through dangerous places and obstacles, determined to find them and recruit them to his cause. Administrator Mingguan and Master Jin attempted to use their spells to transport Liu Yun Prom to the Lost Lands, so that the monsters could not penetrate the city, creating a final defensive barrier against the invasion. The man decided he would obey Dalotian's orders, accepting his authority and power, and preparing to act in accordance with his plans and instructions without hesitation. No one believed that such a simple and unremarkable artifact could suddenly and unexpectedly teleport Liu Yun to that mysterious and unknown dimension where secrets reigned. In reality, it was the Pearl of the Firstborn Spirit, for which Dalotian had paid a huge sum, since creating such a rare object had taken 10 years and 3,000 precise calculations. Thanks to Mr. Jin, who wisely saved them an incredible amount of time by placing it inside a huge golden gourd, the journey became much easier and safer. The entire procedure was supposed to take only a few quick seconds, but every movement was extremely precise and required maximum concentration and caution from the participants. The object standing before them suddenly shattered into countless tiny particles that glistened in the light and scattered in all directions, creating the effect of true magic. Mingguan didn't know exactly what had happened, and if this man turned out to be one of the monsters, his actions could be considered a capital offense in the eyes of the world. The man himself also couldn't understand why the vessel had suddenly burst from the inside, leaving him completely bewildered and forcing him to search for an explanation for this unusual phenomenon. Once the barrier was destroyed, the monsters could have burst out, and if they had begun summoning their creatures, everyone present would have faced utter and hopeless defeat. As a result, the man finally agreed to take full responsibility for the mistake, realizing its gravity and the consequences for everyone around him. The administrator did not know who stood before him, yet at the same time managed to remind everyone who he was, and that no one dared to criticize their activities or challenge their authority. In turn, Mr. Jin recalled the young man who had always been arrogant and disrespectful toward him, and it struck him as suspicious that it was precisely after the vessel shattered that this very man had appeared. After waiting for them to finish, Chumo announced that he had destroyed all the monsters in the city, but one cultivator remained, and Mingguang was not immortal and had to leave this place. The outraged administrator refused to yield to him and declared that the young man's existence was due solely to divine mercy, and he had no right whatsoever to oppose Decisive. They thought the hero was a traitor and might even have joined the monsters, and that his true goal was merely to stop the teleportation process and save the situation. Immortals had always destroyed spiritual body cultivators, and until recently, their actions had not been recognized, so his colleague's opinion seemed quite logical and reasonable. The young man knew that instead of listening to such nonsense, it would be much easier for him to simply kill him and put an end to the senseless words. Mr. Jin's assistants rushed toward the hero to hold him back, blocking his path and trying to prevent him from moving forward. With ease and without expending any effort, the player repelled each attacker with a single powerful blow, forcing them to retreat one by one with no hope of success. His actions were so confident and focused that not a single muscle in his face betrayed any emotion, leaving his expression cold and unyielding before everyone. The pearl made it clear that he was, in fact, a spirit from another dimension, and its light seemed to reveal his true essence, hidden from everyone around him. The young man stood confidently on the battlefield, his gaze firm, and his posture unmistakably showing determination and readiness for any challenge. In the next moment, he had already vanished, leaving behind a void and a sense of sudden, unpredictable appearance and disappearance that threw everyone around him into confusion. Mingguan thought he had managed to send him to the Lost Lands, where he was to remain in an endless cycle of life and death, enduring eternal suffering and despair. Things did not go as planned, and Chumo suddenly appeared behind him, ready to intervene at any moment and change the course of events on the battlefield. The man couldn't fathom how this could have happened, for no one had ever returned from that dimension, and it completely contradicted all his knowledge and expectations. It was all in vain, for the place where they were was, in fact, those lands, and thousands of years ago, everyone who lived there had perished, leaving behind only ruins and memories. In the deacon's opinion, if he had ended up in those lands, Decisive would certainly not have sat idly by, but would have quickly sought a way to protect their domain and defend their honor. Thousands of years later, only 4 of the 8 great clans remained. Decisive had ceased to exist, and power on Earth had finally returned to mortals, who ruled once more. The immortal cultivator was already dead by that time, and his mighty presence no longer influenced the fate of the living, leaving the world in the hands of mortal men. Deacon Mingguan's spirit was split into 2 parts. One half remained in the Lost Lands, while the other returned to reality, carrying memories of the past. The other part of him, which remained on Earth, suffered no less than the first, feeling loss and despair at the impossibility of reuniting with the lost fragment of his being. Perhaps it would have been easier for him to simply disappear than to endure all the suffering, pain, and despair that constantly weighed down his divided essence in this world. Mingguan was enraged by the hero's report, feeling anger and irritation welling up inside him, for the news revealed an unwanted truth and stirred a storm of emotions. Yet everything had happened exactly as he had said, and events unfolded precisely as he had foreseen, leaving him both satisfied and grimly alarmed. The immortal cultivator was torn in 2 and vanished, leaving behind only a faint trace of energy that gradually dissipated into space and time. Tako's assistants believed him and wept in despair, realizing they were dead, and their hearts were filled with pain, sorrow, and helplessness in the face of the inevitable. Mr. Jin urged them not to let themselves be deceived and to believe that all of this was nothing but fiction, false stories created to confuse their thoughts and emotions. But no one was there to help him, for he alone remained the last monster of the city of Liuyun, bearing the burden of his power and responsibility for everything around him all by himself. In response, he began to argue and present his case, pointing out everything he had done for all the residents, trying to justify his actions and prove he was right. However, he had forgotten the most important thing, the very reason he had started the experiment. And because of this, his actions lost their meaning, leaving only emptiness and disappointment in their wake. Rage engulfed his body as he tried to make a wish, and every movement felt heavy, like a storm of emotions exploding from within, distorting everything around him. Everything was in vain, as if memory had erased the unnecessary moments, leaving only a sense of loss, emptiness, and powerlessness in the face of the inevitability of the unfolding events. Having turned into a monster, he assured himself that the young man's words were true, acknowledging their truth despite his own pride and the rage that had overtaken him. The system reported that everything had been done to resurrect his daughter, and he succumbed to the monster's temptation, feeling the inescapable weight of the choice between power and love. His sacrifice was to bring about tens of thousands of deaths, and every life he took echoed with a heavy sense of guilt and loss in his soul. To him, the child was like the very word that drove him mad, and every thought of her inflamed his emotions to the extreme. At that moment, the creature remembered that she had started all this for Yin Zhao, and this realization pierced her consciousness, forcing her to feel the bitterness of loss and the true reason behind her own actions. The hero observed every moment and every emotion, scrutinizing the slightest changes, trying to understand the hidden motives and true intentions. However, without wasting any time, he destroyed the monster, which was the final trial, thereby proving his strength, determination, and readiness to see it through to the end despite all difficulties. The beam of his attack even shattered the ground, which scattered into dust and debris across the entire area, leaving behind devastation and traces of devastating power. The main timeline was completely destroyed, and not a single trace of it remained, as if it had never existed in this world or in the memories of those who survived. Thick smoke swirled around, slowly enveloping everything, obscuring the contours of the ruined world and creating a sense of anxiety, uncertainty, and a muffled sense of danger. The viewers were satisfied that the last monster had been destroyed and breathed a sigh of relief, feeling the fear recede and hope for peace gradually return. Through the live broadcast, they continued to watch the player, closely following his every move, trying to predict his next actions and the unfolding of events. Humanity felt a sense of relief that the secret realm had triumphed once again, and the fear of the unknown receded, giving hope for stability and peace in the future. At that moment, the broadcast cut out and no one could see anything, leaving viewers in tense anticipation and uncertainty about what happened next. The system sounded the alarm as the Demon of Illusions arrived at the location, warning of danger and forcing everyone to prepare for unexpected events and attacks. The officer's assistant knelt behind him, feeling fear and helplessness as he watched events unfold that could change the fate of everyone present. Chumo didn't understand why Luochen was standing next to him, or what could have happened, causing him to feel surprise, anxiety, and inner tension due to the unpredictability of the situation. As it turned out, it was he, the government official, who was the Demon of Illusions welcoming God, and by his command, the plan to conquer the human world was complete. The time had come for the ruler to awaken. The city streets were quite crowded with people moving in different directions, and a noisy commotion could be heard, filling the urban environment with energy and clamor. Everyone was being reborn, even those who had died 20 years ago, and the whole world was saturated with a tremendous magical power that permeated every corner and influenced the lives of all beings around. Some of them could not believe that they were seeing their friends again after so many years of separation, and felt incredible joy and surprise at the same time as they gazed upon their familiar faces. They desperately wanted them to find the elixir of immortality for them, one that could grant eternal life and incredible power, changing the fate of everyone who received it. The villagers themselves were ready to destroy every creature, calling them vampires, and their rage and fear drove every action, leaving no room for pity or compassion. The young man said that the Nardi could appear before anyone at any moment. His arrival could change the course of events and influence the fate of those who happened to be nearby at that time. The White Dragon did not expect to face a true warrior of the Red, whose strength and courage exceeded all his expectations and forced him to carefully assess the threat. Nan looked at everything before him and could not utter a single word, for the grandeur and chaos of what he saw completely overwhelmed his mind and heart at the same time. Air realized that the city's inhabitants had lost their minds and were spouting utter nonsense. Their words made no sense, and their behavior was growing increasingly chaotic, causing her deep concern. Most likely it was the Demon of Illusions, and its presence was enough to plunge the entire city into chaos, where reality and fantasy mingled, distorting everyone's thoughts and actions. They worried whether Chumo would be able to destroy it, and if everything went awry, they would simply have to accept their fate, with no chance to intervene or change the course of events. At that moment, the hero was at peace, enjoying the moment of silence in the absence of any worries or dangers that might disturb his inner calm and balance. He hadn't expected that his opponent had been right beside him the whole time, quietly watching his every move and ready to intervene at any moment, changing the course of events. The body he was using possessed none of his abilities, so he noticed nothing unusual and did not realize that real danger was nearby, hidden behind an ordinary appearance. Lochen assured himself that he was a faithful servant and could not understand why anyone would want him dead, since he had always carried out every order without question and with complete devotion. The enraged young man said that the charade was over and that he had deliberately posed as a god to lure all the monsters out of the city and force them into his carefully planned trap. Then the demon of illusions explained that a mere mortal could never have entered the battlefield, which belonged only to immortal cultivators, let alone manage to survive. He had been sealed away for thousands of years in the Lost Lands, and no one could understand how he had managed to learn about everything happening outside, despite his complete isolation and lack of any contact with the world. In fact, this had been the God's plan from the very beginning, and to achieve ultimate victory, he had begun devising it thousands of years ago by joining the secret realm in human form. Chumo also seemed to say that he would lead the cultivators to victory while deliberately reducing their numbers in the realm. The young man was confident that the demon of illusions would not be able to deceive him because of his own abilities, which allowed him to recognize insidious tricks and counter any of the opponent's ruses while maintaining a clear mind. The demon began speaking again, saying that his presence in the secret realm was solely to save his sister, and asked them to remind him of her name, emphasizing the importance of every moment and his goal. The boy himself replied that he couldn't possibly not know the name of the one who was his entire family, for she was the only loved one who remained by his side and gave meaning to his existence. But when he tried to recall everything, it was as if everything had flown out of his head, leaving a void and confusion that prevented him from recalling even the smallest details that had once been familiar to him. Chen explained that it all made sense, because his sister wasn't real and had never existed, and his memories of her were merely an illusion created to test his resolve and his feelings. The illusion demon's spell had completely confused the player's mind, blurring the line between reality and fiction and forcing him to doubt his own memories and sensations, losing his bearings on what was real. Neither his combat prowess nor his weaknesses were known, making him an unpredictable opponent and forcing everyone who encountered him to act with extreme caution and focus. The hero tried to see more information through his eye, but everything was carefully concealed, preventing him from making out any details and leaving only a shadow of doubt and uncertainty before him. Countless panels indicated that Chumo's life was a lie, showing him that all his memories and experiences might be a fabrication, forcing him to doubt his own existence and path. A beam of monster teleportation suddenly appeared in the middle of the city, filled with a powerful aura of chaos and destruction, foreshadowing the arrival of the demon of illusion, who was soon to arrive and sow fear among everyone around. Nan understood that this, however, was the only proof that his companion was still alive, and it gave him a glimmer of hope amidst the panic and fear all around. Air sensed that her master was not injured, but his energy inside was in turmoil. He could not move, and she was encountering such an unpredictable state for the first time. Before leaving, Chumo insisted that they remain in Luoyang to prevent any unforeseen situations that might arise during his absence. She didn't want to help him because everything seemed too terrifying, and for the first time in his life, such a serious clash was taking place. So the best help she could offer was to stop the teleportation. The cultivators from Daluotian and Lian Cave mistakenly believed that the monster's mutations in the city indicated its exact coordinates, which forced them to act with extreme caution so as not to attract attention. The demon of illusions could freely use their presence and chaotic actions to invade the human world, spreading fear and destruction among all the city's inhabitants. That is why they were eager to use the pearl to teleport the entire city to the Lost Lands, even though it was a lie that he had made everyone sincerely believe. The hero could not say a word. He remained powerless and silent, watching the events unfolding around him with unbearable tension. At first, the creature planned to use the cultivators while they were using the star, opening a gateway to the world of monsters in the meantime. But its cunning plans were unexpectedly disrupted. The millennial rebirth repeated itself, history turned again, and after they all came and became part of the unknown change, the demon was able to break free from the endless time trap. By then, the plan that had remained hidden for many years was finally to be carried out, and thanks to the power of the Star Pearl, it could descend to the earth. It would have been better for him if the strange cultivator, lost in his own thoughts, had died and no longer stood in the way of his plans. Suddenly, something strange happened that instantly stopped the creature, causing it to freeze in place, filled with surprise and uncertainty. He realized that by using his powers on Chumo, he had been able to extract information from his subconscious and could now manipulate it, driving people mad and controlling their thoughts. In other words, the young man was a mere mortal who had accidentally stumbled into a secret world, but upon entering it, he had gained immense power. The demon of illusions thought that before him stood the incarnation of the Lord God, but he immediately dismissed these thoughts, not allowing them to influence his plans and actions. He could no longer hesitate as the teleportation was nearly complete, and now he had a real chance to successfully descend to the ground, completing his plan. The beam of chaos mercilessly destroyed everything around it, leaving behind a trail of destruction and fear that engulfed every corner of the city. Comrade and Air tried to do everything possible to inflict at least some damage on the enemy and thereby help the hero survive this dangerous situation. The beam could attack on its own, instantly reacting to any attempts to hinder its power or alter the course of events around it. The girl realized it was already too late, because the advance was about to begin, and stopping it was practically impossible amid the chaos around them. Confidently, Nan asked her to cover him and help defend against the attack, for without her support, it would be extremely difficult for him to withstand the danger. She knew that if he approached the beam, whose power was at its peak, he would die instantly, and no help could save him in this situation. Dantai B's disciple was blessed and taught not to fear death, for this was a rule of the immortal clans and an inalienable pact with the world that they strictly adhered to. The beam moved quite quickly, leaving behind a trail of light and destruction that even the swiftest movement could not avoid. Its path had almost reached the secret realm, and very soon it was to appear on the ground, completing a long and dangerous journey through space. Chumo remained unresponsive to everything. His consciousness was entirely in another distant place, separated from reality and the danger surrounding his body. The system had established the secret realm, and the reward for entry was to be granted without fail, confirming the importance and value of this trial for all participants. Nan instantly rushed toward the bright beam of light, leaving part of his important work to Air, who was closely observing the entire process. The little girl was incredibly furious and ready to destroy everything in her path, regardless of any obstacles or dangers she might encounter. A magical dispersion suddenly engulfed the surrounding space, filling it with bright flashes of light and a mysterious energy that permeated every corner of the surrounding world. Attacks from the beam could not penetrate her, as a powerful sphere reliably protected her body, deflecting any attempts by the enemy to harm or touch her. The moment had finally come for the cultivator to act, and he was preparing to carry out his actions as efficiently as possible, without a moment's delay. The main goal remained unchanged, and the teleportation beam continued to hold her attention, ready to instantly transport anything or anyone to the desired location without the slightest delay. Reality turned out to be much harsher than anyone could have imagined, and first came a tear in her calf muscle, which instantly restricted her movements and caused pain throughout her body. This was followed by a fracture of the right radius, which further intensified the pain and restricted her movements, forcing her to move cautiously and endure the discomfort. Internal bleeding was accompanied by severe skin burns covering a significant portion of her body, causing excruciating pain and posing a life-threatening risk at the same time. Even just standing in the beam, she had to endure excruciating pain that pierced every cell of her body and tested her endurance to the absolute limit. No one knew what might have happened if the young man had dared to fight the beam's energy, for its power was unpredictable and capable of changing any outcome in an instant. He needed only one thing: to stop what stood before him, focusing as much as possible and using all his skills and strength to prevent a catastrophe. Even if there was only 1 second left, he had to act instantly and not stop for a moment, relying on his reflexes and determination to the very end. The whirlwind of energy proved so powerful that it instantly engulfed everything around it, piercing the space with its force and forcing everything to submit to its incredible might. The demon of illusions understood that even if the cultivator sacrificed himself, it would not stop his true form from approaching, a form that was steadily gaining strength and advancing relentlessly. There was no point in delaying for a few seconds if little could happen, for even the slightest hesitation could ruin any plans and waste all efforts. An unknown blue flame suddenly engulfed his legs, piercing them with a warm yet searing energy that threatened to thwart any attempt to move or flee. Chen didn't know exactly what had happened or where it had come from, for the events unfolded in an instant, leaving him completely bewildered and unable to comprehend the situation. It turned out that Chumo had received the true flame of Samadhi as a reward, which filled his power with incredible energy and granted him the ability to control the elements on a new level. Fire, as one of the 5 elements, demonstrated its intelligence and unyielding will, permeating everything around it and forcing all to submit to its power and the harsh laws of nature. In an instant, the flames engulfed Lianhua's cave, where the demon himself was located, and instantly continued to spread, devouring the space and leaving behind only heat and destruction. The courtyard where the old bench stood also caught fire, and the tongues of flame greedily devoured every bush, tree, and debris around them, creating a terrifying and devastating scene. The celestial being, kneeling on the ground, could not tell whether he was alive or already dying, for the pain and chaos around him mingled with his consciousness, leaving him in utter confusion. But then he realized he was dead but had been resurrected, feeling a strange combination of weakness and new strength that pierced his body and soul at the same time. The flames also engulfed the entire city of Luyun, spreading rapidly through the streets and buildings, incinerating everything in their path and leaving chaos and destruction everywhere. The monsters came back to life, and their terror ended, for the power of the flames consumed fear and darkness, leaving only ruins and a silent void all around. All those criminals who had been executed earlier also came back to life, revived in body and mind, ready to continue their dark deeds amid the chaos and destruction. No one understood what had happened, but everyone desperately pleaded for help and salvation, hoping to find even a shred of safety amid the chaos and destruction. Chen had no idea why all the puppets had suddenly awakened, for events were unfolding rapidly and unpredictably, leaving him completely bewildered and uncertain. Thoughts swirled endlessly in his head as he tried to make sense of the situation, assess every risk, and find a way out of the chaos unfolding around him. Chumo himself stood in the midst of the flames, silently observing everything happening around him. His face remained impassive, and his gaze pierced every corner of the chaos. The system announced the skill's effect, and the fire constantly fortified the bearer's physical body, granting him superhuman strength, endurance, and unshakable resilience against any blows. The demon of illusions, with all this burden, didn't even notice that the beam was gone, for his attention remained completely absorbed by the chaos and his own thoughts. Looking around, he couldn't believe his eyes, for before him lay a scene of destruction and change that surpassed all his expectations and imaginings. The small world, including the city of Luyun, was in a state of constant reincarnation and possessed its own consciousness, but it was so weak that it was practically imperceptible amid the chaos and events. Shumo awakened the world's consciousness and made a deal with it, under which he was to leave the lost territories, taking all living beings with him, except for Luo Chen, who would remain in his prison forever. Listening very carefully, the demon of illusions tried to meticulously unravel every falsehood hidden in his words, analyzing the tone, gestures, and hidden meanings with the utmost attention. The hero was already completely enveloped in a bright light, and he bid him a sorrowful farewell, feeling every moment of the parting, which left a mark on his heart and soul forever. His teleportation from those mysterious lands was finally fully ready to be executed, and he felt a mixture of excitement and impatience before the upcoming journey that would change his entire life. Everything happened extremely quickly. The light of incredible power blinded the creature, forcing it to blink its eyes and trying to maintain control in this blinding and shocking situation. The demon did not react at all, for it was utterly powerless and could do nothing but watch as events unfolded around it without any possibility of influence or intervention. The city was once again bathed in the beautiful, bright sunlight, casting a warm glow over the streets, houses, and parks, filling everything around with a sense of peace and harmony. The demon was deep within his own consciousness, immersed in his own thoughts and feelings, carefully analyzing every memory and hidden emotion that surfaced. And then he earnestly pleaded for the captain to wake up, expressing deep anxiety and hope that his plea would be heard and bring about the desired restoration of consciousness. He talked to himself as if he had gone mad, trying to make sense of what was happening, seeing before him the officer with whom he had worked for a long time and shared countless moments. Then his fist clenched tightly, filled with tension, anger, and determination, as if all his energy and emotions were concentrated in a single, rigid, and unyielding gesture. The force of the blow snapped him back to his senses, and he realized what was happening around him, fully grasping the gravity of the situation and the consequences of his actions and those of those around him. There was no one on the street. Chumo hadn't appeared, and he realized that his words had turned out to be entirely true, confirming the unshakable reality of what had happened. Luchin was desperate to find any way to escape that dimension, and he even began to consider exploring his surroundings to help him understand the laws of that world. A wave of light swept through the territory once more, heralding all the new events and changes, illuminating every corner and leaving a sense of renewal and unseen power in its wake. In the city, everything always began the same way, repeating familiar events and rituals that created a sense of predictability an unchanging order in the daily lives of its inhabitants. The demon remained in the same position, motionless, observing the events around him, unable to change the situation, immersed in his own helplessness and thoughts. He begged again for the captain to wake up, repeating the same words and phrases with despair and persistence, as if stuck in an endless cycle of events and unable to break free from this state. The world constantly reset, and the time interval there lasted only 10 seconds, forcing events to repeat over and over again with no way to break free from this closed loop of time. The demon couldn't do anything, completely powerless against the circumstances, for that was the nature of his prison, holding him in a continuous cycle with no chance of escape or intervention. The man tried to keep track of how long it had been going on, but the pace of events was so fast that he soon lost count, feeling disoriented and helpless in the face of the chaos around him. The situation took a heavy toll on his mental state, for the realization that nothing would change evoked a deep sense of helplessness, anxiety, and inner tension that gradually built up inside him. Meanwhile, a battle was about to take place in the cave between the sect leaders and the elder. The tension was mounting, and every step, sound, and glance foreshadowed a massive conflict that could alter the fate of everyone present. They had all suffered severe injuries. Their bodies and spirits were tested by pain and exhaustion, but no one gave up, continuing to fight with incredible resilience and determination despite the circumstances. Their strength and strikes were merciless, leaving their opponent no chance. Every movement and attack displayed incredible power and resolve that frightened even the boldest witnesses of the battle. Elder G held on until his very last ounce of strength, not retreating a single step, demonstrating incredible endurance, resolve, and devotion to his principles even in the most difficult circumstances. The treacherous enemies persistently tried to do absolutely everything possible to ensure that he would ultimately suffer a crushing defeat and lose his faith forever. They desperately pleaded with him to finally stop resisting so fiercely, for the terrifying monsters could burst into the secret world and descend upon the earth at any moment. According to them, the elder constantly prevented them from finally destroying the great kingdom, and also treacherously deprived all innocent humanity of its last shred of hope. The man resisted desperately with all his might, resolutely preventing the enemy's treacherous evil plan from finally coming to fruition and destroying everything around them. A sudden bright red card instantly appeared right before them, sternly warning of the mortal danger that lurked for everyone. The sect leaders realized that this was the sign that appeared only in emergencies, forcing everyone to be on high alert and prepare for immediate action. In Tianxin's opinion, monsters were being teleported to Earth, and he placed all the blame for this on the elder, considering his actions the cause of chaos and danger for all living beings. Suddenly, the card announced that the secret realm had come to an end, for the saviors were returning and humanity had won, ending the long struggle and restoring peace. The message from the secret realm stated that the mission had been successfully completed, and after a certain period of time, the saviors were to return to the real world of the living. The girls could not for the life of them remember what exactly had happened to them recently, or how they had managed to carry out the difficult and responsible task set before them. Their memories were very vague and unclear, as if they had been in an extremely long and strange dream in some incomprehensible and mysterious place that was difficult to put into words. In any case, they knew for certain that Chumo had triumphed and slain the dangerous monsters, and had also fully completed the difficult trial that had been set before him earlier. They had become so accustomed to everything happening around them over such a long period of time that they were no longer surprised by any events, not even the most unusual and unexpected situations. They didn't need to think about what was beyond their capabilities and strength, for their comrade seemed like a far greater monster with such immense power than an ordinary cultivator. Nan was seriously wounded and in pain, but unfortunately his injuries were fatal, so the young man paid the price himself while saving everyone else. The cultivators approached him and began to mock his wounded state, laughing at the fact that he had boasted of being the best and strongest among everyone present. Shan pushed those worthless saviors aside and calmly explained that his serious wounds were the result of him bravely defending all the participants in the battle, risking his life and standing on the front lines. When the city fell under the monster's control, no one could do anything to resist them, and their minds were completely clouded and confused. Perhaps they remained alive at that time only because Nan fought mercilessly to the death, giving all his strength and risking his own life. The hero stood on the roof of a tall building and watched everything happening around him, closely following the events and the movements of the people. He felt a deep sorrow that the world had lost one more person who had sincerely believed in him and supported him in difficult moments, leaving a sense of emptiness and loss that was hard for his heart and mind to overcome. Nan had helped him gain precious time in a critical situation, and because of this, the hero felt that he was now indebted to him, carrying the burden of gratitude and duty. If the leaders of the 4 major sects had behaved less problematically and hadn't created so many obstacles, the young man would likely have spared their lives. But those who remained in the cave could not believe that Chu Mo had returned alive from the lost lands, for everyone was convinced that certain death awaited him in that dangerous and mysterious region. For his part, the elder was overjoyed by this great and unexpected victory, feeling deep pride and complete confidence in the Savior, who, through his courage and strength, had proven what he was capable of. Tianyin seemed to go wild and lunged violently at the old man, for his body was boiling with the fiery blood of hatred that overwhelmed his mind and body, forcing him to move with incredible strength. In response, Ji could do nothing. His body barely obeyed his will, moving slowly and with difficulty, as if heavy chains were slowing his every step. The cult leader wanted to continue the battle even after losing some of his strength, and tried to mobilize new reserves to restore his power and dominate the fight. However, his colleague, gripping his arm firmly, sternly ordered that continuing the fight made no sense, as further actions would only lead to a waste of energy and risk for both sides. Even at that moment, Shen pretended to be kind and polite, trying to hide his true intentions. But for the elder, it was no problem at all to easily defeat such people. It became clear that his words were a blatant provocation, aimed at igniting a conflict and forcing others to react impulsively. In the leader's opinion, what had happened could no longer be undone, and there was no point in wasting time on Ji, since they were to set out into the depths of the sea along with the other 2 leaders. They sought to awaken the ruler, for compared to him, the young man seemed like a nobody. His strength and significance were insignificant, yet his presence could change the situation. Upon hearing their plan, the old man could not believe that they had tied themselves to the one who was sealed within Daluotian, for he was well aware of the incredible danger. Suddenly, a report came in that the consortium had planted several nuclear bombs of unimaginable power on the outskirts of Qishang City, posing a threat of catastrophic proportions. This was exactly where Chu Mo was supposed to return to reality, and it seemed the Alliance had already made a decision, so they didn't need to worry, as the situation was under control. The office was quite noisy, and every movement seemed loud, while the surrounding situation was tense, creating a sense of constant anxiety and unease. The leader understood that in a few minutes the young man from the secret world would return, and his heart was filled with anticipation, his eyes intently following every sound in the room. They were in an underground base 5,000 kilometers from Earth, and it was safe enough there to allow them to calmly plan their next steps without unnecessary risk. The president was constantly trying to escape somewhere, and his fear overwhelmed all other emotions, forcing every step he took to be cautious and slow, as if he were walking on ice. The advisor reported that their last resort was a nuclear bomb, and this news instantly engulfed everyone present in a wave of fear and despair, forcing them to think about the inevitable consequences. This grim thought did not evoke any positive emotions in the man, and he was at a loss, feeling an inner chaos that gradually filled every thought and movement. The other consortium presidents agreed to the plan, and all personnel were evacuated from the base in Xishan, leaving behind empty halls and a sense of the eerie silence that reigned all around. There was also a possibility that, given his speed, the young man could escape the explosion, and thus the damage sustained could be minimal, leaving him virtually unscathed amid the chaos. While Chu Mo was fighting the 4 sect leaders, he had entered a secret realm and would have to return to the place from which he had entered. So the Alliance had placed 7 bombs in various locations. Inside the case, lying on the table, was a button to activate the weapon, and its presence created a sense of danger and tension, forcing everyone to carefully consider their every move nearby. President Qian had the opportunity to use it to kill the hero, and the man was not thrilled with such a plan, because all the responsibility lay on him, and the consequences could be catastrophic for everyone around. He simply had no choice, and it was he who had used Chu Mo's sister in his research, which became the main cause of their conflict, deepening the mutual distrust and tension between them. Taking the case into his hands, the leader sighed heavily at the prospect, feeling the weight of responsibility and tension that seemed impossible to shake off even for a moment. Meanwhile, the secret realm was closing, and its walls were slowly lowering, separating everyone present from the outside world and leaving a sense of inescapable isolation and anxiety. The rescuers returned to Earth to their real lives, leaving behind dangers and adventures, and gradually felt calm and familiar routines re-enter their existence. The hero strode confidently, suspecting nothing, and his calm gait betrayed complete confidence, even though danger might be lurking very close by, unnoticed by him. Suddenly, something caught his attention, and he turned his head in that direction, feeling a sudden surge of anxiety and an unpredictable premonition of danger. Chumo seemed to be standing right on the button the Alliance was supposed to press, feeling the weight of responsibility and the danger hanging over his every move and decision at this critical moment. Without a second thought for the consequences, they did exactly as planned, and their actions, filled with determination and impulsiveness, inevitably set off a chain of events that changed everything around them. The first bomb was detonated in the suburbs, and the explosion instantly filled the air with a deafening roar and smoke, causing everyone nearby to panic and seek shelter from the sudden danger. Its powerful blast and shock waves spread everywhere, destroying buildings, sending up plumes of smoke and dust, and leaving behind chaos, fear, and a sense of imminent danger for everyone around. Every time Director Chen pressed the button, he dreamed of the young man's death, and every one of his movements was imbued with dark intentions and an inner satisfaction at the thought of his impending victory. Each attack had been triggered, and the negative consequences were already being felt, engulfing everything around them with destructive force and forcing everyone present to feel fear and helplessness. His finger kept pressing nonstop, and he screamed for the young man's death, pouring out all the rage and hatred that had built up inside him, oblivious to everything around him. All 7 nuclear bombs that had been planted within the city limits were activated and detonated, and their explosions instantly reduced the buildings to rubble, filling the air with fire, smoke, and indescribable chaos. The advisor had forgotten to tell him that the button needed to be pressed only once, and because of this mistake, the consequences were catastrophic, increasing the destruction and chaos all around. No mortal could have withstood such destructive force, but anything could be expected of him. The boy, for his skills and courage, surpassed ordinary human limits. Just in case, they sent hunters to check the area once more. Perhaps if the shockwave hadn't killed him, he must have been severely wounded, but still alive amid the ruins. The panel reported that due to the dangerous energy of the outside world, the Samadhi flame had been automatically triggered, and its powerful wave instantly engulfed everything around it, bringing with it destruction and an unspeakable threat. The hero stood amidst the ruins, unharmed and unscathed, and his calm demeanor amidst the chaos was striking, evoking astonishment and admiration from those watching him. The level of thermal energy had exceeded the limit at that moment, and the dangerous temperature around him was reaching a critical point, threatening destruction and unpredictable consequences. Air was worried about her master and asked if he was all right. Her voice trembled with anxiety, and her eyes filled with fear for his safety and fate. As it turned out, the system's master had fallen into hibernation, and the excess energy was beginning to fortify his body, filling it with strength and repairing damage, making him practically invincible. Residents could not believe that a powerful nuclear bomb had suddenly been detonated within their hometown, causing incredible destruction and chaos. A video also appeared online, clearly showing a massive explosion in the form of a mushroom cloud that instantly spread over the city, terrifying people. Everyone realized that Chumo was involved, and some even rejoiced at his death, because during the broadcast, they had noticed a terrifying monster with a long tail standing next to him. After that, the screen went completely black, and the only one who remained conscious was Nan, but unfortunately, he died from the effects of the terrible explosion. Silence reigned in the consortium's office, but the situation remained critical, and there were no changes in the situation, which caused anxiety among everyone present. An analysis of public opinion on the internet suggested that sentiment had shifted almost entirely toward the negative regarding Chumo, sparking outrage and condemnation. Dozens of investigative teams had already arrived at the site of the nuclear explosion, totaling 600 investigators ready to examine the aftermath of the disaster and gather evidence. They were fully confident that they would be able to quickly deal with all the consequences and problems that arose after the terrible explosion without encountering serious difficulties. Total destruction reigned over the land, and the consequences of the disaster proved to be extremely severe, leaving behind traces of chaos and complete ruin. The hunters were dressed in special suits designed to protect their bodies from radiation, debris, and other life-threatening hazards. Looking around, they couldn't tell if they'd even be able to find any remains amid the vast ash that had covered the entire area after the explosion. The group was certain that if they found the hero's body, they would strike it rich. And even if he survived, severely wounded, they would have to finish him off to reap the rewards. Together, they entered the epicenter of the explosion, knowing that the time their suits would protect them was limited to just 30 minutes, after which the danger would become deadly. The leader ordered that if they didn't find the target within 15 minutes, everyone would have to evacuate immediately to avoid mortal danger. Nothing living or intact remained in that part of the city, only utter devastation and chaos that engulfed every corner of the area after the explosion. Air sat next to her master, unsure how much longer he would sleep, feeling a strong desire to get home and eat some delicious roast chicken. The true flame of Samadhi had only reached 50% of its transformation, leaving a significant portion of its power still inactive and unstable. But she remained faithfully and devotedly by his side, not moving a step away or trying to escape, demonstrating complete devotion and patience. Suddenly, the system reported that an attack on the master had been detected, and the damage transfer function was automatically activated to protect him from serious danger. Air hated this ability, as she was forced to feel all of her master's pain and suffering herself, enduring incredible physical and emotional pressure. The third group found the target. His appearance remained intact, and suspicions arose that he had fallen into a coma, as he stood completely motionless, unresponsive to his surroundings. A monster stood next to him, clearly in great pain, and it was concluded that this was likely the result of a nuclear explosion that had severely affected his body and consciousness. The leader didn't want to wait for backup and immediately rushed forward to claim the reward, disregarding the danger surrounding him on all sides. One of the targets was severely wounded, and the other was unconscious, and he didn't want to miss such an opportunity, eager to claim all the rewards for himself. Agreeing with the captain, all the hunters rushed after him, trying not to fall behind and to be the first to claim the rewards despite the danger. Some did not want to agree, but had no choice, so they were forced to follow the majority, yielding to the pressure and circumstances that left no alternative. The little girl saw that enemies were following her, feeling fear and realizing that she needed to escape quickly to avoid danger. The problem was that due to the intense pain from the attack, she couldn't move, leaving her defenseless against the enemies rapidly closing in on her. However, rising to her feet out of hatred and rage, the monster was ready to destroy anyone who posed even the slightest threat, radiating incredible fury and power. The other group didn't understand why the third group had launched the operation at that very moment, when according to the plan, everything was supposed to go quite differently, and this caused them genuine surprise and doubt. The hunters watched the explosions from a distance, straining to understand what exactly was happening amid the chaos of fire and smoke spreading all around. They realized that it was precisely because of the young man's injury that the third team had tried to get there faster, to seize the situation and claim the promised reward without any delay. The office lost contact with the third team, and their vital signs dropped to zero, causing serious concern and an immediate response from management. This was followed by a system failure, and all other teams stopped responding, leaving the office in complete uncertainty and tense anticipation. The leader realized that the inept hunters had once again been wiped out by Chumo, and this left him feeling powerless and deeply disappointed in the entire operation. Only Team 7 confirmed that they had arrived at the location, where traces of a fierce battle were visible, but Chumo was nowhere to be found, and not a single body remained, as if dozens of teams had simply vanished into thin air. The consortium director went mad at the thought that the young man had managed to survive despite all the incredible dangers and disasters that were meant to destroy him, and this drove him out of his mind. The advisor, in a fit of rage, smashed the radio through which all vital information had been transmitted, leaving the team with no means of communication with the office. Not even humanity's most powerful weapons, including the nuclear bomb, could destroy him, demonstrating his incredible resilience and superhuman ability to withstand the most powerful blows. It became unclear why he had fled, since eliminating all the other hunters posed no difficulty, and this only fueled the observers' confusion and suspicion. In the advisor's opinion, he might have had matters far more important than theirs, which explained his sudden escape and his lack of any concern for the remaining hunters. For example, perhaps he was already plotting revenge against the consortium's presidents, and above all, he was ready to destroy Jan since he had harmed his sister. Pan asked to be protected, since they had agreed to cooperate, and he was counting on support and safety from those who had promised to stand by him in a critical moment. The advisor's advice was that the man should pray not to God, but to Chumo, acknowledging his extraordinary power and influence, which surpassed any divine protection. The entire city was in chaos, with streets filled with panic, smoke, and screams, as people struggled to survive amid the destruction and unknown dangers. The subway wasn't running, and the roads were also blocked, completely paralyzing movement in the city and complicating any attempts at evacuation or aid to the victims. The news reported that the consortium had detonated 7 nuclear bombs, causing massive destruction, but Chumo didn't have a single scratch, which both amazed and terrified all witnesses. The alliance's stock plummeted, and the 4 major clans of cultivators pretended to be speechless, hiding their true power and intentions from everyone around them. Some said the young man had conspired with monsters and planned to betray their world, undermining trust and sowing suspicion among all who still hoped for his loyalty. It was even written that the hero was a representative of the Illuminati who secretly controlled the global economy and politics, wielding invisible power that influenced the fates of millions of people. Almost every resident of the city had their own opinion, yet none of them could be considered correct, and some were downright fantastical, evoking laughter, astonishment, and doubt all at once. Meanwhile, in an alley where not a soul was to be seen, 2 friends happened to meet, exchanging surprised glances and quietly discussing the latest events that had shaken the city. Young Lee understood that everyone on the planet was watching his friend, tracking his every move and his next plan against the consortium, leaving them virtually no chance of secrecy. The hero smiled as he read the comments people were writing about him, marveling at their naivety, fear, and astonishment all at once, which gave him a sense of superiority and humor. The Alliance then made every effort to spread rumors about his connection to the monsters, trying to convince people not to trust him because the young man might invent even more nonsense that would mislead everyone. The hero inquired about the research he had previously requested, hoping to receive results and information that could clarify the situation and guide his next steps. Hanlon always got what he wanted and replied that this was exactly where he and his sister were from, revealing part of his past history and connection to his hometown. The orphanage stood on the outskirts of the city, and a warm light shone from its windows, catching the attention of passers-by and creating a sense of coziness even on a cold evening. Inside, it was quite cozy and warm. The soft light from the lamps enveloped the rooms, and the quiet, peaceful atmosphere created a sense of safety and homey comfort for everyone there. Chu, upon entering, saw children playing in the room and looked around in confusion, unsure if he had come to the right place or made the right choice. The children immediately recognized who was standing before them, ran up joyfully, and with smiles and excitement asked to take a photo together, not hiding their sincere joy and curiosity. There was a loud commotion and shouts all around, so the man calmly but firmly asked them to speak one at a time so he could listen carefully to each of them without the noise. He also allowed anyone who wanted to gently touch his cloak, without objecting, and looked as though he was genuinely delighted by the attention and trust shown by the children around him. The children surrounded him on all sides, their faces glowing with happiness and admiration, for they felt joy and gratitude that a true savior had come to them, bringing warmth and hope into their lives. The director announced quiet time, sternly but calmly herding the children into bed so they could calm down and rest after a noisy and cheerful day at the orphanage. But the girl began to fuss, loudly explaining that she wouldn't go to sleep because her favorite idol had come to visit them, and she couldn't bear the thought of missing the chance to be near him. The man saw the young man, and all his memories flashed before his eyes. Feelings of the past flooded him with such force that he felt as if he had been transported back to a time long since left behind. They hadn't seen director Shui in quite some time, and the meeting filled them with excitement and nostalgia, for during that time, each of them had accumulated many memories and experiences. No one could have guessed that such a small shelter, modest and inconspicuous on the outskirts of the city, would nurture a true hero capable of changing the lives of others. The whole world was talking about him, and the elderly man felt that some important event or inner premonition had led him right here, to this orphanage. Chuma wanted to learn more about his past, particularly about that moment 10 years ago, when a heavy night rain fell on the city and he was left at the shelter's doorstep. He also didn't want to search for his parents. Rather, he was eager to learn the truth about his sister, her life, and her fate during her childhood, hoping to understand how everything had unfolded before him. However, the young man knew far more about Chu Yun than anyone else, for his keen observation, experience, and the mysterious circumstances surrounding him gave him that advantage. The hero couldn't calm down, and overcome by impatience and anxiety, he again persistently asked to be told everything, striving to learn the truth and piece together all the fragments of his past. As a result of the fire, her entire family perished, and the girl was sent to an orphanage. She always remained cheerful, yet she noticed and paid attention to the withdrawn young man. She asked that if she were adopted, they be taken in only together with him, since the boy had a very special, difficult personality, which was why their last family had given them up. The family turned out to be real monsters, and everyone around felt incredibly sorry that the children had been given to them, since these criminals had no right whatsoever to care for defenseless children. The director began to cry, sincerely apologizing, because those people had killed dozens of children, and he had only learned the terrible truth from the news. He had tried to find them, but all his attempts had been in vain. The elderly man was most curious to know if Chu Yun was still doing well, as he was worried about her fate. Her brother replied that she had been sick very often over the past 2 years, but he had just found an effective way to treat her, and all signs indicated that her condition would definitely improve soon. Joe approached the young Lee, cautiously asking if everything was over, as he wanted to make sure all dangers had passed and the situation had stabilized. He didn't want to show up to see him after the earlier confrontation, as deep emotional wounds, unpleasant memories, and the fear that any contact might reignite the conflict remained. He was curious to find out how things were going with the cultivator, as he hoped to understand his current state, level of progress, and successes in his development. The protagonist and the director talked for about half an hour, and the children wouldn't let him leave for a while longer. When he finally headed home, his face looked tired. The orphanage had ceased operations 10 years ago after it was discovered that the management had been illegally selling children as commodities, violating all moral and legal norms. Director Shuri also took his own life at that very spot, and after that tragedy, no one dared to undertake the reconstruction of that pitiful, neglected orphanage. The companions entered the building to assess the situation unfolding there, which demanded their attention and decisive action at that very moment. They sensed nothing strange, no aura, no magic, nor any other unusual phenomena that might have alarmed them or caught their attention at that moment. Before them stood an ordinary shelter that had long been abandoned, covered in dust and cobwebs, as if forgotten by time and left behind by people forever. Young Lee understood that his friend was speaking sincerely and truthfully, and he could sense it in every word and gesture, leaving no doubt as to the truth of his story. It turned out that he had indeed seen the dead director and the non-existent orphans, and all of this was merely part of a performance that required careful verification of the facts to be convincing. He couldn't locate Chuyun's dormitory at the time, so he decided to substitute it with a classroom, assuming that she had likely lived there for quite some time. Joe was supposed to bring with him the sense of the mortal world, which filled the air with a special atmosphere of tranquility and gave the place a sense of mystery and festivity at the same time. As soon as it lit up within 5 minutes, one would be able to see Chuyun's past. However, this absolutely required her favorite item to fully activate the memories. Holding the toy in his hands, the young man realized that it had been extremely difficult to find, for it held great significance for Chu Yun and preserved countless precious memories. Before Yun ended up in the shelter, it was her favorite toy, which she always carried with her and which was a source of joy and a sense of security for her. So the team decided to light some incense to get things started, creating the right atmosphere and preparing themselves for the events that were about to unfold before their eyes. At that moment, a girl appeared before them who looked healthy, with a clear gaze and lively energy that immediately caught the attention of everyone in the room. Most likely, they needed to go further into the foster parents' house, where the protagonist had lived as a teenager, to perform the ritual once more and uncover new memories hidden in the past. On the night the boy fled from the cannibal family, the house had been destroyed, and Joe doubted whether the girl lying in a coma really held such significance for the events of the past. After she was adopted, the child became apathetic, having neither school nor work records, and was forced to constantly take odd jobs wherever she could to provide food for her brother. He also asked everyone where she had worked and found that they remembered almost nothing about her, retaining only vague and incomplete memories of her presence. Managers couldn't even recall what specific duties she performed at work, and her activities remained vague and almost forgotten to them, like a shadow of the past. All of this information was extremely strange, since a girl with such optimism and cheerfulness could not have gone unnoticed. Yet at the same time, there was not a single person who could clearly describe her or recall the details of her life. One must not forget that Chumo had declared war on the consortium, claiming that his sister was the sole reason he fought in the secret realm, saving the world from danger. If the young Lee had told him the truth, he would have received in return a great savior who had gone mad. And in that case, there would be no one left who could save the world from danger. Did Hanlon really think that Chumo could go mad from all this? Yet there was no answer, and his mind remained in despair in the face of the incomprehensible events unfolding around him. Meanwhile, he handed him a tablet, causing surprise, for no one expected that such a simple object could contain important information or change the course of events. It described the night when the family of cannibals was destroyed, and the rescuers found a child who couldn't speak due to shock. They tried to help her, but she ran away, avoiding any care. Young Lee guessed that Chumo's sister had died that night while saving him, and perhaps he was impersonating her, faking it to survive, or had turned her image into a perfect illusion. Given the young man's superhuman strength, the illusion was entirely possible, and so this secret had to be kept to protect his friend, themselves, and the entire world from danger. In reality, Hanlon had only mentioned the safest options out of all the possibilities, carefully ruling out any risky or dangerous paths to minimize the threat. It could be that his sister had indeed died that day, and the young man's mind remained sound, but then the question remained unresolved. Who was the girl lying in a coma, unresponsive to anything happening around her? Yutung's house remained almost completely hidden from prying eyes and went almost unnoticed by anyone who happened to be nearby. She tried with all her might to save the girl lying unconscious on her bed, praying that her efforts would not be in vain and that she would come back to life. But nothing helped, and a long time had passed during which she had been constantly trying to find a way to save the situation, feeling powerless and desperate. In her opinion, everything looked quite strange and unnatural, causing her to feel anxiety and doubt about what was happening around her and how she should proceed. Her sister was gradually getting better, but the reason for her coma remained. The monster's aura within her body had not been completely destroyed, creating a constant, dangerous, and threatening influence on her system. However, the girl was mistaken, for the truth was that her sister's body was constantly producing that very aura, which gave the impression that it was impossible to completely remove or destroy it. Chumo realized that Yun had not been possessed by a monster, but was instead producing its aura herself, which turned out to be even worse, because it meant that the danger was coming directly from her and could intensify with each passing day. Compared to the previous course of treatment, the rate of aura formation had decreased by 40%, and these changes occurred after the destruction of the third secret realm, which had a more than noticeable impact on the process. In other words, if they had won the war in the secret world, her sister might have been able to wake up from her coma and return to a full life without any residual effects from the monster's aura. Also, if they managed to find other victims of the consortium's experiments and track the changes that had occurred in them, perhaps her sister could have been cured much sooner. Upon hearing this plan, the hero immediately decided to set out on a search, but his friend stopped him, reminding him that it was already night outside and that acting in the dark was far too dangerous. Walking into another room, they saw Air, who was already sitting with a tablet in her hands, engrossed in the screen and closely following what was happening, oblivious to her surroundings. The owner immediately asked how she was feeling, worried about whether she was okay after everything that had happened and whether she needed help or support at that moment. The little monster had woken up 3 hours ago and hadn't expected them to find out about his awakening so quickly, which made him feel a sudden rush of excitement and anxiety. Chumo understood that her help was extremely important, and that's why the delivery had to be arranged for midnight precisely, so that everything would be done on time and unforeseen problems could be avoided. Air was upset because she hadn't even had time to eat anything, and she was indignant that after she had destroyed 100 enemies, she was immediately given a new task, leaving her no time to rest. Yoting felt sorry for the girl, so she agreed to go in her place, and she also became curious about what exactly the girl was watching on her tablet, trying to understand her thoughts and intentions. It became clear that the little schemer was watching a live stream from the city of Liuyun to make sure she hadn't said anything that might draw unnecessary attention to herself or arouse suspicion. Turning the tablet toward her rescuer, she also showed her own image, displaying her appearance and facial expressions so that the woman could see the details and assess the situation more accurately. At that moment, the screen showed her in the role of a gang leader. While simultaneously dreaming of marrying a young man, displaying determination, ambition, and personal desires all at once. Toon's cheeks instantly flushed red at the words and actions unfolding on the screen, evoking in her surprise, confusion, and an unexpected wave of emotions she couldn't hide. Unable to believe that such a thing could happen, she screamed at the top of her lungs, venting her outrage and shock at what she had seen, trying to express her emotions as loudly and intensely as possible. Air assured everyone that after that scene, she did even more indecent things with the host, eliciting a mixture of surprise and shock from those around her due to her candor and boldness. Unable to bear such a report, the girl asked for the broadcast to be turned off immediately, trying to calm down and hide her embarrassment from others. However, Air was unconvinced and fully understood that she had to watch the broadcast until the end to make sure she hadn't said anything forbidden without missing any important details. The girls' argument grew increasingly heated, with them exchanging sharp words and emotional outbursts, making the conflict more and more tense and difficult for those around them. The rescuer couldn't calm down and flatly refused to hear about what was happening there, feeling intense outrage and an inner rejection of everything she saw on the screen. Chaos reigned in the room. They began overturning furniture and lightly striking one another, focusing all their attention on the tablet in their hands, which revealed the source of the conflict. Chumo, watching it all, decided to slip away unnoticed, but asked them not to forget about the delivery, thinking that his words would likely go unheard amid the chaos in the room. A deathly silence engulfed the consortium's office, hanging over the room and causing everyone present to feel tension and an indescribable sense of anxiety and anticipation. Suddenly, the entrance was smashed open, and debris flew in all directions, creating chaos and danger for everyone nearby at that moment. The director was waiting for the young man and was ready to hand him a disc containing the names of all the victims of the experiments Chen had conducted, including detailed information about his sister and all the important details regarding their cases. Not a single guard was left at the base, and the young man didn't want to let the situation go so easily, realizing that he had to avenge all the criminal actions of those people. The man hated him, and even more so the entire consortium that had abandoned him and deliberately exposed the hideout where he was hiding, exposing him to great danger and treacherous deceit. While he was searching for him, the hunters had already arrived in the city of Donghai, and afraid to fight him openly, they decided to kidnap his sister, as well as Yu Tong, who had been helping him with his affairs. Hundreds of well-armed hunters entered the city of Donghai at the same time, ready for any danger and conflict with the local residents. The man kept urging them to join his alliance and not let the situation escalate into a full-scale war that could destroy everything around them. The advisor insisted that President Lei realize that their only true enemy was Chumo, so all actions should be coordinated jointly and cautiously. In his opinion, this could lead to a temporary truce between the Consortium Alliance and the Dongyun Gang, which would give them time to prepare for future actions and strategies. The strongest hunter in Chaoxi at that time was already dead, and no one knew if Dongyun would be able to negotiate with them on equal terms without risking himself and his gang. The president could no longer bear the conversation as he realized they were wasting time on fruitless discussions instead of acting decisively and quickly. If they didn't want war, they had to give a clear answer as soon as possible. Were they ready to engage in battle, or would they abandon the conflict for good? The advisor reported that they had no intention of doing anything, since their main target was subs, and the hunters in Dongyun held no interest for them, so their actions were futile. Jumo's support consisted only of his sister and an experienced cultivator, and they wondered if he had any hidden allies more powerful than themselves. Lei was deeply disappointed that they were afraid to fight face-to-face, so they took people hostage, and such a despicable act seemed pitiful and humiliating to him. The contemptuous advisor announced that they would never again tolerate anything like what Chaoxi had done and were prepared to severely punish any offenders. Meanwhile, the young lady was in an unknown and isolated place where no one could say for sure what was happening to her or whether she was safe. She wasn't sure if she had done everything exactly as her companion had wanted, specifically whether she had managed to bring the stone to the designated spot at midnight without any mistakes. After placing the object on the ground, she noticed that nothing happened, and this caused her to doubt and worry about whether she had done the right thing. She thought her friend might have gotten the location wrong and gone to the wrong place to bring the object, which could have caused the plan to fail. Suddenly, a bright flash appeared in the sky, much larger than an ordinary star, illuminating everything around with a wondrous light. The man stumbled upon her, feeling relief and joy that he had finally found her after a long search and much anxiety. The shocked girl did not recognize the figure before her and decided that he had come by mistake instead of the one she was waiting for, which caused her surprise and doubt. Quickly, Lei explained that enemies were coming for her and her sister. A spell had been cast on her that couldn't be broken, and Chu-yun was in great danger. She didn't understand a word of what the stranger had rattled off so quickly, and his words left her completely bewildered and flustered. Then pausing, he apologized for speaking so quickly and introduced himself, revealing that he was Lei Jie, the president of the Dong-yun gang, which surprised everyone. At first, Tong thought that he was the one who wanted to kidnap her sister and was trying to extract important information from her, which made her feel suspicious and anxious. However, he explained that that evening, hunters from the Consortium Alliance had infiltrated Donghai's territory and were targeting her and Chu-yun, and that he himself had sought to protect them and hide them from danger. The rescuer couldn't trust him because the situation had changed too drastically, and besides, the hunters hadn't been able to harm Chumo's sister, which made everything even more confusing. There were at least 1,000 hunters in the city, and even with a monster as powerful as her brother, they wouldn't be able to provide sufficient protection for the girl against all threats. Suddenly, the stone began to emit light, dispelling the thick fog around them and revealing a clear space that had previously been completely hidden. Lei didn't know what had happened and couldn't understand what had caused such a strange and unexpected phenomenon that he was witnessing all around him. Countless monsters were moving toward them, rejoicing that they had managed to reach the ground, and their aggression was palpable in every movement and scream. The abductor appeared in front of them and explained that what lay before them was merely the site of the former city of Luyun, where a real settlement had stood 1,000 years ago. Frightened and shocked, Tong stood silently, watching everything happening around her, feeling fear and utter amazement at what she saw. Something quite strange was happening in the city, causing residents to stop in the streets, look around, and try to understand the reason for this unexpected event. Some residents didn't understand what had actually happened and, in a panic, thought they were dying, unable to comprehend the reality of what was happening around them. They walked past other people, their minds filled with silent thoughts of returning home, and every step was filled with the hope of a safe return to their own four walls. Tong saw that many people were hidden inside the small stone her companion had given her, and she realized that no object from the secret world could be transported into the real world. The humans and monsters in this place constituted a complete violation of the secret world's rules, and Tun surmised that perhaps they all came from the city of Luyun, disrupting the natural order of things. 1,000 years ago, they were ordinary residents from the other side, and the monsters were once unfortunate people, deceived by demons and their own delusions that they had become immortal. Jumo knew about the consortium's attack, so he summoned the monsters to deal with their hunters, demonstrating the strength and wisdom that made him worthy of becoming the world's greatest savior. They were all together in the city, where the terrifying sound of screams filled the air. Screams from those who feared the creatures roaming the streets, and everyone was trying to hide or escape at any cost. Some of the monsters were also searching for the hero, as they knew for certain that he was in that place, and their intention was to find him at any cost, regardless of the danger all around. They wanted to destroy him for turning them into monsters, while people ran and hid, overcome by fear and helplessness in the face of the terrifying creatures all around. Another creature asked Candyman not to play games and to honestly reveal where the enemy was, hoping to obtain vital information to avert the danger. The scent was quite faint, and at that moment he wasn't nearby, but everyone had to remember that a little white-haired girl was nearby, whose presence could change the situation at any moment. The god Hebo was supposed to marry her, but the demonic monster instantly destroyed him, and to the observers, it looked ridiculous, evoking a horrific and grotesque reaction in everyone present. Smai explained that he had been careless, and who could have imagined that such a tiny creature could display such incredible powers, capable of turning the entire situation upside down and surprising even the most powerful beings. The demonic beast was nearby, and the man sensed that many people were gathering around him, people who possessed the power to destroy this demonic beast and change the course of events. They also didn't understand whether this was their world or if they were needed there, feeling lost and uncertain about their place and role amidst the strange events unfolding around them. The man tried to rally everyone for revenge, since the city of Luyun no longer existed, but the demonic beasts were still there, mercilessly ravaging their world, leaving no hope for peace. After such a passionate speech, their eyes lit up, and no one could bear to sit still, feeling an uncontrollable urge to act, to move forward, and to carry out their planned revenge. One moment the city was calm and quiet, and the next, fierce battles suddenly erupted in its streets, engulfing everything around them and turning the familiar order into utter chaos. The president's aides were not to come to his aid, as their task was to remain in place and hold back the hunters, restraining their actions and preventing them from interfering in the events. Consortium President Chen was already dead, and the young man's location had been discovered, which drastically changed the course of events and forced everyone involved to act faster and more cautiously. Thousands of hunters attacked simultaneously, and even though President Lei was extremely fast and experienced, he was alone and therefore unable to significantly help or stop the onslaught of enemies. Before them, an explosive beam suddenly crashed to the ground, causing a powerful explosion and a wave of destruction that spread out in all directions, forcing everyone to retreat and seek cover. The advisor couldn't fathom what this could actually be, so he looked around intently, trying to find at least some clues or explanations for this strange phenomenon. As it turned out, the commander of the 13th Squad had been killed in a far from simple manner, and the circumstances of his death shocked everyone, forcing them to reflect on the enemy's strength and cunning. He managed to utter only one word of warning, that monsters had attacked, and those words instantly sparked panic among everyone nearby, forcing them to prepare for battle. A live broadcast from the secret world revealed that they were all from the city of Luyun, and they had attacked them, while the hunters had fallen into Chu Mo's cunningly planned trap, with no way to escape. Near Yutong's house it was quiet and peaceful, and he enjoyed the soft rustling of the leaves gently swaying in the wind, creating an atmosphere of calm and tranquility. More than 1,000 senior hunters had gathered around, and even if the creature Chu Mo had raised was also present, Zhou could not guarantee his sister's complete safety. But his primary mission was to assist his comrades' demon beasts, and in such a fierce battle, any survival was considered a great stroke of luck. Zhuan had many secrets, and before revealing them, he had to carefully avoid any unpredictable actions that might jeopardize his plans and safety. Hanlin understood that if they took her away, it would arouse unnecessary suspicion in Chumo, and there was no point in that, so it was much wiser to offer his help instead of aggression. Chu immediately guessed that it was the young Li who had organized the hunter's attack on his comrade, and realized that this information had to remain strictly confidential. If they wanted to win his trust, they would have to take that risk, since saving his sister would give them the opportunity to get closer to her and earn his favor. The information about President Qian's hideout had been obtained too easily, so he immediately suspected it might be a cunning trap designed to kidnap Chu Yun and lure them into a dangerous snare. The Alliance was indeed putting up active resistance and using all its resources to the fullest, and the number of people present was exactly within his precise forecast. The phone in his pocket suddenly rang, interrupting the conversation and forcing him to raise his hands sharply to answer, feeling a slight irritation at the unexpected interruption. It was a notification that the monsters were approaching, and it instantly triggered a sense of alarm and readiness for immediate action within him, for the danger was extremely close and very real. Zhou was ready for battle and boldly accepted this difficult challenge, feeling his heart beat faster as his mind focused on strategy and every possible move the enemy might make. Power surged through his body, preparing him for resistance, filling every muscle with tension and resolve, ready for immediate action in any dangerous situation. However, Hanlin immediately sensed that something was wrong, and his instincts went on high alert, forcing him to closely observe his surroundings and prepare for unexpected events. Something they hadn't expected at all happened, and everything instantly went off course, causing chaos and forcing them to seek new solutions in an extremely difficult situation. The group was shocked by the monsters residing in Luyan, and none of them had even suspected their visit, which caused complete panic and an immediate reassessment of their plans. The creature's attitude toward Chu Mo and the secret world was quite hostile, and the hunters, together with the monsters, could attack Chu Yun simultaneously, posing a deadly threat. Young Li realized that the situation had spiraled out of control and become dire, causing panic and forcing him to seek any opportunity to somehow stabilize the chaos around him. The hunters attacked from one side while facing their enemies, unexpected monsters, who posed a dual threat and forced everyone to remain on high alert. The battle was horrific, and no one wanted to give up their ground, as every participant felt a desperate urge to survive and defend their position, despite the mortal danger all around. If an accident were to befall Chumo's sister, and the hero himself were to be eliminated, the world would face an inevitable end, and the consequences of this catastrophe could alter the fate of all living beings forever. The comrades decided there was nothing left for them to do there, and their plan had come to an end, leaving them to ponder their next steps and reevaluate the decisions they had made. The captain himself decided to make a break for the city of Donghai so as not to deny the girl's abduction, while preparing for possible consequences and trying to anticipate every move the enemy might make. His assistant had already been eliminated without even having time to lift his head, and this instantly instilled fear in everyone present and a realization of the mortal danger all around. The frightened captain didn't know what to do, yet he was desperate to save his own life, feeling fear tighten his chest as his mind searched for any chance to escape the inevitable threat. Dwight was already in the snake's jaws, and the man began to mock the people, feeling a cruel sense of power over the situation and reveling in the fear and panic around him. In response, the captain called them vile creatures who had come and begun to interfere with his plans, expressing anger and contempt for the unwanted interference in his actions. Candaman couldn't fathom why people were joining forces with demonic monsters and becoming servants of the evil god Chu Mo, feeling deep astonishment and bewilderment in the face of such a strange and dangerous situation. Realizing the situation, the advisor saw that they were there solely to kill the young man. That is, they had a single goal and were not distracted by any other actions or circumstances around them. At first, he didn't believe it and thought they were trying to lure him into a trap, feeling suspicion and caution with every step to avoid possible deception or danger. The man could not breathe and, pleading, begged the creature to stop influencing him with its power and to listen to him until the end, feeling incredible pressure and helplessness in this situation. His vision darkened, and he saw only faint glimmers flickering through the darkness, creating a sensation of losing consciousness and complete disorientation. None of the hunters could move, and almost all of them lay on the floor, paralyzed by fear and a force that completely robbed them of their ability to act. The chief cultivator strode toward them with confidence, smirking as he demonstrated his superiority and composure, which instilled fear and anxiety in everyone present. Chumo asked who had dared to disturb his sister's peace. His voice was firm and merciless, and his eyes radiated cold determination and readiness for an immediate response. The other hunters had activated the portal and stood at the ready, tensely awaiting the moment the plan would be completed, fully aware that the success of their dangerous mission depended on it. Later, when he tried to walk away, his body refused to obey, as if an inexplicable force were holding him in place, preventing him from taking a single step forward. Shumo suddenly appeared behind him and calmly explained that all along, he had been holding back his power and emotions solely to preserve the fragile stability of the world he valued above all else. Because of this, they developed a false impression of his true nature and began to form judgments without understanding the depth of his intentions and motives, which led to misunderstandings. They even had the audacity to attack his sister, completely ignoring the consequences of their actions and failing to realize that this could lead to dangerous and unpredictable outcomes. From that moment on, he decided that only his voice existed in the world, to which everyone must obey unquestioningly, and from now on, he would tolerate no resistance or disobedience. Even before the battle began, almost all the hunters had lost any desire to fight and remained paralyzed by fear, which completely suppressed their resolve and ability to act. Their abilities were also suppressed to the very limit, leaving them powerless and practically unable to muster even the slightest strength to defend themselves or counter the enemy. It was impossible to imagine just how much incredible power Chumo possessed at that moment, power that exceeded all expectations and made him nearly invincible to any opponent around him. The assistant strained to contact his captain, hoping to receive urgent instructions and support in a critical situation that was growing more dangerous by the minute. Meanwhile, on the other side, he sensed a manifestation of telepathic connection and realized it was Eugene, who was trying to convey an important message despite the chaos and danger surrounding them both. The group stood in complete confusion, not knowing what to do next, as the situation grew increasingly dangerous and no clear path to safety or action was in sight. The elder decided that they must use their abilities to alert all the hunters, even at the risk of their own lives. The assistant saw that everyone was overcome with fear and remained motionless, not even getting up, despite the urgency of the situation and the need to act decisively to survive. In that case, he decided to use his connection to transfer his abilities to everyone, trying to instill determination and strength where fear and inaction reigned. Eugene understood that the leader's body could not withstand so many people at once, and that he would have died before the berserk even began if he had not limited the load and chosen the right moment. However, the man didn't care, and he was ready to sacrifice even his own life for Chumo's death, regardless of the consequences that could prove fatal for him. The assistant began to carry out the commander's order, using all his strength and skills, trying to transfer his abilities as effectively as possible and support the rest of the hunters at the critical moment. All the hunters around him began to receive a portion of his power, feeling as powerful energy filled their bodies and gave them confidence in the ability to act in defiance of fear and danger. One by one, they rose filled with power and determination, feeling their strength grow as fear gave way to newfound confidence and readiness for battle. Enduring intense pain, the leader placed his trust solely in his team, relying on their loyalty and strength, for the success of their dangerous and decisive mission depended on it. Suddenly, the hero approached him, cheerfully announcing the start of the great battle and inspiring him to take decisive action, instilling faith in the possibility of victory despite the danger. The opponent had mobilized his forces even before his arrival, demonstrating incredible preparation and power, which made the upcoming encounter extremely dangerous and unpredictable. The hunters were ready to advance despite the risk of death, for they realized that the fate of the entire battle and the safety of those they were protecting depended on their courage and resolve. He also addressed the creatures, warning that if they truly sought to destroy Chumo, they must assist them, for only through joint efforts could they achieve this goal and withstand his incredible power. The main target of the battle was Chu Yun's sister, and all the enemy's actions were aimed at capturing or destroying her, for her fate was crucial to the course of events. The young man clenched his fist, then abruptly extended a single finger, delivering a powerful and precise strike that struck the opponent with unexpected force and speed. It seemed as though such a simple movement had instantly destroyed the captain, and everyone around witnessed the incredible precision and destructive power of his strike. The hunters rushed toward him, filled with determination and rage, eager to seize any opportunity to attack and support their allies at the decisive moment of the battle. They were eliminated quite easily, as they didn't even have time to fully react to the sudden and powerful attack, which instantly neutralized any resistance. Chumo asked for absolute silence around him so that no one could disturb his sister, ensuring her safety and peace amid the chaos and danger surrounding them. Seeing the full power of the cultivator and his decisive actions, Candyman stood frozen in fear, unable to move or respond, for the grandeur and danger before him were incredibly overwhelming. People possessed by the power of the lesser demonic beast were killed by Chumo in a completely incomprehensible and mysterious way that no one could explain or even fully grasp. No one understood who they truly were, and it remained unclear whether the hero was actually destroying his own people, or if there was another, hidden, and dangerous reason behind it. The city of Donghai was built on ancient ruins, and in that era, these ruined remnants once belonged to the majestic city of Luyun, of which only fragmentary mentions and legends remain. He constantly endured an endless cycle of time in the Lost Lands, gradually developing his own consciousness and power, and to finally escape from there, he made a dangerous deal with Luyun. It was a city where the beings born on these lands were treated with love and care, so he sought to save them by allowing them to return to where they truly belonged. The monster stubbornly refused to listen to his stories, turning away from him and demonstratively covering her ears, as if trying to shield herself from the truth he was so persistently trying to convey. Candyman himself believed they had finally lost their minds, and could not fathom how they dared to challenge one who was undeniably far stronger than all of them without exception. The situation was completely beyond his capabilities and experience. It was too complex and dangerous for him to even partially control its development or influence the outcome of events. In accordance with the terms of the agreement, Chumo returned him to the real world, after which the agreement was finally fulfilled and concluded without any delays or doubts. For the sake of their lives, he was ready to save everyone, but the fact that they had dared to join forces with the consortium's hunters in order to disturb his sister's peace. In a panic, the man tried to explain that he had done nothing, that they were not involved in the events at all, and that the enemy had simply passed by without paying them any attention. The hero was fully aware that all his words were untrue, and he understood that no excuses would change the truth he was trying to hide from those around him. Meanwhile, an important meeting was taking place in the office, where strategic issues were being discussed and key decisions were being made that could influence the future course of events at the company. The CEO had no idea where Chumo was, and couldn't fathom what plan he had in mind, which left him in a state of complete uncertainty and anxiety. President Shai had been appointed interim leader of the consortium, acting as head and coordinating the organization's activities until a permanent leader was selected. On his orders, more than half of the Alliance's hunters had died in the city for no reason, achieving nothing and leaving behind only destruction and chaos. What was happening to them became the greatest crisis the Consortium Alliance had faced since its inception, bringing the organization to the brink of total collapse. The boy agreed with Shai and proposed joining forces to work together, and to start with, he decided to share some information that could be useful for their joint actions and plans. Monsters roamed the street, coexisting peacefully alongside the residents, and even helping those who got into trouble. But if anyone dared to go against the player, the creatures would attack instantly. Another of them suggested dropping nuclear bombs and firing as much as possible to completely destroy the city and raze it to the ground, leaving no chance of survival. Shu understood well that if a bomb killed his sister, they would find themselves face to face with Chumo, who would certainly seek revenge and leave them no chance of survival. They sought to kill everyone the young man was protecting before he could deal with them, leaving only fear and destruction in their wake. The projection of one head began to load poorly, causing concern and raising numerous questions about its reliability and the stability of the system as a whole. Shu offered his help, ready to support him in any situation and take on some of the responsibility for further actions to ease his burden. Lin's head couldn't respond, as the latest model of the stereo projector had proven too complicated to use and frequently malfunctioned, significantly complicating any interaction. Suddenly, young Lee appeared before them, materializing out of nowhere, surprising everyone with his unexpected presence and making the hearts of those present beat faster with astonishment. He realized that everyone already knew about him, so he decided not to greet anyone, walking past silently and ignoring the surprised glances of those around him. His father had given his life to atone for his own sins, consciously accepting death as the only way to atone for past mistakes and purify his soul. The son was there to deliver a message from a comrade, and for 3 days they were to obey all his orders. Otherwise, the consortium's necessity would be drastically reduced. The man walked down the corridor alongside the monster, carrying on a calm conversation, exchanging thoughts and strange observations about their surroundings. One of them realized that the coming battle would inevitably lead only to senseless and incomprehensible losses that would serve no purpose. They planned to first pretend to be completely loyal to him, and then, when the right opportunity arose, to ruthlessly destroy him, leaving him no chance. Every day they were required to patrol the city of Donghai, while also undergoing medical examinations that seemed extremely dangerous and suspicious. Kandaman understood that the hero was concerned about their health, so he proposed a plan whereby they would remain alive, work for him for 3 years, and then be granted their freedom. Posing a challenge, he explained that the creature could go and discuss any issues with Chumo if anything seemed unacceptable or unclear to him. Frightened, he burst into tears and began to explain that he could never be left alone with the master, because his fear of him was extremely strong and paralyzing. Meanwhile, the young man carefully surveyed the laboratory, examining all the instruments, equipment, and strange experimental devices, trying to understand their purpose. They wanted to sell them for just 1 yuan, which seemed absolutely crazy and unacceptable, because such a price was extremely low and unrealistically cheap. He also explained that a fair deal was one where nothing was offered in exchange, and asked him to think it over carefully once more before making a decision. All the employees remained in the lab. Their salaries had been secured for the next 30 years, and there was no need to worry about the devices either, as everything was taken care of. The primary task of the Dongyun Consortium was to support the world's savior, Chumo, as much as possible, but in that case it would be the head, not the assistant, who would have to communicate with him. In response, the advisor reported that all primary tasks were his responsibility, while the leader dealt with entirely different matters without interfering in their work. The hero was curious whether they had already reviewed the materials provided by his leader and whether everything had been thoroughly examined without any omissions or errors. Their people had already been working on the materials and analyzing them thoroughly, and some data indicated that there had been a connection between their world and the secret one 3 times, not counting the temporary one. Everyone knew that over the past 1,000 years there had been only 2 wars, one a very long time ago, and the other the one that was raging right then. It was the Consortium Alliance that was lying, because they deliberately concealed important information. The level of intelligence and technology was extremely high, and people were capturing creatures. Over 100 years ago, an unknown continent emerged from the water, where traces of technological progress were discovered, and monsters had been domesticated, indicating extraordinary experiments. To satisfy their egos, many people started a war against the monsters, and in the remains of the slain creatures, they found strange charged particles of an unknown energy. One could say that the hunters from the Consortium Alliance underwent profound physical changes, and thousands of years ago, the city's inhabitants were subjected to spiritual modifications against their will. But in that world, everything came at a price. Most hunters didn't live past 35, and according to the latest medical data, the monsters of Luyan lived for a maximum of only 3 years. If the technologies of that time could be fully restored, my sister would have been healthy long ago and could have lived without any limitations or danger to her life. Not only he, but the Alliance as well sought access to those technologies. However, the continent lay underwater, and it was precisely because of this that the waters feared the arrival of monsters. According to Yu Tong's theory, it was necessary to win the war of the secret world, and only then could his sister fully recover and regain her health. However, there was no evidence to support her claims. The war was expected to last about another year, and the hero did not want to wait that long and sought to act immediately. The advisor asked what he ultimately planned to do and what specific actions he intended to take to achieve his goal. By that time, Li Hanlin was to issue an ultimatum to the Alliance leaders, and in 3 days they would have to make their final and unquestionable choice. A full-scale war could lead to absolute chaos, destroy stability, and cause unpredictable consequences for all parties. In Chumo's opinion, those idiots could only waste strength and resources on tedious internal battles, so the world needed only one voice and a single will to guide everything. A knock on the door abruptly alerted everyone in the spacious office that an unexpected guest with important intentions had arrived. In a calm, confident voice, the young man politely invited the person standing at the door to come inside and take a seat, without causing any tension in the room. Young Li watched as the advisor from Dongyun rushed out of the room, his face filled with incredible fear and panic. The young man was well aware that his behavior had frightened him, but he was far more interested in the latest news and reports his companion had brought. It turned out that the four clans' position was exactly the same. They categorically did not want the young man to rule over everyone, so they unanimously chose the path of war. The hidden power was used not to fight other worlds, but for a secret conspiracy against their own allies and those who could be trusted. The Alliance leaders stated that they needed time to think it over, and it seemed as though they were simply stalling, avoiding a direct answer. However, the team felt that all these words were just excuses, and in reality, they were deliberately stalling, with no intention of making a quick decision. In the end, the young man decided to give them a little push to force them to act faster and not let them waste time. At the meeting, they discussed the latest news about Dongyun in detail, and all participants diligently tried to support Chumo's plan, making every possible effort to do so. They had absolutely no time left to think, as only 3 days had been strictly allotted to resolve the issue, after which the consequences would become irreversible. Yu suggested they start by listening carefully to the leaders' opinions, fully aware that none of those present intended to meekly fold their hands or submit without objection. Everyone present had completely lost control and could not contain either the anger or the deep hatred they felt toward him at that moment. None of them even considered compromising, as each remained stubborn in their convictions and refused to yield an inch. Above all, they were concerned with preserving their own lives, for even in the fiercest battles, the young men had always avoided the deaths of ordinary people, showing remarkable caution and mercy. Therefore, they decided that to save their own lives, they needed hostages, and Chief Ma was immediately ready to carry out this plan without hesitation. 200 million was the minimum amount at which they could at least try to negotiate with the cultivator and have a chance at some kind of mutual agreement. Pan couldn't figure out where he could find so many people to kidnap in order to carry out this risky and nearly impossible plan. For the next few days, they were forced to live in a huge city with a population of over 10 million people, while carrying a powerful bomb capable of destroying the entire city in a matter of minutes. They also decided to influence public opinion and spread the news that the hero's monsters had supposedly enslaved ordinary citizens, creating an atmosphere of fear and panic among the population. In their view, it was necessary to portray him as a tyrant in the eyes of everyone on the planet in order to completely destroy his reputation and sway public opinion. Each of them shared their thoughts on what a news headline might look like that would attract the most attention from the majority of people and make them react emotionally. the system began malfunctioning again, and the group noticed the absence of one of their leaders, who had suddenly vanished without explanation. Suddenly, a weapon appeared behind his head and fired instantly, creating a dangerous and shocking situation for everyone around. Everyone present immediately thought that it was the leader's brother who had committed such an act against him, causing a wave of surprise and tension in the room. In reality, it turned out that the person holding the gun was actually Lin himself, which completely changed everyone's perception of the situation. Outraged, Director Ma explained that they would not let this go so easily and would certainly take every possible measure to achieve their goal and regain control. In response, he explained that Chumo had made a statement on Lev TV and ordered that if they did not surrender within 3 days, they would be severely punished for any attempt to harm his sister. Mr. Shire thought they were dealing with a true coward who, immediately upon hearing the news, had decided to kill his brother without considering the consequences of his actions. It turned out that the hero was magnanimous and never condoned senseless killings. However, if the Alliance leaders refused to obey, anyone could kill one of them and take his place. Chaos and panic reigned in the chief's house, and all the residents were hurriedly gathering and trying to figure out what was happening and how to proceed. The man felt incredibly irritated and impatient because the woman was taking an extremely long time to get ready, ignoring his anxiety and the time. He insisted that at that moment, all other matters were secondary and of no importance. The main thing was to take the child and flee the danger immediately. Beads of sweat trickled down her face as she said she couldn't go with him, feeling at once fear, shame, and incredible inner tension. The enraged man instantly thought she was trying to take all his wealth and leave his consortium with nothing, triggering a storm of anger and distrust within him. Laughing, he couldn't believe she was capable of killing him, feeling at once fear, confusion, and a strange sense of anxiety within himself. Suddenly, his expression changed drastically, and everything happened extremely quickly, as if time had sped up, leaving him completely surprised and bewildered. The woman thrust the knife sharply into his body, feeling fear, determination, and tension all at once. While he tried in astonishment to understand what had happened, she didn't need his wealth. The real reason was that his betrayal had caused her deep pain and more harm than any material possessions could ever inflict. With his last ounce of strength, the man grabbed her hair violently, feeling anger, despair, and a desperate desire to stop what was happening around him at that moment. She also could not forgive him for insulting the cultivator, feeling anger, disappointment, and deep inner pain over his actions. Since all his actions had put their son in grave danger, there was a real threat that the entire family could perish as a result of his reckless actions. To stay alive, he sincerely promised that he was ready to surrender to the young man, demonstrating desperate determination and a desire to save his life at any cost. However, she no longer believed him, feeling deep disappointment, distrust, and the realization that his words no longer held any power for her. On the other side of the world, where no greenery grew and no flowers bloomed, boundless, permanent ice reigned, creating a cold, harsh, and merciless landscape all around. Following Chu Mo's declaration, 4 leaders of the alliance were eliminated. One was killed by the leader, another by his brother, the third by a woman, and the fourth by his own child, a development that shocked everyone. It was they who sought to see him as cruel, and under the pressure of their expectations and circumstances, he gradually transformed into the ruthless and cold-blooded man they wished to see. To destroy him, they used all available resources and at the same time blamed the cultivators, who had actually done nothing and were innocent participants in this intrigue. Upon meeting Chu at the North Pole, they carefully sought a solution to the problem, discussing various strategies and trying to find a safe way out of the difficult situation. There, aside from the endless ice, there were only polar bears, and the situation turned out to be completely baffling, leaving them in a state of astonishment and cautious wariness. The real weapon was securely hidden beneath the ice at a depth of 4,000 meters, making it nearly inaccessible and posing an incredible threat to anyone who tried to retrieve it. The leaders of the 4 clans spent 3 long days carving out a dangerous passage deep beneath the ice, overcoming harsh conditions and enormous obstacles along the way. Setting out with him, the alliance leaders felt deep fear and anxiety about what they might see, anticipating terrible and unpredictable consequences. At the North Pole, it was impossible to use space teleportation spells due to magical restrictions and harsh natural conditions that completely blocked any attempts at movement. They simply had to imagine that the 4,000-meter jump was like jumping on a trampoline, allowing them to control their movement and lessen the sense of danger during the fall. Frightened, they tried to figure out whether they had already arrived at their destination or still needed to fly further, feeling fear, tension, and uncertainty about their actions all at once. Thousands of years ago, the kingdom of Loshan was destroyed. More than 50 million sinners were killed, and it was then that the mightiest savior emerged from it, whom cultivators called the Blessed One of the Heavens. In ancient times, the mightiest savior possessed incredible strength and courage, capable of standing up to even a 30,000-year-old monster that terrified everyone around. Even the monster Chumo, according to the latest data, had a combat power of approximately 100,000, making him an incredibly dangerous enemy for any hero. Back then, the Earth was exceptionally rich in spiritual energy, the level of which could not be compared to the present day, when its reserves have significantly diminished. They were soon to witness all of his extraordinary abilities, which were unmatched in the world and impressed even the strongest warriors and sages of their time. Suddenly, Chumo appeared before them, having searched for them relentlessly for a long time, pursuing them with incredible persistence and desperate determination. The shocked alliance leaders were completely at a loss, not knowing what to do or where to hide, for the danger they sensed was all too real and deadly. Then he sternly ordered the 8-year-old prodigy and everyone else to close their eyes, emphasizing the gravity of the situation and the danger threatening everyone present. A second later, no one could understand where they were or what had happened to them, for everything around them had changed instantly and become completely incomprehensible. These were not hallucinations, but visions of the future that allowed them to see that at a certain point in time, they could die. Although the probability of such events was extremely low, all of this was the power of the Blessed One, which gave him incredible authority, and at his will, he could control the fates of other people, changing their lives as he saw fit. The most important thing was not to open your eyes and not to look, because only then could you remain untouched, and then nothing could affect you in any way. Thousands of years ago, cultivators, thanks to the power of the earth and the ocean, created the Mirror Labyrinth, and although they could not kill him, they managed to seal him away securely. It was that very place that split the Blessed One's soul into thousands of fragments, and each shard of his soul revealed visions of different fates and possibilities of existence in countless worlds. What they saw then occurred on a subconscious level, for the Blessed One was asleep, and even if someone blocked all 5 senses, the creature could turn the world into a true nightmare. The leaders did not know if they were ready to unleash an even more terrifying monster, just to destroy Chumo, risking their own lives and the fates of their peoples in the process. As it turned out, the sect leaders sought only to use its power in its sealed form, without awakening it, to ensure the safety of everyone around and avoid catastrophic consequences. The next step in the plan was to press on to find the mighty man's whereabouts, and they listened carefully to all the possible risks they might encounter along the way. One was not to look at the Blessed One or attempt to understand or describe him, for these were the cardinal rules that guaranteed a chance of survival amidst the incredible danger. The mighty cultivator was deeply surprised that the leader of the Dantai sect did not even lift his head to look at him, demonstrating extraordinary self-control and unshakable resolve. He longed to turn to him for help, hoping for support in a difficult situation that threatened serious consequences for him and everyone around him. The savior had long since seen everything and knew that Chumo sought to destroy them all, and under his rule, the entire race of cultivators was to die out, leaving only darkness and silent stillness on the earth. In the future he foresaw, the heroes simply did not exist, so there was no need to worry, for no power could alter the predetermined course of events and the fate of the world. An important launch was to take place at the 6th nuclear power plant in Dongyun, one that was supposed to shift the balance of power, drawing the attention of many powerful beings and hidden observers. The young man stood in the center of the launch mechanism, motionless and staring intently ahead, fully aware of the gravity of the moment and the danger hanging over him. In an instant, everything around him sprang into action, activating a complex system that began to function at incredible speed, setting irreversible processes in motion. 3 true flames ignited autonomously, absorbing the thermal energy of the surrounding environment and transforming it into a mighty force that grew rapidly with every passing moment. Chumo felt completely different, much more powerful than before, as if a new power was awakening within him, filling his body with inexhaustible energy. The reason was that the host body was continuously absorbing energy and becoming significantly stronger, gradually reaching a level that surpassed the usual limits of what was possible. In conclusion, it was clear that the young man could gradually restore his abilities and significantly improve them by drawing energy from the nuclear reactor. 10 years ago, many cultivators also tried to use such a system of improvement, but after some time, a backlash began, and within a year, they started dying one after another. The hero himself said that 1 year would be enough for him, since everything in the secret realm was arranged in a special way, and all the responsibility fell on the young man's shoulders. Joe wanted to reveal the truth about his sister to his friend, but the young Lee wouldn't let him, insisting that she might have died long ago. Suddenly, the young man entered the room where they were and began to hear their last words, which cut sharply into his memory. They looked at him in shock, without uttering a single word, and their silence was heavy and filled with tension. Neither of them wanted to explain any details of their conversation about his sister, leaving the young man in deep confusion and uncertainty. Grabbing his friend by the throat, he furiously tried to find out the truth about what had happened to his sister, feeling both anger and despair. In response, the other said that the young man had misunderstood everything, and his conclusions were wrong, causing even more confusion and irritation. Joe rushed toward them, trying to separate the two, but to no avail, and the battle never began, leaving everyone in tense anticipation. His attack was aimed directly at Chumo, carrying immense power and danger that was difficult to dodge. But the boy instantly counterattacked, knocking him aside with incredible force that made the air around them shudder from the impact. Young Lee explained that he had never been able to fully understand the situation regarding his sister, leaving many questions unanswered and creating new uncertainty. Suddenly, the young man began coughing up blood, and his condition rapidly deteriorated, causing alarm and panic among everyone present. They didn't know what had happened and didn't understand how they could help him in such a difficult and dangerous moment, feeling helpless. The Blessed One entered the lab and said that the young man needed to stay at the nuclear plant a little longer to better cope with the bad news, but he had just arrived when his friends were discussing his sister's death. He grabbed Hanlon by the neck, trying to extract all the information, but unfortunately, Joe's attack only worsened his loss of control, intensifying the chaos and rage. As a result, his power spiraled out of control and caused serious internal damage, threatening his life and health. In a moment of distraction, he destroyed Air, who could have helped him heal his wounds and recover his strength after a critical injury. Jomo could not comprehend who stood before him with such incredible power, feeling both fear and astonishment at the same time. The Blessed One introduced himself and explained that this was their 143rd meeting, emphasizing the importance of the moment and the power they both held in this situation. Everything was unfolding according to their foreseen future, and on that day, the situation turned out to be the worst of all the previous ones, bringing the greatest danger and chaos. Then, in that mirrored labyrinth, they finally agreed on all the details, resolving important issues and laying the groundwork for future events. The Alliance leaders were pleased with such a successful agreement, as it guaranteed stability and helped strengthen their relationship and collective power. They had no further requests except for one, which they considered extremely important and decisive for the future course of events. Mr. Ku reported that they could not let him leave the area or abandon the cave, as this could put the young man in mortal danger. However, they had no idea that everything had already been decided, and nothing they did could change what had happened. The man had already carried out Chumo's sentence, definitively cementing the consequences of his decisions and leaving him defenseless against his fate. Smiling, the leaders could not believe that their greatest enemy had already been destroyed, and this victory surpassed all their expectations. Only one sect leader realized that the seals had not been broken, and that he could not leave the cave to kill the boy, realizing the complete hopelessness of the situation. It became clear that in one of the time intervals, they had broken his confinement, and the encounter with the cultivator had occurred 143 times. Each time he had killed him. Mr. Q explained that he had no intention of releasing him and asked if there was even the slightest possibility that the hero could be defeated solely by the forces of the 4 clans and the Alliance. There was no one in the world besides the Blessed One who could destroy Chumo. He had never shown his true strength to them, and their odds of winning were 0. Little Shu tried to pry more information out of the man, hoping he would explain why he didn't want to fight the young man and had avoided the conflict. It turned out that during the clash, many people would die. The Earth's overall energy would weaken, the secret world might vanish, and monsters would take over the planet. Qiu said that even the strongest savior was powerless against Chumo, and they had no choice but to surrender, realizing the inevitability of defeat. The problem was that the battle could not take place on Earth, and in the secret world, it was far too easy to kill the hero, making the planet's defense critically difficult. The seal on his left hand had to be broken, and only then could the Blessed One enter the secret world once to influence the course of events. The leaders of the 4 clans kept a large number of coins of fate, which had to be brought so that the savior could restore his original state and regain his strength. However, Q understood that if there were even the slightest error in his seals, sooner or later he might escape from the tunnel and ruin all their plans. He went on to explain that they had no choice but to destroy Chumo, as any other course of action could have led to disaster. If the method with the coins of fate were used on another savior, he too could have prevailed in battle, gaining the necessary strength and control over the situation. But if he were forced to use such a large number of coins, he would die in 3 days, unable to withstand the strain on his body and energy. Zhu quietly remarked that they had no other choice, and that it was better to release one immortal cultivator and destroy the hero than to remain idle in the face of the threat. There was also only one candidate in the world who could absorb the coins, and that turned out to be a disciple of his sect, Jin Shan. This information shocked him deeply, leaving him with a sense of fear and uncertainty about future events. The master categorically refused to hear a single word about his disciple, and no attempts at conversation could change his resolve and steadfastness on this matter. It was a difficult choice to make, for the young man looked up to the man as a father, while the man in turn considered him his last successor, creating a deep inner conflict. Unable to withstand such intense pressure, Q said that he accepted the Blessed One's decision, shifting the responsibility for the consequences onto him. Upon his victory, the man began to laugh, making no attempt to hide his joy, and his laughter rang out powerfully, filling the room with emotions of triumph. This choice was due to the fact that Shan treated Chumo well, and even after swallowing the coins, he would not have been able to kill him because of his moral convictions and feelings. The savior knew all this in advance, for it was his foretold future, and he understood the consequences of every step he took. Under any circumstances, the young man could not go against his comrade, who had previously saved his life, because he felt deep gratitude and a moral obligation. One leader categorically disagreed with the proposed plan, which they had decided to discuss and implement, and expressed his own opinion insistently. He didn't understand why he had to surrender to Chumo, and he felt a deep sense of bewilderment and inner outrage at being unable to accept such a decision without an explanation. At the time, it was a necessity, and all 4 clans had to carry out the same task, because in 5 days, according to the future, the hero was to die in the secret world, a fate no one could change. He would not have let the alliance off so easily after their surrender, because they had directly threatened his sister's life, and this aroused anger and determination to act within him. However, the hero had to preserve his good name and would not kill them immediately, carefully considering every step to act cautiously and wisely in a difficult situation. At that time, the outcome of the battle depended solely on the disciple of the Jingshan sect, and the result of the entire dangerous clash hinged entirely on his resolve and skill. Any person, including a master, could be sacrificed as long as their clan and sect remained alive and existed forever, regardless of the losses and suffering. The laboratory was quite noisy, and the constant rumbling of the machines and the unusual sounds from the equipment created a tense and anxious atmosphere for everyone present. The advisor invited the arriving guests to come inside, and they walked slowly, looking around and carefully surveying the vast rooms. At the front stood the alliance leaders and sect masters, closely observing everything that was happening and preparing for important decisions at this critical moment. The hero hadn't even expected to see them and had thought they would fight to the end, displaying their strong characters in unwavering resolve in battle. However, the men admitted their defeat and asked for forgiveness, while expressing their readiness to serve him loyally and faithfully, carrying out all orders without hesitation. The young man did not need their loyalty, and it was precisely because of such words that no one could understand what they actually meant or what hidden purpose they carried. The fact was that they simply could not be trusted, so everyone had to transfer their rights to lead the alliance to Dongyun, and only then could they peacefully retire without fear for the future. Chairman Shai was willing to cooperate, but only until the moment Dongyun took full control of his subsidiary, as that could completely strip him of his power and influence. Also, if they were willing to lead a peaceful life and not try to fight him, the young man was ready to forgive all their past sins and mistakes, forgetting the insults and restoring peace. The final condition was the cross-border stone, which the consortium was to hand over to the young man, And it was this transfer that would mark the completion of the deal and guarantee the fulfillment of all agreements. In his opinion, the other leaders would not mind getting rid of it at all, and he realized that every step had to be taken carefully to preserve his own safety and control. Barely managing to keep his composure and avoid ruining the plan, the man agreed to hand over the object to him, realizing that any rash action could destroy the entire agreement and put him in danger. Chumo inquired about the decisions made by the leaders of the other sects, seeking to understand their stance and assess how it would affect the future course of events and the balance of power among them. From that moment on, all 4 clans would be completely subordinate to him, accepting his command and troop deployments, and would carry out all orders without objection to ensure order and discipline. The other leaders did not come because they were doing everything in their power to maintain the secret world's defense mechanisms to prevent further invasions from other dimensions and preserve the safety of their territories. From a security standpoint, the young man reasoned that if they lacked the strength to safeguard the dimension, he was prepared to take it under his control and assume responsibility for its protection. It would take him just 1 day to safely transfer the dimension and preserve its integrity, ensuring complete security and control over all critical aspects. Elder G appeared beside the cultivator, watching his actions with attentiveness and readiness to intervene if necessary or in case of danger. The hero asked the man to become his advisor and assistant, and because of this, they were given 1 day to safely transport the secret dimension, allowing time for preparation and completion of the task. Suddenly, the sect leader approached the old man and began threatening him, displaying aggression and determination to force him to comply with his demands without delay. But then he realized that his actions were not at all in line with the plan, and he fell silent, realizing that further actions could ruin all the prepared agreements and strategy. Speaking quietly and with restraint, he said there was no need to worry, because tomorrow they would bring the device to them, ensuring its safe transfer and control over the process. The next day in the lab, he found that all the equipment and materials had been prepared, and the experimental conditions had been carefully set up for the work. Young Lee stood, gazing at the mysterious world before him, and felt a deep sense of wonder at its incredible scale and extraordinary beauty. The Alliance had sent them a transdimensional stone, which was securely hidden behind heavy doors, while his comrades sought to discuss the complex relationship between the Alliance and the 4 major sects. Chumo had no idea what additional information he might be able to glean from them, and felt a mixture of slight anxiety and curiosity. It was too suspicious that they had given in so easily, and Chumo noticed that all the trials had gone extremely smoothly, without any complications or problems. That is why the hero decided to ask them to hand over all the items, and they quickly agreed to his request without hesitation, showing complete willingness to cooperate. However, they could have attacked them at any moment, as long as the enemies were on their knees and had revealed the secrets of the hidden world along with the precious stone. The conglomerate alliance and the major sects handed over their most valuable treasures without any resistance, which clearly indicated that they were preparing a large-scale and cunning conspiracy against everyone around them. With all the items in his possession, Chumo could begin preparing for a counterattack against the other world much earlier than planned, gaining a strategic advantage over his enemies. Young Lee couldn't determine whether that battle was truly intended to save his sister, or if its real purpose was to save all of humanity from an imminent threat. The secret world was riddled with holes, and even if they had one, he would not have been able to completely stop the invasion from another dimension, leaving the threat unresolved. Due to the monster's repeated invasions, some regions had imposed curfews, and in certain cities there were power outages and numerous glitches in communication systems. In his decisions, the cultivator displayed extreme radicalism, often resorting to drastic measures that others considered too risky and unpredictable. The whole world was on the brink of chaos, and even before the war began, his plan could have caused the deaths of a huge number of people, threatening the stability of society as a whole. However, the hero realized that the monsters were far more dangerous than his companion imagined, and their true threat could exceed all expectations. Had it not been for the young man's constant miracles, humanity would have vanished long ago, and yet people continued to hope that he would work wonders again, taking full responsibility for their fate. To start a war against the other world, they had to gain more of the people's trust, but at that time, the savior only instilled fear in the hearts of the whole world, inspiring no confidence whatsoever. The hero himself could not even understand what name all the inhabitants called him, and remained in the dark regarding his own reputation among the people. It was precisely those people who observed his actions and saw in him unyielding cruelty and uncompromising power who considered him a tyrant and a dictator. They were ready to destroy him themselves, just to rid the world of the monster, not hesitating to take extreme measures for the sake of everyone's safety. The residents also could not understand why the consortium and the sects had surrendered to him, betraying everyone and leaving the people without any hope of protection or support. Society sought to strip the young man of his status and forget the chaos that reigned all around, trying to restore calm and regain control over their lives. The master, having shown the disciple everything that was happening on the streets, asked him if he was still thinking about his friend and if he believed that everything was fine. Shan couldn't remember when the man had started worrying about his thoughts, and he realized that, driven by a selfish desire to expand his sect, he had committed many crimes and wrongdoings. However, he sincerely believed that the hero could save the world, so he asked the authorities to surrender to him and didn't even suspect that he would start behaving completely unpredictably. Surprised, Shan asked why the leader was so worried about his thoughts and why he paid so much attention to what was going on in his head. Taking him in his arms, he said that the only person capable of killing Chu Mo and restoring order to the world was his disciple Jin Shan, and that only he had the power to accomplish such a feat. Together, they slowly walked through the dark, damp tunnel leading to the sacred place known as the Blessed One, feeling a mixture of excitement and reverence. Jin Shan needed to be taught the art of absorbing the coins of fate, while simultaneously preparing him to fully remove the seal 50 years after victory in the secret world. The Lord's power was extraordinarily mighty, and they realized that without careful preparation and planning, they would not be able to free him from the strong captivity that had held him for decades. It seemed laughable to him that cultivators believed it was possible to perfect all the necessary skills and attributes in just 50 years to achieve a power equal to his own. In the leader's view, he had never believed that even the four great sects combined could ever defeat him, for his strength and strategic mind had long surpassed their capabilities and resources. They discussed and agreed upon a contract with the strict condition that all actions must be carried out in 50 years, carefully coordinating every point. If one party fulfills the condition and the other violates it, the violator will be subjected to 70 days of unbearable agony of a burning soul, which will gradually lead to complete and irreversible disappearance. Shan took a decisive step forward, insisting that Lord Tianming fulfill the first condition of the contract, feeling at the same time the tension and responsibility for the fate of everyone watching this decisive moment. At that moment, the young man found the situation unbelievable, for he could not believe that he was capable of containing such immense power within himself, a power that could easily destroy Chu Mo himself, leaving behind only ruins in boundless horror. His plan was to first gain incredible power, and then meet with his friend and convince him to switch sides. Shan began shouting loudly, insisting that those words were false, and expressed his outrage and anger at the lie that threatened to destroy the trust among everyone present. The master had concealed a vast amount of extremely important information from him, for he had not revealed that the use of such incredible power would lead to his death in just 3 days. The shocked apprentice turned sharply toward him, unable to believe what he had heard, and his eyes filled with doubt and horror at the realization of just how dangerous hidden truths could be. Yet the man remained silent, offering no explanation and showing no reaction, as if fully aware of the gravity of the situation, but refusing to intervene or provide any clarification. The cultivator fervently wished the master would say at least one word to confirm or refute the truth, which he could neither accept nor reject, filled with doubt and inner anxiety. During the conclusion of the agreement, the Lord cast a subtle, masterfully refined illusion over him, through which the cultivator could hear nothing, remaining in complete ignorance and feeling only inner anxiety. Everything flashed before the disciple's eyes at once, and his thoughts began to spin rapidly in his head, overflowing with the chaos of memories, realizations, and fear of the unknown future. Acting too quickly, he began to move abruptly, realizing that they had fallen into a cunning trap and had been deliberately deceived, and his heart filled with anxiety and anger at the same time. So he carefully lifted his master into his arms, unwilling to leave him in danger, and resolutely set off toward the exit, overcoming obstacles and the inner fear that lurked at every turn. Mr. Q's plan was that having fulfilled the terms of the contract and met his death 50 years later, he would never allow the Lord to go free. The young man knew they had already gone far, but he couldn't understand why he still felt the man's presence and heard his voice, which seemed to echo nearby despite the distance and the silence around them. The exit was already coming into view, so he had to focus all his attention on it, controlling every step and carefully navigating the dangerous obstacles lurking along the way. Before they could get close, Lord Tianming suddenly appeared before them and greeted them, causing the hearts of everyone present to tremble with surprise and fear at the same time. Confused, Shen couldn't understand how this could have happened, for he had been moving confidently toward the exit, and now everything around him seemed chaotic and fraught with danger, defying his logic. Master Qiu should have warned him that no one was allowed to look at the man, but the young man was too shocked and bewildered to remember this crucial information, leaving him defenseless against the danger. Clutching the man's arms, preventing him from moving, the cultivator pleaded and begged insistently to be released, feeling the fear and despair that overwhelmed his heart and mind. 20 years ago, the cult leaders had agreed with him to start a war, and, succumbing to greed, they mercilessly took coins from the survivors to give them to their favorites. The Lord had long awaited the moment to find the one whose soul's vibrations perfectly matched his own, and although Chu Mo's arrival caused a slight delay, they finally met with Shan. The large laboratory was extremely noisy as the staff announced an unexpected and serious emergency to everyone present. Patient number 9 suddenly broke free from the medical staff's control and became extremely dangerous to everyone nearby in the room. His incredible strength was so immense that he completely demolished a wall, and debris flew in all directions, threatening everyone nearby. He insisted to everyone around him that he was not sick and shouted loudly, demanding to be released from the locked room immediately. The doctor, approaching Chen Chao cautiously, assured him that she had no intention of harming him and was acting solely for his safety and health. His body was rejecting the injections with great force, causing severe mental confusion, and the patient urgently needed proper medical treatment to stabilize his condition. However, Chen trusted no one and sincerely believed that everyone present intended to harm him or control him against his will. Unable to withstand the tension, Tong suddenly struck him hard in the face, causing the patient instant pain and shock. The man gradually calmed down and stopped screaming, but by then a large bruise from the blow was already visible on his face. She asked the nurses to immediately return him to his room and administer the necessary injection to ensure that such a dangerous situation would not recur in the future. Agreeing with the doctor, they sincerely thanked her and solemnly promised that they would not allow any such situation to occur again in the future. Of all the Alliance's research subjects, only 85 survived, of whom 56 relatives agreed to transfer the patients to the consortium for further treatment. 36 of them were in a coma with the same symptoms as Sister Chu Mo, while the other 20 had severe reactions and suffered from frequent manic episodes. Such individuals were potentially dangerous to those around them and at the same time exhibited pronounced tendencies towards self-destruction and harm to their own health. Fortunately, Yutong received the complete research data and actively worked on creating a suppressant that could effectively eliminate the patient's dangerous reactions. Her companion noticed that the girl had been sleeping very poorly lately, and even as a cultivator, she still needed a rest to preserve her strength and health. In response, Tong sternly told him that he'd be better off worrying about his own safety, since using a nuclear reactor could seriously endanger his life. She decided it was best not to waste time and wanted to examine him immediately, but the young man firmly refused any medical intervention. Air suddenly appeared out of nowhere and insisted that they figure out how to properly care for her and ensure her safety. While the cultivators were in the nuclear reactor, she was the one who actively helped them deal with the damage and minimize the negative health effects. It was precisely because of her constant assistance that her tail grew weaker every day, and over time the situation only worsened, resulting in her becoming noticeably bald. Tong agreed with her, and at the same time asked her friend to stop using such methods, since they were soon to create a new form of suppression that could cure her completely. Chu Mo reassured everyone, saying there was no need to worry, as he had found another way to become stronger and achieve the desired results safely. The secret dimension was under their constant attention and observation, which allowed them to control all events within it and prevent unwanted consequences. Accelerating time in the secret world seemed like a strange idea to the man, as he doubted its safety and the possible consequences for everyone involved. He also understood that achieving such a method was impossible, as the necessary resources, knowledge, and controlled conditions were lacking. The elder asked carefully if the young man had any other requests or wishes, so that everything could be taken into account and carried out properly. The hero pondered the situation for a long time and then said that he would like to spend 30 days in the secret world to study it and prepare for future trials. Tone announced to all the guests present that the festive banquet was finally over, and now everyone needed to gather their things and return home in a peaceful mood. But her family and classmates didn't understand at all why she was behaving so dismissively toward them and had absolutely no desire to help them in difficult situations. Unable to bear the tension of the situation, she firmly warned that anyone who remained in the room and refused to leave would be blacklisted by the consortium. Suddenly, everyone present rushed to the door, not wanting to miss out on such important opportunities and chances that could influence their future lives and careers. As it turned out, she had come home just for a regular dinner, but everything unexpectedly turned into a real business meeting because his daughter had climbed to the top of a tree. Everyone around was saying that after the 4 sect leaders in the consortium surrendered to Chumo, he was the one who began to control the money, power, and armies of the entire planet. The girl asked her father not to believe the widespread rumors, explaining that she had only used the available resources of the government to conduct scientific research. However, her father insisted that in the future she become the planet's first lady, earn respect and influence among all his allies and subordinates, and be able to shape the fate of civilization. In reality, he wanted them to give him a portion of the money, since they couldn't effectively manage all those resources on their own. Feeling incredible anger and disappointment, the young lady ran away, as she could no longer tolerate such a father who behaved just like all those cruel and domineering leaders of the Alliance. Complete calm and silence reigned in the city, where the streets remained almost empty and the residents could enjoy a cozy atmosphere without haste or commotion, savoring a peaceful day. The residents discussed among themselves that the young lady had behaved crazily and with extreme arrogance, as if her presence were of immense value and worth millions. Junyan, following behind them, overheard their conversation and immediately took steps to ensure they could no longer communicate in the near future, effectively blocking their ability to discuss and make plans. Her friend had been waiting for Yutong near her house for quite some time, standing patiently and looking around, hoping for his quick arrival and ready at any moment to greet him with joy and attention. To begin with, taking her jacket in her hands, she began to sniff it intensely, trying to catch every scent and nuance of the smell that could tell her more about his presence and condition. The strong scent of medicinal herbs and various ingredients indicated that Tong had spent all her time meticulously creating and preparing the pills. In response, she explained that she had every right to decide for herself what to do and when to do it, guided by her own convictions and desires, regardless of other people's opinions. The cleansing pills did not significantly help improve combat effectiveness, and if she continued to focus solely on them, it could quickly lead to serious danger and even death. Then the girl shared some extremely important information. The masters of the 4 sects had gone missing. They were nowhere to be found, and it looked as though they had gotten into some kind of dangerous situation. Something truly powerful was happening in the tunnel, where the coins of fate were instantly swallowed up by an invisible force, creating a striking spectacle and demonstrating an incredible concentration of energy. Sean emerged from the portal, but the leader remained unsatisfied, believing it was still too early to conclude the matter, and that in his opinion, the process needed to continue longer to achieve a complete result. The young man himself was well aware that the next secret world was about to open too soon, and that its premature opening could have unpredictable consequences for him. The ancient technology had exceeded all their expectations, for in such a short span of time, the apprentice had managed to absorb over 90% of the coins. At the same time, he could not forget his mission, for Chumo would surely want to complete the trial on his own, and only when he was wounded should he act and launch an attack without delay. Sean replied resolutely that he would handle all difficulties and challenges on his own, confidently taking responsibility and refusing to let anyone interfere in his affairs. Before that, he had decided to borrow the power of 4 useless sacks of meat, as he called the sect masters, hoping to use their abilities for his own purposes. To save himself in this critical situation, the leader had to teleport as quickly as possible, but all attempts proved futile and nothing worked. Shanya's strength had increased several-fold to such an extent that any attempts to break free from his firm grip became absolutely impossible. Pushing the sect leader's body aside with disgust, he immediately wanted to move on to other tasks, wasting not a single minute on reflection. They were already ready for battle, carefully preparing their attacks and planning every move to gain the upper hand over the enemy. To ensure the student did not become a threat to everyone around him, he had to be eliminated immediately, without delay, and leaving no chance for survival. However, nothing came of it, because the boy destroyed them first. using unexpected moves that completely ruined their plans and left them defenseless. A portal suddenly opened before him, signaling the right moment to act and indicating the instant when he had to react immediately, without hesitation. Stepping closer to it, he thanked everyone for their energy, acknowledging its importance and their contribution to achieving the common goal. Taking a step forward, he was completely confident in his plan, feeling an inner resolve and conviction in its successful execution. The fourth secret world was a completely different ancient realm, preserving the secrets of bygone eras and mysteries that no one had yet uncovered. The cultivators understood that this time they would be able to preserve their memories if everything went well and did not end with them remaining idle once again. A man resembling a knight stood near a large mysterious wall. His posture radiated strength and readiness for whatever challenges lay ahead. The problem was that he was not conscious, perhaps asleep, which complicated any attempts to make contact or understand his condition. The student said there was no need to disturb him and clarified that the place where they were was the city of Chuji, full of mysteries and ancient history. Before a secret dimension was established in the vast celestial world, there was a great era when cultivators could not stop the invasion of powerful monsters that sowed chaos and destruction. The northwestern region served as the gateway for these creatures to invade, and at that time, it was considered a veritable paradise for them, where they could reign unhindered and strengthen their power. The city had been besieged by enemies for 30 years, without any support or supplies, and it stood amidst a 1,000-mile expanse filled with gray-haired soldiers ready for battle. At that time, the mission of the secret dimension had not yet been announced, and no one knew of its existence, keeping all plans secret and hidden from the world. The rescuers were worried that they might have to defend the city for 20 or 30 years, constantly repelling enemy attacks and expending their strength in an endless struggle. Meanwhile, Chumo stood atop the wall, closely observing everything happening around him, analyzing the enemy's movements, and preparing for any turn of events. On the 5th day of registration, a prize was announced: the millennia-old power of a monster, which caught the attention of all participants and sparked a competition for this incredible might. The young man, having read the announcement, saw that at that time the rewards were quite ordinary and did not arouse much enthusiasm among the participants, leaving them indifferent to the competition. As soon as Sean entered the secret world, he immediately realized that his companion's power had significantly increased, and he sensed a new, powerful energy radiating from him. Without a single sign and without any effort, his success truly aroused envy, and everyone around him was eager to discover his main secret to understand the source of such power. Using his scanning eye, the hero realized that standing before him was not his friend, but someone else who had taken over his body and was cunningly hiding his true identity. And the other replied that he had already introduced himself many times and did not want to go through that again, wishing to get down to business and proceed to the main goal. The city of monsters stood in a secret location so that no one could reach it, securely hidden from prying eyes and protected from any interference. The octopus asked his leader to carefully analyze all decisions, weighing their consequences and choosing the best path for the team. Another employee walked in and tried to kick him out of the office, ignoring any explanations or objections. The non-aggression pact among the 16 weaker monster races was a reward for Air's infiltration into the human world. But not only did she fail to complete the mission, she also betrayed them, setting her allies up and breaking their trust. The assistant understood that she couldn't have done such a thing, and that in reality she simply wanted the human to trust her, to assess her true intentions and the sincerity of her actions. Lord Xia came to them to announce an important event that required immediate attention and forced everyone to act quickly. As it turned out, her request was nothing important. She simply wanted that kind of attention and for those around her to notice her without any serious reason. The rival, using his skill, sent small vines toward him, which quickly spread and wrapped around him, restricting his movements and controlling the situation. They completely engulfed the creature, not letting it even twitch, tightly wrapping around it and blocking all its attempts to break free. In the world of monsters, the fourth expedition was about to begin, promising new dangers, trials, and discoveries for all participants. Carrying out the leader's orders, they were confident they could win, feeling the strength of the team and the determination to achieve their goal at any cost. A tense atmosphere reigned in the secret world as the rescuers awaited their mission, preparing for the dangerous trials and unknown challenges ahead. The system announced that they must withstand 3 monster attacks and defend the city of Chuji, preparing the rescuers for a fierce battle and strategic maneuvers. Countless small portals appeared in the sky, and enemies poured out of them, filling the space with chaos and forcing the saviors to react instantly. In turn, the rescuers realized they could win because Chumo was nearby and could provide decisive assistance in the battle against the enemies. The monsters were advancing, and the problem was that their power equaled that of a 2,000-year-old beast, making them extremely dangerous and difficult to overcome. In any case, they had to do everything in their power to prevent the creatures from destroying the city at that time, devoting all their strength to its defense. Only Jian Yan realized that the enemy's true target was not the city at all, and that their intentions concealed a far more dangerous plan. Lifting a large wooden stake in their hands, they were about to do something, preparing to deliver a powerful blow and inflict harm on their enemies. Suddenly, the object was thrust into the ground, and a bright light shone all around, enveloping everything and creating a sense of extraordinary power and magic. Several creatures repeated the same movements, as if performing some kind of spell, directing their energy toward creating a powerful effect or magical influence. The dimension was engulfed by a radiance that spread, enveloping everything around and filling the space with extraordinary power and mystical energy. From what she saw, Yutong concluded that the monsters were trying to destroy the entire secret world, and that their actions would have catastrophic consequences for all its inhabitants. Lord Xia appeared before them and confirmed their suspicions, hinting that they needed to observe what was happening from the other side to fully understand the situation. The enemies had indeed done a great deal at that time to deal with Chumo, employing all their skills and strategies in an attempt to overcome his strength and experience. The leader of the creatures explained that if they defended the city, the dimension would be destroyed. But if they stopped the monsters, the opposite would happen. And among them, there was only one who could actually stop them. However, he couldn't handle two fronts at once. So she asked what he thought of their surprise and how he planned to handle this difficult situation. Looking up where the young man was supposed to be standing, it became clear that no one had been there for a long time, leaving a void and a sense of unexpected disappearance. This situation raised a multitude of questions and deep confusion in the prepared lord, for she could not immediately understand what was happening or how to proceed. The broken pillar had been roughly thrust into the hard ground in the middle of a gloomy landscape, and around it, terrifying monsters lurked relentlessly, vigilantly guarding it against any interference. They were crucial to the destruction of the secret world. For the success of the hidden mission, which determined the fate of this mysterious realm, depended entirely on their actions. The gateway to the human world was about to open very soon, and this approaching moment hung heavy in the air, as if something invisible were preparing to breach the boundary between the two worlds. It was then that these terrifying creatures could kill as many defenseless inhabitants as they pleased with impunity, encountering no resistance or obstacles in their path. Suddenly, the monsters were torn into several bloody pieces by an invisible force that suddenly emerged from the darkness and mercilessly destroyed them without warning. The other began to look around in confusion, trying to figure out exactly where this sudden and invisible attack had come from, but saw no enemy nearby. The enemy was very close, but exactly where remained unclear, and he stood alone, sensing danger, for beside him was only that same pillar in the silence. Shielding his face from the powerful explosions, he noticed that all this was happening high in the sky, where bright lights flashed and the deafening sounds of battle rang out. Shan planned to kill him in a place where no one could see, but the hero managed to break free and escape from the hidden space, risking his life and overcoming dangers at every turn. All the sect leaders were ruthlessly killed, and their spatial abilities were forcibly taken by the Lord, after which the next target in his sinister plan was to be the young man, who was still unaware of the threat looming over him. The battle gradually intensified, and every blow, every explosion filled the air with chaos, fear, and deadly tension, forcing all participants to muster every ounce of strength to survive. Chumo was not afraid to stand up to him, confidently blocking all of the enemy's attacks and demonstrating incredible strength and skill in a battle that grew fiercer and more dangerous with every passing moment. The secret world could collapse at any moment, and the monsters posed a far greater threat than even the strongest opponent, forcing all the heroes to remain in a constant state of readiness and tension. The Lord saw all paths to victory, thought through every move and possibility, but he did not foresee just one thing: the future young man whose presence could turn all his plans upside down. In his world, there was no room for ambiguity. Every decision and action had to be clear, unerring, and final. Lord Xia herself did not expect that. Besides Chumo, other extraordinarily powerful figures would emerge, capable of challenging her plans and altering the course of events throughout the entire secret world. She had a rather attractive offer for them, one that could make even the most bitter opponents consider whether to accept her terms and turn the tide of events to their advantage in this dangerous world. However, everyone was so engrossed in the fierce battle that they didn't even pay her any attention, continuing to struggle against the deadly tension and danger that constantly loomed over them from all sides. The creature stood there bewildered, trying to figure out what to do next, for chaos reigned all around, and every step could lead to dangerous consequences. With all its might, it cried out, trying to ensure that no one would ignore it anymore, and would respond immediately, filling the space with a loud scream that echoed amid the chaos and battle around it. The beam of the attack was aimed precisely at the space between the cultivators, who were completely engrossed in the fierce battle, and it flew through the chaos. Sean had already spotted her amidst the chaos, and immediately realized that she was addressing him specifically, conveying her words through a loud shout that cut through the noise. Then the creature proposed that they join forces against Chumo to eliminate him much more quickly by using their combined strength and skills. The Lord's power erupted violently, tearing the monster's projection into countless pieces that scattered in all directions, leaving a trail of destruction in their wake. His form suddenly shifted into something completely incomprehensible and bizarre, causing astonishment among everyone present, for none of the observers could have predicted what his next move would look like. The man couldn't fathom how such a creature, especially one not in its true form, could suddenly intervene in his battle, throwing all his calculations off course. Hours earlier, it had carefully analyzed the one who had boldly attacked the hero, trying to understand his motives, behavior, and possible weaknesses for further action. Having studied all available materials and documents, the creature had meticulously planned so that by the end of the battle, both opponents would perish, leaving no chance of survival. However, the specially crafted wooden pillar was destroyed by 60%, causing their backup plan to inevitably unravel and lose all effectiveness. The battle had virtually no effect on the monsters standing before the city walls, and they remained fully combat ready, preparing to attack the city with all their might without any hesitation. She herself sought to divert their attention so they would not approach the city walls, and any response from the cultivator to her proposal could be of significant benefit to her. If Shan agreed to her terms, the creature would have a chance to kill Chu Mo, and if he refused, she would gain precious time to organize her subordinates' actions. Suddenly, everything around her collapsed, crashing down with a loud rumble and creating a chaotic scene of destruction that engulfed the space. Her entire projection suddenly shattered into countless tiny fragments that scattered in all directions, creating the impression of complete disintegration and the impossibility of restoring the integrity of her image. Lord Xia barely had time to utter a few words before everything around her collapsed, and she struggled to restrain herself from giving into anger and to maintain her composure in this dangerous situation. However, she happened to come across an assistant who had brought food, and his appearance briefly distracted her, giving her a chance for a short respite and to regain her strength before the next events. He immediately noticed the fragments of her previous projection scattered around and watched them with curiosity, trying to understand what had happened and what consequences this might have for future events. Realizing that the leader was clearly not in the mood, he cautiously decided to keep his distance, avoiding any actions that might irritate her or provoke a conflict. The creature could not find peace, for her entire carefully crafted plan had been completely shattered, leaving her in a state of confusion and uncertainty about her next steps. However, a fragile hope still lingered in her mind that she might find a way to turn the situation to her advantage and regain control over the events that had so suddenly slipped from her grasp. Her power lashed out violently at the objects in the courtyard, scattering them in all directions and creating chaos that mirrored her utter confusion and inner tension. The courtyard echoed with the roar of explosions and heavy impacts, fully reflecting the intensity of her fury and the boundless emotional tension raging within her without restraint. Lord Xia knew that the cultivator was truly devoted to his cause, for his actions and resolve in these circumstances clearly demonstrated the depth of his commitment and his willingness to go to any lengths for his goal. Meanwhile, on the battlefield, the hero stood facing his enemy, intently assessing his every move and preparing for the inevitable clash that could decide the fate of the entire struggle. He temporarily increased his combat power tenfold in a matter of 10 seconds, rapidly building up his strength and preparing to unleash all that power against his opponent without the slightest hesitation. It was the first time the young man had used the skill in front of another person, feeling both excitement and determination, realizing that this moment could change his status and influence on those around him. In the end, the temporary attack did not inflict any damage on the enemy, leaving him unharmed, which made the hero feel disappointed and realize he needed to find a different approach. Sean wasn't even surprised, as if he had always known about his abilities. For in this world there were no secrets to him, and his eyes could sense the essence of all things, revealing the finest details without any effort. The fact was that the young man hadn't conducted a thorough enough investigation and lacked sufficient skill in applying the techniques, which is why his actions remained incomplete. Even at that moment, he had no information about his enemy, remaining completely in the dark regarding his abilities, intentions, and possible weaknesses. In the Lord's opinion, the Savior had no more tricks up his sleeve, and he was fully prepared to use all his strength and experience to destroy him without hesitation. Something extremely strange was happening all around, and this anomaly was so palpable that it could almost be felt physically, as the space and air around them filled with a strange energy. A thick fog spread over the city, enveloping the streets and buildings in an opaque veil that created a sense of mystery and concealed every detail of the surroundings. And then the time of day changed quite quickly, and day suddenly turned into twilight, flooding everything around with a cold light and altering the atmosphere. Just as he finally realized that evening was falling, in the next second darkness enveloped everything around him, and night suddenly fell, transforming the light and mood around him into something completely unrecognizable and mysterious. It dawned on him that time in the secret world was accelerating at an incredible pace, forcing everything around him to change faster than he could keep track of or predict. The next moment, morning came again, signaling the start of a new day, filling the surrounding world with fresh light and creating a sense of renewal. The system announced that rewards could be claimed on the sixth day, clearly indicating the availability of bonuses and encouraging action. Lord watched his opponent very closely, trying to understand what qualities and abilities he actually possessed and what he was capable of in a critical situation. He attacked him decisively, trying to distract his opponent and draw all his attention to himself in order to gain a strategic advantage in the battle. Chumo couldn't believe that what he was seeing truly represented his opponent's full power, which turned out to be far more formidable than expected. The chains mercilessly hurtled straight at him, tearing through the air around him and attacking with incredible speed and force, forcing him to dodge. The hero's body was firmly bound, and he could not make a single full-range movement, feeling the restriction of every muscle under the pressure of the shackles. Tian Ming declared resolutely that the young man's existence posed an extreme threat, and he could not allow him to continue living, for that would put everything in grave danger. His body was completely enveloped in invisible chains that firmly restrained every movement and made any attempt to escape practically impossible. And then a current formed, merging into a single force, united by numerous cuts that sliced through the space around him at incredible speed. For complete safety, the Lord integrated his body and consciousness down to the atomic level, ensuring maximum control and incredible resilience against any threat. By that time, Chumo's face had taken on a completely different appearance, and through the taut skin, one could clearly make out his sculpted muscles and strength that reached the limits of human capability. His hands had also completely changed shape, and it seemed as though there was no skin on them at all, exposing every muscle and tendon in striking detail. A white mist quickly spread around, enveloping the entire surroundings and creating a veil so dense that visibility was almost completely gone. With such a level of destruction, even the strongest cultivators who had long perfected their bodies would not be able to recover from the injuries they sustained, so catastrophic were they. The hero was in the air behind him, agreeing with this thought, for in that very second he had nearly perished, feeling the full deadly force of the event upon himself. The Lord's eyes nearly popped out of his head from the shock and the sudden realization that his enemy was still alive, despite the devastating attack. He urgently needed to come up with some plan or tactic to finally destroy the enemy and prevent any further resistance. The instant attack was aimed directly at the young man's body, striking him with incredible speed and force, leaving him little chance to defend himself. In response, he calmly remarked that there was no fire, no electricity, no curse, not even a single instance of spatial manipulation, only pure, unbridled, cutting force. As soon as the player entered the dimension, his power instantly surged, and even during the battle, he was able to speed up time, skip a day, and master the skill of creating clones. Outside, it gradually began to grow lighter, heralding the arrival of the second day and reflecting the first glimmers of a new dawn over the battlefield. Unable to contain himself, the Lord snapped that in that case, he would have to kill everyone to avoid any threat and preserve his own power. The young man himself never allowed harm to come to innocent people and was always ready to attack decisively to protect those who could not defend themselves. The city was ablaze, and the fighting engulfed every corner of it, turning the streets into a veritable field of chaotic battles and destruction. In this world, the days flew by incredibly fast, and the Savior barely had time to receive his rewards, for time was literally slipping through his fingers, giving him no respite. On the 10th day, the system granted him a golden rod, which instantly struck his opponent, crushing him heavily and causing him to suffer incredible pain. As expected, the true face of the opponent appeared before him, revealing his entire true nature and power, which had previously been impossible to discern. Lord Tianming barely managed to say that they would surely meet again someday, anticipating the inevitable continuation of their struggle. The first premonition of death had come to an end, leaving behind a sense of inevitability and tension regarding the events to come. The Lord already knew all his tricks up his sleeve and didn't want to take any risks by testing the waters, so he was ready to end the battle in 5 minutes. In the lab, all the staff watched closely as the 6th battle test began. The system's response was normal, and the readings remained stable and unchanged. The Neuralink's response proved satisfactory, allowing the researchers to activate a fully bidirectional communication channel without issue for further experiments. They were fully prepared to continue the initiation, closely monitoring every signal and confirming the readiness of all systems for the next stage. The protagonist was deeply captivated by the fact that he sensed the existence of the second world so naturally, as if it belonged to his own hands and feet, feeling every movement in detail. The elder reported that at that moment he had gained complete control over the world and at the same time had the ability to alter the flow of time at his own discretion as he saw fit. He also had to remind him of one important thing. The secret dimension was riddled with numerous wounds, and any excessive acceleration of time could lead to its complete destruction. The young man understood the advisor's words and was fully prepared to act cautiously and gradually, taking all steps without haste to avoid mistakes. A powerful blow flew rapidly toward the enemy, slicing through the air and leaving behind a palpable wave of energy that conveyed the full force of his intent. His body could easily have cut the opponent in half, yet this did not happen, leaving all witnesses in suspense and astonishment at the preserved integrity. The Lord stood calmly in front, remaining whole and unshaken, demonstrating complete confidence and control over the situation before the eyes of everyone present. The hero saw that he remained invulnerable and could not die even from such a powerful blow, one that could easily have destroyed any other opponent. So in the end, the cultivator decided to try cutting him into 4 pieces, hoping to finally find a weak spot and turn the tide of battle. The second prediction of death was finally fulfilled, confirming the accuracy of the prophecy and altering the course of events in a dangerous and unpredictable way. Tianming himself could not even guess what was actually happening around him, remaining completely in the dark about the true events and their consequences. The majestic Chumo, of incredible size, watched him from above. His mighty figure loomed over the entire space, inspiring both fear and awe. The man himself seemed incredibly small against the backdrop of the gigantic figure. His fragility only served to highlight the grandeur and power of the one standing before him. The ability proved to be extremely interesting, for with its help, one could shrink opponents to minuscule sizes, completely shifting the balance of power in battle. The whole situation looked comical, and one might have thought this wasn't a real battle to the death, for the atmosphere was far too strange and unnaturally light for such a confrontation. Shumo continued to mock his tiny size, while at the same time the third prophecy of death was fulfilled, confirming the cruelty and accuracy of the prophecy in this battle. Instantly, numerous monsters suddenly began moving toward the Lord, creating a sense of imminent danger and a tense atmosphere around him. The Savior's new ability proved extraordinary, allowing him to raise dead creatures from the ground and control them, turning them into tools for his own purposes in battle. Moreover, he could command the dead creatures to merge into a single entity, creating even more powerful forms, which significantly increased their strength in the threat they posed to enemies. The creature was of enormous, colossal size, and its power constantly drew in everyone within it, making it nearly invincible and utterly terrifying. The hero ordered the monster to step forward, devour the Lord, and at the same time protect its master, transforming the creature into a mighty shield and an attacking force all at once. The fourth prophecy of death was also fulfilled, finally confirming the inevitability of the prophecies and changing the course of events in this dangerous battle. In his mind, the Lord realized that the young man had acquired a new ability that could destroy him, and this feeling had long troubled him, simultaneously causing excitement and anxiety. He constantly felt a premonition of death, forced to seek new ways to survive and anticipate every move of his opponent in order to stay alive in this dangerous situation. It didn't matter to him how many times he might die, for immediately after victory, he would fulfill his destiny, persistently preparing to achieve absolute victory over all his opponents. The monster standing before his opponent was controlled by the young man, who intently directed its every movement and devised a battle strategy to defeat the enemy. He thought that the cultivator had used poison that time, carefully analyzing the events and trying to understand exactly how the poison could have influenced the situation and changed the outcome. Thus, the fifth prophecy of his death was fulfilled, and he felt a chill of fear, realizing that it was impossible to escape the fate the prophet had foretold from ancient times. Next, the burly warrior grabbed his white-haired head, and this horrific act confirmed the sixth prophecy, which the prophet had foretold with the inevitability of fate. Another situation was that the young man made a doll covered in needles, and he carefully imbued it with the power of a spell so that it would precisely reproduce the intended effect. The seventh prophecy, in his death, was to occur exactly as the prophet had foretold, inevitable and horrific, leaving only despair and fear of fate. Shu Mo was able to fulfill all 10,000 prophecies by killing the Lord in every possible way, each time ingeniously using the circumstances and his abilities to achieve his goal. Even then, the man wanted to pause for a moment and talk, trying to weigh every word and choose the right moment for an important conversation that could change everything. However, the longer their truce lasted, the stronger the cultivator became, accumulating mighty energy and preparing for the irreversible next step that could alter the course of events. The sky was already tearing apart, and if he continued to accelerate time, the Dark Realm would suffer complete destruction, for the power that was accumulating was extremely destructive and uncontrollable. When it all collapses, monsters could enter the land, and then it wouldn't matter who was supposed to win, because chaos and destruction would engulf everything around without exception. The boy said that it was his opponent who had started the battle, and because of his actions, time was accelerating, forcing all events to unfold extremely quickly and uncontrollably, creating chaos all around. He thought it was the work of demons who had deliberately forced him to speed up time in order to bring about the destruction of the world and engulf all living things with their dark power. By that point, the Savior had amplified nearly all his power to the limit, concentrating it within himself so as to be ready for the decisive battle and to confront an unprecedented threat. The despondent man wanted to give up, for the hero planned to use the human world as a stake, forcing him to realize the danger and the magnitude of the responsibility for every decision. In the midst of the battle, the enemy changed abruptly, taking on a new, powerful form that made him even more dangerous and forced all participants to rethink their strategies and actions. Not only did he need to cease fire, but he also decided to surrender, and given his arrogant nature, such an act seemed utterly unacceptable and completely contradicted his usual principles. Perhaps even the fact that the world they were in was not real, but merely an illusion or an intricate creation that misled everyone and altered their perception of reality. The only useful information the man gleaned from the prophecy was that Chumo did not know the true reason for gaining power in the secret realm. In each of his deaths, he had to piece together the puzzle with various questions and uncover the young man's true secret, gradually revealing mysteries that could alter the entire course of events. The hands, which were his ability, proved quite useful as they gave him a significant advantage in battle and allowed him to effectively control the situation around him. He simply wanted to have some fun with his opponent, testing his skills and reactions, savoring every moment of the battle as a unique game of strategy and strength. As if testing his opponent's patience, the young man asked if he wasn't curious whether his strength would reach some limit if he sped up time even further, pushing him toward risky actions. Even the Lord's closed eyes betrayed his surprise and confusion, as if the inner chaos and unpredictability of the situation were breaking through his calm demeanor. Over the following days, the cultivator received rewards, increasing his power and influence, which made him increasingly dangerous and brought him steadily closer to fulfilling his plans. After such a long battle, he finally learned his opponent's name, and this discovery filled his mind with new knowledge and spurred him to devise a further strategy. His name was known throughout the entire majestic kingdom, and people whispered about him at every turn. But he, a simple boy, found out about it too late. In fact, Chumo meant that his real name was Wei Beishuan, and he only realized this later, when it was already too late. His new ability to read minds was granted to him as a special reward for his courage and dedication to a task that no one else could have accomplished. To erase his dark and shameful past from history, the Lord brutally murdered everyone who had ever known his real name. At that moment, the secret realm began to crumble under the pressure of the accelerated flow of time, which mercilessly transformed everything around it, leaving nothing unchanged. If he had used that powerful spell one more time, it would have destroyed him forever, and he would have vanished from this world without a trace. With his disappearance, the land lost the mighty barrier that had previously prevented monsters from entering it, leaving people defenseless against danger. The enemy tried to deliver a devastating blow, but all his attempts proved futile, for the power of protection was invincible and unbreakable at that moment. Chuma saw right through his entire past and knew exactly what his strongest skill was, one capable of changing the course of events forever. Even if he hadn't defended himself, the enemy wouldn't have been able to cause any harm because the world wasn't actually being destroyed. Everything was happening only on a temporary scale within the Lord's mind and was unreal. However, the man could choose which time frame to bring into reality, and in just a moment, the monster's victory could be forever etched into history. Grabbing him by the throat, the cultivator sternly asked if he had truly dared to provoke him, testing the limits of his patience and wrath. Perhaps his death served as a kind of switch that opened the way for a transition to the next timeline, changing the course of events forever. His new abilities did not grant him knowledge of everything except death, but the Lord also possessed other powers capable of transporting him to another timeline at will. Juma remarked that much remained unknown to him, even though he could see through history in the past. He also asked why Tianming had forced the 4 major sects to wage war in the Secret Kingdom, pushing everything toward chaos and conflict. When humans first encountered monsters, they didn't need the secret world's help because they could defend themselves. Their power back then was incredibly formidable. No matter how strong the monsters were, they immediately fell before humans. But one day, civilization suddenly collapsed, the reason for which no one knew and could never find out. The Lord sought the power and technology of the ancient society, and it seemed to him that the young man's strength might stem precisely from them, concealing the secrets of the past. The possibility of finding new powers after a day spent in another dimension seemed absurd, yet it perfectly matched the description of that era, though he was deeply mistaken. The Savior wondered why he had suddenly changed his mind, and what exactly had caused him to rethink his beliefs and plans. It turned out that a powerful impulse was emanating from the young man, and with every passing moment it grew stronger, overwhelming everything around him with its energy. Most likely he realized this himself, and that is why he decided to stop accelerating time, so as not to lose control over the consequences of his actions. Such power did not come easily, and a high price always had to be paid for it, because nothing comes without sacrifice and consequences. As his power grew even further, it inevitably attracted the attention of invaders who were far more terrifying and dangerous than any monsters. The suspicion was not without basis, as all the facts and circumstances had been thoroughly verified, confirming its possible validity in this specific situation. One more day of acceleration, and all the invaders would be right in front of them, leaving no chance to avoid a direct encounter and confrontation. The forces far exceeded their imagination and had the ability to alter the course of events, turning the future timeline into a reality that stunned everyone around them. The Lord could not physically resist the young man, but he tried to confuse him with cunning words, feigning confidence and strength. He also begged the young man to kill him, for there was no other choice left, and this plea was the only way to avoid certain death. The timeline led only to a hopeless future, and whether they were deities from the world of monsters or unknown invaders, they posed an equally deadly threat to humanity. Only Lord Tianming had the power and ability to change everyone's fate, bearing on his shoulders the responsibility for the future of every living being around him. Without wasting a moment, the hero instantly launched a powerful attack aimed at neutralizing his opponent and preventing any of his actions. Once again, he and Shan found themselves face to face, each intently watching the other's movements, preparing for a possible decisive battle that could change everything. He returned, died again, but in the process gained a wealth of new knowledge and uncovered important secrets that could alter his future course of action. Finally, he uncovered Chumo's secret abilities and learned crucial information about the unknown invaders that could influence the entire future strategy. The student approached them and shouted loudly for them to stop fighting immediately, hoping to prevent further violence and destruction. Her footsteps were loud and quick, echoing through the empty room, drawing the attention of everyone around and creating a sense of urgency. Yudong also joined her friend, eager to figure out the situation together and understand how to save them from danger and chaos. Together, they tried to convince Shanya that he couldn't defeat his friend, explaining that any attempt to fight would only lead to unwanted consequences. However, no one knew that inside was not their friend at all, but a lord who was secretly planning to turn everyone into pawns in his cunning and dangerous game. At first, his scheme seemed quite confident and intriguing, so he began to act without hesitation, gradually bringing his plan to life and moving toward his goal. Suddenly, the lord began to feel truly alive, as if all the emotions that had previously been hidden had burst forth and transformed his inner state and perception of the world. Jen Yan anxiously asked who was there, trying to identify the source of the danger. Her voice trembled and her gaze scanned the darkness ahead intently. The man had no sense of his body and could not control its movements. Realizing that the hero could not possess such an ability, therefore something had clearly gone wrong, and the situation had spiraled out of control. In a serious voice, the young man explained that it was a dangerous punishment, or perhaps even fragmented memories surfacing from the depths of his consciousness and affecting his state. The Lord had been sealed away in a cave beneath the North Pole 20,000 years ago. It was he who lured the leaders of the 4 major sects and sparked a war over the secret territories. Tong was surprised that the enemy was answering her questions too honestly, and at the same time thought that perhaps he was lying, trying to hide his true intentions. Because of his greed, the earth was on the brink of destruction, and Tian Ming was to blame for it all, feeling deep remorse for what he had done and realizing the consequences of his actions. They had opposite abilities. Chumo could see the past, so the timeline became real to him, revealing the truth about events and changing his perception of the world. Such a great lord could indeed have perished at that moment, for the circumstances had turned against him, leaving him with little chance of survival and forcing him to accept the inevitable. A powerful energy pierced his body, tearing his soul into countless tiny fragments, causing him to feel unbearable pain and a loss of control over himself. In the end, the Blessed One's body lay on the cold ground, mangled and ravaged, with a huge hole in his soul that seemed to swallow the light around him. That was how he met his death, with no chance of salvation. His life was cut short in an instant, leaving behind only emptiness and silence. The hero approached him and saw that he was not breathing. The cold body lay motionless, finally confirming his inevitable and tragic demise. Viewers were deeply surprised and stunned that the thief's death had come so easily, unexpectedly, and almost without a struggle, leaving them in a state of shock. The live broadcast showed everything that was happening in detail, not missing a single moment, conveying every minute detail of the events to viewers with incredible precision. Some even thought that Chumo was the kind of person who could influence everyone's fate, control events, and change the course of the lives of those around him. Alarmed, Yutong asked if her friend had done anything that could have led to this, trying to understand the cause of the tragic event and find an explanation for what had happened. However, he himself was in a state of deep confusion, understanding nothing of what had happened and having no idea about the true causes of the events around him. Meanwhile, the cultivators bravely slaughtered the monsters attacking the city, protecting the civilians and turning the chaos around them into a true battle for survival. They saw that it was all over and without hesitation eliminated the last enemy, finally ending the battle and restoring temporary calm to the city. The trial in the secret territory was closed, the guards blocked access, and all participants remained inside, unaware of what would happen next and what the consequences would be. The rescuers returned to the real world, leaving the dangerous illusory territory behind, carrying with them the experiences, dangers they had faced, and important lessons that had changed them forever. The hero also received the rare ghost skill as a reward for successfully completing the mission, granting him new powers and extraordinary abilities for future trials. Examining the panel, he tried to grasp its meaning, decipher the hidden symbols, and understand what information or warning it might be conveying to him in this critical situation. It turned out that he was impossible to identify in this state, and on top of that, he was given a special watch that allowed him to stop time for brief moments and alter the course of events around him. It occurred to him that these might be some kind of changes in the structure of space or time, which were gradually affecting the surrounding world and his own abilities, creating unusual effects. For 3 days, the young man remained in reality, standing next to the portal stone, looking around in confusion and not understanding what had happened to him or how he had ended up in this place. The Dong Yun Corporation had sent people into an underground cave to free Shanya, where there were countless lost manuscripts, and because of this, they were forced to modify it for future use. With sufficient energy, the stone could be used to travel to the world of monsters, opening a path to dangerous territories and unknown dimensions. The cultivator wanted everything prepared for him immediately, as he was determined to set off for their dimension as soon as possible, unwilling to waste a single moment. This information deeply surprised young Lee, causing him to feel unexpected excitement and doubt as to whether everything was truly unfolding as he had previously imagined. A plan took shape in the young man's mind that would put an end to the war, anticipating the risks and difficulties, yet at the same time carrying the hope of peace and an end to the bloodshed. It was entirely possible that the stone on their side was protected by the ruler himself, and any attempt to intervene was extremely risky and could have unpredictable consequences. The elder trusted the young man, but believed he had his own reasons for not revealing anything or explaining how everything was supposed to unfold, respecting his decision and inner logic. In his companion's opinion, Shumo had become more like a corporate alliance, but in a far more insane version, combining power, chaos, and unpredictability in his actions. Angrily, he said that if young Lee stood in his way, he would kill him. His father had sacrificed his life for his son, so there was no need to make his efforts in vain. Adding to this, the young man gave him one last piece of advice: to remember his father's death and carefully consider everything that had happened before taking any further steps. The older man didn't like those words, even if they were meant as a joke, because they crossed a line, and he felt the boy had gone too far in his remarks. Hanlon didn't want to answer anyone. He had plunged into deep thought, distancing himself from his surroundings and pondering every aspect of the situation in silence. Various thoughts from the past few days echoed in his head, and he realized that his friend wasn't afraid of monsters, but of someone else, someone he didn't dare tell anyone about. The research in the lab was proceeding quite efficiently, as each participant was giving their all, adhering to all the methods and scientific protocols of the experiment. For the third time, they began charging the device, carefully checking all cables and settings to avoid any technical errors during operation. All staff members were in close communication with one another and reported any deviations, maintaining strict discipline and clearly coordinating their actions to achieve a common goal. The stone was powerful and was soon to demonstrate its ability to move, emitting energy that made the air around it tremble and altered the space in its immediate vicinity. To optimize the conditions for activating the object, at least half of the world's regions were temporarily cut off from electricity, causing chaos in cities. The hero didn't care that people would complain about the blackout, because he was focused solely on fulfilling his mission and achieving the main goal of the experiment. Ahead of him, he saw the palace of the King of Beasts. It was this structure that drew attention with its majestic buildings, golden spires, and striking architectural beauty, impossible to miss. That was where their ruler resided. It was the cultivator's center, and the stone of the realm's transition lay there, radiating a powerful energy that filled everything around it with magic and strength. It was very convenient that the map also showed the necessary routes, which saved a lot of time and allowed for much more efficient planning of travel, avoiding unnecessary delays and mistakes. The elder reported that there were about 1,000 beings in the palace with power exceeding 300,000, 50 with power exceeding 1,000,000, as well as 2 monsters whose might equaled 10 million. The main enemy was a ruler whose power exceeded 100 million, radiating such immense energy that all surrounding creatures felt fear. The young man wanted to think the situation through, carefully weighing all possible courses of action and their consequences to find the wisest solution without taking reckless risks. Thanks to the God of War's combat experience, his base power was doubled, and he could also increase it to 300,000 for 10 seconds, making him nearly invincible. In Chumo's opinion, the situation was promising, and his chances of victory were high since he had correctly assessed the enemy's strength and possessed the necessary skills. The main thing was that he had no intention of killing them all. He was trying to find a way to resolve the conflict without unnecessary bloodshed and to spare the lives of even those who stood against him. The objective of the mission was to reach the stone and destroy it so that the monsters could no longer escalate the intensity of wars in the secret territories and thereby threaten the security of all surrounding regions. Finally, he revealed his main goal to the Elder. As it turned out, he feared that humanity would not be able to win the next war, and therefore sought to prepare everyone. Chumo knew he couldn't keep performing miracles, and losing the territory without his involvement was only a matter of time, since the enemies had enough strength and resources to gradually gain the upper hand over the defenders. The man was worried that as soon as the creatures saw him, they would immediately seize every corner of the palace, and the sudden appearance of spatial fluctuations would be extremely noticeable. Without hesitation, Yutong said she would go with her companion as bait to buy him time, risking her own safety, but understanding that this could determine the fate of the entire mission. The issue was that the cultivator might not return, so he went alone to avoid putting anyone else in danger, while his friend would have to take on the responsibility of securing humanity's victory. Joe also appeared in the lab, wanting to take the bait's place, demonstrating his willingness to risk his own life to protect his comrades and achieve the mission's goal. The hero warned that such a journey could be a one-way trip, as the dangers awaiting them were extremely serious and could cost them their lives. The young man was no savior, but his strength was among the greatest among humans, so he believed he was suited for such a role, fully understanding the responsibility and danger involved. They all agreed and were ready to set off for other lands, having carefully considered their strategy and prepared everything necessary for the successful completion of the dangerous mission. The system reported that the host was advised to travel to the lands of the creatures only after 10 registrations in order to prepare all the data and verify the resources. Ignoring all notifications, he continued walking toward the portal, paying no heed to the system's warnings or the potential dangers awaiting him on the other side of the passage. Finally, Chumo asked Yutong to take care of his sister in case he did not return, entrusting her with the most important task of his life and ensuring her safety. The portal suddenly appeared in the middle of a majestic and picturesque park, where incredible monsters dwelled among beautiful trees and wondrous flowers. They instantly noticed the stranger's arrival and immediately realized that guests had entered their world, bringing with them unknown intentions and new events. Someone present there displayed remarkable courage, daring to approach the ruler's majestic palace and making no attempt to hide their immense power from everyone present. Chumo suddenly appeared in the middle of this location. His presence instantly drew the attention of everyone around and filled the place with tension and anticipation. He still couldn't tell whether his landing had occurred exactly where he intended or if chance had thrown him into another part of the location, forcing him to assess the situation with great care. Looking around, he saw countless creatures filling the space and realized that in such an extraordinary situation, it was simply impossible to trust the system or its predictions. Making his way through the throng of creatures while everyone around him was in a state of complete shock, the hero resolutely headed toward the majestic staircase leading upward to as yet unknown mysteries. The monsters still could not comprehend what was happening on their land, watching the chaos and strange events that disrupted the familiar order of their world. One of them shouted loudly that they shouldn't just stand in the enemy's way, but must decisively attack and destroy him before he could cause harm. The monsters feared humanity's mightiest savior and didn't even dare to approach, keeping their distance, filled with dread of his incredible power. Lord Xia also did not expect to see a young man before her, for she was convinced that he had come alone to perish amidst their mighty presence. In response, the young man calmly said that he had come not to fight, but to establish peace and harmony between both sides, seeking to resolve the conflict without bloodshed. Above all, he sought to speak with their ruler, hoping to understand his intentions and find a path to mutual understanding between the parties. The assistant urgently pleaded for permission to destroy the cultivator, considering him a threat and wanting to act decisively without delaying for a single moment. If this situation had occurred in a secret territory, he would not have been a rival. But now everything was taking place in their world, where his power posed a real threat. Chumo coldly replied that he could end his own life with a single blow, demonstrating his incredible resolve to everyone present. Such words delighted the creature even more. It felt excitement and triumph at the fact that someone stood before it, ready to challenge it and display extraordinary courage. So, while the hero remained in his place, the creature slowly began to approach, each of its steps filling the space with tension and uncertainty for everyone around. From the hero's perspective, the strike looked incredibly powerful, sending out waves of energy and giving the impression that its force was capable of destroying everything in its path. In the next instant, the enemy was instantly blown to atoms, leaving behind only emptiness and a sense of the hero's incredible destructive power. All the other beings were even more terrified as they watched him vanish instantly, and realized that they were facing a power that exceeded their worst fears. Lord Xia herself saw that he possessed the power of a ruler that surpassed anything she had ever imagined, forcing her to realize the true might of this young man. Standing before the majestic doors, Chu Mo calmly stated that the ruler had only 1 minute to consider, hinting at the decisiveness and inevitability of his intentions. He demanded that they cease the war in the secret territories. Otherwise, he was prepared to take his own life, demonstrating the utmost degree of resolve and devotion to his convictions. A mighty aura instantly appeared over the territory of their kingdom, enveloping everything around it in an incredible energy that instilled fear and awe in the hearts of all beings. The wars in the secret territories could not be stopped, for they were meant to continue unceasingly, and their end would come only when a clear victor emerged. Then the young man resolutely approached them and urged them to surrender unconditionally to avoid further unnecessary losses and destruction. Lady Jia was stunned and couldn't understand how he dared to speak so openly and fearlessly to the ruler himself. The god of beasts was extremely curious as to whether it truly mattered to him whether the beasts or humans would emerge victorious, for his attention was drawn more to the struggle itself. But none of this mattered, because as long as the coordinates remained within human territories, all creatures faced inevitable and total destruction. The leader could no longer tolerate such a pointless and protracted discussion, which was wearing down his patience and preventing him from making an important decision. However, the savior had come solely to conclude a peace agreement and prevent further bloodshed between the two sides. He also did his utmost to draw their attention away, to cover for his companion, who by now should have been dead and defenseless. Shaju bought some time and successfully confused the ruler, while the hero advanced as far as was physically and strategically possible. Taking his watch out of his pocket, he kept a close eye on the time and acted precisely according to his pre-planned strategy. The ruler had no idea what the cultivator was doing or how his actions could influence the course of events in this complex situation. The pocket watch had stopped time in the land of monsters. The young man had to act extremely quickly to complete all the necessary actions within the allotted time and avoid mistakes. No one around him was moving. Time seemed to have stopped entirely, and all life around him appeared to have frozen in unnatural silence and stillness. The first second passed, and the young man instantly burst inside, decisively breaking through the barriers, stopping at nothing. Debris from the walls and doors flew in all directions, kicking up dust and creating chaos in the air around the scene. The object he was moving towards stood right in front of him, waiting for him to finally reach it and carry out his plan. The magical stone held within it the incredible power of space and time, capable of altering reality and influencing everything around it without any limitations. Initially, the plan was to thoroughly analyze it for weaknesses, to find any vulnerability and use it to his own advantage. Suddenly, the system reported that the pocket watch had been damaged by an unknown and powerful force that acted unpredictably and threatened the entire plan. Chumo had no idea whose incredible power this was, and most importantly, he had no idea how much time he had left to act. In that very second, he had to act as quickly as possible, the moment the analysis was complete, leaving no time for his enemies to react. From the very first blow, the object remained completely motionless, showing no reaction to the force and not shifting its position for even a moment. Its strength remained exceptionally high, withstanding all blows and attempts to break it, even by the strongest forces. The watch would not have withstood such a load for long, risking breaking at any moment under the force attacking it. His strength and ability were on the verge of complete disappearance, barely holding on and threatening to finally dissolve under the pressure of circumstances. The young man accelerated incredibly quickly and unleashed even more powerful attacks to break through his opponent's defenses and make the most of his chance. The area around the object gradually shrank, but it happened too slowly, providing no immediate benefit to his plan. In 5 seconds, the clock was completely broken, its mechanism had failed, and time around it instantly spiraled out of control. Chumo saw that he wouldn't have time to finish everything and felt the pressure of time gradually constricting his actions and possibilities. A great power prevented him from finishing the job, nullifying all his efforts and forcing him to retreat before an irresistible force. The ruler had already appeared in the room. His presence hung in the air, filling the space with power and fear for all present. His power enveloped everything around him, permeating the space with potent energy and forcing all living and non-living things to submit to its influence. The cultivator did not stop and continued to act, mercilessly destroying the object and tearing it apart under the pressure of incredible force. Behind him, he noticed an opponent who was watching his every move, ready to intervene in any situation at a moment's notice. In his opinion, people had always been too cunning and cautious, capable of finding loopholes and deceiving even the most prudent opponents. The hero destroyed the passageway stone, and in the ruler's view, his plan had completely failed, rendering all his efforts futile and fruitless. The player himself knew that everything had worked out, and felt a deep sense of satisfaction that his bold actions had brought success and results. By that time, the creatures could no longer cheat in the secret territories, for all traps and tricks had been uncovered and neutralized by an unyielding force. The object's durability dropped to 0%, and it instantly shattered into countless pieces, scattering through the air under the incredible pressure of the force. The god of beasts had a chance to stop the savior, but for a moment he hesitated, and it became clear that he feared the consequences of the boy's death and the responsibility for it.